Lin Chen, having traversed realms and acquired the fortuitous totems of Pangu and Hongjun, transitions into the role of a Totem Master. He gradually unlocks the formidable powers of Pangu and Hongjun, suppressing mythic practitioners and legendary monsters with ease, emerging as an unrivaled force among his peers. How could he, as a mere support, obliterate the Lord with a single punch? Isn't he a support? How can he cast forbidden spells? I must inquire why the summons he conjures are even more potent than my mythic beast. Claiming to be the most handsome in the Federation, he is nothing but the greatest con man. However, a certain aloof Sword Maiden holds a divergent view. She sees him as the world's most despicable rogue, a wretched individual against whom she has no power to resist. Chapter 1. Left Pangu, right Hongjun, Jiangnan Vocational University. Two youthful and radiant figures stroll hand in hand along a verdant path. Students lining the path cast admiring glances, their attention ensnared, hearts utterly captivated. Yuling, I am an epic mage, and you are a mythic sword immortal. Is it truly necessary to seek Lin Chen, this Totem Master, for blessings in merely entering a secret realm? Among the two, the girl clad in a cerulean skirt speaks with an air of resignation. Luo Yuling, upon hearing this, gazes seriously at her friend. Mingyi, every special secret realm harbors peril. We must prepare meticulously. Lin Chen possesses a hidden profession, and his blessings are surely impressive. It is well known that there are no weak hidden professions. Very well, I shall heed your advice. But this unscrupulous merchant charges 10,000 credit points for a single blessing. Is that not akin to robbery? Jiang Mingyi grumbles with discontent. Luo Yuling shakes her head, chuckling softly. Her friend, despite being affluent, is excessively thrifty, lamenting even the expenditure of a single credit point, let alone 10,000. The two arrive at the entrance of a modest shop, adorned with the inscription Lin Chen Studio. The door swings open, yet no one is in sight. At this moment, the proprietor Lin Chen is situated in the room behind the office, standing before a mirror, his upper body bare, admiring the two tattoos on his torso with satisfaction. While others may boast of the Azure Dragon and White Tiger, he displays Pangu on the left and Hongjun on the right. These are not true tattoos, but totems, the very source of his power. The moment he transitioned into a Totem Master, Lin Chen vowed to himself, if I am to use them, let them be the strongest. As a traveler from another realm, he understands that none are mightier than Pangu and Hongjun. One is the mightiest deity, the other the greatest immortal. Thus, he resolutely chose Pangu and Hongjun as his totems. Of course, adopting Pangu and Hongjun as totems is no trivial endeavor, but who could have foreseen that he had been reborn carrying their divine statues? Every action and event is preordained by fate. Now, as Lin Chen embraces these two deities as totems, he senses an infinite future ahead. Lin Chen opens his panel to review his status. Lin Chen. Profession, Totem Master. Level 1. Skills. Totem Blessing. Randomly bestows a specific power of a totem upon target. Power of Zhu Rong. Upon casting, wields the fiery might of the ancestral deity Zhu Rong. Divine Thunder of Zixiao. Summons the Divine Thunder of Zixiao to strike a target. Combat Power. 500 IT is noteworthy that at level 1, ordinary practitioners possess only 10 combat power, elite practitioners 30, rare practitioners 50, epic practitioners 100, and mythic practitioners 200. Yet, Lin Chen boasts an astounding 500, far surpassing even mythic practitioners. Moreover, all three of his professional skills are exceptionally powerful, and the more he observes, the more satisfied he becomes. As an orphan, he finally possesses a foundation in this world. Lin Chen. Lin Chen. Voices calling from outside are melodious, akin to the chirping of magpies. One can discern from the sound alone that a beauty is present. Lin Chen hastily dons his shirt and steps outside. Finally, a customer has arrived. Today, I shall not allow her to slip away. If I fail to earn money, I shall be left to the winds of the northwest. Lin Chen muses inwardly, as he finds himself in dire financial straits. The various subsidies from the Federation ceased the moment he completed his transition. Now, he must rely solely on himself. Thus, after his transition, he utilized his last savings to open this studio, intending to generate income through his professional abilities. Upon entering the office, two breathtakingly beautiful faces greet him. Lin Chen beams with joy. He knows these two well, renowned as the school's most illustrious beauties, impossible not to recognize. Crucially, both come from affluent families, fully capable of affording his blessing fees. Though the shop has been open for 3 days, business has yet to commence. In his eyes, the two ladies have transformed into plump sheep, awaiting his shearing. Welcome, esteemed school flowers. Are you here for blessings? I assure you, it will be worth your investment. Lin Chen proclaims, patting his chest in assurance. Jiang Mingyi regards Lin Chen with disdain. His demeanor resembles that of a street vendor prepared to fleece his customers. Conversely, Luo Yuling perceives Lin Chen with newfound respect. The gazes of other men directed at her, no matter how they conceal their intentions, invariably reveal a deep-seated desire for possession. Yet Lin Chen's gaze lacks such fervor. It is solely a thirst for wealth. This expression is all too familiar to her. It is the same look Jiang Mingyi exhibits upon encountering fine equipment. She seldom smiles, but when she does, the cramped office brightens. What effects do your blessings possess? She inquires. Lin Chen's smile broadens. The customer's interest signifies that half the business is already secured. There are myriad effects. One can only describe them as exceedingly powerful and enduring. Upon hearing this, both ladies' expressions darken. What nonsense is this? Jiang Mengyi's disdain intensifies. In her eyes, Lin Chen is not only a merchant but a lecherous fiend. Lin Chen realizes he has misspoken, yet his smile remains unwavering. By powerful, I mean a significant enhancement to combat power. Enduring refers to the duration of the effects. The magnitude of the benefits is considerable, he explains. One might fear the wind will catch your tongue, Jiang Mengyi retorts, wholly disbelieving the merchant's words. Luo Yuling harbors some doubt. Could the effects truly be that formidable? Even mythic priests would not dare to boast so boldly. Lin Chen spreads his hands. Practice is the only standard for verifying truth. Why not test it for yourselves, esteemed schoolflowers? Yuling, I feel this fellow is untrustworthy, Jiang Mingyi whispers conspiratorially into Luo Yuling's ear. Whether intentional or not, her voice is not lowered, and Lin Chen hears every word, though he pretends to be oblivious. Luo Yuling takes a deep breath, her resolve solidifying. Having come this far, wouldn't it be a waste of time not to try? 10,000 credit points is a trivial sum to her. Let us proceed. I hope it will not disappoint. Lin Chen's eyes narrow into a smile. At last, business is underway. With 10,000 credit points, he can afford meals and tickets for secret realms. The reason he remains at level 1 is that he lacks the funds to purchase tickets to explore secret realms. I assure you, you will not be disappointed. The payment code is over there. I operate on a pay-first, serve-later basis. Lin Chen points to the payment code affixed to the wall. Jiang Mingyi raises an eyebrow. Demanding payment up front is undoubtedly indicative of a shady establishment. Yet Luo Yuling, having made her decision, does not hesitate, activating her smart device to process the payment. Your account has been credited with 10,000 credit points. The sound of a notification from Lin Chen's device is the most delightful melody he has ever heard. Schoolflower Luo, observe closely. Without delay, Lin Chen activates his totem blessing skill. A radiant aura envelopes his form, and his demeanor shifts to one of solemnity, exuding an imposing presence. Luo Yuling, taken aback, feels the weight of Lin Chen's aura pressing upon her. Even as a level 20 mythic practitioner, her anticipation for this blessing intensifies, and she is certain it will not let her down. Yet she remains oblivious to the impending events that will drive her to the brink of madness, a day she will forever struggle to forget, a day shrouded in regret. Chapter 2. Which muscular man is disguising as a girl? On the other side, Jiang Mengyi, who held a rather unfavorable opinion of Lin Chen, was now utterly astonished by his imposing aura. A magnificent silhouette materialized behind Lin Chen. Though indistinct, the overwhelming presence it exuded left both women profoundly shaken. In that moment, they were entirely convinced that Lin Chen's blessing was anything but ordinary. Lin Chen extended his hand towards Luo Yuling, and the shadow behind him mirrored his gesture. Ethereal light converged upon Luo Yuling, causing her to feel an astonishing surge of power. The rapidity of this enhancement was nothing short of miraculous. A glance at her status panel revealed an augmentation effect. Strength 200, Constitution 200, Skill Damage 200, Duration 300 minutes. This enhancement was extraordinarily potent. The hidden class truly was formidable. Elated, she felt confident that with such a boost, she could conquer that special secret realm. However, she failed to notice the terror etched in Jiang Mingyi's gaze as she looked at her. Lin Chen's eyes widened in confusion and disbelief. A bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Yuling, you, Jiang Mingyi's voice trembled as she pointed at Luo Yuling. Luo Yuling, perplexed, cast a questioning glance at her friend. Mingyi, why have you become so much shorter? She exclaimed in surprise. Previously, she had viewed Jiang Mengyi at eye level. But now she was looking down, realizing that her friend barely reached her chest. Yet, upon closer inspection, she noticed that Jiang Mingyi's stature had not changed. She quickly grasped that it was she who had grown taller. Then, her gaze fell downward, and her eyes widened in shock. Before her stood a towering figure. A robust physique, her long skirt transformed into a short one, revealing calves as thick as tree trunks and armor shoes that had burst at the seams. She lifted her arm. The explosive muscles resembled hardened rock, her slender arms now thicker than they had ever been. Fortunately, she had chosen to wear a loose long dress, or else her attire would have been utterly destroyed. She nearly fainted, struggling to comprehend how she had morphed into such a monstrous appearance. In the blink of an eye, she had transformed from a youthful maiden into a hulking brute. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted a figure attempting to sneak away, and at that moment, She understood that it was Lin Chen's blessing that had caused this mayhem. Lin Chen, stop right there, she bellowed, shattering a cup on the table as she realized her voice had taken on a gruff timbre, more masculine than any man's. She was on the verge of insanity, unable to accept her current self. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was not about to stand his ground. He understood all too well how terrifying a furious girl could be. He took off running, lamenting the fact that he did not possess any additional legs. This scene sent shockwaves through Luo Yuling, and a gleaming long sword materialized in her grasp. Her sole desire now to cleave Lin Chen in two for this calamity. Lin Chen, you better not run, she shouted once more, unleashing a wave of sword energy towards him. Fortunately, Lin Chen's high mental attributes and keen perception allowed him to dodge just in time. As if he had eyes in the back of his head, the tiles on the ground shattered under the force of the sword energy, leaving a deep gash. Lin Chen was terrified, unable to fathom the consequences had that strike landed upon him. Though he was confident in his invincibility against foes of the same level, Luo Yuling, at level 20, had both a level and equipment advantage, rendering him no match for her. Calm down, Luo Schoolbell, he shouted as he darted for the door, sprinting down the path. But at that moment, Luo Yuling was deaf to reason. She pursued him, unleashing a barrage of sword energy in his direction. Students along the way were startled by the commotion, turning their astonished gazes towards the unfolding chaos. What the hell? Which muscular man is pretending to be a girl? That's disgusting. Those calves are thicker than my thighs, and that skirt looks like a shroud. What is going on? Did that guy toy with that girl's feelings? Probably. With tastes that twisted, the world is going to the dogs. He probably won't take responsibility either. Ugh, what a scumbag. The unfiltered voices of the onlookers reached Luo Yuling's ears, driving her to the brink of madness. How could the school belle have turned into a mock girl? Meanwhile, Lin Chen had no time to listen to their idle chatter. His priority was to escape with his life. Noticing that Lin Chen still refused to relent, Luo Yuling huffed in anger and transformed into a beam of sword light, instantly appearing behind him and reaching out with a hand to seize him. Feeling the ominous shadow closing in from behind, Lin Chen silently lamented his fate. In the next moment, he found himself hoisted up like a chick by Luo Yuling. Luo Schoolbell, spare me, he cried out in desperation. Luo Yuling, now even more enraged, covered his mouth and swiftly returned him to the shop, shutting the door behind them. Did I just hear that guy calling her Luo Schoolbell? Jiang Mingyi scoffed. Just a delusion before the fall of a bent man. Should we call the police? Mind your own business. What if this is merely someone else's idea of fun? Are we just a part of their entertainment then? Oh, they really know how to play. In the office, confronted by the oppressive presence of Luo Yuling, Lin Chen desperately tried to maintain his composure against the wall, wishing his trembling legs would cease. Luo Yuling towered over him, and even at 185 centimeters, he appeared diminished in her presence. Unbind me, she commanded, each word punctuated with a fierce intensity. Lin Chen's gaze darted away. He couldn't undo it. After receiving the totem blessing, it would only release automatically after a set duration. He was baffled that his skill had produced such an effect. It had worked perfectly well when he had used it on himself previously. Seeing his expression, Luo Yuling quickly deduced the situation. Enraged, she slammed her fist into the wall, shattering it and exposing the broken red bricks beneath. Lin Chen's forehead beaded with sweat. Had that punch landed on him, his head would have burst like a watermelon. While there was a slight mishap, the enhancement effect is quite powerful, I assent it, Lin Chen said, his voice tinged with guilt. Jiang Mingyi, overhearing, was livid. She pointed an accusatory finger at him, berating, you scoundrel, you deceitful merchant, you promised satisfaction, return our money at once. Upon hearing the words return money, Lin Chen panicked. He could sacrifice his life, but not his finances. I'm sorry, but our store does not support a 7-day no-reason return policy. His expression hardened, resolute in his stance. It was a small price to pay to avoid a beating. Had Luo Yuling truly wanted to kill him, he would have been long gone. Ugh, you infuriate me. I will make you pay, Jiang Mingyi screeched, brandishing her staff, ready to teach Lin Chen a lesson. Yet, Luo Yuling intervened, not entirely losing her sanity. Since changing the situation was impossible, they would have to accept the reality. Of course, this was predicated on the assumption that the enhancement effect would wear off, otherwise. She vowed to leave Lin Chen in tatters. Taking a deep breath, she exhaled her frustrations. Mingyi, let us go? We need to hurry and tackle that secret realm. Having regained her composure, she acknowledged her current unattractive appearance, yet her strength had indeed doubled. Mingyi, we can't just let that scoundrel off the hook. Jiang Mingyi protested vehemently. Chapter 3. I'll just assume I've been rammed by a pig. Luo Yuling's gaze shifted back to Lin Chen. His heart raced wildly, and he instinctively swallowed hard. Please, let me off the hook, he silently prayed. Indeed, I cannot simply let you go. You will accompany me. Should you dare to speak of today's events, I assure you, the consequences will be dire. Luo Yuling's eyes narrowed, and the sword at Lin Chen's throat spoke volumes. Luo Schoolbell, you can rest assured, I will not utter a word. From this day forth, I shall be mute. Lin Chen hastily raised 3 fingers to the heavens in a vow. Luo Yuling scoffed, choosing not to elaborate further. Jiang Mingyi shot him a fierce glare, a look that conveyed her certainty that this matter would not simply be brushed aside. Her gaze shifted to Luo Yuling, concerned that if her friend were recognized in this state, her life would be irrevocably ruined. Mingyi, why not change into a different outfit and wear a hat before we go out? She cautiously suggested. Luo Yuling cast a glance at her tightly fitted dress, her blood pressure surging once more. She shot Lin Chen a sidelong glance and commanded, "Fetch me a loose outfit and a hat." At once, Lin Chen promptly complied, hastily darting into the back room to retrieve a loose ensemble and a hat. Entering the restroom, Luo Yuling changed into the attire, tied up her hair, and donned the hat to conceal her identity. Gazing at her reflection in the mirror, which bore an uncanny resemblance to a muscular man, she took several deep breaths to steady her nerves before stepping out. "Let us go," she summoned, and Jiang Mingyi along with Lin Chen followed suit. Throughout their journey, Luo Yuling kept her head bowed low, fearful of being recognized. However, her striking figure drew gasps of admiration. Even heavyweight wrestlers would pale in comparison. "Wow, bro. Your physique is incredible. Is he one of the guys from the prairie? Does our school even recruit wrestlers?" The incessant murmurs pricked at both Luo Yuling's and Lin Chen's nerves. "Guys, please stop talking. If you keep this up, I'm going to lose it," he silently lamented. The trio soon arrived at the entrance of the Mystic Hall, where all portals to the realms of Jiangnan Vocational University were located. They first purchased tickets at the counter, each costing 3,000 credit points. Although aware that this was a considerable discount, tickets outside the school could cost 10 times that amount. Lin Chen still felt a pang of regret, as it represented 30% of his total assets, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Upon entering the swirling portal, they beheld numerous teleportation gates scattered above them, each leading to a different realm. Luo Yuling retrieved a key and tossed it into the air. The key landed within one of the portals, which then erupted with a devouring force, engulfing the three of them. Once inside, the tension in Luo Yuling's muscles eased, for it was now just the three of them, free from the fear of recognition. Jiang Mingyi curiously surveyed their surroundings. They found themselves in a world ablaze with red, earth, flora, and the monsters in sight were all crimson. Not far off, 5 fire lizards basked lazily in the sun, their attention piqued by the trio's arrival, and they immediately charged forward, baring their teeth. "Lin Chen, bestow a blessing upon Mingyi, and then just stay close behind us," Luo Yuling instructed. At this, Jiang Mingyi recoiled like a startled deer. Her expression filled with wariness as she fixed her gaze on Lin Chen. "Yuling, I don't want his blessing," she rejected vehemently, shaking her head as if to dispel the very thought. The idea of transforming into a violent loli was simply unacceptable to her. Lin Chen scoffed inwardly, thinking, "I wouldn't even want to grant a blessing without being compensated. Do you really think I can do this for free?" "Mingyi, you know the difficulty of the flame realm. Although his blessing may be questionable, the enhancement is undeniably powerful, stronger even than a mythical level priest. And considering it's just the three of us, we can wait for the effect to wear off before exiting after we complete the realm," Luo Yuling explained, demonstrating her own augmented state to bolster her argument. Jiang Mingyi's mouth fell open in surprise at the impressive enhancement, realizing how extraordinary it was. The hidden profession was indeed formidable, yet she lamented the presence of that repugnant transformation effect. Gritting her teeth, she resolved that even if not for the enhancement, she would endure it for the sake of camaraderie with her friend. With her eyes closed, she shouted at Lin Chen with a sense of fatalism, "Merchant, bring it on. I'll just pretend to be a pig being led to slaughter." Lin Chen's face darkened, thinking, "What kind of wolfish words are these? You might be willing, but I'm not. Aren't you forgetting something?" Lin Chen said while rubbing his thumb and fingers together in a universal gesture, one understood by those in the know. Luo Yuling rolled her eyes, nearly making Lin Chen feel nauseous. If her eye-rolling had been adorable before her transformation, now it was a sight that left him squinting in discomfort. Luo Yuling clicked to confirm the payment, initiating another transaction. "Your account has received 10,000 credit points." The melodious voice echoed in Lin Chen's ears, and he felt as rejuvenated as if he had quaffed an ice-cold soda on a sweltering day. Money makes things happen, he thought as he activated his totem blessing skill, though this time the ethereal light hovering behind him had changed. It appeared transcendent, exuding an otherworldly aura, as if it could transcend the cosmos at any moment. A surge of purple light cascaded from the shadow and enveloped Jiang Mingyi. She noticed an additional entry in her status bar: Intelligence 200, Spirit 200, Skill Range 200, Duration 300 minutes. The enhancement was indeed staggering, yet she felt no joy, acutely aware that it had come at the cost of her beauty. She dared not open her eyes, unable to face the changed version of herself. At that moment, it was Luo Yuling who was taken aback, for she observed that Jiang Mingyi had not undergone any transformation. She remained as graceful and beautiful as ever. Luo Yuling's suppressed fury erupted once more, her eyes glaring at Lin Chen as she raised her sword anew. "Lin Chen, you had better give me a reasonable explanation." Lin Chen felt despondent. He had no control over this skill, and this particular blessing was from the Hongjun totem, which was bound to yield different effects. "The blessing from this skill is random. I cannot control it," he cautiously explained. Luo Yuling remained silent, her gaze fixed on him. prompting Lin Chen to muster courage and hold her gaze. Jiang Mengyi, disturbed by their commotion, opened her eyes and quickly examined her body. Upon discovering there was no change, she leaped for joy, though she suppressed her excitement, mindful not to overshadow her friend. You better be telling the truth, Luo Yuling warned before charging toward the approaching fire lizards, her rage demanding an outlet. Lin Chen and Jiang Mengyi hurriedly followed, with Lin Chen primarily playing the role of a bystander. The creatures within this realm were formidable, comprising mostly elite monsters, while the mini-boss was a rare creature, all above level 20, with combat power exceeding 1,000. In the next chapter, Lin Chen witnessed the wrath of a mythical level sword saint. From a distance of several dozen meters from the small group of fire lizards, Luo Yuling thrust her sword forward. 100 sword technique, she cried, and a flurry of sword chi erupted from her blade, the air tearing with a piercing shriek as 100 streams of sword energy enveloped the fire lizards, reducing them to mere fragments. 1 rare monster and 4 elite monsters perished in an instant. Thank goodness she didn't lose her composure earlier, or I would be in pieces right now, Lin Chen thought with a shudder. However, seeing his experience points surge significantly, he felt elated. Finally, he was on the verge of taking off. Lin Chen, you're in charge of collecting the loot, Jiang Mengyi called, her tone markedly less confrontational, likely due to her not transforming into a violent loli. Furthermore, Jiang Mengyi's enhancement was formidable, making her a rare support character, promising future collaboration opportunities. After all, nothing could hinder their earnings, right? Sure thing, Lin Chen replied enthusiastically, delighted at the prospect of scavenging. Materials and equipment equated to money. The special realm proved bountiful, yielding 2 materials from the 5 defeated monsters. In contrast, in a regular realm, it would take 50 monsters to yield even 2 items. Thus, Lin Chen embraced the role of a scavenger. With the 2 women charging ahead, he trailed behind, collecting materials as his experience points soared. What a delightful experience. He gained a newfound appreciation for the prowess of both women. Luo Yuling resembled a sword master from a novel, capable of severing life and death with a single stroke. Meanwhile, Jiang Mengyi, as an epic-level mage, functioned as a mobile artillery unit, unleashing a barrage of skills that decimated the monsters with astonishing damage. In this world, where strength reigned supreme, mere beauty could not secure the title of school beauty. It was prowess that formed the foundation of everything. Waves of monsters fell before the 2 women, rapidly elevating the trio's levels, with Lin Chen advancing the fastest, as he was the lowest level among them. When they arrived before the Lord of the Secret Realm, Lin Chen had already reached level 12, and his combat power had surged to 6,000. Such strength was comparable to that of an ordinary level 45 practitioner, which was truly astonishing. At this point, he no longer needed to merely observe. He even felt confident enough to confront the Lord of the Secret Realm. His skills were remarkably potent, akin to having divine favor. However, he preferred to remain inconspicuous. As a solitary orphan, standing out too much was not advisable. Focusing on gradual development was the true path. A powerful support was a welcomed guest among great powers, while a formidable warrior was often seen as a thorn in their side. Regardless of the world, human nature remains constant. In contrast to Lin Chen's relaxed demeanor, Luo Yuling and Jiang Mengyi appeared grave. The Lord of the Secret Realm was a fire dragon, an epic-level boss at level 35, not to be underestimated. Through their investigation, the attributes of the fire dragon were unveiled. Fire dragon, epic, level 35. Skills, fire breath, flame burst, fireball bombardment. Combat power, 28,000. On the condition of not wearing equipment. Monsters of the same level possessed significantly higher combat power than practitioners. However, practitioners excelled in their ability to don gear and collaborate as a team. The 2 women had reached level 25, adorned in rare equipment, and with Lin Chen's blessings, their combat power was impressive as well. Luo Yuling's combat power now exceeded 22,000, while Jiang Mengyi's surpassed 10,000. Luo Yuling assumed the role of the primary force. She swiftly darted towards the fire dragon, with 9 streams of sword energy swirling around her, exuding elegance. Meanwhile, the fire dragon charged towards them. This was not an online game. Monsters did not have a concept of aggro range. Once they entered the line of sight, they would attack without hesitation. The fire dragon measured over 30 meters in length, its girth broader than a barrel, its body engulfed in crimson flames, emanating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Its skill attack range was extensive. As Luo Yuling approached within 50 meters, it opened its massive maw, unleashing a torrent of flames. Luo Yuling transformed once more into a streak of sword light, blinking and sidestepping over 10 meters to evade the fiery onslaught. However, the fire dragon whipped its head, and the flames pursued her relentlessly, making it difficult for Luo Yuling to close the gap. At this moment, it was Jiang Mengyi's turn to shine. Reciting an incantation, she seized the opportunity while the fire dragon targeted Luo Yuling, advancing rapidly. Upon entering her attack range, she lifted her staff. A deep azure light emanated from the staff as ice elements swiftly coalesced, forming a chilling current that surged towards the fire dragon. The creature attempted to evade, but its massive size hindered it from completely dodging. The icy blast struck it, freezing it in place. With a pointed sword, Luo Yuling commanded the 9 streams of sword energy to dart out rapidly, inflicting 9 wounds upon the fire dragon. A sword severing rivers, she cried, gripping her sword with both hands and wielding it like a cleaver. A massive sword wave, imbued with the might of a fractured river, cleaved through the air, leaving yet another colossal wound on the fire dragon. With a pained roar, the fire dragon's flames erupted fiercely, incinerating the ice. Under level suppression, Zhang Mingyi's skill effect was significantly diminished. The fire dragon redirected its attention, charging directly at Jiang Mingyi, its intelligence evident as it sought to eliminate the controller first. Jiang Mingyi began to retreat, yet remained composed as she continued to channel her skill. The fire dragon's tail lifted, crashing down heavily upon the ground. It was not merely venting its fury. Beneath Jiang Mingyi's feet, a magic circle materialized, erupting with a fierce crimson light as fire elements rapidly converged. Oh no, Jiang Mingyi thought, realizing the area of effect was too vast to evade. Be careful, Luo Yuling exclaimed anxiously, as a fragile mage. If Jiang Mingyi were to be hit by the skill, she would likely lose half her health. This was the consequence of facing a foe of such higher caliber. Luo Yuling flicked her sword, unleashing a flurry of delicate silver dragon sword energies to envelop the fire dragon, attempting to disrupt its skill. Yet, it was evidently too late. The magic circle beneath Jiang Mingyi began to unleash its power, and in the next moment, a violent explosion of flames was imminent. At that moment, unnoticed by anyone, Lin Chen's pupils quietly transformed into a fiery red, resembling 2 blazing flames. His affinity for fire elements had reached an unprecedented level. With a mere thought, he could summon the fire elements for an attack. He activated the skill of Zhu Rong's power, and with just a thought, he instantly dispersed the fire elements gathered in the magic circle. The magic circle dimmed instantly, and the impending explosion was extinguished. What is happening? Jiang Mingyi exclaimed in surprise, having braced herself for injury, only to find the magic circle rendered ineffective. The fire dragon was equally baffled. How could its skill fail? Luo Yuling let out a sigh of relief, controlling the rain of swords to besiege the fire dragon. Jiang Mingyi also launched her prepared skill, conjuring an ice arrow that tore through the air towards the fire dragon. The fire dragon roared in fury, its body engulfed in flames that erupted violently, sweeping the surrounding 10 meters. Chapter 5. Perhaps it has a peculiar penchant. All 3 of them recognized that the fire dragon was about to unleash a devastating attack. Retreat, Luo Yuling urged urgently, swiftly withdrawing. Jiang Mingyi followed suit, knowing the power of the fire dragon's ultimate move would be terrifying. In contrast, Lin Chen remained the most composed. This fire-type monster was essentially charging into the line of fire. With another roar, the fire dragon unleashed a torrent of swirling flames, quickly condensing fireballs the size of water barrels, hurling them toward the 2 women. The intense heat made their skin sting. One fireball crashed to the ground, resulting in a violent explosion that left a deep crater, more powerful than a rocket launcher. There were now over 100 such fireballs, raining down upon the 2 women. They could not escape the vast area of attack. Both women produced a vial of health potion, activating their defensive skills, ready to endure the onslaught. Their expressions were serious. They knew they would surely be injured by this wave of attacks. Return to me, Lin Chen silently commanded, seizing control over the fireballs from the fire dragon. His mastery over fire elements far surpassed that of the creature. If fire elements were soldiers, then the fire dragon was a general, while Lin Chen was the supreme commander of all forces. In an instant, the fireballs changed direction, hurtling back toward the fire dragon. The creature froze in shock, its expression filled with disbelief. How could the skill it had cast turn against itself? What in the world? It roared in a mix of anger and frustration, curling its body to brace for the oncoming fireball barrage. What is happening? The 2 women exclaimed in unison, utterly confounded by the unfolding events. A monster using its skill to attack itself was something they had never seen or even heard of before. They were now deeply questioning the fire dragon's sanity. Perhaps it has a peculiar penchant for self-harm, Lin Chen chuckled lightly. The 2 women rolled their eyes. Lin Chen had a knack for making irreverent comments. However, regardless of the reason, the fire dragon's predicament was fortuitous for them. Seizing the moment, they relentlessly attacked, inflicting continuous damage upon the fire dragon. In the ensuing chaos, the fire dragon continued its frustrating journey. Its skills either failed to activate or turned against itself. Eventually, it dared not use its skills anymore, resorting to physical combat against the 2 women, a fate that sealed its demise as it fell beneath Luo Yuling's blade. Scattered across the ground lay a trove of materials and several pieces of equipment, among which a particularly eye-catching staff radiated with an orange glow. Ah, an epic staff! Jiang Mingyi shrieked, startling Lin Chen. She dashed eagerly towards the staff, picking it up and caressing it lovingly, her expression one of sheer ecstasy and fascination, leaving one's imagination to run wild. Her eyes gleamed with the glint of gold coins, and her greedy demeanor rendered Lin Chen speechless. What a wealthy lady, he thought. Did she truly need to display such eagerness? Lin Chen was not in a hurry to pick up the other items, with the Lord slain. It was time for the spoils to be divided. He took out everything he had previously collected from his spatial backpack and piled them into a small mountain. The rewards from clearing the special secret realm were indeed substantial. All right, let us divide the spoils. 3 ways, Luo Yuling said, her tone calm, showing little concern for the items. Her words gave Lin Chen a fresh perspective on her character. Despite her seemingly lackluster contributions throughout the journey, she was willing to share a portion with him. Jiang Mingyi had no objections, as she was still basking in the joy of acquiring the epic staff, too preoccupied to consider anything else. Seeing this, Luo Yuling shook her head with a smile and directed her gaze towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen, the staff goes to Mengyi. However, its value will be converted into credit points as compensation for us. What do you think? I wholeheartedly agree, Lin Chen replied, rubbing his hands together with delight. The level 35 epic staff was estimated to be worth over 2 million, and his share amounted to 700,000. He had truly struck it rich. Yuling, I have a suggestion. Before we divide the spoils, we must reimburse the costs of the keys for both me and Lin Chen. That key cost 1,000 credits, which translates to 1 million in value. Mengyi and I can each bear 330,000. Lin Chen, you don't mind, do you? Jiang Mingyi proposed, unwilling to let her dear friend suffer a loss. I have no objections, Lin Chen readily agreed, as fairness was paramount. Only then did he realize how exorbitantly priced the ticket to the special secret realm was. Indeed, one could not expect to reap rewards without effort. The trio began dividing the loot. Excluding the staff, the remaining equipment and materials were valued at approximately 1.5 million. Jiang Mingyi would receive nothing and would need to pay over 1 million credit points to compensate Lin Chen and Luo Yuling. After deducting the ticket costs, Lin Chen ended up with materials and equipment worth over 800,000. This was a genuine windfall. He had never earned so much before. However, their luck was remarkable, as the chances of the fire dragon dropping epic weapons were particularly low. Without the staff, their share would have been minimal after covering the key expenses. Lin Chen's posture straightened. Money was the backbone of adulthood, and he felt invigorated, his complexion radiant, more revitalized than after consuming the finest supplements. However, they could not leave yet, as only a little over 3 hours had passed since entering the realm. This was due to the realm's considerable size, comparable to that of a village, with an ample number of monsters. Had it been an ordinary secret realm, they would likely have cleared it in less than an hour. The trio could only wait in place. Lin Chen wished to leave first, but feared being pursued by Luo Yuling wielding her sword again. While most would relish the company of 2 beauties, Lin Chen harbored no such thoughts. Having navigated the complexities of society for over a decade before his transmigration, he was acutely aware of the harsh realities. Without wealth or power, one was nothing. As an orphan without influence, he never entertained the notion of weaving any romantic tales with someone of Luo Yuling's stature. The 2 girls were engaged in hushed conversation while Lin Chen contemplated his future plans. Upon exiting, he intended to sell the materials, covering the secret realm ticket costs, with monster hunting and leveling taking precedence. However, out of caution, he would refrain from easily forming teams. He was too weak to reveal his talents completely. The tales of renowned powers ruining prodigies were all too familiar. Presently, he had no desire to serve any major factions. He had not yet had his fill of freedom. Next, he would continue to earn money, build his reputation, and expand his clientele. As a potent support, major factions would cherish him and harbor no thoughts of betrayal. He also needed to strategize his entry into the Zhuke Academy, the core institution of the Jiangnan Practitioner University, where the most exceptional students resided. Gaining admission there would elevate him to a key training target, providing him with a formidable backing. Jiang University, as one of the top 4 universities in the Federation, held a prestigious position, with its president being a 9-turn practitioner, one of the apex figures among practitioners. Even the 10 major guilds dared not provoke Jiang University lightly. Thus, entering Zhuke Academy would ensure Lin Chen's safety. With a clear goal in mind, Lin Chen felt a surge of motivation. As long as he proceeded step by step, he believed he could carve out a respectable existence. Chapter 6. I have a bold idea. Lin Chen remained unaware that the gazes of Luo Yuling and Jiang Mengyi occasionally lingered upon him. Mengyi, Lin Chen is a rare talent. Why not recruit him into your guild? Luo Yuling teased. Jiang Mengyi fell into contemplation upon hearing this. She had personally experienced the power of Lin Chen's totem blessings, which were indeed formidable. As for the issue of his size increase, it was something the girls cared about, but the boys did not mind at all. She understood well how a powerful support could significantly aid the guild's development. This is worth considering. I'll feel him out. Jiang Mengyi nodded, formulating her plan. Lin Chen, are you interested in joining the guild? She inquired. Lin Chen, taken aback, felt speechless. He was an upright individual who believed in honesty. What kind of mercenary was she implying? He turned his gaze to Jiang Mengyi and shook his head. I'm not considering it at the moment. I only wish to enter Zhuke Academy. Jiang Mengyi was not disappointed. As long as the benefits were substantial enough, ideals could be set aside. You can first listen to my terms. I represent the Flame Guild, and I can offer you a first-class contract. First, a credit limit of 100 million for 1 year at your disposal. Second, before your 6th turn, we can provide you with a complete set of rare equipment for each turn. Third, you will have free access to the guild's secret realms, assisting you in completing your job transition tasks. Fourth, you can choose any car within 10 million and receive a complimentary apartment under 200 square meters in any city of your choice. Jiang Mingyi rattled off the conditions with pride and confidence. Lin Chen was genuinely excited upon hearing this. 100 million in a year was an amount he had never encountered in either of his lifetimes. Moreover, luxury cars, lavish apartments, and rare equipment. How could he not be tempted? Goodness, the allure of this world was indeed immense, he thought to himself. He took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. The conditions are generous. I appreciate the kindness, but I prefer my freedom, he replied, declining the offer. There was no such thing as a free lunch. With such lavish terms, signing a contract would likely mean relinquishing a significant part of his life to the Flame Guild. Jiang Mingyi's smile faltered. She had not anticipated that her first attempt at recruiting for the Flame Guild would result in failure. A wave of grievance surged within her, quickly followed by anger. Humph, join or not, it's your choice, she scoffed. Lin Chen was somewhat bewildered. What was the point of being upset over a failed negotiation? Unable to comprehend her thought process, he resolved to keep his distance from her in the future. Luo Yuling cast a surprised glance at Lin Chen. She had not expected him to possess such steadfast resolve. After all, a person who was excited over a mere 10,000 could turn down luxury cars, mansions, and 100 million. What tremendous fortitude that required. The atmosphere grew tense, and Lin Chen continued to ponder his future as 2 hours slowly passed. Luo Yuling anxiously observed her own body and, upon realizing she had finally returned to normal, let out a heavy sigh of relief. Had she remained in her violent lowly state, she surely would have gone mad. The three exited the secret realm and returned to the grand hall, where the two beauties attracted numerous gazes. Lin Chen bid farewell to the two girls, and his first order of business was to head to the exchange center to sell all the materials he had gathered, with 900,000 credited to his account. Lin Chen stared at the 6-digit figure in awe, marveling at the abundance of small sums. He nearly drooled. Although he longed to dive back into the secret realm to hunt monsters and level up, he regrettably realized he could only clear a secret realm once a day, forcing him to suppress his eagerness and return to his studio. To prevent a repeat of Luo Yuling's situation in the future, Lin Chen updated his studio's information on the campus forum. I am a hidden profession Totem Master. Upon reaching the first transition, I can bestow totemic blessings upon individuals. The effects of these blessings last for a remarkable 300 minutes, significantly amplifying various attributes, including but not limited to a 200 boost in all 4 dimensions, a 200 increase in skill damage range, and a 200 enhancement in attributes. A gentle reminder, the blessing may cause a considerable increase in physical size, so female participants should exercise caution. The fee is set at 10,000 credit points per session, and no negotiations will be entertained. Interested parties are welcome to visit the Lin Chen studio. Below is the location. Lin Chen also posted 2 screenshots showcasing the enhancement effects on the 2 ladies, Luo Yuling and Jiang Mingyi. Soon, inquiries began to flood in. Hello, are you there? Yes, I am here. Is it true that the blessing can cause a physical enlargement? There is a chance, but I cannot control this aspect. Oh, what a pity. I had a rather bold idea, the customer responded, disappointment evident in their tone. Lin Chen was at a loss for words. The customer's notion was indeed audacious, likely born from years of insecurity, leading them to seek desperate remedies. His blessings were intended to aid in monster slaying, not for such purposes. Before long, another student inquired, and once again, the topic of physical enlargement arose. Lin Chen was bewildered. Was it really true that Jiang University was home to so many peculiar students? However, there were also sensible students. Upon learning that Lin Chen was in the studio, they promptly expressed their intention to visit. Shortly thereafter, a male student arrived at Lin Chen's studio, donned in heavy armor and wielding a massive shield. He was a shield warrior, towering over 2 meters tall. His physique was as chiseled as stone. Lin Chen immediately recognized him as Li Yu, a legendary figure in the first year of college, renowned for his epic shield warrior status. Welcome, Li Yu. Lin Chen greeted enthusiastically. Li Yu nodded curtly. He was not fond of small talk and got straight to the point. Is the blessing effect you mentioned real? If you are deceiving me, I assure you that your studio will not remain open for long. Lin Chen, undeterred by Li Yu's skepticism and veiled threat, remained calm. It is entirely normal for customers to have doubts about a new establishment. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. You shall see the results immediately upon payment. Li Yu scrutinized Lin Chen's expression. Sensing his unwavering confidence, he produced his smart device to make the payment. As Lin Chen invoked the totemic blessing, the overwhelming aura of the Pangu light and shadow caused Li Yu's countenance to change. Doubts about Lin Chen's abilities evaporated. Once the blessing concluded, he glanced at his status bar, astonished. Strength 200, defense 200, skill duration 200, lasting for 300 minutes. What a formidable enhancement. This will surely secure our success in hellish difficulty, he thought, elated. How does it feel worth the price? Lin Chen inquired with a gentle smile. Indeed. It is worth it. Could you kindly advertise for me? The next time I seek a blessing, I would appreciate a 10 discount, Lin Chen shamelessly requested. Li Yu was at a loss for words. A 10 discount? You dare to suggest that? How about 50? He countered. 90. Lin Chen clutched his chest, feigning agony at the thought of losing 1,000. 60. 90. 70. 90. Li Yu, infuriated, exclaimed, do you even understand the art of bargaining? I can only accept a 90 discount. Any lower, and I shall starve, sleep poorly, and find no joy in anything, Lin Chen declared emphatically. Li Yu, exasperated, had no choice but to concede. You win. Chapter 7. No washing required. Li Yu logged onto the campus forum, posting the screenshot of the blessing's effects on Lin Chen's shop. Worth the price, he added along with a glowing review, prompting Lin Chen to express his gratitude. Li Yu departed hastily, eager to tackle the hellish difficulty dungeon. Li Yu's review quickly garnered attention. The cloud of a prominent figure was unmistakable. Ding, ding, ding. Notification chimes rang incessantly as Lin Chen responded swiftly. Soon, 5 students arrived together, a team evident from their gear. This time, they bypassed inquiries and proceeded directly to payment. Lin Chen began the blessings, first bestowing one upon the shield warrior. The emergence of the Pangu light and shadow convinced most of the students of its authenticity. When the shield warrior shared the screenshot of the blessing's effects within their group chat, chaos ensued. Wow, incredible. With such an enhancement, we can challenge the warrior difficulty. The hidden profession is truly remarkable. 5 hours of effect duration is more than sufficient to conquer the dungeon. Oh my, this is truly worth it. The team members cheered, envisioning the scene of the warrior difficulty dungeon lord lying vanquished before them. With a mere 15 seconds of cooldown for the totem blessing, Lin Chen provided blessings one by one, ensuring they took screenshots and left positive reviews before sending them on their way. Lin Chen beamed as he watched his account swell with an influx of 50,000 credit points. Earning such an amount in under 2 minutes was previously unimaginable. With 5 new customer reviews, more students sought Lin Chen's services, and his studio began to buzz with activity. Increasingly, students were astounded by the blessing effects, and the praise poured in, elevating Lin Chen's reputation to viral status on the campus forum. Lin Chen suddenly found himself in the spotlight, a phenomenon both unexpected and deserved. For his blessing effects were unparalleled, surpassing even those of mythical-level priests. He finally understood the sensation of money accumulating to the point of cramping his hands. His account balance surged rapidly. Even many upperclassmen sought him out, even though the effects of blessings began to diminish for those above the second transition. Nevertheless, they remained eager to partake. After all, even halved effects were still outrageously potent, equivalent to enhancements from rare-level priests at the same tier. Yet Lin Chen's enhancements for third transition professionals could still last over an hour, far surpassing what any priest could offer. A line formed outside his door, and after receiving their blessings, they felt emboldened to challenge higher difficulty dungeons, leveling up more swiftly and reaping greater rewards. What was 10,000 credit points in the grand scheme of things? Lin Chen was so busy he barely had time for dinner, and it wasn't until around 8 p.m. that the students finally dispersed. After 8 p.m., entry into the school's dungeons was prohibited, as the costs to maintain their activation were exorbitant. Lin Chen opened his account, gazing in disbelief at a balance exceeding 5 million. In just one day, he had earned 5 million. At this rate, accumulating 100 million would only take 20 days. Before today, he had been an orphan worried about his next meal. Now, he had become a millionaire, earning hundreds of thousands daily. With an exhilarated heart, he made his way to the dining hall, eager to treat himself. Upon arrival, he indulged himself by ordering 2 chicken legs and 2 bottles of cola. Finding a secluded spot, he began to feast. Just 2 minutes into his meal, a delightful aroma wafted toward him, and he noticed 2 individuals seated across from him. Looking up, he recognized Luo Yuling and Jiang Mingyi. Wow, it's clear you've made some money. 2 bottles of cola? Jiang Mingyi teased. Of course, 1 for drinking and 1 for throwing, Lin Chen replied. Exuding an air of extravagance, Jiang Mingyi casually grabbed one of the bottles. If you're throwing it, I want to be polite. Lin Chen panicked. That's $3. You can't just take it. He reached out to reclaim it, but Jiang Mingyi deftly dodged and quickly took a sip. Ah, this bottle of cola tastes exceptionally good, she exclaimed, savoring it. Thief, give me back my $3. Lin Chen gritted his teeth. Jiang Mingyi rolled her eyes in response. You're so stingy. You earned millions today. What is wrong with drinking 1 bottle of cola? You have plenty more than I do, and you can't even spare $3. It's different. My money comes from my family, while yours is hard-earned. Lin Chen retorted, speechless, having never encountered such shamelessness. Luo Yuling handed Lin Chen a bag. Lin Chen, here is your clothing. I've washed it for you. Honestly, it didn't need washing, Lin Chen lamented. The 2 ladies shot him disdainful looks. Jiang Mingyi promptly moved to the seat beside him. Perverted creep. She spat. How else would I earn money? Lin Chen quipped. If I hadn't washed it, I could have easily sold it on a second-hand platform for 100,000. 100,000. Do you even understand? Lin Chen lamented. Feeling as though he had missed out on a fortune, Luo Yuling's chest heaved with indignation, clearly incensed by Lin Chen's audacity. The idea of profiting from clothes she had worn was utterly preposterous. She regretted not having taken the opportunity to stab Lin Chen with her sword earlier that day. Jiang Mengyi, upon hearing this, cast a glance at her best friend, her eyes glistening with mischief. Just wait until I pluck your eyes out. Luo Yuling scoffed, instantly recognizing her friend's intentions. Jiang Mengyi pouted, realizing that her scheme to make money had been thwarted. Let us go, Luo Yuling called out to Jiang Mengyi, standing up to leave, unwilling to spare another glance at Lin Chen. All right, Jiang Mengyi replied, rising to follow her. Return my cola, Lin Chen shouted after Jiang Mengyi. She turned back, triumphantly shaking the cola in her hand, raising an eyebrow before taking a sip from the open bottle. Lin Chen could only laugh in exasperation. No one could take advantage of him without consequences. Just wait. After dinner, Lin Chen returned to his studio, closed the door, and began with a shower before browsing through the latest news from the Federation. A new six-turn secret realm had emerged in Xiling City. The incident occurring abruptly and causing significant destruction. Preliminary estimates indicated casualties exceeding 30,000. Lu Tianshu, a freshman from the Magic Capital University, a legendary beast master, had shattered the record for clearing the special secret realm, the Sea of Chaos. Monsters from the southern wilderness were once again converging on the Federation's borders, with war imminent, prompting the southern region to enter a state of level 2 combat readiness. As Lin Chen scrolled through the news, his previously buoyant spirits began to wane. This was a tumultuous era where crises could erupt at any moment. Only strength provided a foundation for survival. Though he possessed a certain capacity to earn money, his glaring weakness was evident. His power was far too feeble. Upgrading was his foremost priority. Once his strength increased, he could venture into the wilderness to level up. Lin Chen resolved firmly. Relying solely on secret realms for leveling was too slow. The wilderness teemed with monsters. It was a paradise for upgrading, albeit fraught with peril. At 6 o'clock the next morning, Lin Chen rose, quickly washed up, and made his way to the cafeteria to buy 2 loaves of bread and a corn cob, eating as he headed towards the secret realm hall. Chapter 8. A small trial, breaking the secret realm record. Lin Chen was in a hurry because he needed to clear a secret realm quickly before returning to open his shop. Upon arriving at the secret realm hall, several classmates greeted him. He had become quite the celebrity at school, rivaling even the most renowned figures. Lin Chen responded with a smile. Many of these classmates were his customers, his mobile bank, and he could not afford to jeopardize those relationships. Lin Chen, do you have a team? One classmate inquired eagerly. If not, why not join us? We are just short one support. His face was filled with hope. If he could recruit Lin Chen as a teammate, Lin Chen would surely bestow blessings upon them, and likely wound T-charge for it. The thought of that powerful boost ignited a fervor within him. Some classmates who had been too slow to speak felt like slapping themselves for letting such an excellent opportunity slip away. I appreciate the invitation, but today I mainly intend to observe the monsters, and will return shortly. When I'm ready to level up, you will be the first I seek out. Lin Chen replied earnestly, his acting worthy of an award. All right, remember to come find me, the classmate said, somewhat disappointed but refraining from further comments. Lin Chen stepped into the teleportation portal, retrieved his newly purchased secret realm ticket, selected the cat demon secret realm, and opted for hell difficulty before being transported inside. If other classmates had known that Lin Chen chose the secret realm, they would have thought him mad. After all, this was a realm suitable for students above level 30. While Jiang Yu was only level 12 and a support class to boot, and he had chosen hell difficulty, essentially courting death. Even a party of 30-level epic class adventurers faced high risks in hell difficulty. Yet Jiang Yu made this choice not out of blind arrogance, but from absolute confidence in his abilities. He had thoroughly researched the cat demon's secret realm the night before and had a clear understanding of the monster's strength. Upon entering, Lin Chen's first action was to cast the totemic blessing upon himself. 2 imposing figures materialized before and behind him. In front stood the shadow of Pangu, while behind loomed the shadow of Hongjun. Both totems reached out to him simultaneously, bestowing blessings upon him. A message popped up in his status bar, and upon reading it, Lin Chen could not contain his grin. Strength, 200, Constitution, 200, Intelligence, 200, Spirit, 200, Skill damage, 200, Skill range, 200, Duration, 300 minutes. At that moment, his combat power surged to a staggering 15,000, a torrent of strength surging within him, making him feel invincible. He then activated the Flame of Zhu Rong skill, once again sensing the omnipresent fire elements, like obedient minions awaiting commands from their Lord of Fire. Now, Lin Chen could summon fire elements to conjure various fire-based skills, resembling an all-encompassing fire mage. Furthermore, this state could be sustained for 30 minutes, with the skill's cooldown precisely matching that duration. This meant that as long as his mental energy was sufficient, he could maintain this state indefinitely. His gaze shifted to the 5 cat demons charging toward him, each a level 35 elite monster with combat power around 2,800. With a mere thought, He gathered fire elements into massive fireballs the size of water tanks and hurled them at the cat demons, nearly 100 in total. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions were as fierce as rocket bombardments, flames swirling and creating deep craters in the ground. A truly breathtaking spectacle. As for the cat demons, they were utterly obliterated, leaving no materials behind. Even in a hell difficulty realm, the drop rates were notoriously low. Lin Chen delved deeper into the secret realm. Waves of cat demons appeared, yet none could impede his advance. A torrential rain of fire rained down, piercing the bodies of the cat demons, sending them crashing to the ground. A colossal fire dragon roared forth, and the cat demons were smashed apart as if struck by a 100-ton vehicle traveling at top speed. Elite monsters and rare creatures alike met the same fate, rendered no more formidable than mere kittens before Lin Chen. In just half an hour, Lin Chen arrived at the heart of the secret realm, where he faced the realm's lord. Cat Demon Lord, Epic. Level, 38. Skills, Tear, Shadow Flow, 100 Blade Slash. Combat Power, 30, for 100. The Lord's strength was considerable, yet Lin Chen remained unfazed. He glanced at his panel, a confident smile spreading across his face. Lin Chen. Profession, Totem Master. Level, 20. Skills, Totemic Blessing. Randomly draws upon the power of a totem to bless a target. Zhurong's power, upon activation, commands the flame power of the ancestral deity Zhurong. Purple Sky Divine Thunder. Summons the Purple Sky Divine Thunder to strike a target. Combat Power, 30. 000 in Totemic Blessing state. Even though his combat power was numerically inferior, Lin Chen was brimming with confidence in his skills. The Cat Demon Lord's abilities paled in comparison to his own. Upon noticing Lin Chen, the Cat Demon Lord's back arched, its fur bristling as it assumed an aggressive stance, letting out a growl that warned Lin Chen to flee. When it saw Lin Chen approaching, it lunged forward, transforming into a shadowy blur, charging with incredible speed. Lin Chen, however, needed no aim. He unleashed a barrage of area attacks. Above the Cat Demon Lord's head, a crimson glow manifested, and an overwhelming number of fireballs appeared, plummeting at breakneck speed. Meow! The Cat Demon Lord roared again, sensing a profound threat. It attempted to evade, but the fireballs saturated a 30-meter radius. Escape was impossible. It could only swipe its claws, unleashing golden blades to intercept the fireballs. Boom, boom, boom. A fireball erupted, flames swirling violently, sending the Cat Demon Lord soaring through the air, its once lustrous fur charred in an instant. Enraged, it rose defiantly against the flames and charged towards Lin Chen, intent on tearing him apart. Getting close to me is no simple feat, Lin Chen chuckled softly. Under his command, a fire dragon, stretching 30 meters in length, materialized, coiling around the Cat Demon Lord and ensnaring it. Seeing this, the Cat Demon Lord unleashed its ultimate skill, its claws becoming phantoms as it swiftly conjured 100 golden blades, creating a tempest of sword-like winds that swept over the fire dragon. Yet this momentary delay allowed Lin Chen to cast the Purple Sky Divine Thunder skill. Suddenly, the skies darkened ominously as a heavy thundercloud formed rapidly, teeming with lightning. A terrifying sight to behold. The lightning cleaved through the darkness, striking down in thick, barrel-like bolts upon the Cat Demon Lord. With a wretched scream, the Cat Demon Lord trembled uncontrollably, stripped of all resistance, consumed by the thunder and the fire dragon, ultimately meeting its demise. Congratulations to the challenger for breaking the hellish difficulty record of the Cat Demon realm. Would you like to make an announcement? A grand voice resonated throughout the realm. Chapter 9. You actually want to kill me? No. Lin Chen shouted towards the heavens, eager to remain inconspicuous and develop quietly. Esteemed challenger, your record will be recorded anonymously, came the response. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction, though a look of disdain crossed his face as he glanced at the materials dropped by the Cat Demon Lord. No epic equipment, and not even epic materials? The drop rate is truly maddening, he muttered, yet his hands moved swiftly to collect 3 rare materials, transferring them to his spatial backpack. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat, not to mention that a single rare material is worth over 2,000. After tallying his gains and deducting the 3,000 entry fee, he realized he had made a tidy profit of nearly 50,000. His spirits lifted. Money was the source of his joy, and with his earnings, he felt a wave of lightness wash over him, his mood greatly enhanced. Upon returning to the main hall of the secret realm, he found an increasing number of classmates, many of whom recognized him. Lin Chen, did you just clear the secret realm, and all alone? A girl inquired, astonished. Her question drew many curious glances. How could a support class clear the realm solo? I just went in for a little experience, was chased by the outer monsters, tripped, and when I got tired, I came out, Lin Chen replied with a smile. His classmates were somewhat speechless, realizing he had indeed gone in for fun. After bidding farewell to his classmates, Lin Chen prepared to leave, eager to return to his shop. Just then, an astonished shout caught everyone's attention. Wow! The record for clearing the Cat Demon realm on hellish difficulty has been shattered. As his classmates processed the meaning of this statement, their gazes shifted to the leaderboard on the hall's wall. To their astonishment, The clearing information for the Cat Demon Realm had been updated. Cat Demon Realm, hellish difficulty, clearing record 31 minutes and 28 seconds, challenger. Their eyes widened. Disbelief etched on their faces as they rubbed their eyes. Wait, if I remember correctly, the previous record was over an hour. Indeed, to be precise. It was 1 hour and 13 minutes. Who could possibly have reduced the record by half? And why remain anonymous? The previous record holder was Jiang Yan, a sophomore renowned as a mythical level assassin. What class could possibly reduce the record by such a margin? The students on site erupted into fervent discussions, speculating about the identity of this extraordinary challenger. The news quickly spread throughout the university, with students discussing it everywhere they went, wondering who had accomplished such a feat meanwhile. The modest Lin Chen had returned to the entrance of his workshop. His designated opening time was 7 p.m., and a long line had already formed outside, as students awaited his blessings before venturing into the secret realm. Classmates, so early, Lin Chen greeted. Lin Chen, we can't afford to be late. Who knows how long the wait would be otherwise? I didn't get to enter yesterday, so I skipped breakfast to be here today, they clamored. Quickly open the shop. We're all waiting to eat. Without delay, Lin Chen opened the shop, and his classmates entered in an orderly fashion as he began to bestow blessings upon them. Finally, while blessing one male student, he triggered another bodily mutation. Originally around 1.7 meters tall, the student skyrocketed to just over 2 meters after receiving the blessing. Fortunately, the leather armor he wore was sufficiently flexible, or it would have been quite the sight. Wow, it really causes body enlargement, he exclaimed joyfully, instinctively glancing down, leaving Lin Chen perplexed. What's so exciting about just getting bigger? The surrounding students found the situation novel and eagerly whipped out their devices to capture the moment. The student quickly sought out his team leader, exclaiming he needed to take a leave of absence. Lin Bei, is everyone ready? You only now want to take leave? The leader responded, visibly displeased. Without you, the mage, our team lacks control and heavy firepower. How can we proceed? The other teammates echoed their discontent, voicing their opinions. Panic-stricken, Lin Bei hastily pulled the leader aside to whisper. The leader's expression turned peculiar as he helplessly waved his hand, signaling him to hurry. Lin Bei dashed away, pulling out his device to contact someone. The other teammates were baffled. Why had the leader approved the leave so readily? Leader, how did you know? I share a dorm with him. Before he had a girlfriend, his shower time was usually around 5 minutes, but every few days. It would take an extra couple of minutes. The leader shrugged, chuckling lightly. I suppose you could say I've observed closely. Leader, you truly are a talent. Lin Chen remained busy until evening, even ordering takeout for lunch, quickly snatching a few bites during his skill cooldowns. Glancing at his account, which had swelled by over 8 million, he couldn't help but grin foolishly, just as he was preparing to close the shop for dinner. A classmate with a sly smile entered, hands behind his back, sauntering in. Classmate, I've already finished for the day. If you seek blessings, please return tomorrow, Lin Chen stated. The classmate plopped down on a chair, showing no intention of leaving. Lin Chen, I'm not here for blessings. I'm here to discuss a partnership, he said slowly. Confused, Lin Chen inquired about the nature of this partnership. Quite simple. I wish to invest in your studio. I'll cover the rent, and you'll provide the labor. Then we split the shop's profits 50-50. The classmate articulated his idea with unwavering confidence, as if he had Lin Chen cornered. Lin Chen's expression gradually turned icy. You actually want to kill me? He said, narrowing his eyes coldly. For Lin Chen, money was his lifeblood. Now that someone sought to take it from him, it felt akin to seeking his life. The classmate was taken aback, unsure when he had ever mentioned anything about killing, thinking they were merely discussing finances. Now he doubted Lin Chen's sanity. Yet regardless of Lin Chen's mental state, he was determined to fleece this unsuspecting lamb. After all, why should an orphan earn such substantial wealth? You may not be familiar with me. My name is Zhao Sheng, the son of the president of the War God Guild. The collaboration I wish to discuss has yet to come to fruition, for in this world, the disappearance of an individual stirs not a ripple. He spoke with an air of indifference, the veiled threat in his words unmistakable. Chapter 10, The Four Major Societies. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, a surge of irritation and anger swelling within him. The War God Guild stands as one of the 10 most illustrious guilds in the Federation, renowned and formidable, known to every citizen, Lin Chen included. Such a colossal entity can effortlessly crush an ordinary person with but a flick of its finger. If Zhao Sheng, the pampered heir of the War God Guild, were to target him, his life would undoubtedly become unbearable. Thus, Lin Chen's agitation grew. As an orphan without support, he merely wished to earn a steady living and lead a tranquil life. He had no desire to provoke or offend anyone. Yet, despite his desire for peace, there were those unwilling to leave him be, intent on shattering his serene existence. Consequently, he felt increasingly vexed and enraged. However, he had no intention of capitulating. His money was his lifeblood, and only those who have tasted the bitterness of poverty comprehend that destitution is far more terrifying than death. You are not welcome here. Begone. Lin Chen brusquely dismissed him. With the chasm of conflict between them insurmountable, enmity had become inevitable. There was no need to feign civility with an adversary. Zhao Sheng's expression turned frigid upon hearing this. He had thoroughly investigated Lin Chen's background and knew he was merely an orphan without ties. Were it not for an incredible stroke of luck that had granted him a hidden class, he would not even have been worthy of Zhao Sheng's attention. Now, having lowered himself to seek collaboration, and having taken on the rent of the establishment, he found Lin Chen's ingratitude intolerable. "Lin Chen, I shall grant you one more opportunity to rephrase your words," he intoned, his voice chilling and devoid of patience. "Leave," Lin Chen retorted, challenging him. Fully aware that he possessed a temper, Zhao Sheng rose, closing the distance between them, his eyes glinting like those of a venomous serpent as he bore down on Lin Chen. Unfazed, Lin Chen met his gaze. He had nothing to lose. And if a confrontation was what Zhao Sheng desired, then so be it. "Do not think that I am powerless at school. Next time, you will be the one seeking my cooperation and working for me without pay." Zhao Sheng sneered, delivering one last biting remark before turning on his heel and departing. Lin Chen watched his retreating figure, wishing he could deliver a kick, yet he understood the folly of acting on impulse. The school forbade students from engaging in private battles. Had it not been for this rule, Zhao Sheng would likely have already laid hands on him. Lin Chen recognized that this matter could not end amicably. His pleasant mood had been thoroughly shattered, further fueling his anger. He took several deep breaths, forcing himself to regain composure. Anger served no purpose. Alone, he could not contend with such an affluent heir. He was too weak and needed to find a patron. Joining the Zhuke Academy necessitated a third-tier advancement, which was unattainable in the short term. Therefore, he had to seek another avenue of support. Lost in thought, he pondered how to secure a benefactor. However, the first step was to gain a better understanding of Zhao Sheng. As the ancient saying goes, "Know thy enemy and know thyself, and you will never be defeated." He took out his smart device and began to search for information on Zhao Sheng of the War God Guild. Numerous links popping up as he began to peruse them one by one. Zhao Sheng, the second son of Zhao Wutian, the president of the War God Guild, was an epic-level shield warrior, approximately level 27, enrolled in the first year of the Shield Warrior Academy at Jiangnan Vocational University, and was the vice president of the War God Pavilion. Lin Chen continued his search on the War God Pavilion. The data revealed that it was one of the 4 most powerful societies at Jiang University, attracting many of the institution's elite as reserves for the War God Guild. Currently, the pavilion's leader was Zhao Sheng's elder brother, Zhao Chong, a hidden-class dragon master at the 5th tier, possessing a mythical-level beast, the Azure Dragon, rendering him one of the most formidable students at Jiang University. The more Lin Chen delved into his research, the more grave his expression became. No wonder Zhao Sheng claimed he could handle him even at school. As the vice president of the War God Pavilion, a mere whisper from him could summon numerous members to trouble Lin Chen. Most of these members were 3rd and 4th year students, possessing formidable strength. Lin Chen was no match for them. Next, Lin Chen searched for information on Jiang University's societies, with the Student Council appearing first. As the largest society responsible for managing student affairs, it was undoubtedly the most powerful. However, Lin Chen knew that joining the Student Council would not guarantee his safety, for Zhao Chong was the vice president and a leading candidate for the presidency. Aligning himself with the Student Council would be akin to walking into a tiger's den. He could not trust the notion that the council would be fair and just. Lin Chen clicked on a post detailing the societies at Jiang University and began to read. At Jiang University, aside from the Student Council, the 3 most powerful societies were recognized as the Tianjiao Pavilion, the War God Pavilion, and the Sacred Law Pavilion. These 3 societies held similar overall strength. The Tianjiao Pavilion had the fewest members but the highest caliber, only allowing epic and mythical class professionals to join, making it the top choice for students of the Zhuke Academy. The War God Pavilion served as the talent reservoir for the War God Guild, attracting many outstanding students wishing to join the guild, boasting of vast influence. The Sacred Law Pavilion was the talent base for the Sacred Law Alliance at Jiang University, being the first choice for exceptional mages, equally formidable. Upon careful consideration, Lin Chen realized he had only one option: to join the Tianjiao Pavilion. The Sacred Law Pavilion prioritized mages, and as a Totem Master, he was ill-suited. Although he believed that if he revealed his full potential, the Sacred Law Pavilion would undoubtedly seek to nurture him. Such a notion contradicted his desire for a more subdued and gradual development. He reviewed the information on the Tianjiao Pavilion, discovering that its current leader was Ji Xianyao, a 4th-year student and hidden-class mind master at the 5th tier, renowned as one of the most powerful students at Jiang University and also the top beauty among the university's 10 goddesses, idolized by many male students. Lin Chen glimpsed a photo of Ji Xianyao, her ethereal aura leaving a profound impression. Even amidst his current irritation, he found himself captivated, unintentionally scanning her image longer than necessary. Then, he spotted 2 familiar names among the members of the Tianjiao Pavilion, Luo Yuling and Jiang Mei. To his astonishment, they were also there, and it was the perfect opportunity to inquire about how they had joined the Tianjiao Pavilion. Lin Chen exclaimed in surprise, hastily picking up his smart device to message Luo Yuling, as they had exchanged contact information after their recent adventure in the Flame Secret Realm. Unsure if she would respond, he decided to give it a try. "A classic opener, are you there?" Fortunately, she replied swiftly, "Not here. Lin Chen chuckled. Luo Yuling truly had a playful side. Luo Yuling, may I ask how you joined the Tianjiao Pavilion? Mythical professionals receive invitations. What about Jiang Mingyi? She has connections and took the back door. Lin Chen was at a loss for words. Those insufferable connections. Could you possibly help me get in? He inquired with a grin. Who are you? Luo Yuling. Don't be like that. We battled through the secret realm together. We were teammates. Just consider it a favor for a friend. And I will treat you to a late-night snack at the cafeteria. See you. Lin Chen, feeling helpless, realized that the aloof beauty was not easily swayed and decided to pull out his trump card. He placed his left hand over his heart and typed with his right, each word seeming to strike at his very core. In the future, I shall grant you blessings at a 10 discount. Upon hitting send, Lin Chen felt a pang of pain as if he could hardly breathe. Each blessing cost him $1,000. 1,000 a day, 10,000 in 10 days, 365,000 in a year, and over 36 million in a century. The mere thought of it made his heart ache. Chapter 11. The War God Pavilion stirs trouble. Luo Yuling quickly responded, 10. Lin Chen nearly fainted upon reading those two words. A mere 10 felt like a death sentence. Luo Yuling, a 10 discount is already exceedingly generous. You could save over 30 million in a century. Lin Chen replied, are you alright? Luo Yuling responded, likely equating Lin Chen with a fool at this point. Then she sent another message, 50, but you must bring Mingyi along. If you don't agree, there will be no discussion. Lin Chen sat slumped in his chair, grappling with the staggering realization. A 50% discount, yet applicable to two individuals, resulted in a loss of 10,000 each time. Over a year, that amounted to a staggering 360,000. Over a century, 3 billion. He felt as though the world had lost its luster. After a lengthy pause, he managed to regain his composure, resigning himself to the notion that perhaps this misfortune was merely a means of averting greater calamity. With a steely resolve, Lin Chen summoned all his strength and clicked send. As the message successfully dispatched, he felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him, his eyes growing hollow, though his body remained. His spirit felt as though it had perished. I can offer you an internal recommendation, but to join the Celestial Pavilion, you must still pass an assessment. Are you prepared? Luo Yuling responded promptly, and Lin Chen's gaze finally regained focus. Upon learning that an evaluation was required, he felt a surge of frustration. How could it be that even with a 50% discount, he could not simply join? Was this not a ruse for monetary gain? Luo, can't one simply be granted access directly? Like how Jiang was able to walk in through the back door. The only backdoor slot has already been utilized by her. You're on your own, regardless of whether you receive the 50% discount. That cannot be altered. Should you dare to retract your consent, I will see to it that you face the consequences, she replied, her words cold and unyielding on the screen. Lin Chen nearly spat blood in disbelief. He had suffered a significant loss. He vowed to reclaim his fortunes from Luo Yuling in the future, for otherwise, sleep would elude him. After concluding his conversation with Luo Yuling, Lin Chen proceeded to the dining hall for dinner. Nothing could deter him from his meal. Following dinner, he returned to his shop, continuing his research on Zhaosheng. Just as he was preparing for a shower in bed, Luo Yuling messaged him to say that the assessment would be arranged for the following day, advising him to retain his qualification for entering the secret realm. Lin Chen acknowledged her message, attempting to glean any hints about the evaluation to prepare himself adequately. However, Luo Yuling confessed that she too was unaware of the assessment specifics and promptly ended the conversation. He reassured himself that a slight display of his abilities should suffice to pass the evaluation. He was confident in his strength. The next day, Lin Chen awoke at 6 o'clock, washed up, and stepped into the office. The sounds of commotion filtered through the roller shutter door, and he mused that his classmates were indeed early risers. Upon lifting the shutter, he was greeted by a throng of students not lining up, but rather encircling the entrance to his shop. Puzzled, he thought it unusual for students from Jiang University to behave in such an undignified manner. As the door opened, their gazes fell upon Lin Chen, filled with scrutiny, disdain, ridicule, and contempt. A sense of foreboding crept into his heart. Classmates, I am now open for business. Those wishing to offer blessings may queue up, he called out. Yet, the students showed no intention of forming a line or entering the shop. Apologies, but we are not here to offer blessings. We simply wish to loiter. This place is quite nice. I never noticed it before. I plan to sit here until 8 tonight. I might even come every day, they replied, their tones dripping with sarcasm. Lin Chen was unequivocally certain that they were here to cause trouble. He glanced outside and recognized several familiar faces, those who had come yesterday to offer blessings. However, those students hesitated to approach, revealing that the group blocking his entrance was no ordinary crowd. Lin Chen surmised that they were likely members of the War God Pavilion, and that Zhaosheng had indeed taken action. Anger surged within him. Obstructing his means of income was akin to declaring a death match against him. If you are not here to offer blessings, do not obstruct the way. Haven't you heard that good dogs do not block the path? Lin Chen rebuked coldly. His words darkened the expressions of those at the entrance. How dare a mere first-year student raise his voice against them? A towering figure, exceeding 2 meters in height, stepped forward, looking down upon Lin Chen with unabashed contempt. Kid, If it weren't for school regulations, your mouth would already be torn apart, he growled. Lin Chen clenched his fists, itching to deliver a blow to this insufferable individual. Yet, he understood that resorting to violence would only lead to his own detriment. Playing right into the hands of these ruffians. Why choose to be lackeys instead of standing tall? Do you take pride in that? Lin Chen retorted, scanning the encircling students with derision. Their expressions shifted to visible outrage, as Lin Chen had struck a nerve. Lin Chen, repeat that if you dare. Are you courting death? Do you really think we wouldn't act against you? Hurting you would merely result in a reprimand. Do you think we cannot bear the consequences? They converged around him, the atmosphere thick with impending conflict. Lin Chen met their hostility with unwavering calm, his gaze cold as he etched their faces into his memory. When his strength increased, he would settle the score with each one of them. The onlookers felt a sense of dread. Lin Chen was crucial to their plans for tackling higher difficulty secret realms. Should anything happen to him, their leveling strategy would be severely compromised. However, they dared not provoke the members of the War God Pavilion. University was but a microcosm of society, and they had learned to navigate fortune and misfortune wisely. Some had already reported the incident to the student council, for that was all they could do. At that critical juncture, two striking figures approached. Wow, it's quite lively. Lin Chen, your business seems to be thriving. A melodious voice rang out, capturing everyone's attention. Recognizing the voice, Lin Chen turned to see Jiang Mengyi arriving alongside Luo Yuling. He sighed inwardly. They were not here to patronize his business, but rather to obstruct his livelihood. In broad daylight, how dare they act in such a manner? Is there no law? Jiang Mengyi feigned astonishment. Perhaps in their eyes, they are the law, Lin Chen replied with a mocking tone. Luo Yuling frowned slightly. The atmosphere at Jiang University had deeply disappointed her. If you wish to offer blessings, please queue up. If not, do not impede others from doing so, she commanded without an ounce of regard for their feelings. The members of the War God Pavilion simmered with rage, yet dared not retaliate due to Luo Yuling's status. The tall figure stepped forward, confronting Luo Yuling and Jiang Mengyi. This is a public area, we can do as we please. And it is not for the likes of the Celestial Pavilion to dictate terms. Can you speak on behalf of the War God Pavilion? Tell Zhao Sheng to speak to me directly. If he dares, I might even consider him worthy of respect. Luo Yuling regarded him with disdain, her words dripping with scorn for Zhao Sheng's worth. Leave at once, or I shall report this matter to the principal. Prepare to pack your bags, she reiterated coldly. Chapter 12. Then are you not merely a burden? Luo Yuling's words landed like a resounding slap across their faces, yet they hesitated to retaliate. While others might doubt their ability to contact the principal, Luo Yuling undoubtedly had the credentials. She was the heiress of the illustrious Luo family, her status unparalleled. As fellow students cast scornful glances in their direction, the expressions of the War God Pavilion members turned ashen. Lin Chen felt a surge of satisfaction, silently commending Luo Yuling. Miss Luo, you may protect him for a time, but not for eternity. We have plenty of time and personnel. Let us go. The towering youth, stung by pride, delivered a parting threat before leading his group away. Lin Chen understood that this incident was far from over. The only way to resolve it thoroughly was through his own strength. Luo Yuling was not his bodyguard. She could not shield him indefinitely. Wearing a forced smile, he rushed to greet the two women. No wonder the magpies are chirping joyfully today. The esteemed presence of two beautiful school flowers has graced us. My apologies for not welcoming you properly, he exclaimed, drawing exasperated eye rolls from both. Lin Chen, if you were in ancient times, you would surely be a chief minister of the inner court, Jiang Mengyi teased. Indeed, I aspire to climb to the pinnacle, to become the Zhao Gao of my time. Lin Chen replied with a playful jest, though the sincerity of his ambition lay solely with him. Enough nonsense. We are here to escort you to the assessment. Follow us. Luo Yuling stated, her time being of utmost importance. Very well, let us proceed. Lin Chen readily agreed, prioritizing the opportunity to align himself with the esteemed Tianjiao Pavilion. He cast a glance at the classmates awaiting blessings, a pang of sorrow flickering in his eyes, not for them, but for the fortune he was about to forfeit. With each person contributing 10,000, the sum amounted to a staggering fortune. Suppressing his anguish, he addressed his peers, esteemed classmates. I must attend to pressing matters for a while. I apologize for the inconvenience. He clasped his hands in a polite gesture before departing with the two young women. The two campus beauties remained oblivious to the nature of the assessment. Lin Chen humbly sought their guidance. Why should I divulge that to you? Jiang Mengyi retorted sharply, as if she were instinctively at odds with Lin Chen. He could do no right in her eyes. Perhaps it was the natural discord between those who covet wealth. Undeterred, Lin Chen turned his attention to Luo Yuling. With a slight smile, she teased, if you wish to know, I will share the information in exchange for 10 free blessings. In Lin Chen's perception, she morphed into a devilish figure, her intentions clearly aimed at extracting his money, truly diabolical. Never mind, I shall soon uncover the truth myself. Lin Chen resolutely declared, unwilling to engage in any monetary dealings. Jiang Mengyi's disdain deepened. Humph. A miser. The trio made their way to the Mystic Hall. Arriving at the ticket counter, Lin Chen, with an air of self-awareness, purchased his ticket. Noticing Luo Yuling and Jiang Mengyi standing still, he inquired, Aren't you two buying tickets? Jiang Mingyi raised an eyebrow. How audacious. We are accompanying you for the assessment, and you expect us to pay for tickets? I hereby declare you unqualified. Let us return at once. With that, Luo Yuling tugged at Jiang Mingyi, intent on leaving. Alarmed, Lin Chen urgently called out to them, pleading for them to stay. Reluctantly, he purchased 2 additional tickets, his hands trembling as he paid 6,000 coins. It felt like a dagger to his heart. Reluctantly, he handed the tickets to the 2 women. Jiang Mingyi reached out to take them, but when she pulled, they didn't budge. Let go, she commanded. Only then did Lin Chen, begrudgingly, release his grip. 6,000 coins had departed from him forever, leaving his spirit feeling as if it had also been stripped away, rendering him a mere shell of himself. Jiang Mingyi, triumphant as if she had won a battle, and Luo Yuling, rare to show a smile, found joy in witnessing Lin Chen's plight. The trio stepped into the teleportation vortex and selected a realm known as the Tower of Pinnacles. This particular realm was unique, taking the form of a tower with a total of 45 levels. The monsters within adapted to the challenger's level. For instance, a level 20 adventurer would encounter level 20 monsters. This distinctive feature rendered the tower a significant metric for assessing a profession's capabilities. Those who ascended to greater heights demonstrated superior skills. If entered as a team, the monster levels would align with the highest ranked member, and their numbers would correspondingly double. Upon entry, they beheld a confined space of merely 100 meters in diameter, easily surveyed at a glance. 3 level 32 skeletons, akin to sharks sensing blood, charged toward Lin Chen and his companions. These were ordinary monsters, lacking in strength. Lin Chen, as your role is that of a support class, the assessment will primarily evaluate your supportive abilities. I previously traversed to the 41st level with Mingyi, and to pass, you must assist us in reaching the 42nd level. Luo Yuling explained the requirements. Lin Chen nodded in acknowledgement, confident that his supportive skills would suffice. Sensing his self-assured demeanor, Jiang Mingyi decided to dampen his spirits. A friendly reminder, beyond the 41st level, there are mythical level monsters present. As we challenge the 41st level, expect 1 mythical monster accompanied by 2 epic ones. The 42nd level will feature 2 mythical monsters and 1 epic monster, she stated with a smile. Wait, doesn't that make you a liability? Lin Chen blurted out. Jiang Mingyi's smile froze, her expression turning as frigid as ice. Fine, if that is how you see it. I shall embrace my role as a burden. I'll stand aside and watch the show. Lin Chen grimaced, wishing he could slap himself for his thoughtless words. Jiang, my dear. He sheepishly leaned closer to Jiang Mingyi. Get lost, she retorted. Very well. Wishing you prosperity. Lin Chen imitated an ancient courtier's bow toward Jiang Mingyi. A laugh escaped Luo Yuling, breaking the tension. Although Jiang Mingyi tried to suppress her laughter, the sound from Luo Yuling proved irresistible, and she too succumbed to amusement. Yet, feeling it was undignified, she turned away, attempting to conceal her mirth, though her quivering form betrayed her. As for the approaching skeletons, they were swiftly dealt with by Luo Yuling. The teleportation array to the next level materialized, yet the trio did not rush to ascend. Lin Chen prepared to invoke his totem blessing skill, ready to enhance the 2 women. Uncharacteristically, Luo Yuling felt a surge of anxiety. The last time had seen her transformed into a violent fairy, a memory that lingered. But this was a test of Lin Chen's supportive abilities. He could not simply stand idle. Thankfully, no physical changes manifested, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. The blessings bestowed upon Jiang Mingyi brought no surprises, significantly enhancing their strength. With that, they stepped into the teleportation array, arriving at the 2nd level. Here, they faced 5 level 32 ordinary skeletons, which posed little challenge to the now empowered Luo Yuling and Jiang Mingyi. Jiang Mingyi was not merely spectating. While she enjoyed the playful banter, she understood the gravity of Lin Chen's prospects. Entering Tianzhao Pavilion was crucial for him, the only means he had to contend with the War God Pavilion. Chapter 13, 10 Epic Monsters. As they reached the 3rd level, they encountered 2 additional skeletons. However, they fell just as swiftly. The trio advanced with remarkable speed to the 11th level, where 3 level 32 elite zombies awaited them. These elite monsters posed no significant threat, quickly dispatched by the 2 women. Following the pattern of the preceding 10 levels, each ascent resulted in 2 more zombies being added. They continued their climb, rapidly reaching the 21st level. Here, they faced 3 rare-level wraiths, with the tower's monsters growing increasingly ominous: skeletons, zombies, and wraiths. Yet, as seasoned adventurers, their nerves had been honed to withstand any fright. Every monster appeared the same to them, swiftly falling before their blades. Lin Chen remained in a supporting role, as his blessing lasted a full 5 hours, with no need for further intervention. Observing his leisurely demeanor, Jiang Mingyi felt a surge of resentment, lamenting the heavens for bestowing such a lucrative and relaxed profession upon Lin Chen, a mere merchant. What vexed her most was the realization that she could not share in his fortune. Raising her staff, she unleashed a torrent of flames upon the wraiths, venting her frustrations on the monsters. Blame me, perhaps? I am utterly innocent. The rare-level wraiths could not significantly hinder their progress, and soon they found themselves at the 31st level. Here, The difficulty escalated, as most students from Jiang University struggled to advance further. From this point onward, epic-level monsters took their stand. 3 hellhounds, engulfed in black flames, materialized before Lin Chen and his companions. One, notably larger, was a level 33 epic monster, while the other 2 were rare level. Luo Yuling had leveled up in the previous area, thus the monsters here adjusted to level 33. Lin Chen, now level 22, would gain ample experience from the rare monsters. Let us go, Luo Yuling called out, transforming into a beam of light as she charged toward the trio of hellhounds. With a graceful flick of her long sword, the blade unleashed a torrent of sword energy that transformed into slender silver dragons, cascading towards the 3-headed hellhounds with an air of elegance. In the midst of battle, Luo Yuling exuded an extraordinary charm, prompting Lin Chen to steal a few more glances. Jiang Mengyi, on the other hand, excelled in her role as both a master tactician and a heavy artillery force. As her staff rose, a brilliant azure light illuminated the surroundings, summoning frigid winds that swept across the ground, freezing everything in their path. Subsequently, her staff erupted in a fiery crimson glow, conjuring a magical circle beneath the hellhounds, from which surging flames erupted, sending them flying. The hellhounds emitted mournful howls, not due to a lack of strength, but because the 2 women, blessed by divine favor, were overwhelmingly powerful. The trio of hellhounds quickly succumbed, expending little of their energy. However, the lack of loot from these creatures left Lin Chen feeling resentful. After all, he had spent 9,000 coins on his ticket. Yet, hearing from Luo Yuling that they would receive rewards based on their performance upon exiting the secret realm provided him with some consolation. On the 32nd level, they encountered 2 epic-level hellhounds and 1 rare level, doubling the difficulty. Nevertheless, they swiftly advanced, even as another epic-level hellhound was added with each ascending level, culminating in 10 epic-level hellhounds on the 40th floor. Such a formidable lineup would instill despair even in a full party of epic professionals. Jiang Mengyi's expression grew grave. Without Lin Chen's blessings, she could only manage 2 at most, despite her well-equipped status and a plethora of potent potions. Luo Yuling's demeanor also turned serious. Recalling the troubles she and Jiang Mengyi had faced previously, when there were only 6 hellhounds, now they faced 10. As epic-level monsters, the hellhounds possessed formidable skills, rapid speed, and extensive range, rendering complete evasion impossible. The swordsman's defense was far from exceptional, making him susceptible to injury. Adding to the challenge, Jiang Mengyi, the fragile mage, and Lin Chen, the delicate support, required her protection, placing them in an even more precarious situation. The 10 hellhounds wasted no time in charging towards them, displaying remarkable intelligence by not rushing in en masse, but rather spreading out to execute a pincer movement. Retreating to the wall, Luo Yuling calmly orchestrated their defense, significantly alleviating the pressure from behind and ensuring the safety of the 2 fragile allies. The trio swiftly backed against the wall as Luo Yuling unleashed her 100-sword technique, sending 100 streams of sword energy in 10 directions towards the hellhounds. The sheer control over her skills was awe-inspiring. Her strength was not solely in her profession, but also in her unparalleled mastery of technique. Jiang Mengyi prepared her own skill as a magical array appeared, rapidly gathering wood elements that coalesced into thick branches to ensnare the hellhounds. Their combined efforts afforded the trio precious time to regroup against the wall. The 10 hellhounds formed a fan-shaped formation, flames roiling around them as they unleashed a torrent of fiery energy. Ice shield. Jiang Mengyi planted her staff into the ground, conjuring a layer of ice to protect them. The onslaught of flames crashed violently against the ice shield, causing cracks to appear, threatening to shatter under the assault. Ultimately, as an epic professional, Jiang Mengyi found herself at a disadvantage against these equally leveled epic monsters. Without Lin Chen's blessings, they would struggle to withstand the onslaught. Luo Yuling stood resolute, her sword held before her, surrounded by 9 streams of sword energy. With a swift strike, she launched the energy towards one of the hellhounds. In such dire circumstances, slaying one was far more advantageous than attempting to defeat all 10. The 9 streams of sword energy flashed past, leaving 9 deep, bone-deep gashes on the hellhound, sending it hurtling away. Meanwhile, the remaining 9 hellhounds closed in, their jaws agape, revealing gleaming fangs. If I get bitten, will I need a vaccine? Lin Chen gasped, feeling a chill run down his spine. Luo Yuling maintained her icy demeanor as she unleashed a flurry of sword light, forcing the nearest hellhound back. Even without resorting to skills, she was a master swordsman, having undergone rigorous training from an early age under the guidance of the finest instructors, coupled with her exceptional talent, which shaped her into a swordsmanship prodigy at such a young age. With deft footwork, she executed various sword techniques, consistently interrupting the hellhound's attacks. Jiang Mengyi prepared her skill once more, a magical array forming as surging flames erupted, sending the hellhounds flying. Seizing the moment, Luo Yuling wielded her sword like a cleaver, striking with great force. River Severance. A colossal stream of sword energy, imbued with the might of a broken river, crashed into the forehead of one hellhound, cleaving its head in two, leaving it lifeless. Chapter 14. Do you think we look like fools? However, the remaining 8 hellhounds adjusted their strategy, opting against close combat, and instead launching a coordinated assault. Their mouths opened wide, gathering dense fire energy, forming a dark fireball. Though small, the intense heat distorted the air, indicating the extraordinary nature of this skill. Luo Yuling and Jiang Mengyi's expressions turned somber. They were inevitably going to sustain injuries this time. Lin Chen sighed inwardly. While the two women were not incapable of overcoming the challenge, he was acutely aware of his own abilities and felt helpless watching them suffer for his assessment. His eyes ignited with flames as he activated the skill of Zhu Rong's power. With a mere thought, the fireballs the hellhounds were about to unleash exploded in an instant. Boom! A deafening roar assaulted their eardrums, as the hellhounds' heads were obliterated by the violent flames. Both women stood stunned, the absurdity of the scene overwhelming them. It was one thing for 1 or 2 to make a mistake, but for all 8 to falter simultaneously was simply impossible. Furthermore, this scene invoked memories of their previous encounter in the Flame's secret realm, where an epic-level fire serpent had exhibited similar behavior. Such occurrences had only happened twice, and both times alongside Lin Chen. When he was absent, they had never witnessed anything like it. Their gazes shifted toward Lin Chen, dismissing all other possibilities. Leaving only one conclusion: this was Lin Chen's doing. Oh, what incredible luck for those hellhounds to all misfire! Lin Chen exclaimed joyfully, his sudden shout startling the two women and drawing an exasperated expression from them. Lin Chen, do you think we look like fools? Jiang Mengyi seethed, still feigning innocence. Indeed. Lin Chen blurted out, his mouth running faster than his mind. This time, Luo Yuling's expression darkened. It was the first time in her life someone had called her a fool. The flash of a sword illuminated the air as a sharp blade was poised against Lin Chen's throat. Feeling the chill, Lin Chen's scalp prickled. Luo Yuling. Let's talk this out. Let's talk this out. He hastily raised his hands in surrender. Do you think a fool would engage in meaningful conversation? Luo Yuling narrowed her eyes, knowing that women could be quite petty. Right? We're fools. Fools are not liable for murder. Jiang Mengyi replied with a smirk before beginning to chant a spell, preparing to take action against Lin Chen. Calm down, calm down. I swear, I'll share everything. Lin Chen panicked. He still had to make a living, and he didn't want to die. But right now, we're not interested in knowing. You can take your secrets to hell. Remember to mention my name. Perhaps it'll help you get a good reincarnation. Luo Yuling said with a smile, deliberately shifting her sword. Lin Chen clutched his chest dramatically, wearing the expression of a man ready to face death. I'll grant you 10 blessings for free. After uttering this, he felt as though he had already perished, having lost an additional 100,000. Are you offering alms to a beggar? 10 blessings, 1 tea suffice. Jiang Mengyi retorted, her dissatisfaction evident. Yet, as soon as she spoke, she realized the implications of her words, her expression turning awkward. Luo Yuling facepalmed. It seemed her dear friend was truly a fool. The two women ceased their playful teasing of Lin Chen, relinquishing their weapons, each harboring their own secrets, and neither had a penchant for prying into the mysteries of others. However, Lin Chen resolved to divulge a fraction of his abilities, having already revealed a part of himself, showcasing his strength could enhance his worth. I am not merely a support. I possess a certain output capability. My affinity with the fire element is quite profound, enabling me to disrupt the fire-based skills of monsters and summon fire elements for attack, Lin Chen confessed. The two women were taken aback, realizing the implications. You could have been dealing damage all along and chose to be lazy? I'll settle the score with you later, Jiang Mengyi exclaimed, her frustration evident as she tugged at Lin Chen's collar. However, her proximity rendered the moment somewhat suggestive, and upon realizing it, she instinctively pushed Lin Chen away like a startled fawn. Lin Chen rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat at a loss. The trio stepped into the teleportation array, arriving at the 41st floor. Here, they encountered 3 skeletal dragons, 1 of mythic rank and 2 of epic rank. Roar! The thunderous roar of the skeletal dragons echoed as they charged towards the trio without hesitation. Lin Chen, assess the situation and unleash your output, but do not get reckless. Remember, you are a support, Luo Yuling cautioned, noting that every support harbors a desire to deal damage. Yet those who fail to grasp the gravity of their role are often a liability. Fear not. I am quite fearful of death. I will not act recklessly, Lin Chen assured, thumping his chest, leaving the two women speechless, as it was their first encounter with someone so brazenly proclaiming their fear of death. Now, Luo Yuling called out, transforming into a streak of sword light that shot forward. Before her arrival, the sword energy had already swept towards the 3 skeletal dragons. Jiang Mengyi began to channel her skills, preparing to control the skeletal dragons with a constellation spell. Behind Lin Chen, 2 towering specters emerged, bestowing blessings upon him. His body surged with formidable power, elevating his strength to a new echelon. With a mere thought, he deftly summoned the fire elements within a 100-meter radius, condensing them into 3 fiery dragons that roared towards the skeletal dragons. The terrifying heat distorted the air, unleashing a tempest that ravaged the surroundings. The aura of the three fire dragons resonated with the essence of true mythic fire dragons, profoundly shocking Luo Yuling and Jiang Mingyi. Luo Yuling, momentarily halted in her tracks, gazed in awe as the three fire dragons collided with the skeletal dragons. The spectacle was surreal, leaving her feeling as though she were in a dream. Jiang Mingyi rubbed her eyes, questioning her perception. Her eyes widened, mouth agape, as she slowly turned to Lin Chen, disbelief etched across her face. Lin Chen, is this what you meant by possessing output capabilities? She murmured, as if seeing him for the first time. It's not too shabby, just a tad stronger. Lin Chen replied with a light chuckle, finding her astonishment quite amusing. Meanwhile, Luo Yuling regained her composure and hastily unleashed her skills to attack the skeletal dragons. Jiang Mingyi took a deep breath to steady her mind, recognizing that now was not the time for shock. The three fire dragons ensnared the skeletal dragons, denying them any opportunity to retaliate. The two women unleashed their full might, reveling for the first time in the ecstasy of unrestrained output, particularly for Luo Yuling. The sword saint could finally focus solely on offense without the burden of defense. Her sword danced effortlessly, each swing tearing through the air and inflicting wounds upon the skeletal dragons. However, she felt disheartened to realize that, despite being a mythic sword saint known for her unparalleled attacking prowess, she was outdone by a support. As the three fire dragons suppressed the skeletal dragons, they inflicted devastating damage, reducing their flesh to char. The two epic skeletal dragons were swiftly reduced to ashes, while the mythic ones soon lay lifeless on the ground, succumbing to the combined assault of Lin Chen and the two women. Returning to the moment at hand, the two women advanced toward Lin Chen, their expressions decidedly unfriendly. Lin Chen swallowed hard, retreating step by step, the atmosphere reminiscent of decent women encountering two ruffians. He found himself backed against the wall, with no further retreat possible. The women closed in within a mere 20 centimeters, and Lin Chen, pressed against the wall, averted his gaze, sensing impending doom. He attempted to turn away, but one hand pressed against the wall, blocking his escape. As he turned again, another hand reached out, sealing off his path entirely. Realizing he was ensnared, Lin Chen closed his eyes, adopting a posture of surrender. I have but one request, be gentle. Get lost. Jiang Mingyi retorted, both angered and amused. Luo Yuling remained silent, but her sword once again rested at Lin Chen's throat. Such nonsense is intolerable. Lin Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Spare me, fair warrior, he pleaded cautiously, attempting to push the sword away, but Luo Yuling pressed down gently, freezing him in place. You are undeniably powerful, yet you've merely been a spectator, toying with us. Since you wish to be the grand overseer, I shall oblige you. Jiang Mingyi sneered, casting a glance at Lin Chen that made him shiver. I have my reasons. As a forsaken orphan, I have endured countless injustices. If I merely reveal a fraction of my abilities, people come knocking, demanding servitude. Should I unveil all my powers, I'd be 6 feet under by now. Lin Chen lamented, his voice thick with emotion, evoking sympathy from those who heard him. The two women exchanged perplexed glances, sensing Lin Chen's performance, yet doubting its authenticity. Luo Yuling awkwardly retracted her sword, hastily apologizing. I'm sorry, it was just a joke. Yes, we were merely trying to scare you. We were wrong, Jiang Mingyi added, flustered, having never encountered such a situation. Guilt flooded their hearts as they realized they had bullied an orphan. How unkind of them. It's quite all right. I am an orphan. I deserve to be bullied. I have grown accustomed to it. Lin Chen replied with a bitter smile, his face a mask of despair. Do not speak like that. No one deserves to be bullied. Jiang Mingyi insisted, appearing utterly flustered. Rest assured, I will stand by you and ensure you are never bullied again. Luo Yuling reassured him, feeling that caring for Lin Chen was the least she could do to atone for her actions. You are truly kind. Thank you. Lin Chen expressed his gratitude, concealing his face in his hands to prevent the women from witnessing his expression. Beneath his hands, his cheeks were flushed, and he nearly burst into laughter. You think you can play games with me? Lin Chen felt a surge of pride. Having gained two formidable allies in exchange for a bit of theatrics, a most lucrative transaction indeed. The two women believed Lin Chen was reluctant to reveal his vulnerable side, deepening their remorse. After much coaxing, they finally managed to soothe Lin Chen's emotions. The trio set forth once more, arriving at the 42nd floor, where passing this level would deem Lin Chen's assessment successful. Yet, he was unperturbed, given their strength. Confronting two mythic skeletal dragons alongside one epic was hardly a challenge. As the battle commenced, the three fire dragons entwined with the skeletal dragons, engulfed in rolling flames. The two women assisted from the sidelines, continually inflicting wounds upon the skeletal dragons with apparent ease. They reminisced about their previous struggles on this very floor, where two mythic skeletal dragons had proven nearly insurmountable. Jiang Mingyi had fallen quickly, while Luo Yuling had fought valiantly, yet ultimately perished alongside one of the dragons. However, in this secret realm, death did not equate to true demise. It merely resulted in a state of weakness. Lin Chen's power was overwhelming, surpassing even that of mythic classes. The two women marveled silently, having never encountered such an extraordinarily powerful hidden class before. Other hidden classes typically bore weaknesses akin to epic classes, or strengths comparable to mythic classes, but Lin Chen's capabilities were beyond anything they had ever heard of. The three-headed bone dragon once again fell victim to the blades of Lin Chen and his companions, signifying Lin Chen's official success in the assessment. Filled with joy, Lin Chen felt he had finally secured a powerful ally in the Heavenly Pride Pavilion, granting him newfound confidence in facing the War God Pavilion. Let us depart, he beckoned, eager to return home. Having passed the evaluation, he had no desire to continue ascending the tower, especially since the monsters here offered no rewards. Engaging in such fruitless endeavors was not his inclination. The two women exchanged exasperated glances. The pinnacle was within reach, and yet he chose to abandon it? Lin Chen, as a grown man, can't you muster some determination? You've come this far. Wouldn't you regret not trying for the summit? Jiang Mingyi admonished. Clearly frustrated with Lin Chen's lack of ambition, Lin Chen scratched his head, perplexed by their reasoning. What is there to regret? There is no benefit to be gained. He shrugged. Only 3 individuals have ever reached the top since the founding of Jiang University. We have a chance to become the 4th, 5th, or 6th. What an honor that would be. Luo Yuling interjected, her disappointment palpable. It's merely a hollow title. How can we let such trivial fame weigh us down? Taking a deep breath, Luo Yuling resolved to unleash her trump card. If we reach the summit, we stand a chance to earn divine artifacts and a plethora of precious materials. The artifacts themselves are priceless, and those materials are worth at least 1 billion. Lin Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. 1 billion, he stammered, nearly trembling at the thought. But on the other hand, if the youth don't strive for fame and fortune, what does it mean to be young? Let us go, we must ascend quickly. With a swift motion, Lin Chen dove into the teleportation array, urging the 2 women to hurry. How shameless. They scoffed in disdain. Upon reaching the 43rd floor, a 3-headed mythic bone dragon roared toward them. Lin Chen concentrated, summoning 3 fiery dragons which charged toward the bone dragon with fierce determination. The battle commenced, and the 3-headed mythic bone dragon posed little challenge, swiftly falling to their combined might. Next was the 44th floor, where they faced a 4-headed mythic bone dragon. Lin Chen's demeanor grew serious. Confronting 3 heads was already his limit, and the additional head would have to be dealt with by Luo Yuling and Jiang Mingyi. You 2 handle one. I shall take on the 3, he commanded, summoning 3 fire dragons to confront the 3-headed bone dragon. The 2 women had no objections as they charged toward the final bone dragon. As the fierce battle raged on, the 2 women proved their strength, easily managing to dispatch one of the bone dragons. Just as they prepared to assist Lin Chen, they were astonished to see the 3-headed dragon reduced to ash by the fire dragons. They exchanged glances, each recognizing the bitter disparity between them and Lin Chen. For the first time, these 2 proud daughters of destiny felt the sting of defeat. Regaining their composure, the trio advanced to the final floor, their hearts racing with excitement. Throughout the annals of the Federation's history, few had ascended to this level, fewer than 10. And today, they had done so. We shall etch our names into history. Even millennia from now, future generations will know our names. Luo Yuling declared boldly, pointing her sword at the bone dragon, embodying the spirit of a heroic slayer. Divine artifacts. I must have those divine artifacts. Jiang Mingyi's voice trembled, her mind already envisioning the moment she would claim such treasures. 1 billion. I'm going to be rich, ha. Lin Chen roared with laughter, imagining himself reclining on a bed made of stacked currency, enveloped in blankets woven from bills, with pillows and mosquito nets, all crafted from money. Despite their differing thoughts, their goal was singular. The 5 bone dragons before them were destined to fall. Even Jesus himself could not thwart their resolve. However, their enthusiasm was soon doused by a cold reality. Lin Chen would contend with 3 bone dragons while the 2 women faced 2. Upon collision, Lin Chen quickly sensed something amiss. These 3 bone dragons were distinctly stronger, an entire tier above the previous ones. The fire dragons, for the first time, were repelled by the bone dragons. The 2 women also noticed something was off. Luo Yuling unleashed 9 sword energies, only to have them obliterated by the bone dragon's breath. Jiang Mingyi discovered her control skills were ineffective. A golden shield enveloped the bone dragon, rendering her abilities useless. They possessed the body-dominant skill, Jiang Mingyi exclaimed, her face pale with dismay. Lin Chen finally understood why the fire dragons had been pushed back. The body-dominant skill granted immunity to control effects and also negated being knocked back, sent flying, or falling. The 5 bone dragons charged toward Lin Chen and his companions, each exceeding 50 meters in length, their cold, white bones shimmering ominously, exuding an unparalleled sense of pressure. Lin Chen dared not contemplate the consequences of being struck by them. Being flung 100 meters was a certainty. The 3 fire dragons unleashed a torrent of flames toward the 3-headed bone dragon, which retaliated with dark breaths, defiantly advancing toward Lin Chen and his allies. Meanwhile, Luo Yuling and Jiang Mingyi found themselves in dire straits. With their control rendered ineffective, Jiang Mingyi's contributions were severely diminished. Luo Yuling's sword energies failed to impede the bone dragon's advance. They were forced to retreat, and it was only a matter of time before they were caught. Lin Chen, too, was compelled to fall back, his eyes flickering with determination as he contemplated a strategy. Attempting to harness fire elements, he conjured a vast inferno to envelop the bone dragons, hoping to obscure their vision. Yet the bone dragons had no eyes. They perceived the world through mental acuity, rendering his tactic futile. While it could inflict damage, their comprehensive strength, high defenses, and robust health made it no simple task to wear them down. The two women struggled against the two bone dragons, and one of the beasts lunged at Luo Yuling, its massive head barreling toward her. With her sword held before her, Luo Yuling conjured a shield of sword energies to intercept the bone dragon. The collision erupted with a deafening roar, the air exploding in a cacophony of sound. The sword shield shattered, and the recoil launched Luo Yuling away. Lin Chen instinctively reached out to catch her, but his strength faltered. She collided with his chest, nearly knocking the breath from him. Cradling her instinctively, they both crashed to the ground, Lin Chen feeling as though his very bones might shatter. Fortunately, Luo Yuling had Lin Chen to cushion her fall, sparing her from severe injury. Yet, in that moment, she would have preferred to hit the ground herself. Having grown up without ever holding hands with a male, let alone being in such a compromising position, she felt a strange sensation in her chest as her gaze fell upon the hands resting there. A thunderous explosion echoed in her mind. She was on the verge of losing her sanity, unable to accept the scene before her. "Ah!" she screamed, scrambling to her feet, her panic causing her to grasp a nearby pole for support. "Blast it!" Lin Chen roared, instinctively curling up in pain. It hurt too much, far more than the fall. Luo Yuling, initially intent on confronting Lin Chen, felt her anger dissipate upon witnessing his pitiful state. He had only meant to help her, not to take advantage. "Help!" A shriek drew her attention, reminding her that Jiang Mingyi was still battling the bone dragon. She quickly turned, her sword piercing the air as she launched an assault on the bone dragon, racing to position herself in front of Jiang Mingyi. Lin Chen gritted his teeth against the pain, struggling to rise. Even walking felt like a trial, as if he might truly be crippled. "I'll obliterate you wretches," he cursed vehemently, channeling fire elements to hurl concentrated fireballs, each the size of a refrigerator, toward the 5 bone dragons. Boom, boom, boom. The air was filled with a cacophony of explosions, as if a battalion of rockets had descended upon the area. The ferocious waves of heat causing Lin Yu's garments to flutter violently. A fierce roar erupted from the bone dragon as it writhed in pain. Dark elements converged wildly, coalescing into massive blades of darkness that sliced towards Lin Chen and his companions. "Flame shield," Lin Chen bellowed, channeling fire elements to form a colossal shield of flames to protect them. The dark blades collided incessantly with the shield, creating fissures with each impact. The bone dragons lashed their tails in unison, creating shockwaves as they barreled towards them. Luo Yuling transformed into a beam of sword light, nimbly dodging the dragon tail's assault. However, Jiang Mingyi, a mere mage, lacked the agility to evade and was struck by a tail, sending her flying. "Damn it, here it comes, I must evade." Lin Chen noticed Jiang Mingyi hurtling towards him and swiftly sidestepped, determined not to repeat the same mistake. Jiang Mingyi crashed to the ground with a pained grunt, casting a resentful glance at Lin Chen, silently accusing him of favoritism. Lin Chen feigned ignorance, continuing to manipulate the fire elements to unleash various attacks and defenses. After a while, Jiang Mingyi managed to rise, grumbling as she passed by Lin Chen, rejoining the fray. The bone dragons, possessing the skill of dominance, proved to be formidable foes, and all 3 of them suffered considerable injuries. However, the silver lining was that the 5 bone dragons had also sustained severe wounds from their onslaught. It was now a test of endurance. Luo Yuling charged into the circle of bone dragons, her form a blur of sword light, weaving through their attacks with breathtaking precision. The peril she faced was akin to walking a tightrope. A single misstep could be fatal. Yet, she moved with the grace of a finely tuned instrument, evading the bone dragon strikes with acute awareness while unleashing devastating sword energies upon them. The actions of Luo Yuling incited the wrath of the 5 bone dragons, redirecting their focus away from Lin Chen and Jiang Mingyi. The duo unleashed their skills with fervor, choosing to concentrate their fire on a single dragon. Columns of flame rained down upon one of the bone dragons like lasers, shattering its bones under the relentless assault. Jiang Mingyi joined in with all her might, and ultimately, the dragon could withstand no more, crumbling to dust. The remaining 4 bone dragons, now aware of the situation, realized the necessity of eliminating the support and mages first, abandoning Luo Yuling in their pursuit of Lin Chen and Jiang Mingyi. "Be careful," Luo Yuling warned, positioning herself in front of Lin Chen and Jiang Mingyi, refusing to allow the mages to take the brunt of the attack. The 4 bone dragons unleashed their skills simultaneously, and Lin Chen summoned another fire shield for defense. Yet, the concentrated assault proved too overwhelming, and the shield ultimately shattered. The dark breath of the dragons surged forth, and Luo Yuling, solidifying a sword shield, stood resolutely at the forefront to absorb the onslaught. The impact was thunderous as the shield splintered, sending Luo Yuling flying, and before she hit the ground, she was rendered unconscious. Lin Chen instinctively caught her once more, only to be knocked down by the force, yet again serving as a cushion. Jiang Mingyi, witnessing this scene, felt her teeth nearly crack in frustration. The disparity in treatment was glaring, leaving her to wonder if her appearance was to blame. Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, the dragon breath struck her, and she too succumbed to unconsciousness before hitting the ground. Lin Chen, unable to bear the sight of her falling, closed his eyes. However, the sound of her landing told him that she had likely broken several bones in the process. How tragic. Lin Chen lamented for 3 seconds before gently placing Luo Yuling aside and rising to confront the 4 bone dragons alone. The bone dragons raised their heads high, roaring in triumph as if they were conquerors. You truly believe I am powerless against you? Lin Chen sneered, realizing he was left to face them alone and had no need to hold back. Divine thunder of the purple clouds, strike. He roared, as heavy dark clouds loomed overhead, emanating a terrifying aura of violet lightning. With a deafening clap of thunder, the entire space was illuminated in purple as a bolt, thick as a barrel, struck one of the bone dragons. The golden shield upon the dragon shattered instantly. The dominant skill was not invincible, and lightning was a natural counter. The bone dragon's body stiffened and trembled before collapsing to the ground, utterly devoid of resistance. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of lightning fell upon the remaining dragons, overwhelming them with relentless strikes. They crumpled under the torrential assault, suffering the dual torment of thunder and fire. Massive fireballs rained down, exploding upon impact. The bone dragons endured the combined wrath of lightning and flames, ultimately reduced to a pile of scattered bones. You dare to stand against me? You are not worthy. Lin Chen declared with pride, a cold snort escaping his lips. At that moment, a resounding proclamation echoed through the air. Congratulations to the challenger for breaking the record in the hell difficulty of the Peak Secret Realm. Would you like to announce this achievement? Lin Chen was about to respond with a negative, but then realized this victory was not solely his own. He ought to respect the opinions of his 2 companions. Wait. Let me ask, he shouted towards the sky. He rushed to Luo Yuling's side, calling out her name repeatedly. At last, her eyelids fluttered, emitting a soft groan as her eyes slowly opened, still a bit dazed, which only added to her charm. Lin Chen was momentarily transfixed by the sight of the disarmed Luo Yuling, her gentleness captivating. As her vision sharpened, the striking visage of Lin Yu came into focus, his handsome features illuminated by a radiant smile. Their eyes met, and both were momentarily taken aback, the atmosphere thickening with an unspoken tension. Oh dear. A wail from nearby jolted them back to reality. A flicker of panic danced across their expressions, and Lin Chen suppressed his unusual feelings as he helped Luo Yuling to her feet. The bone dragons have been vanquished. We have cleared the level. He informed her of their triumph. Luo Yuling responded softly, her thoughts drifting away from the matter at hand. Once upright, she avoided Lin Chen's gaze and hurried to assist her friend. Ouch, it hurts so much. I feel like I've broken several bones. We truly need a healer for our team, Jiang Mingyi groaned, her face contorted in pain. Though practitioners possess formidable recovery abilities, bone injuries do not heal swiftly without treatment. We need a tank as well, Luo Yuling concurred, acknowledging that as a swordsman, consistently taking the front line was not sustainable and hindered her offensive efficiency. Wait, why are we still in the secret realm? Jiang Mingyi realized belatedly, her tone filled with surprise, as she had assumed they had already exited. Lin Chen defeated the bone dragons. We have cleared the level, Luo Yuling explained, her voice softening as she spoke Lin Chen's name. What? Jiang Mingyi shrieked. Disbelief etched across her features. Only upon seeing the 5 bone dragon corpses on the ground did she dare to accept the reality. Her teeth ground together in frustration as she recalled how Lin Chen had managed to single-handedly slay 4 bone dragons after they had lost consciousness, revealing that he possessed formidable abilities he had not showcased in their presence. Remembering her own injuries, she glared at Lin Chen, wishing she could exact vengeance upon him. Lin Chen. The words escaped her teeth in a venomous whisper. Lin Chen instinctively averted his gaze, subconsciously retreating behind Luo Yuling. Did we break the record? Do we need to announce it? Lin Chen murmured timidly. Jiang Mingyi's attention was successfully diverted, her anger dissipating as elation took its place. Yes, we must announce it. Ha ha. Our names will resonate throughout the Federation, she exclaimed, leaping for joy, momentarily forgetting her injuries, her face contorting in pain. Luo Yuling also smiled, clearing the peak tower. Coupled with breaking the record was an unparalleled honor. In her perspective, honor held paramount importance, influenced profoundly by her father. A soldier who regarded honor as more vital than life itself, she embodied this value deeply. Very well, let us make the announcement. But please attribute the success to both of you. I was merely a bystander assisting, Lin Chen advised, wishing to avoid undue attention. The 2 women hesitated, reluctant to claim credit. Consider it a favor for me. I wish to avoid further complications, as I am already burdened with enough, Lin Chen earnestly implored. If you have troubles, you can seek my assistance. I am willing to help, Luo Yuling softly interjected. Even she was uncertain why she uttered those words, given her usual disinterest in others' affairs. Jiang Mingyi shot her friend a puzzled glance, sensing something amiss in her behavior. This feels somewhat like relying on others, Lin Chen teased. Stroking his chin. Humph, don't get ahead of yourself. Luo Yuling retorted playfully, though her tone held no anger. Chapter 18. Artifact Rewards. Meanwhile, Jiang Mingyi grew increasingly suspicious, feeling that events had transpired during her unconsciousness of which she was unaware. She stepped protectively between Lin Chen and Luo Yuling, vigilantly scrutinizing Lin Chen, determined not to allow her friend to be taken away. Lin Chen, if you dare to harbor intentions towards Yuling, I will ensure you become a grandfather. She threatened fiercely. Lin Chen found himself at a loss for words, wondering how a simple conversation had devolved into such absurdity. He decided to disregard his confusion, focusing instead on the urgency of departing to claim their rewards, which were worth over 1 billion. He raised his gaze to the heavens and proclaimed, "Let it be announced." "As you wish," boomed a resounding voice once more. Outside, the tranquil campus of Jiang University was suddenly disrupted by this grand announcement, capturing the attention of all faculty and students alike. Congratulations to Lin Chen, Luo Yuling, and Jiang Mingyi for successfully breaking the record for clearing the peak secret realm, with a time of 1 hour, 21 minutes, and 32 seconds. At the moment the voice echoed, all activity ceased. In classrooms, instructors halted their lectures, and students paused their writing. On the playground, children ceased their running, jumping, and cheering. In the streets, students stopped in their tracks. It was as if Jiang University had been placed on pause, every individual attentively listening to the proclamation. They understood that this announcement signified a record-breaking achievement in the secret realm. As the grand voice concluded, the entire university erupted in a cacophony of excitement, a tide of jubilant noise reaching the heavens. Incredible! They've cleared the peak secret realm and shattered the record. My goodness, after a century, someone has finally conquered the peak tower again. The campus beauties, Luo and Jiang, are simply remarkable. How enviable for Lin Chen to have won their favor. The faculty and students were overwhelmed with exhilaration, fully aware of the significance of clearing the peak secret realm. It was known that the first 3 individuals to clear it now stood atop their professions, revered as guardians of the Federation. In the principal's office, a headmaster, previously troubled by certain matters, leapt to his feet upon hearing the news, exclaiming, "Ha! Truly a divine blessing." He was elated, sensing a resolution to his distressing predicament. Yet, not everyone shared in the excitement. In the War God Pavilion's central office, Deputy Pavilion Master Zhao Sheng, already in a foul mood, kicked the woman beneath him aside upon hearing the news. She fell to the ground in disarray, yet dared not utter a word, hastily scrambling to her knees in fear. Having attained wealth beyond her abilities, she had forsaken her dignity as a human. Damn Lin Chen, he actually cleared the peak tower. And that wretched Luo Yuling shall soon find herself stripped and kneeling before me. Cursed, cursed, Zhao Sheng spat, his face contorted in rage as he pounded the table, seeking further release of his fury by delivering another vicious kick to the prostrated woman. She crashed against the wall, blood spilling from her lips onto the floor. Lick it clean, he barked, treating her as less than human. News of Lin Chen's triumphant clearance of the peak secret realm spread like wildfire throughout the Federation, his name resonating far beyond Jiang University, becoming known among countless citizens. However, Lin Chen had little time to dwell on this, as they exited the secret realm through the portal, arriving at the swirling vortex where the settlement rewards awaited. The information panel rapidly refreshed with notifications, overwhelming Lin Chen with joy, his smile stretching from ear to ear. Congratulations on clearing the peak secret realm. Reward, Artifact, Elemental Conqueror. Congratulations on clearing the peak secret realm. Reward, Mythical Material, Fragment of the Law of Fire. Congratulations on clearing the peak secret realm. Reward, Mythical Material, Fragment of the Law of Thunder. Congratulations on clearing the peak secret realm. Reward, Epic Material, Dark Crystal. 15 notifications appeared in total, with the least valuable being rare-grade materials. No wonder Luo Yuling had confidently claimed the materials were worth at least 10 billion. Any single one of those 2 mythical materials surpassed that value. The artifact itself was invaluable, immeasurable in worth, each piece immensely powerful and exceedingly difficult to obtain. It was known that acquiring an artifact could only be achieved through 3 avenues: clearing a secret realm of exceptionally high difficulty, such as the peak secret realm, completing an exceedingly challenging mythical quest, or achieving a first kill of a mythical creature. Each of these paths was fraught with difficulty, and since the secret realm's first emergence and the commencement of the class transition era, a millennium had passed, with only 16 documented artifact bearers. Now, Lin Chen had become the 17th. Once acquired, artifacts automatically bound to their owners, non-transferable and indestructible. Should the owner perish, the artifact would disintegrate. Thus, artifact bearers need not fear others attempting to seize their treasure. I have obtained an artifact. Jiang Mingyi shrieked, her voice reaching over 200 decibels. Yuling, I have an artifact, she exclaimed, eagerly grasping Luo Yuling's shoulders to share the splendid news. Luo Yuling, equally ecstatic, revealed, Mingyi, I too have received an artifact reward. The two women joyfully bounced together, an amusing sight. Lin Chen cast a covert glance, appreciating this rare display of exuberance from Luo Yuling, who typically exuded grace and poise. Though several times she had been provoked by him, those instances were purely incidental. Lin Chen retrieved the elemental conqueror from his spatial backpack. It was a bracelet, radiant with ever-changing hues, each second transitioning through a spectrum of colors, a dazzling spectacle. He could not ascertain how many shades it possessed. It was an infinite display. Without repetition, upon examining its attributes, his eyes radiated fervor. Elemental Conqueror Bracelet. Rank, Mythical. Binder, Lin Chen. Attribute 1, Elemental Affinity 500. Attribute 2, Elemental Control 500. Attribute 3, Elemental Sensing Range 500. Attribute 4, Elemental Skill Damage 500. The bracelet seemed tailor-made for him, donning it. He could scarcely fathom the power of the skill flame of Zhu Rong. Furthermore, if his assumptions held true, he would soon command the powers of Gong Gong, Di Jiang, and Ho Tu, among others. Thus, he would gain mastery over the water, space, earth, and other elemental forces. At that point, these skills would receive enhancements. And he could hardly fathom the magnitude of his future power. Could he truly ascend to become the supreme deity governing all elements? Moreover, the damage inflicted by the celestial thunder skill had quintupled, which other practitioners at the same level could withstand such might against monsters. Chapter 19. The blunder Lin Chen was admiring his divine artifact, and so were Luo Yuling and Jiang Mingyi. A dazzling radiance emanated from Luo Yuling's direction. Capturing Lin Chen's attention, he beheld her grasping a long sword that shimmered in a resplendent platinum hue. The blade was intricately engraved with phoenix motifs, and the hilt bore the visage of a phoenix's head, with its outstretched wings forming a protective guard. Upon seeing the sword, Lin Chen felt as if he were gazing upon a phoenix soaring majestically through the skies. Divine artifacts were indeed extraordinary, exuding an air of grandeur. Luo Yuling twirled the sword, slicing through the air with a sound as crisp as a phoenix's call. Her delight grew as she became enamored with the sword in her hands. Lin Chen shifted his gaze towards Jiang Mingyi, who was raising her hand. Her eyes captivated by a ring on her middle finger that radiated with a kaleidoscope of colors. The surrounding elemental forces of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were incessantly converging towards the ring, underscoring its remarkable nature. Jiang Mingyi gently caressed the ring, a look of satisfaction gracing her face as she emitted a gleeful giggle. This expression, was it not akin to that of a lovesick fool? Lin Chen internally lamented. How terrifying. Congratulations to the two school beauties. From henceforth, you shall be invincible, united across the ages, ruling the realm, Lin Chen proclaimed, rousing the two ladies from their reverie regarding their divine artifacts. Luo Yuling cast a sidelong glance at Lin Chen, her expression one of bemusement. What nonsense was this? Indeed. Thank you, Lin Chen. Without you, I would not have acquired this foaming sword. Your kindness is ineffable. Should I require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me, Luo Yuling replied, holding the sword before her chest and bowing respectfully, a gesture of the highest honor among swordsmen, signifying her promise as a warrior. It is well known that a swordsman's vow is the most precious, one for which they would risk their very lives. Your words are too generous, Luo Yuling. We are teammates after all. What need is there for such debt of gratitude? Just do not drag me into any trouble you may encounter in the future, Lin Chen said hastily, lifting Luo Yuling back up, his playful demeanor breaking the solemnity of the moment. Luo Yuling couldn't help but laugh, finding Lin Chen's knack for diffusing tension admirable. Just as long as you don't drag me into your mess, I will be eternally grateful, she retorted with a hint of exasperation. Oh my, this 5 elements ring is astonishing, Jiang Mingyi exclaimed once more, causing black lines to appear on Lin Chen and Luo Yuling's foreheads. Her reflexes were far too slow. Jiang Mingyi instinctively moved to embrace the nearest person, unaware that Lin Chen had positioned himself between her and Luo Yuling. Feeling the weight of a soft embrace, Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, what on earth has Jiang Mingyi been consuming to grow up? Was Lin Chen's first thought. Wait, I've been taken advantage of, was his second. Luo Yuling stared at the scene in shock, her pupils dilating and mouth slightly agape. Only Jiang Mingyi remained oblivious to her blunder. Yuling, my artifact is so powerful, I shall be invincible, Jiang Mingyi exclaimed, her body bouncing with excitement. Lin Chen once again felt the overwhelming softness enveloping him, leaving him dizzy. The atmosphere grew increasingly bizarre as Jiang Mingyi finally recognized the abnormality. On one hand, Luo Yuling's silence was conspicuous. On the other, the sensation was entirely wrong, and the scent was off. She seemed to sense something amiss and slowly raised her head, only to be met with a flawlessly handsome face from every angle. Her immediate reaction was one of awe at his beauty, followed by the sudden realization of what she had done. Ah, Lin Chen, what are you doing? She exclaimed, forcefully pushing him away. Ironically, her push directed him straight towards Luo Yuling, and with considerable force, Lin Chen stumbled into her arms. The scene froze once more. Luo Yuling had yet to recover from her shock, her mind reeling as she experienced another wave of confusion. Had she been embraced again? The overwhelming scent of male hormones left her feeling lightheaded, and she struggled to maintain her balance. Coupled with Lin Chen's momentum, they both toppled to the ground. This time, it was Lin Chen who fell atop her. Jiang Mingyi stood there, momentarily dumbfounded, unsure how to react. Lin Chen's face was buried in a softness that felt surreal, dizzying, suffocating, and overwhelming all at once. Luo Yuling's cheeks flushed visibly, and as she noticed Lin Chen still lying atop her, she swiftly shoved him away. Lin Chen, what are you doing? She scolded, pointing an accusatory finger. First it was her hand, and now it was her face. She was close to losing her mind. Suddenly ripped from the warm embrace, Lin Chen felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Faced with Luo Yuling's ire, he cast an innocent glance at Jiang Mingyi. Jiang, what were you thinking? Taking advantage of me was one thing, but to push me so hard. Lin Chen lamented, utterly bemused. Jiang Mingyi, indignant, shot back. What do you mean I took advantage of you? I was the one at a disadvantage. She retorted, her teeth clenched in frustration as she pointed at Lin Chen. Lin Chen realized that reason had no place in this situation, opting instead for silence to allow tempers to cool. The atmosphere grew heavy with tension, and the three were at a loss for words. Both ladies understood that none of this was Lin Chen's fault. It was merely a comedic blunder. With a look of remorse, Jiang Mingyi approached Luo Yuling. Yuling, I didn't mean it. I'm so sorry. Her apology was sincere, knowing how much her friend despised physical contact with the opposite sex. Had she been in Luo Yuling's shoes, she would have found the situation equally intolerable. Luo Yuling sighed, slowly shaking her head. It's nothing, just a mere misunderstanding. We were all swept away by joy. Indeed. I was too excited and didn't notice Lin Chen had come close, Jiang Mingyi admitted, realizing she had been too focused on her artifact ring to pay attention to her surroundings. I understand, Luo Yuling reassured her, patting Jiang Mingyi's hand that was linked to her arm. Seeing the two ladies calm down, Lin Chen pretended to cough, drawing their attention. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, shall we head out? I imagine many classmates are awaiting our triumphant return, he said with a beaming smile. The faces of both ladies lit up with smiles as they assisted each other in straightening their attire and hair before stepping out alongside Lin Chen. He deliberately lagged behind, wishing to avoid drawing too much attention. As the trio stepped through the teleportation vortex, they arrived at the grand hall of the secret realm. Indeed, the hall was teeming with people, both mentors and students alike. An elderly man clad in a robe stood at the forefront, though he revealed no aura. The elements swirling around him attested to his exceptional prowess. The principal had arrived. Lin Chen was taken aback, instantly recognizing the old man as the esteemed principal of Jian University, a prominent figure at the pinnacle of the Federation. Ha, you three have done splendidly, bringing glory to Jian University. The principal beamed, approaching them with an exuberant laugh. Good day, principal, the trio responded promptly, bowing to express their respect. Chapter 20. Luo Yuling's first makeup experience. There's no need for such formalities. The principal raised his hand lightly, and they felt an unseen force lifting them. Let us welcome our heroes back. His voice echoed throughout the hall as he initiated applause. Clap, clap, clap. The thunderous applause resonated, filling the room, a testament to the achievements of Lin Chen and his companions. Yuling, Mengyi, and Lin Chen, thank you for your hard work, the principal continued, his expression filled with pride. Thank you, principal. It is merely our duty as students, the trio replied in unison, their words already having become a familiar refrain. With humility and composure, the principal commended the students, announcing a reward of 1 million credits each from the school as an acknowledgement of their accomplishments, encouraging them to continue their efforts. Thank you, principal. We shall not disappoint the school's nurturing, Lin Chen and his companions replied in unison. I have high hopes for you all. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to approach your mentors or me directly, the principal added. Thank you, principal, they responded as he nodded and departed with the mentors. The trio followed closely behind to avoid being accosted by fellow students. As they made their way, Lin Chen, along with his companions, was met with a corridor of enthusiastic peers, all gazing at them with admiration akin to that reserved for national treasures. It was fortuitous for them that Luo Yuling's status as the young lady of the Luo family deterred anyone from obstructing their path. Upon reaching the entrance of Lin Chen's shop, they found a long queue of students eagerly awaiting his blessings. Lin Chen, you're amazing, shouted one student. Luo Yuling, you're incredible. Jiang Mingyi, you're fantastic. As one began, the chant resonated throughout the campus. Dear students, thank you for your patience. We are now opening the shop, Lin Chen proclaimed with enthusiasm. The students, relieved, had previously worried that Lin Chen would celebrate elsewhere with the two campus beauties during the day off. It could be said they underestimated Lin Chen, for to him, the pursuit of profit eclipsed all else. As he prepared to open the shop, Luo Yuling and Jiang Mingyi exchanged farewells. Lin Chen, we are heading back now. I will arrange for the materials payment to be transferred to your account. Please keep an eye out for it, Luo Yuling said, winking. Lin Chen instantly grasped her implication. They had traversed the peak secret realm, and while their most prized possession was undoubtedly the artifact, now bound to them and unattainable by others, The legendary materials they acquired were equally valuable, coveted even by the nine-turn professionals. With Lin Chen being somewhat isolated, it was plausible that someone might resort to nefarious means to seize them. Luo Yuling was subtly indicating that the materials Lin Chen obtained had already been sold to her, thus reducing the attention on him. Thank you, Miss Luo. It's a pleasure to collaborate, Lin Chen responded eagerly, his expression brimming with anticipation, as if wealth were already flowing into his grasp. In the crowd, some students exchanged knowing glances, quickly reaching for their devices to send messages. After waving goodbye to Lin Chen, Luo Yuling and Jiang Mingyi departed, leaving him to conduct business. Despite holding materials worth no less than 2 billion, Lin Chen remained resolute in maintaining his entrepreneurial endeavors. Having known poverty, he would not overlook any opportunity to earn. Students entered the shop in an orderly fashion for their blessings. As Lin Chen's account swelled with deposits, the numbers climbing swiftly. Perhaps wary of Lin Chen's newfound fame and scrutiny, the War God Pavilion refrained from stirring up trouble. The flurry of activity persisted until nearly 8 in the evening when the students finally dispersed, noticeably more than usual. Lin Chen beamed with joy as he observed his account swell by over 10 million, feeling a profound sense of security and happiness. Furthermore, his student account reflected an additional 1 million credits, which, at a conversion ratio of approximately 100 to 1, equated to a value of 100 million. However, Lin Chen had no intention of converting it to cash. Jiang University boasted myriad precious treasures that could only be exchanged for credits, which served as the university's currency. Closing his device, Lin Chen realized he had yet to have dinner and decided to reward himself. Instead of heading to the dining hall, he made his way to the girls' dormitory, as Luo Yuling had invited him to celebrate together. With a complimentary feast on offer, he certainly would not decline. Meals in the dining hall were costly, especially for professionals whose food was priced significantly higher than that of ordinary individuals. Even with Jiang University's meal subsidies, dining out could easily exceed 100. After taking a few steps, Lin Chen recalled something and pulled out his device to message Luo Yuling. I'm downstairs at your dormitory. Luo Yuling replied immediately, okay, we're coming down now. Lin Chen turned off his device, fully aware of how slowly girls tend to prepare, thus sending the message to avoid waiting excessively. In room 608 of Building 6, 2 graceful figures lounged languidly on the sofa. Their long, glowing legs were exposed to the air, and the loose neckline of their tops hinted at alluring curves. Luo Yuling stretched, her top riding up. Let us go, Lin Chen is here. Change your clothes and get ready to head out, she called to Jiang Mingyi. All right, Jiang Mingyi replied, rising to search for an outfit in the wardrobe. Luo Yuling's gaze flitted across the wardrobe before she ultimately selected a pristine white gown, her preferred color. After a brief period in the changing room, a vision that perfectly embodied the essence of white moonlight emerged. Meanwhile, Jiang Mingyi, emerging from her changing room in a short dress that showcased her long legs, looked enviously at Luo Yuling. Yuling, you look stunning, she exclaimed. You look gorgeous too. We're both beauties, Luo Yuling replied with a giggle. Approaching the vanity, she picked up a long unopened foundation box, hesitating before finally deciding to open it. Jiang Mingyi, witnessing this, was taken aback. The cosmetics were gifts from her to Luo Yuling, who had never used them before. Why was she applying makeup today? Yuling, are you really going to wear makeup? She asked, incredulous. Is the sun rising in the west today? Just trying to see how it feels, Luo Yuling replied calmly. Though her heart raced. Come on, let me help you, Jiang Mingyi offered, snatching the foundation from Luo Yuling's hands. After a flurry of activity, a celestial beauty stood before Jiang Mingyi, leaving her utterly mesmerized. Yuling, you're ethereal. No one would doubt you're a fairy. Oh my, the thought of you being taken by some man makes my heart ache, Jiang Mingyi lamented, unable to fathom Luo Yuling being swept away. A fleeting image crossed Luo Yuling's mind, causing a blush to creep onto her cheeks. Enough. If you're going to think about men, don't involve me, she retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Mingyi. I don't need a man. I only need you. Yield to me, Jiang Mingyi teased, her expression mischievous as she extended her hands menacingly. Scoundrel, release your claws, Luo Yuling chided playfully. Oh, but this sensation is too delightful. I can't bear to let go. Chapter 21. Lin Chen, treading 2 boats? After a playful exchange, the 2 girls descended from the dormitory. However, upon exiting the main door, they found no trace of the familiar figure they anticipated. Many eyes turned towards them, unable to resist the allure of the duo, even among other girls. Whereas Lin Chen, didn't he say he'd arrived? Jiang Mingyi gritted her teeth, feeling deceived once more by him. Let me ask. Perhaps he went to the wrong dormitory, Luo Yuling suggested uncertainty, messaging Lin Chen. Where are you? Lin Chen, still en route, received the notification and raised his left hand to check his device. I saw you hadn't come down for a while, so I wandered around a bit, but we'll be back shortly. Lin Chen told his fib without batting an eye. Thank goodness I'm clever, otherwise, I would have wasted 10 minutes waiting. It said the campus is too vast. I've been walking for ages and still haven't reached you. He muttered to himself as he meandered along. Meanwhile, at the base of Building 6, Luo Yuling squinted at Lin Chen's response. She did not believe his tall tale. Knowing Lin Chen's nature, He likely hadn't even left the dormitory before claiming he had arrived. Jiang Mingyi leaned in to read Lin Chen's message as well. That insufferable brat. Does he truly think we are so easily deceived? Jiang Mingyi was seething with rage. It was utterly outrageous for them, two stunning beauties, to be kept waiting. First, let's not get angry. We should check the surveillance footage with the dormitory supervisor, Luo Yuling suggested, exhaling a deep breath. The two approached the supervisor and expressed their desire to view the footage from the entrance, and the supervisor obliged without hesitation. As Luo Yuling reviewed the playback from the time Lin Chen had mentioned, she found no sign of him at all. It was confirmed. Lin Chen had been toying with them. We'll settle this score in due time, Luo Yuling remarked, her voice laced with disappointment. Having specially done her makeup for this occasion, she felt both wronged and increasingly infuriated. I swear, I will make him pay. Jiang Mingyi ground her teeth, wishing for nothing less than to dismember Lin Chen. As time dragged on, their anger simmered, until finally, Lin Chen staggered onto the scene. My sincerest apologies for keeping you two lovely ladies waiting. It's my first time here, and I got lost, he said sheepishly. You scoundrel. Do you really think we're that easy to fool? I will make you regret this. Jiang Mingyi shouted, brandishing her staff menacingly. Please, don't be hasty. I truly got lost. Lin Chen hurriedly replied, trying to restrain her staff with his hand. Are you still trying to deceive us? By all that is holy. I arrived long before you did. To deceive you would be beneath me, he protested. However, we just checked with the supervisor, and you were nowhere to be seen. Luo Yuling said in a calm, emotionless tone. Lin Chen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He could sense that Luo Yuling was genuinely upset. I was in the wrong, Lin Chen quickly admitted. You are not at fault. It was indeed our mistake for arriving too early, Luo Yuling replied, maintaining her composed demeanor. Of course, how could you be at fault? The mistake lies with us. Unworthy of dining with the illustrious Lin Chen, Jiang Mingyi mocked. Lin Chen felt a headache coming on. Wasn't he commonly said that it took girls at least half an hour to get ready? The internet has misled me. He lamented. Please, do not say such things. I am the one at fault. I should not have lied, he said, his expression one of despair. Fearing the loss of a sumptuous meal, their commotion attracted the attention of several female classmates, and as they witnessed the scene unfold, their curiosity ignited. Did I hear correctly? Luo Yuling and Jiang Mingyi took the initiative to invite Lin Chen to dinner? My goodness, what a scandal. Lin Chen is juggling two beauties. Pa, what a cat. Setting aside other matters, Lin Chen was undeniably handsome, not inferior to the school as heartthrob. And you still swoon over him? Haven't you been deceived by men enough? He hasn't deceived me. He is merely engaging in a charade with the others. With me, it's true love. What kind of charade leads to sharing a bed? He claimed nothing happened that night. They merely shared a room because there was only one left available. Their gossip grew increasingly absurd. Not wishing to be scrutinized like a zoo animal, Luo Yuling discreetly activated her space bracelet, summoning a sleek flying vehicle that descended before them. Wow, the Night Angel. Only 8 exist throughout the entire Federation, valued at over $1 billion. Truly, the daughter of the Luo family is something else, they exclaimed. Don't envy. Some things you will never possess in a lifetime. I'm not envious, merely jealous, came the reply. The onlookers were left in awe, their envy palpable. Lin Chen felt a pang of jealousy as well. While a man might live without a home, he could never do without his steed. And this vehicle was undoubtedly one of the finest. As Luo Yuling and Jiang Mingyi entered the flying vehicle, Lin Chen sheepishly followed suit. From the outside, the vehicle appeared modest in size, yet within it spanned over 500 square meters, utilizing the most advanced spatial technology. No wonder it commanded such a price. As the vehicle took off toward their destination, Luo Yuling could no longer suppress her rising fury, drawing her sword and placing it at Lin Chen's throat. Jiang Mingyi also brandished her staff against the other side. Lin Chen closed his eyes, adopting a demeanor of noble sacrifice. All the blame lies with me. Do as you will. Very well, I shall castrate you. Jiang Mingyi retorted coldly, preparing to chant an incantation. Lin Chen instinctively curled up his legs. This woman was merciless. Could we perhaps negotiate a different method of demise? He stammered, opening his eyes with a sheepish grin. Now you fear for your life? Where was this concern earlier? Mingyi, don't hold back. Teach him a lesson. The two women wore stern expressions, clearly unwilling to relent. Spare me, noble ladies. Lin Chen pleaded. Humph, was their only response. Frustrated, Luo Yuling stomped down on Lin Chen's foot, the sharp heel of her shoe causing him to break into a cold sweat from the pain. Just as he lifted his pained foot, Jiang Mingyi kicked him with the other. Ah, that hurts. Lin Chen yelped in agony. Finally, the two women's anger subsided, and they settled onto the sofa, ignoring him. After some time of his pained howls, he limped over to join them, gasping for breath. Sitting beside Luo Yuling, he plopped down, but she arched an eyebrow. You dare sit next to me? Move over. She reprimanded. My foot hurts too much. I can't walk, he replied, feigning misery. Deservedly so. Thus, Lin Chen successfully nestled beside Luo Yuling, who showed no intention of moving away. Lin Chen, you scoundrel. Yuling put on makeup for the first time today, and you still dared to play us for fools. Jiang Mingyi accused, pointing an accusing finger at him. Hearing this, Lin Chen's gaze fell upon Luo Yuling's profile. Her flawless skin glowed under the light, and her exquisitely sculpted jawline created a perfect arc. Her long eyelashes fluttered, painting a mesmerizing world with each blink. Lin Chen found himself momentarily entranced. What angelic beauty was this? Alas, my admiration for wealth has begun to waver. What a sin, he thought. Sensing Lin Chen's fervent gaze, Luo Yuling felt a mix of delight and shyness, a faint blush creeping up her neck. Scoundrel! If you dare to keep staring at my Yuling, I will gouge your eyes out. Jiang Mingyi's fierce voice shattered the delicate atmosphere. Chapter 22. Crisis approaches. Lin Chen, however, did not retract his gaze. How could he ignore the beauty seated beside him, with a growling stomach and nothing to eat? He thought it wiser to feast his eyes on the lovely lady. Jiang Mingyi, infuriated, pulled Luo Yuling aside, positioning herself to block Lin Chen's view. Lin Chen rubbed his nose, redirected his gaze, and then moved to the opposite sofa, boldly staring at Luo Yuling once more. One must adapt to circumstances, he mused, his robed demeanor further incensing Jiang Mingyi, who began shouting for a duel. Meanwhile, Luo Yuling remained preoccupied, fiddling with her fingers, seemingly lost in thought. The flying vehicle sped swiftly, soon arriving at their destination. In this world of advanced technology, autonomous driving was already commonplace. Jiang Mingyi continued to fume, vociferously denouncing Lin Chen as a rogue. You have a keen eye for character, Lin Chen retorted. Jiang Mingyi found herself at a loss for words, unable to counter his point. Peering through the window, they beheld a vast parking lot brimming with luxurious flying vehicles, a testament to the extraordinary nature of their location. However, upon the Night Angel's descent, the other luxury vehicles paled in comparison. All eyes turned toward them, for every owner of a Night Angel was a person of remarkable stature, and curiosity swirled about who had arrived. As the hatch opened, amidst the throng, Luo Yuling and Jiang Mingyi gracefully stepped out, arm in arm. Is that the eldest daughter of the Luo family? And the princess of the Blaze Guild? Such heavenly figures, and their talents are off the charts. Perhaps this was what perfection looked like. Yet, when Lin Chen emerged, the tone shifted. Hey, who is that idiot? What right does he have to be with two princesses? Do you not keep up with the news? That fellow is Lin Chen, who has already shattered the pinnacle secret realm alongside the two princesses. Damn it. He's merely a lucky fool who has latched onto the right connections. The air was thick with envy, for people tend to despise the success of others. Hearing these remarks, Lin Chen could not help but puff out his chest and tilt his chin at a sharp 45 degrees, swaggering behind the two ladies with an air of feigned authority. The envious onlookers were itching to deliver a sound thrashing to Lin Chen. A middle-aged man in a suit hastily approached the trio. Miss, esteemed guests, the private room has been arranged. Please, follow me, he said, bowing respectfully to Jiang Mingyi. Jiang Mingyi nodded slightly, responding in a tone befitting a young lady of high status. Lin Chen, glancing at the towering flame pavilion sign atop the building ahead, began to grasp the situation. He leaned closer to Jiang Mingyi and posed the most pressing question on his mind. Jiang Schoolflower, is this your family's restaurant? With a sidelong glance. Jiang Mingyi did not answer, yet her eyes conveyed the truth. As friends who have braved life and death together, could I perhaps dine here for free in the future? Lin Chen exclaimed with hopeful anticipation. Jiang Mingyi looked at Lin Chen as if he were a simpleton, incredulous at his audacity. She turned to the manager and instructed. Manager Mo, should you see this scoundrel dine here, charge him tenfold. Yes, Mississippi. The manager bowed in compliance. You are running a proper black shop. Lin Chen bitterly complained. The three entered the restaurant under the manager's guidance and took the elevator to the top floor, where the supreme private rooms were located. Accessible only to the elite members of the Flame Guild. To become a supreme member, one must be a professional of at least the 7th rank. A requirement that had thwarted countless aspirants. Of course, Jiang Mingyi was an exception. As a princess of the Flame Guild, she could use it as she pleased. The doors of the private room were crafted from precious golden silk nanmu, and the opulence inside was beyond words. Lin Chen, like a country bumpkin in the city, gaped and touched everything around him, genuinely wishing to empty the place. Jiang Schoolflower, these vases are stunning. May I take 10 or so back to decorate my room? He inquired with unrestrained eagerness. Jiang Mingyi rolled her eyes heavenward. Lin Chen, don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. Decorate? If you took them back, you wouldn't last until tomorrow without selling them. Am I that kind of person? You may besmirch my handsome appearance, but you cannot tarnish my noble character. Lin Chen exclaimed, his face a mask of feigned indignation, as if truly wronged. Continue your charade, Jiang Mingyi sneered, dismissing his words entirely. Lin Chen could only sit beside Luo Yuling with regret, pondering why it was so difficult to exploit the situation. The dishes were swiftly served, prearranged by Jiang Mingyi. Though Lin Chen had never tasted such delicacies, their appearance spoke of exorbitant prices. He wasted no time, picking up his chopsticks and indulging heartily, utterly unconcerned with his image. In stark contrast to the two refined ladies, Luo Yuling poured 3 glasses of beverage and handed one to Lin Chen. Let us toast with drinks instead of wine. I raise this glass to you, in gratitude for guiding me through the pinnacle secret realm. Lao Mingyi followed suit, raising her glass. Lin Chen, Though you are quite a scoundrel, I must also thank you for leading me through the pinnacle secret realm. Lin Chen quickly raised his glass in response. You two are treating me like an outsider. If you continue this way, I may hesitate to team up with you again. But if you truly wish to express your gratitude, feel free to shower me with wealth. He chuckled, provoking eye rolls from both ladies. All right, enough of that. Let us drink, Luo Yuling replied. To our drinks. They echoed, and the three downed their glasses, smiles illuminating their faces as they began to discuss future leveling strategies. Meanwhile, in the adjacent supreme private room, 5 individuals were dining, yet their minds were far from the exquisite dishes before them. As the main course arrived, the middle-aged man in the lead grinned maliciously, revealing a sinister smile. The others displayed murderous intent. Tonight, they would permit no failure. One of the mages drew forth a pitch-black staff, murmuring incantations as dark elements silently enveloped the top floor. The dark barrier is set. We have 3 minutes. The mage spoke ominously. 1 minute is sufficient. The middle-aged man asserted confidently, downing his drink in one go. The other 4 followed suit, each knocking back their glasses. Let us proceed, the middle-aged man commanded, leading the way to the door, with the others trailing behind. Lin Chen and his companions remained oblivious to the encroaching danger, engrossed in discussions about the upcoming military training for freshmen, which would commence in 3 days. The delay in military training was to allow the new students to acclimatize to their newly chosen professions, as the transition was often the most invigorating time for them. The military training would last for half a month, after which classes would officially begin, restoring a sense of normalcy to their lives. Chapter 23. Why can't I stay and play with you? As per tradition, the last 3 days of military training required an excursion into the wilderness for rigorous training, finally allowing them to experience the legendary wilds. Jiang Mengyi was particularly eager, her love for adventure palpable. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled, though he was not fond of adventure. The abundance of monsters in the wild would enable him to level up rapidly. He felt an urgent need to bolster his strength, given the many who sought to harm him. Luo Yuling was equally enthusiastic, relishing the prospect of challenging formidable foes. While the 3 dreamt of their impending wilderness journey, the door to their private room was violently thrown open with a resounding crash. Bang! The deafening sound startled Lin Chen and his companions. While Lin Chen and Jiang Mengyi were still momentarily stunned, Luo Yuling had already drawn her Fengming sword, swiftly thrusting it forward, unleashing 9 sword energies towards the entrance. A shield appeared first, raising a massive elemental barrier that deflected all the sword energies. Lin Chen and Jiang Mengyi finally realized that enemies were upon them. Instinctively, they huddled closer behind Luo Yuling, forming a defensive formation. Seeing her attack easily thwarted, Luo Yuling wasted no time, redirecting her sword towards the window. The sword energy tore through the air, shattering the glass. Yet a layer of pitch-black elemental barrier emerged, thwarting her attack. Luo Yuling frowned slightly. Their adversaries were well prepared, having cut off their escape route. It seemed the night would not end well. You possess some strength, but alas, you shall all perish tonight. A sinister voice emerged from behind the shield, revealing a middle-aged man with a savage face, who surveyed them mockingly. Following him, 3 others stepped through the door, standing behind the middle-aged man, 1 wielding a long sword and 2 brandishing staffs. Beware of the rogue, Luo Yuling warned, flicking her fingers against the Fengming sword, unleashing a rain of sword energies within a 10-meter radius. About 3 meters to their left, a figure was forced into the open, leaving a trail of afterimages as it retreated behind the middle-aged man. Truly the daughter of that man, your alertness is commendable, unlike those 2 novices behind you, who seem utterly clueless, the middle-aged man remarked approvingly. Lin Chen had no time to retort, his body tensed with anxiety. It was evident that these individuals were here to kill, and this was his first encounter with such a dire situation, eliciting a primal instinct of fear. Who are you? How dare you be so brazen in this place? Do you not fear the retribution of the Flame Guild? Jiang Mengyi shouted, pointing at the intruders, feeling both humiliated and furious at being attacked in her own family's establishment. Upon hearing Jiang Mengyi's words, the 5 adversaries scoffed. We are from the Salvation Society. We fear not even the Federal Council, let alone your insignificant Flame Guild. The middle-aged man sneered contemptuously, his disdain palpable. Upon hearing the term Savior Society, Lin Chen felt a profound despair wash over him. The Savior Society was the foremost terrorist organization in the Federation, infamous for their unspeakable atrocities. The number of Alliance citizens who had perished at their hands was no less than those who had fallen victim to monsters. The individuals within this organization were a band of lunatics, unafraid of death in their zealous pursuit of their beliefs, often launching suicide attacks. Just like this time. Fully aware that killing Luo Yuling and Jiang Mengyi would lead to their own demise, they still dared to come. This location was Jiangnan City, the administrative hub of the Jiangnan region, teeming with formidable warriors. There was no way they could escape. Luo Yuling and Jiang Mengyi wore expressions of unprecedented gravity. Encountering members of the Savior Society, they had no chance even to become hostages. Enough, let's proceed obediently. What a pity for these 2 lovely ladies, if time weren't pressing. I would truly relish the opportunity to eliminate that man and enjoy some quality time with you both, the middle-aged man leered. His gaze towards Luo Yuling and Jiang Mingyi laden with aggression that was extremely repulsive. Lin Chen felt a surge of anger and pointed at the man, cursing furiously, "Bastard! Why not kill them and leave me to entertain you?" Luo Yuling and Jiang Mingyi exchanged incredulous glances. Was this even a coherent utterance? The faces of the 5 adversaries darkened simultaneously, their expressions growing increasingly menacing. "Kid, I will carve your flesh slice by slice." The middle-aged man growled coldly, raising his shield to deploy a protective barrier that bore down upon them. The assassin vanished, transforming into a serpent poised to strike. The priest and mage began chanting incantations, one to amplify, the other to unleash an attack. The swordsman swung his longsword, unleashing waves of sword energy towards Lin Chen and the 2 women. Even the lion, when hunting a rabbit, exerts its full strength. These terrorists were acutely aware of this principle. Although their identities were concealed and undetectable, the 3-turn equipment they wore indicated they were indeed 3rd-tier professionals. The Savior Society truly regarded them highly, dispatching a squad of 3rd-tier professionals when they were merely in their 20s. Lin Chen could only hope there were no epic or mythic professionals among them. Otherwise, the situation would become exceedingly troublesome. Ordinary 3rd-tier professionals, in their bare state, possessed a combat power of 52,000, with significant increases in power, approximately 300 for each level gained. Generally, 3rd-tier professionals could afford elite equipment, which could double their combat power to about 140,000. If they were elite professionals, clad in elite gear, their combat power would be around 280,000. As for rare professionals, their strength was even greater, reaching between 500,000 to 200,000. The higher the class rank, level, and quality of equipment, the stronger the combat power. Moreover, they currently had a priest providing support, which greatly enhanced their explosive combat potential. Lin Chen assessed his own status panel. Lin Chen profession, Totem Master level, 25 skills, Totemic Blessing, Power of Zhu Rong, Divine Thunder of Zixiao equipment, Elemental Controller combat power, 62,500 in his unadorned state. His combat power stood at 12,500, with the artifact bracelet amplifying it 5-fold. Luo Yuling promptly raised her sword shield to protect the 3 of them from the swordsman's energy. Jiang Mingyi's staff radiated a cerulean glow as she prepared to unleash ice-based crowd control. Lin Chen, in a moment of urgency, cast Totemic Blessing upon himself. Although he was the lowest level among them, he possessed the highest combat power and was their only chance to turn the tide. The ethereal figures of Pangu and Hongjun manifested, their overwhelming aura instilling fear in the 5 terrorists. With the surge of murderous intent, the Federation's prodigies became their primary targets. After the blessing, Lin Chen's combat power surged past 130,000, but that was still insufficient. He needed proper equipment for assurance. Originally, he had planned to close shop tonight and head to the school's exchange center to trade his credits for gear, but he had been delayed by prior commitments. His gaze shifted to Jiang Mingyi, who had just donned a set of cloth armor, coincidentally the same type he wore. "Zhang Shaohua, strip off your armor and give it to me," he exclaimed loudly. Upon hearing this, not only the 2 women but even the terrorists were taken aback. In such a dire situation, how could he think to ask a girl to shed her clothing? Even in desperation, one must gauge the situation. The terrorists could only express admiration for his audacity. Chapter 24, Jiang Mingyi, remove your armor for me. Jiang Mingyi's face flushed crimson. Had it been any other circumstance, she would have used her staff to smash Lin Chen's head. "Lin Chen, have you lost your mind?" She scolded angrily. "No, I meant for you to take it off for me to wear." Lin Chen replied urgently, his desperation evident. The opposing mage had already raised her staff, poised to unleash her spell, sensing an overwhelming aura of danger. The situation was dire, and he was frantic. The terrorists thought to themselves, "Today, I have truly witnessed a genuine pervert. Even in the face of death, he yearns to wear a beautiful woman's clothing." Luo Yuling's spirit trembled violently. Lin Chen's words shattered her perception of reality, and she vowed that if she survived this day, she would never again cast a glance in his direction. "You perverse fiend. Go die." Jiang Mingyi screamed once more, her eyes ablaze with fury. "Damn, I meant the equipment. Give me your armor. I need it." Lin Chen finally realized the absurdity of his words, slapping himself. Upon hearing this, Luo Yuling exhaled deeply. Thankfully, Lin Chen was not a pervert. "Damn it, next time. Speak clearly," Jiang Mingyi said, utterly exasperated, but she promptly removed her entire set of armor and handed it to Lin Chen, for she knew he would not make frivolous demands. The 5 terrorists did not intervene. They were too late to act and saw no need to stop him. They did not believe that Lin Chen, clad in a set of first-turn rare equipment, could stir any significant turmoil. But soon, they would regret underestimating him. With a mere thought, Lin Chen donned the entire set of cloth armor, along with the ring and pendant. His combat power quadrupled once more, skyrocketing to 520,000. In that moment, he felt an invincible strength surge within him. Coldly, he surveyed the 5 terrorists, his murderous intent escalating. They dared to threaten his life, an unforgivable sin. At that moment, the dark mage across from them had unleashed her skill, a dark blade cleaving through the entire room towards Lin Chen and his companions. The sturdy walls crumbled like paper, torn apart effortlessly. The mage was confident that this attack would annihilate Lin Chen and the others, as a rare-level mage. His power was unmatched by his teammates. Only the middle-aged man at the forefront could rival him, which was why he was the leader. Lin Chen's eyes ignited with 2 flames. He could distinctly sense the omnipresent fire elements, awaiting his summons as their sovereign. With a mere thought, the fire elements swiftly converged, forming a solid wall of flames to shield his companions. The searing heat ignited all wooden objects in the vicinity. The dark blade struck the wall of flames, failing to create even a ripple. This scene caused the 5 terrorists' pupils to constrict. They understood the prowess of the dark mage. Yet Lin Chen had managed to thwart the attack. How is this possible? The dark mage exclaimed in shock, unable to believe his own eyes. Luo Yuling and Jiang Mengyi were equally astonished. They knew Lin Chen was formidable, but had not anticipated him to withstand a 3rd-tier professional's assault. The 2 women gazed at Lin Chen, their perception of him transforming into one of immense stature. Huh, you think you can kill me? Prepare to be showered with my affection. Lin Chen grinned wickedly, resembling a villain. The image of the towering figure in the 2 women's eyes shattered, replaced by a lewd caricature. The 2 were utterly speechless. In such a critical moment, could he not behave normally? Fire bombardment, Lin Chen shouted, condensing the fire elements into fireballs the size of small cars for indiscriminate bombardment. Watch out, the middle-aged man bellowed, raising his shield high, as the earth elements swiftly formed a thick defensive barrier to protect himself and his comrades. However, the thief who had stealthily approached Lin Chen met a grim fate, as the dense barrage of fireballs left him with no room for evasion. One fireball struck him, resulting in a violent explosion that obliterated him completely. He was merely an elite thief who had recently transitioned to the 3rd tier, and his combat prowess was vastly inferior to that of the current Lin Chen. Witnessing this scene, the remaining 4 terrorists were engulfed in a mixture of rage and profound fear. Without their captain's protection, they would undoubtedly meet a similar end. Drink the berserk potion, eliminate them, for the sake of salvation. The middle-aged captain shouted fervently, producing a vial of crimson potion and downing it. The berserk potion was a desperate remedy, doubling all attributes for 3 minutes, but leaving the user in a state of weakness afterward, with a 90 reduction in all attributes, rendering them as easy prey. For the sake of salvation, the other 3 terrorists, equally fervent, followed suit and consumed the berserk potion. The captain charged towards Lin Chen, wielding a defensive shield. Brutal charge, he roared, unleashing a powerful assault skill as he barreled towards Lin Chen, shattering the air in his wake. Be careful, Luo Yuling warned loudly, positioning herself in front of Lin Chen. Should Lin Chen be struck by the skill, the 3rd-tier shield warrior's control would incapacitate him for 10 seconds, preventing any retaliation. She would not allow such a scenario to unfold. Get away from me, the elite swordsman among the terrorists bellowed, brandishing his sword at Luo Yuling, unleashing a sword aura that cleaved through the air with fierce intensity. The dark mage hurled a prepared spell, sending a thick, dark tendril towards Lin Chen, intent on ensnaring him. Meanwhile, the priest had cast a group enhancement spell, his staff radiating a verdant glow that enveloped his teammates, bolstering their combat capabilities. This was the strength of a professional team. Through mutual cooperation, they could unleash formidable power. Luo Yuling, undeterred, gripped her sword and retaliated fiercely, unleashing a sword aura that transformed into a majestic phoenix, colliding with the enemy's sword energy. Jiang Mengyi's staff released a chilling gust, thwarting the dark tendril's advance. The phoenix's sword aura emitted a triumphant cry, shattering the enemy's sword energy with its overwhelming presence. At level 34, as a legendary sword fairy, and equipped with rare gear alongside the Phoenix Cry sword, her combat power surged beyond 130,000. Moreover, having just consumed a primary enhancement potion, her attributes had increased by 30, pushing her combat power past 150,000. The opposing swordsman, merely elite tier, barely surpassed 100,000 in combat prowess even with their enhancements, making him no match for her. The Phoenix's sword aura surged towards the dark tendril, determined to protect Lin Chen from any disruption. Damn it! The 4 terrorists cursed in unison, realizing that the target they had once thought easy to subdue was far more formidable than anticipated. Nevertheless, the captain remained confident. Even if Luo Yuling obstructed him, he could still collide with her and seize control of Lin Chen. Lin Chen, fully aware of their intentions, resolved not to be restrained. It was no longer a time for concealment. He unleashed the skill of the purple cloud divine thunder. Dark clouds descended, and purple lightning tore through the heavens, manifesting with an overwhelming might before all present. Chapter 25, Let us embrace together. The thunder, as thick as a barrel, crashed against the captain's defensive shield, unleashing a cataclysm of lightning. The shield trembled violently, fissures appearing upon its surface. What? The captain gasped in horror, feeling the powerful recoil strike him, momentarily halting his charge. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder continued to rain down, ravaging the confined space. The defensive shield that the captain had upheld finally succumbed, shattering under the relentless barrage of lightning. This spectacle invigorated Luo Yuling and Jiang Mingyi, finally revealing the means by which Lin Chen had vanquished the Bone Dragon. Such a formidable attack skill was hard to believe could be wielded by a mere first-tier professional without witnessing it firsthand. As for the terrorists, they were struck with terror, unable to fathom the devastation that such thunder would wreak upon them. They could only envision a fate of becoming charred remains. The captain, now preoccupied with controlling Lin Chen, could no longer focus as the thunder continued to descend upon the priest in their ranks. Even with no experience in team battles, Lin Chen understood the unspoken rule of targeting support first. Not on my watch, the captain bellowed, raising his shield to protect the priest, bracing himself against the strike. The thunder enveloped him, cracks appearing in his heavy armor, the pain contorting his face. He involuntarily cried out in agony. Die, all of you, Lin Chen growled fiercely, manipulating the fire elements to conjure 4 massive fire dragons that surged towards the 4 terrorists, with both thunder and flames unleashed. He was eager to see who could withstand this onslaught. 100 sword technique. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Yuling thrust her sword forward, sending forth 100 sword auras that ripped through the air towards the enemies. Jiang Mingyi planted her staff into the ground, a verdant light blossoming as thick roots emerged, ensnaring the foes. In an instant, the 4 terrorists found themselves in a precarious situation, rendered entirely passive. The elite swordsman raised his sword defensively, intertwining sword auras to form a protective barrier at the forefront. The dark mage cast a dark cage skill, conjuring a solid barrier of dark elements to encircle them. Using control skills defensively, the priest invoked the blessing of the earth, enhancing his teammates' defenses. Boom. Thunder, fire dragons, sword auras, and roots collided against the enemy's defenses, shattering the sword barrier, causing the swordsman to vomit blood and be hurled backward. Following this, the dark cage, though formidable, shattered after only 2 seconds against the onslaught. Yet, they had bought time for the captain, who took a moment to catch his breath and summoned the guardian bell. A bell as unyielding as iron enveloped them, finally providing a semblance of security. However, as the bell trembled increasingly, a sense of foreboding settled upon them. No matter how powerful it was still a first-tier spell, and its mental fortitude was limited. It could not withstand such overwhelming attacks for long. The captain spoke to steady his comrades, who were now filled with dread. Lin Chen smiled slightly at these words. Indeed, it would not last long, perhaps just a few minutes. Do you think we would believe that? As long as we can control you, victory will still belong to us. The captain growled, pushing the bell towards Lin Chen, struggling under the weight of the overwhelming assaults. The shield warrior had a notable drawback. Many skills required close proximity to execute, and he needed to approach Lin Chen closely. To touch him. Do you dare ask me first? Luo Yuling declared with authority, positioning herself once more in front of Lin Chen, a steadfast fortress. Lin Chen felt warmth in his heart. Luo Yuling was truly commendable, holding a noble status with a bright future, yet never fearing for her life. And I as well, Jiang Mingyi chimed in, similarly placing herself in front of Lin Chen, refusing to allow any harm to come to him. This girl was also admirable, though perhaps a touch selfish. Lin Chen silently commended Jiang Mingyi. The captain ceased to respond, pressing forward with the guardian bell. The other terrorists also prepared to unleash their skills for a desperate gamble. Their courage was commendable, but victory belonged solely to them. Totemic blessing. Lin Chen quietly chanted, summoning the ethereal image of the Pangu totem behind him, bestowing blessings upon Luo Yuling as the skill's cooldown ended. Luo Yuling felt invigorated, her body brimming with strength. She held her sword before her, 9 sword auras coalescing behind her. Break for me, she commanded coldly, thrusting her sword forward as the 9 sword auras surged forth, transforming once more into a phoenix. The phoenix's sword aura crashed against the guardian bell, which could no longer withstand the force and shattered into pieces. It is not that Luo Yuling's attack surpasses Lin Chen's, but rather that it serves as the proverbial last straw that broke the camel's back. It's over. A singular thought simultaneously invaded the minds of the 4 terrorists. Thunder crashed, and fire dragons descended. Apart from the middle-aged man, who had become a shield, the others were instantly reduced to mere ashes. Yet the middle-aged man would willingly endure a few more seconds of agony, for the pain was excruciating. His body was torn asunder by lightning, scorched by flames, and pierced by sword energy, tormenting him to the very marrow. At the moment he collapsed onto the ground, he finally found release. Lin Chen remained unconvinced, insisting on incinerating the adversary into ashes before he would relent. With so many methods at a professional's disposal, who could ascertain whether the opponent was merely feigning death? Damn it! Lin Chen wiped the cold sweat from his brow. It was his first encounter with a life-and-death crisis, and his thighs trembled ever so slightly. Jiang Mingyi's complexion was also somewhat pale. She had never faced such an ordeal. In contrast, Luo Yuling maintained a calm demeanor, Whether due to innate bravery or sheer habituation was a mystery. Jiang Mengyi surveyed the chaotic scene with a grim expression. Having encountered the madmen of the Salvation Society at her own hotel, she was further disheartened by the absence of any response to the situation, leaving her feeling utterly humiliated. Yuling, Lin Chen, I am so sorry. She expressed her guilt, nearly endangering her closest friend. Luo Yuling grasped Jiang Mengyi's hand, reassuring her, this is not your fault. They came for me. This has happened many times. It is my issue. She felt immense self-reproach for having left Jiang University so carelessly. Do not say that. It was my suggestion to come here, Jiang Mengyi countered, shaking her head. I am the target. It would have been the same elsewhere. That is not true. While others sought to shift blame, the two women were instead eager to take it upon themselves, prompting Lin Chen to intervene. Stop squabbling. Nothing that a hug cannot remedy. Come, let us embrace. He opened his arms, raising an eyebrow with a mischievous grin. The two women rolled their eyes in unison, retorting, dream on. Yet they proceeded to embrace, casting a provocative glance at Lin Chen. I want a hug too. Lin Chen moved closer, arms wide open, but the two women swiftly dodged, scolding him for being a rogue. Chapter 26. I'll take a little loss and act small. Following Lin Chen's antics, the women's feelings of guilt began to dissipate. What is going on with the guards here? The dark barrier has been breached, and they still have not reacted to the situation. Jiang Mengyi reprimanded. Her disappointment in the guards palpable. At that moment, a figure shot in through the window, creating a sonic boom due to their incredible speed. Lin Chen and the others were drawn to the commotion, their hearts racing again, but they relaxed upon recognizing the person donned in the attire of the Flame Pavilion. The individual's condition was far from favorable. Their body was a tapestry of wounds, blood flowing freely, suggesting they had emerged from a fierce battle. They appeared anxious, relief washing over them upon confirming that Jiang Mengyi was unharmed. Miss, it is such a relief to see you safe, the individual exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude. For had anything happened to Jiang Mengyi, they would not know how to face it. What has transpired? Jiang Mengyi inquired, her ire tempered by concern for the person's injuries. Miss, Manager Mo has gone mad, suddenly attacking our guard team, resulting in heavy casualties. If it were not for a customer who intervened and subdued Manager Mo, I fear I would not have made it here. The guard expressed his indignation, the betrayal by one of their own weighing heavily on him. That treacherous scoundrel. He must have divulged our information to the Salvation Society. Jiang Mengyi seethed, her teeth clenched in rage. Traitors were the most despicable of beings. Hearing the name of the Salvation Society sent a wave of dread through the guard. The young lady had been targeted by those lunatics, and they were fortunate that she had emerged unscathed. He glanced at the scattered equipment on the ground, all of which was of the third-tier variety. Realizing that a third-tier professional team had been dispatched by the Salvation Society for the assassination, a chill of fear washed over him, compounded by confusion regarding how the three first-tier professionals had managed to annihilate a third-tier team. However, such inquiries were beyond his purview. His priority was to escort Lin Chen and the others away from this place, leading them down to a lower floor and into a private room. The four awaited the arrival of the guild's elite. Jiangnan City, as the capital of the Jiangnan region, stands as one of the super cities of the Federation. The Flame Pavilion has established a branch here, deploying 8th-tier professionals for its protection. Powerful auras began to rise from all corners of Jiangnan City, swiftly converging in one direction. Though the populace was unaware of the specifics, they sensed that something monumental had transpired, for these auras belonged to 8th-tier professionals. An elder clad in a crimson robe was the first to arrive, bursting through the window. Mengyi, I am so relieved to see you safe. The elder exhaled, visibly relieved. Third uncle, you must take charge of this. Jiang Mengyi implored, finally finding solace in the presence of family. Do not worry, Mengyi. Your third uncle will ensure justice is served. Those despicable scoundrels of the Salvation Society. The elder's beard bristled in fury as he spoke of the Salvation Society. His gaze then shifted to Luo Yuling and Lin Chen, laden with apology. Miss Luo, and this young friend, we sincerely apologize for the incident at the Flame Pavilion. It is not your fault. The people of the Salvation Society are madmen. This is beyond anyone's anticipation, Luo Yuling and Lin Chen replied, acknowledging that they were not unreasonable individuals. Whoosh. Another figure soared through the window, clad in a police uniform. The 3 silver crescent badges on their shoulder attesting to their identity as the chief of the Jiangnan City Police. The individual responsible for maintaining order in Jiangnan City had personally arrived. Their gaze immediately fell upon Luo Yuling, and upon confirming her safety, they felt a weight lift from their shoulders. Miss Luo, I deeply apologize for the occurrence of such an event in Jiangnan City. The police cannot escape culpability. The chief promptly expressed his regret. Your words are heavy. The Salvation Society has attempted to assassinate me more than once. Luo Yuling replied calmly, accustomed to such threats. One after another, significant figures arrived, and Lin Chen was witnessing so many dignitaries for the first time. The trio recounted their encounter to the esteemed guests, albeit with a minor embellishment, claiming that they had relied on certain hidden strengths of Luo Yuling to vanquish their foes. No one doubted their account. After all, It was implausible for 3 first-tier professionals to annihilate a third-tier team alone, and thus they were not inclined to question it. Lin Chen and the others were escorted back to Jiang University's entrance by the esteemed figures, and they were only able to breathe a sigh of relief once they saw the flying vehicle enter the campus gates. Jiang University, with its plethora of powerful individuals, was home to 9th-tier professionals, making it the safest haven in the entire Jiangnan region. However, the turbulence caused by this incident was merely the beginning, as the Federation officially commenced a thorough crackdown on the Salvation Society. The Luo family and the Flame Pavilion erupted in wrath, mobilizing formidable forces to join the official campaign against the threat. Inside the flying vehicle, Lin Chen collapsed onto the sofa, utterly exhausted. Jiang Mingyi mirrored his state, sprawled on the couch without the desire to move. Luo Yuling approached Lin Chen, gazing at him silently. Upon noticing her, Lin Chen instinctively shielded his chest with his hands. What do you want? Don't do anything rash. Luo Yuling's expression darkened. Did he take her for someone unworthy of respect? She suppressed her anger and bowed to Lin Chen. He quickly rolled away, exclaiming, "Whoa, I can't handle this. What are you doing, Miss Luo? Are you proposing to me? I certainly did not agree to marry you." Lin Chen exclaimed in surprise. "Do not be angry. Do not be angry. Let us not hold it against him. Considering he saved your life." Luo Yuling reassured herself internally, fearful that she might lose her temper and draw her sword. On the other hand, Jiang Mingyi could no longer tolerate it. She sprang up, glaring at Lin Chen. "You scoundrel, Lin Chen, teasing my Yuling again? Do you believe I would not end you?" She threatened, hands on her hips. I believe. With your fiery temper, how could I dare not believe?" Lin Chen retorted playfully. I will end you right now." Jiang Mingyi brandished her staff and aimed a strike at Lin Chen. Quick on his feet, Lin Chen dodged and took off running. "You coward, if you have the guts, don't run. If you're brave enough, don't chase after me." The two engaged in a spirited pursuit, while Luo Yuling, exasperated, leaned against the sofa, cradling her forehead. The aircraft descended before the entrance of Dormitory 6, bringing Lin Chen and Jiang Mingyi's playful scuffle to an abrupt halt. At last, Luo Yuling seized the opportunity to voice her thoughts. "Lin Chen, once again, I am immensely grateful for your rescue. As I've mentioned before, should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall do everything within my power," she solemnly vowed. Jiang Mingyi, adopting a serious demeanor, echoed, "I feel the same way." Her tone was earnest. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Chen realized he indeed had a matter requiring the assistance of both young women. "There is something I need your help with," he stated, his tone serious. "Whatever it is, I will not refuse," Luo Yuling responded with unwavering resolve. "Neither will I," Jiang Mingyi proclaimed, thumping her chest in assurance. "It is this," Lin Chen began, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "I have long admired your fathers and wish to forge a bond of brotherhood with them, even if it means becoming sworn brothers of different surnames." His request left the two women in disbelief, their initial concern for a serious matter swiftly replaced by indignation. "Is that all? Just give me a clear answer." "I can endure some embarrassment," he continued, but the women's fury erupted. "Go to hell," they shouted, fists raised as they chased after Lin Chen. "Calm down. From now on, we'll each refer to one another differently. I'll call you classmates, and you'll call me uncle," he retorted, his voice filled with mockery. Chapter 27. Too ruthless, can't stand it. Outside, the arrival of the aircraft drew the attention of numerous female students. Their curiosity piqued as they awaited the passengers, especially given the aircraft's peculiar vibrations, which sparked a flurry of speculation. "No way. Is that how extravagant they are? Can't even afford a room? Seems like they're just after that thrill, haha. The world has indeed changed. I never expected our two campus beauties to be such individuals. In truth, should I have the means, I would gladly support a charming fellow like Lin Chen. Wealth certainly has its advantages." The air was thick with envy and resentment as the news of Lin Chen's escapade with Luo Yuling and Jiang Mingyi swiftly circulated throughout the campus. Many male students, upon hearing the news, were initially incredulous, but upon viewing the videos of the trembling aircraft, they had no choice but to accept the reality. "Damn, Lin Chen. I will not let you go unpunished. My goddess, how could this happen? I'm going to kill Lin Chen." Many boys were devastated, their once idolized dreams shattering into darkness. As the aircraft's door swung open, Lin Chen bolted out in a panic. "You two are too ruthless. How can I withstand such force? Farewell," he shouted as he sprinted away. The two women, having emerged in pursuit, felt frustrated that Lin Chen had escaped. They were not finished with him yet. Suddenly, Jiang Mingyi called out, "You jerk, give me back my clothes." Influenced by Lin Chen, she mistakenly referred to her gear as clothing. The surrounding girls, who had merely speculated, were now convinced. What a revelation today. How fierce they are, making a man flee in terror. Lin Chen, it seemed, was also a player, enjoying cross-dressing. The whispers among the girls intensified, and both Luo Yuling and Jiang Mingyi sensed something was amiss. How did the story take such a turn? They thought, feeling increasingly uneasy. Upon returning to the dormitory, they opened the campus forum only to find the most prominent posts discussing their escapades with Lin Chen. Their world felt like it was collapsing. The plaything of the two campus flowers? Is she a pure maiden or a seductress? Lin Chen knows best. Furious, the two women ground their teeth in anger, wishing they could slay those who spread such slanderous rumors. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, oblivious to the forum posts, noticed something was off. The gazes of his classmates felt strange. The girls looked at him with disdain, contempt, and mockery, while the boys were filled with anger, jealousy, admiration, and awe. Lin Chen, you're impressive. Managing to win over both campus beauties. What is it like to be a kept man? You scoundrel, give me back my goddess. Lin Chen was utterly bewildered as he approached the shop, only to find a throng of male students blocking his path. Assuming the members of the War God Pavilion were causing trouble again, he felt fury boiling within him. You scoundrels, get lost, he yelled in anger. The already furious boys responded with even greater rage. Lin Chen, you damn bastard. Defiling my goddess and still have the audacity to curse. I challenge you to a duel. The boys surged toward Lin Chen, their expressions menacing. Realizing they were not from the War God Pavilion, but had come for another reason, Lin Chen decided to flee. Outnumbered, he knew he could not compete. The students from Jiang University were not to be underestimated. Many were epic-level professionals, including several with advanced skills. Don't let him escape. Pursue him. The boys shouted, some even taking flight to chase Lin Chen. Realizing the dire situation, he thought, how could my legs outrun those flying in the sky? Calm down. Let us talk this out. He yelled. Calm down, you bastard. We're going to kill you tonight. The sound of rushing air grew closer, and Lin Chen glanced back to see a boy wielding a long sword closing in on him. The sword glimmered ominously, casting a chilling light across the night sky, and Lin Chen felt as if he were plunging into an icy abyss. What is happening here? He thought, horrified at the prospect of facing such a fierce opponent. Stop. At that critical moment, a commanding voice echoed from above, accompanied by an overwhelming aura that descended upon the scene. Students airborne began crashing to the ground like falling dumplings, while those on the ground were flattened. A middle-aged man, exuding authority and with a frosty demeanor, landed before them. Who dares to engage in violence on school grounds? His cold voice swept over the crowd, and the intense pressure caused the boys to choke, their faces turning ashen. Lin Chen halted, looking up to recognize the newcomer, the academic director of Jiang University, a formidable 8th-tier professional. The students, now aware of the gravity of their actions, understood that their recent behavior amounted to attempted homicide, a serious violation of both school regulations and federal law. Director, we were just fooling around, one student weakly protested. With a swift motion, the director unsheathed his sword, its cold light slicing through the night. So you enjoy playing games, do you? Very well, I'll join you. You have 1 minute to escape. His murderous intent was palpable. He despised students mocking him, believing him to be a fool. Director, we were wrong. We let our anger cloud our judgment. The students pleaded, fear evident in their voices. All of you, to the academic office, stand there until I decide your fate. Anyone who dares to defy this order will face severe consequences. The director's reprimand was relentless, leaving the students feeling utterly defeated, their spirits crushed. Turning his gaze to Lin Chen, the director observed him standing at attention, utterly compliant. Lin Chen felt a deep-seated fear. The director's intimidating presence made the previous threats seem like mere childish play. Every high-ranking professional emerges from a sea of corpses and rivers of blood, for them. The act of killing is not merely an exaggeration, but a stark reality. Observing Lin Chen in such a state, the director of academic affairs softened his gaze, sheathing his sword as he articulated his purpose. Lin Chen, the principal requests your presence. Please accompany me to his office. Chapter 28. The Transformation of a Mythical Realm. Lin Chen had no objections to this and readily agreed. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa situated near Jiang University, a cacophony of shattering objects erupted. A group of useless fools. How could they fail to eliminate Lin Chen? Zhao Xing seethed, his face contorted with rage. Luo Yuling, you wretched harlot. You ignore me while secretly keeping a pretty boy. Damn them all. His fury reached a crescendo as he smashed everything within reach. He was infuriated. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to openly kill Lin Chen had slipped through his fingers. In the room, a naked woman trembled under the covers, fully aware that she would soon face dire consequences. Whenever Zhao Sheng was in a foul mood, he exhibited a merciless brutality, and many women had perished at his hands. Returning to Lin Chen, he was escorted by the director to the principal's office, once again confronting this prominent figure of the Federation. Principal, Lin Chen has arrived, the director announced. Thank you for your efforts, the principal replied. Without lingering, the director departed to attend to the recent disturbances involving the students. Greetings, Principal, Lin Chen saluted. Lin Chen, there's no need for such formalities here. Please, take a seat and enjoy some tea while we wait for your two teammates, the principal said amiably, gesturing for Lin Chen to sit across from him. Lin Chen, feeling no need for pretense, settled comfortably into his chair, contemplating the exquisite tea likely offered by the principal. As for the teammates he mentioned, they were presumably Luo Yuling and Jiang Mingyi. What are your thoughts on tonight's events? The principal inquired casually. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen articulated his concerns. I sense that someone is instigating this situation, aiming to eliminate me. The principal chuckled lightly. Quite astute. What do you believe the school will do regarding the students who attacked you tonight? Lin Chen pondered, responding cautiously. A warning? A demerit? In his mind, he envisioned the school minimizing the incident, reducing significant matters to trivialities. The principal shook his head, dismissing Lin Chen's assessment. Anyone caught blocking your path will be expelled and turned over to the authorities. Those who brandished weapons will face charges of attempted murder. Additionally, those spreading rumors on campus forums will also be expelled. As Lin Chen absorbed this information, he felt increasingly astonished. Was this truly the school's approach? Such stringent measures? Of course, he harbored no sympathy for those involved. Rather, he applauded the principal's decisiveness. Adults must bear the consequences of their actions. Your wisdom is commendable, principal. Lin Chen offered a compliment. Enough with the flattery, you little smooth talker, the principal retorted playfully. Not at all. My admiration for you is as boundless as the flowing river. You are a beacon in the darkness, Lin Chen continued, only to be interrupted. At that moment, a knock echoed through the door, drawing their attention to the arrival of Luo Yuling and Jiang Mingyi. Both women wore displeased expressions, likely due to the recent slander they had endured. Greetings, Grandpa Zhou. Luo Yuling greeted. Hello, Principal. Jiang Mingyi followed suit. The titles they used revealed an intricate relationship between Luo Yuling and the principal. Yuling, Mingyi, please have a seat. The principal warmly invited. Ladies, do not stand on ceremony. Consider this your home, Lin Chen added, prompting bemused glances from the others. The two women settled next to Lin Chen, their discontent evident on their faces. The feeling of being slandered is quite unpleasant, isn't it? The principal remarked. Grandpa Zhou, those people are utterly despicable, distorting the truth beyond recognition, Luo Yuling fumed. How could they behave this way, spreading falsehoods without a shred of understanding? Jiang Mingyi echoed her indignation. First, have a cup of tea to calm your nerves, the principal suggested, pouring tea for each of them. This is the treatment afforded to prodigies, assassination attempts, slander, and even threats against your loved ones. Your enemies will stop at nothing to destroy you. The principal spoke earnestly. His eyes momentarily clouded with memories of darker times. The three fell silent, reflecting on the perils of growing up in such tumultuous times. Enough of this. The school will take serious action against those spreading rumors and those who attacked you. I called you here to request your assistance with a matter, the principal said, shifting his demeanor to one of gravity. Lin Chen and Jiang Mingyi exchanged puzzled glances. Why would such a distinguished principal seek their help? Luo Yuling remained composed, already formulating a guess. Jiangnan City has detected spatial fluctuations. Based on the readings, a new realm will descend within 3 days. This is a first-tier realm. But not just any first-tier realm. It contains mythical-grade monsters, the principal sighed, revealing his concern. The first-tier realm only permits first-tier professionals to enter. Should a higher-ranked professional force their way inside, it would result in catastrophic explosions. It functions as a miniature world, and should it detonate, Jiangnan City would face obliteration, a price the Federation cannot afford. If it were a typical first-tier realm, it would be manageable. However, this one is particularly troublesome. Were it not for the three of you having conquered the Pinnacle Tower, I would have had to seek assistance from other universities, which would undoubtedly invite ridicule. How embarrassing for Jiang University to be unable to handle a first-tier realm. Lin Chen listened, his expression slightly bemused. It's merely a first-tier realm. What is so daunting about mythical grade? Can it withstand my thunder of the purple sky? He could not comprehend why the principal wore such a troubled expression. Wasn't he at a trivial matter? Jiang Mingyi and Luo Yuling maintained their calm demeanor, without Lin Chen. They might have viewed the situation as daunting. However, with Lin Chen, who could vanquish third-tier epic professionals, they felt confident. Observing their nonchalance, the principal grew serious. This newly arrived realm is unlike those in the Realm Palace. The monsters within have not been weakened. Monsters of the same tier possess 2 to 10 times the strength. Especially mythical-grade monsters. Without divine artifacts and epic gear, it is nearly impossible to contend with mythical professionals of the same tier. If it weren't for your possession of divine artifacts, I would have already sought aid from the other 3 universities. Seeing the principal's concern, Luo Yuling's gaze shifted toward Lin Chen. Understanding her intent, Lin Chen resolved to reassure the principal. He nodded, signaling that the principal should continue. For if even he lost faith, the Federation would surely be doomed. Luo Yuling turned her attention back to the principal, determined to reveal the truth. Chapter 29. The Most Dangerous Fool. Grandpa Zhou, in fact, it was Lin Chen who dealt with those assassins from the Salvation Society tonight. What do you mean? The principal inquired, perplexed. He single-handedly eliminated them using his own strength. Are you suggesting that Lin Chen, a mere youth of over 20 levels, vanquished an entire team of third-tier professionals? The principal's tone was laced with disbelief. You expect me to believe that? Indeed. He primarily relied on his strength during the Pinnacle realm. Mingyi and I were unconscious by the final layer, and he single-handedly dispatched 4 skeletal dragons, Luo Yuling boldly asserted, revealing yet another truth. The principal gazed incredulously at Lin Chen, struggling to comprehend how he accomplished such feats with just a head and 2 arms. Ha ha ha, remarkable. Lin Chen, you are truly extraordinary. The principal, filled with excitement, pondered little about the worries that typically plagued educators, for how could he be anxious with such an exceptional student? No mythic creature, no matter how formidable, could rival Lin Chen's extraordinary prowess. Oh, but it was only with the considerable assistance of Flower Luo and Flower Jiang that I managed this, Lin Chen humbly stated. With the 3 of you by my side, I feel reassured. I shall not let your efforts go unrewarded. You may choose any first-tier equipment from the exchange center, the principal declared with a grand gesture. Fully aware that to harness the strength of a bull, one must provide it with fodder. In a world where strength reigns supreme, moral high ground and lofty ideals hold little sway. Hearing this, Lin Yu could not suppress a grin that nearly reached the back of his head. He had been contemplating using his credits to exchange for equipment the following day, but now, he had saved a significant sum. The school possessed an abundance of fine items, including several pieces of epic equipment. This was indeed a windfall. Jiang Mingyi's eyes curved into crescent moons as she smiled, her thoughts consumed by the prospect of acquiring splendid gear. In contrast, Luo Yuling remained composed, placing greater value on honor than material gains. Lin Chen, your discretion in concealing your strength is wise. Maintain this vigilance. The Federation faces numerous adversaries, and foolishness abounds, making it imperative to remain cautious, the principal advised. Feeling a deep sense of responsibility for Lin Chen's safety, as he viewed him as a beacon of hope for the Federation, far too extraordinary to be lost. Rest assured. Principal, I shall remain vigilant, Lin Chen assured, thumping his chest with confidence. When it comes to survival, none can surpass my cunning. Indeed, you are commendable, the principal praised, appreciating his strength, prudence, and humility, qualities he cherished in his younger counterparts. He then instructed Lin Chen and his companions to prepare for the impending arrival of the secret realm, promising to escort them at the earliest opportunity. Upon exiting the principal's office, Lin Chen and his companions made their way towards the female dormitory. As Lin Chen needed to pass through the girls' area to return to his shop, the 2 young women walked hand in hand, while Lin Chen lingered alongside Luo Yuling. Glancing at the inseparable duo, he felt a pang of exclusion. Why do you not take my hand as well, considering we share life and death as comrades? He lamented, feeling as though he had been cast aside. The 2 young women could only respond with exasperation, unable to fathom how he could brazenly utter such shameless words. Dream on. Who do you think you are? Lin Chen chuckled, intending to subject the 2 to a desensitization exercise, as dwelling on others' gossip was not conducive to happiness. Scoundrel. Go to hell. I'll make you pay. The 2 retorted, their tempers flaring as they began to chase Lin Chen, leaving behind a trail of laughter and playful admonitions. Their playful antics continued until they reached the vicinity of the dormitory, where many students had already succumbed to slumber. To think the school could take such stringent measures against those students surprises me, Lin Chen mused, recalling his past life where institutions seemed incapable of enforcing discipline. It is entirely reasonable. Slander is a grave offense in the Federation. Once, due to rumors, the Federation lost 3 cities, resulting in over 5 million casualties. Since then, they have cracked down hard on disseminators of falsehoods. Whether those students acted with malicious intent or simply followed the crowd, expulsion was a deserved consequence. After all, allowing the foolish to wield greater power is a disservice to society, Luo Yuling elucidated, her perspective differing from Lin Chen's. Jiang Mingyi nodded in agreement. The truly dangerous individuals are the foolish, who believe themselves to be exceptionally clever. They act without restraint and show no remorse. Lin Chen found her reasoning compelling. The damage wrought by the foolish often eclipsed that of the wicked. While one could guard against malevolence, folly was an unpredictable foe. Some foolish individuals, intoxicated, would insist on driving their families, while others disregarded their family's counsel, believing outsiders blindly. Countless instances existed of families torn apart by the folly of a single individual. In light of this, Lin Chen began to appreciate the Federation's legal system. After escorting the 2 young women back to the dormitory, Lin Chen returned to his shop. Although he now possessed ample funds to cover dormitory fees or even purchase a home, he preferred the convenience of living in his shop, allowing him to rise and immediately commence work. The night passed without incident, and the following morning, Lin Chen awoke early. After freshening up, he headed to the cafeteria for breakfast, experiencing a serene journey devoid of scornful remarks or confrontations. As the school had swiftly dealt with the rumor-mongers and those who had harassed Lin Chen, the results of the disciplinary actions had been prominently displayed on the campus forum. The list of expelled students, numbering over 300, astonished the student body. Such a mass expulsion had never before occurred in any school, marking a historic first for the Federation. Furthermore, over 70 of those expelled had been referred to the authorities, facing charges of attempted murder, their futures irrevocably altered. This stringent punishment served as a wake-up call for the students. Although they were learners, they were also adults responsible for their actions, understanding that words and deeds bore consequences. Speculation arose regarding whether parents would protest the expulsion of so many students. However, The Jiang University held sufficient power to quell any disturbances, being a prestigious institution under the direct management of the Federation's council. To provoke unrest at Jiang University was tantamount to challenging the Federation itself. Who would dare? Of course, not all students subscribed to the rumors that had circulated. The majority of Jiang University's students were not foolish. They greeted Lin Chen with enthusiasm, to which he responded with a warm smile. In high spirits, he whistled his way to the cafeteria, soon locating the two striking school flowers. Chapter 30. Are you expecting? Luo Yuling and Jiang Mengyi occupied a four-person table, elegantly enjoying their breakfast. Lin Chen approached, adeptly taking a seat beside Luo Yuling. Good morning, esteemed school flowers. Good morning? You could have chosen a more reasonable time to raid the secret realm. Rising so early wreaks havoc on your skin, you know? Jiang Mengyi rebuked, her irritation flaring as she recalled their agreement to explore the secret realm together, only for Lin Chen to insist on this ungodly hour. Alas, I had no choice. I must hasten back to my shop, Lin Chen replied, and the two young women begrudgingly acquiesced. Does it truly matter how I look? Lin Chen teased. What do you mean, does it matter? I appear like a celestial being. If your eyes are unworthy, you might consider donating them to those in need, Jiang Mengyi retorted, her anger palpable, as she nearly brandished her spoon at Lin Chen's head. Who said celestial beings must be beautiful? Celestial beings can be bald or have pockmarked faces. The beauty of celestial beings is merely a fantasy of us mortals, Lin Chen remarked, unfazed by Jiang Mengyi's impending eruption. Beside them, Luo Yuling stifled a laugh. The image of a celestial being with a bald head amusing her, yet she refrained from expressing it further for the sake of her friend. See, even Flower Luo is laughing. I am not. I merely recalled something amusing, Luo Yuling protested. Are you expecting? Die. Luo Yuling elbowed Lin Chen in the chest, nearly causing him to spew his food. I feel faint. Lin Chen's complexion paled as he leaned against Luo Yuling's shoulder. To his surprise, rather than push him away, she allowed his head to rest there. The scent enveloped him, and he truly felt a wave of dizziness. However, upon sensing the chilling aura of intent emanating from beside his head, he instantly straightened his posture. Oh, how curious that I am no longer feeling dizzy so soon, he mused to himself, before resuming his focus on the bowl of noodles before him. Luo Yuling gripped her chopsticks tightly, wishing fervently to drive them into Lin Chen's thigh. Yet, remembering they were in a public setting, she restrained herself. Damn that Lin Chen, he is taking advantage of my Yuling again, Jiang Mengyi scolded, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, however, feigned ignorance, wholly absorbed in his meal. Unbeknownst to him, his earlier act of leaning against Luo Yuling's shoulder had been witnessed by numerous students, solidifying their belief that Lin Chen and Luo Yuling shared a special bond. Yet, this time, they dared not speak recklessly, merely whispering among themselves that the two were dating. Many boys felt their teeth grind in frustration, unable to stomach their breakfast, and stormed off in a huff, leaving a significant portion of the dining hall empty. After finishing their breakfast, the trio did not head directly to the secret realm, but instead made their way to the school's exchange center. The staff member in charge had already received instructions from above and led Lin Chen and his companions into the first-turn equipment repository, allowing them to select their gear. Lin Chen gazed at the dazzling array of equipment, nearly drooling. Here, even the most basic items were elite gear, with rare and epic equipment dominating the selection. It is worth noting that a piece of first-turn rare equipment costs around 200,000, while epic gear approaches 7 or 800,000 each. If he could take a whole set, Lin Chen dared not imagine how much wealth that would represent. Turning to the staff member, he asked the question that weighed heavily on his mind. Everything here seems quite suitable. Is it possible to take them all? He inquired timidly. The staff member's eyes widened in shock, astonished that she would hear such a request in her lifetime. Luo Yuling and Jiang Mengyi instinctively moved away from Lin Chen, fearful that others would discover their acquaintance. How could someone be so brazen? Are you serious, classmate? The staff member murmured, still in disbelief. Of course. I do not joke when it comes to money, Lin Chen replied with utmost seriousness. The staff member struggled to suppress the urge to land a punch on Lin Chen's face, maintaining her composure to respond, I'm sorry, but each person is only allowed to select one set. The principal is truly stingy, Lin Chen lamented. The staff member finally grasped why Lin Chen dared to pose such a question, realizing he even dared to comment on the principal. Lin Chen approached the leather armor section and began examining the attributes of the equipment. He had a clear objective, to select items that would reduce skill cooldown times, thereby accelerating his earning potential. Waiting 15 seconds for each blessing was, to him, nothing short of torment. With a goal in mind, he prioritized selecting a set. Sets confer additional attributes, but assembling a complete set is exceedingly difficult, achievable only by major factions like Jiang University. Soon, a set of nature spirit equipment caught Lin Chen's eye. Each piece possessed cooldown reduction attributes, and the set bonus further reduced cooldown times, allowing for a total reduction of 40 seconds, truly perfect. Lin Chen swiftly claimed it, comprising 8 pieces, a tunic, a shoulder cape, a belt, trousers, shoes, a bracelet, a ring, and a pendant. Although he had a legendary bracelet, he could wear this cooldown reducing set while operating his shop and switch back to the legendary one for secret realm excursions. Lin Chen silently commended his own cleverness. Eagerly, he donned the new equipment. He was still wearing Jiang Mengyi's rare set, having yet to return it. After changing, Lin Chen glanced at his status panel, unable to suppress his grin. Name, Lin Chen. Profession, Totem Master level, 25 skills, Totem Blessing, Power of Zhu Rong. Divine Thunder of Zixiao equipment, Elemental Controller, Nature Spirit Tunic, Shoulder Cape, Belt Combat Power, 162, 500 at merely level 25. His combat power had reached an astonishing 160,000, surpassing many third-turn professionals, an achievement no one would believe if he told them. Regrettably, this set of equipment would no longer be wearable at the second turn. Acquiring a complete set of epic gear later would not be an easy task. Lin Chen sighed, recognizing that the higher the equipment's grade, the scarcer it became. After the fifth turn, assembling a full set of epic gear would be exceedingly challenging. Jiang Mengyi, seeing Lin Chen had equipped himself, rushed over. "You scoundrel, return my gear," she demanded. "I'm terribly sorry, but your set has gone missing," Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. "Do you take me for a fool? I just saw you take it off." Jiang Mengyi retorted through gritted teeth. "Isn't that what you did?" Lin Chen responded, feigning innocence. "You're unbearable." Jiang Mengyi exploded in fury, chasing after Lin Chen. Ultimately, Lin Chen returned the equipment to her, realizing it was worth over $1 million. Joking was one thing, but taking it for real would be unforgivable. Once the two women had selected their gear, the trio made their way to the Secret Realm Hall, where they planned to challenge a special secret realm. With ample academic credits at their disposal, ordinary secret realms no longer sufficed for them. Each purchased a ticket for 5,000 credits, causing Lin Chen considerable heartache, converted to credit points that amounted to 500,000. Chapter 31. I'm too embarrassed to strike. The secret realm they entered was called the Death Cemetery, a level above the previous Fire Realm. Here, elite monsters were few, with the majority being rare monsters, all above level 40. However, this posed no challenge for Lin Chen and his companions, though the atmosphere was quite eerie. Upon entering, they were greeted by an endless expanse of graveyards, shrouded in darkness, with chilling winds howling and occasional wails of agony echoing, creating a terrifying ambience. The monsters here were purely specters, with ghostly women, hair disheveled, pale as paper, 2 streaks of crimson trailing from their hollow eyes, sending shivers down their spines. Lin Chen swallowed hard, admitting to himself that he felt a bit frightened, instinctively retreating behind Luo Yuling. Jiang Mengyi regarded him with disdain. "How can you, a man, hide behind us? As a support character, is it appropriate for me to charge to the front?" Lin Chen retorted defiantly. "You're hardly a support." Jiang Mengyi shot back. "Well then, I want to bestow blessings upon you. Brother Lin, let us talk this over." "I was mistaken." Jiang Mengyi quickly switched gears, batting her eyelashes sweetly. "Oh my, the ghosts here are truly formidable," Lin Chen exclaimed. The two girls were puzzled. The specters hadn't even attacked yet, so what made them formidable? "Luo, let us be cautious. We can't end up like her and be possessed by a ghost," Lin Chen suggested subtly. "Lin Chen, you're the one who be possessed." Jiang Mengyi snapped again. As the specters closed in, Lin Chen cast blessings upon himself and unleashed the power of Zhu Rong. Flames tore through the gloom, engulfing the specters in a furious blaze, leaving nothing but ashes in their wake. First-turn monsters, unless they were mythic grade, were no match for Lin Chen. He collected the dropped equipment and pressed onward. The two girls experienced the thrill of being mere bystanders, and it was undeniably exhilarating, no different from a leisurely outing. With fire leading the way, not a single monster could hinder their progress. Whenever Lin Chen felt fatigued, he would sip on a vitality potion, instantly revitalizing himself. The secret realm was vast, and Lin Chen lost count of how many specters he had slain. It was certainly over 2,000. The abundance of monsters in a special secret realm was staggering. Of course, he could have rushed straight to the secret realm's boss without needing to slay so many, but now that he was inside, he couldn't let a single one escape. After all, each monster represented experience and currency. To let them go would be a grave sin. Only he would dare to grind in such a manner. Others would have long since exhausted themselves and faced the grim fate of being killed by the monsters. The three of them leveled up rapidly, as the monsters were of a higher tier, allowing them to gain experience through defeating enemies above their level. By the time Lin Chen and his companions stood before the secret realm's boss, his level had risen to 32, and his strength had once again increased. The two girls had reached level 40, drawing ever closer to their second turn at level 50. Certainly, to achieve the second-class advancement, one must first complete the class transfer quest, and the challenges posed by the epic and mythical class transfer tasks are indeed formidable. Attaining the second class is no trivial endeavor. The three individuals gazed at the mysterious realm's lord ahead, their expressions reflecting utter bewilderment. This lord bore an uncanny resemblance to Luo Yuling, right down to the last detail, including her attire. "Well, I leave those two school beauties to you," Lin Chen remarked. "Why, are you planning to slack off?" Jiang Mengyi retorted, her face a mask of defiance. "I've kept silent about your leisurely pace all this time. And you dare to accuse me? Lin Chen replied, feigning innocence. It's just that I can't bring myself to strike. Luo Yuling thought warmly upon hearing the latter part of his statement. Stealing a glance at Lin Chen, she panicked and quickly averted her gaze when their eyes met. Her heart raced, imbued with a sense of guilt akin to that of a thief. Jiang Mingyi huffed, positioning herself between Luo Yuling and Lin Chen, effectively blocking his view. Luo Yuling gently flicked her phoenix sword, producing a melodious sound. Then, she transformed into a streak of sword light, hurtling towards the Lord. The long sword thrust forth, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that surged forth like swallows returning to their nests, surrounding the Lord in an onslaught. The Lord, a level 50 epic creature, possessed formidable strength, armed with divine artifacts and clad in epic gear. However, with Lin Chen's blessing, Luo Yuling was confident of her victory. Jiang Mingyi began to chant incantations, aiding Luo Yuling, and at this moment, she was fully qualified to engage in combat with peers of mythical classes. The allure of divine artifacts lay in their ability to enable practitioners to transcend their ranks. The Lord retaliated with its own long sword, sending forth dark sword energy that tore through the air, colliding with Luo Yuling's phoenix sword energy. Yet, it was evident that her sword energy was superior within moments. The tide had turned against the Lord. Lin Chen, with arms crossed, watched with a sense of ease. It was his turn to take a breather. As Jiang Mingyi raised her staff, a frigid blast of frost surged towards the Lord. Suddenly, the Lord transformed into Jiang Mingyi's likeness, mirroring her stance as it conjured a swirl of dark, chilling winds. This mysterious realm lord possessed a rather peculiar ability. Not only could it alter its appearance, but it could also replicate the skills of others. With a thunderous boom, a bolt of purple lightning descended from the heavens, engulfing it entirely. Ah! The Lord shrieked in a chilling wail, its body trembling violently, taking on Jiang Mingyi's form in a most bizarre manner, evoking the image of Jiang Mingyi being struck by lightning. Jiang Mingyi turned to Lin Chen, her eyes ablaze with fury. What do you mean by this? What do you mean? Is it wrong for me to stretch my limbs? Am I at fault for assisting you in defeating the Lord? Lin Chen shrugged, exuding an air of feigned helplessness. You didn't strike when it took on Yuling's form, but you didn't hesitate for a second when it became mine. Jiang Mingyi seethed, her chest heaving with agitation, and Lin Chen feared she might explode. It was merely a coincidence. I had just made my move when it transformed. Lin Chen defended himself, his eyes betraying no sign of deceit. Boom. Another bolt of lightning struck, and the Lord was reduced to ashes, a brutal sight indeed. Jiang Mingyi felt as if her spirit had been shattered. Unable to contain her rage, she brandished her staff and charged at Lin Chen. Luo Yuling shook her head, realizing that even in solitude, it was challenging to find peace with these two little troublemakers. She examined the treasures dropped by the mysterious realm lord, and her eyes lit up at the sight of a robe radiating an orange glow. If you two don't want it, I shall take it for myself, she said wistfully. Whoosh. Two figures appeared instantly at her sides. I want it, they exclaimed in unison, their voices brimming with eagerness. A smile curled at the corners of Luo Yuling's lips. She had anticipated their reaction. Ultimately, the three chose not to keep the epic robe but opted to sell it for profit, as they were not in need of first-class epic gear. Once again, a resounding voice echoed through the skies, announcing that they had shattered the record, inquiring whether they wished for it to be publicized. The two women agreed, while Lin Chen had no objections, content in his already burgeoning fame. Chapter 32. The scene in the dream resembles a night snack shop. Subsequently, the entire Zhang University reverberated with grandeur once more, as all faculty and students erupted in excitement. They had once again broken the secret realm record. This time for a special realm, an unparalleled feat had they known that Lin Chen and the others had vanquished all monsters within the realm. The frenzy would have escalated even further. After all, had they rushed directly to the realm lord, Lin Chen was confident he could have reduced the time by 2/3. The entire school was engulfed in fervor, more boisterous than during the New Year celebrations. Upon returning to the grand hall of the secret realm, Lin Chen and his companions were once again met with a warm welcome. It was still Luo Yuling and Jiang Mingyi leading the way, while Lin Chen trailed behind like an attendant. The crowd was convinced that Lin Chen had merely latched onto their coattails, attributing the record-breaking achievement primarily to Luo Yuling and Jiang Mingyi's efforts. The trio arrived at the exchange center, converting all their equipment and materials into credit points, totaling over 4.2 million. Luo Yuling suggested that Lin Chen take a share, while she and Jiang Mingyi would take another, considering they had not contributed much and felt it inappropriate to divide equally. Jiang Mingyi concurred with this plan. While she adored wealth, she was not greedy. Nonetheless, Lin Chen, despite his reluctance, insisted on an even split, recognizing that nurturing good relations with the two women held greater importance than the monetary gain. Of course, he harbored no ulterior motives. He merely sought the protection afforded by their powerful connections, as he had yet to grow strong himself. Ultimately, each received over 1 million. And after deducting the ticket costs, Lin Chen earned about 900,000. He and Jiang Mengyi exchanged silly grins as they gazed at their account balances. Could you kindly wipe your drool? Luo Yuling sighed, exasperated at being burdened with two money-hungry companions. Upon leaving the exchange center, the three parted ways at the entrance of the female dormitory, with Lin Chen returning to his shop alone. A long line had already formed at the entrance. Upon his return, classmates cast envious glances filled with jealousy. Regardless of their emotions, they obediently handed Lin Chen $10,000 each, seeking his blessings. The evening passed with Lin Chen busy until closing time, netting over 14 million, as the cooldown time for his skills had decreased, allowing him to bless more people and earn more money. No trouble arose that day. He had dealt with a large batch of students that morning, and the War God Pavilion's members dared not act recklessly. Lin Chen relished the ease of the day, dining at the cafeteria before returning to his shop to catch up on the news, then washed up and went to bed. The following morning, Lin Chen, along with Luo Yuling and Jiang Mengyi, set off once more for the Grand Hall of the Secret Realm. It was still a special realm, aptly named Lava, where the monsters were towering lava giants, each exceeding 5 meters in height, rendering Lin Chen and his companions minuscule in comparison. Gazing at the lava giants, their bodies engulfed in flames, Lin Chen fell into deep contemplation. Something is amiss, he suddenly exclaimed. The two women tensed instantly, weapons at the ready. If even Lin Chen sensed a problem, it must be serious. What is it? Luo Yuling inquired cautiously. Why do they appear to be made of stone, yet are ablaze? Lin Chen pondered aloud, perplexed. The two women ground their teeth in irritation, wishing they could silence Lin Chen with a flurry of strikes, even in such a dire moment. He had to crack a joke. As the battle ensued, the lava giants appeared insignificant before the trio, easily shattered by their combined might. They spared no monster. And when they finally confronted the Realm Lord, Lin Chen had reached level 38, while the two women had attained level 45. The Lord, a level 50 epic lava giant, towered over 10 meters tall, exuding an unparalleled sense of intimidation. It was highly irritable. Upon spotting Lin Chen and his companions, it hefted a 5-meter-high boulder and hurled it at them. Break the river, Luo Yuling cried out, wielding her sword to unleash a 20-meter-long sword energy that cleaved the rock in two. Simultaneously, Lin Chen commanded a 100-meter-long fire dragon to charge at the lava giant, sending it hurtling away. Sometimes, size alone is insufficient. Endurance is key. In this case, the massive lava giant succumbed in mere seconds, squandering its imposing stature. However, this time, Lin Chen and his companions were not as fortunate. The Lord did not drop any epic equipment. Lin Chen sighed, realizing that after deducting the entrance fee, there would be little profit to speak of. Jiang Mengyi was also in low spirits. Even though they had broken a record, neither of them could find joy in it. Luo Yuling had grown numb. The honor she once cherished felt utterly worthless in the presence of her two teammates. When the faculty and students of the school once again heard the announcement, they too had begun to feel desensitized. Another routine broadcast? How amusing. While I struggle to complete a normal dungeon, others break records in special dungeons in mere moments. Indeed, I am but a green leaf. Hello, green leaf, I am the root. Greetings, root, I am the mud. Damn it, I am your father. Upon exiting, Lin Chen and the others were once again met with a chorus of admiration, which had seemingly become a customary ritual. At the exchange center, their total haul was converted into credit points, over 1.8 million, with each receiving more than 600,000, netting just over 100,000 in profit. Accustomed to feasting on lavish meals, the sudden return to plain fare left Lin Chen feeling utterly deflated. However, once he opened his store, the constant notifications of incoming funds rejuvenated him, akin to a miraculous elixir. That evening, just as Lin Chen was about to take a shower and retire for the night, he received a voice call request from Luo Yuling, to which he promptly connected. Good evening, Campus Flower Luo. Are you inviting me out for a midnight snack? Lin Chen greeted with a cheerful tone. The principal asked me to inform you to come to his office, came Luo Yuling's melodious voice through the smart brain. All right, I'll be there shortly. When shall we go for that midnight snack together? If you appear in my dreams tonight, I fear it won't be set in a midnight snack shop. Lin Chen. Bye. Lin Chen happily ended the call. Teasing Luo Yuling was one of the few spices in his life. As he raced towards the principal's office, he felt the urge to invest in a flying device, as relying solely on his legs felt too slow. Even if he could fly after reaching the 4th transition, long-distance travel still required a flying apparatus. Otherwise, he would arrive at the battlefield exhausted and unable to fight. Upon arriving at the principal's office, Lin Chen found both girls already present. Good evening, principal. Good evening, Campus Flowers, he greeted warmly. Lin Chen, I apologize for summoning you at such a late hour, but a dungeon is about to descend, and I require your assistance. The principal explained his intent for calling him over. You really don't need to be so formal. What kind of relationship do we have? Lin Chen replied nonchalantly, as if they were old friends. Even though the principal was well-versed in various matters, he found himself momentarily at a loss. What do you mean? What kind of relationship? Apart from the student-teacher relationship, I am unaware of any other. Luo Yuling and Jiang Mengyi. Though accustomed to Lin Chen's shamelessness, were still astonished by his audacity in addressing the principal so casually. This was a 9th transition mythic professional, and a single skill could rival the explosion of a nuclear bomb. Shouldn't he show a bit more respect? Chapter 33. Be gentle, I fear pain. However, the principal quickly concealed his astonishment. Well then, I shall not hold back in the future, he chuckled, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. Lin Chen felt as though he was being scrutinized by a wily old fox. Without further ado, the principal led the 3 of them swiftly to the location where the dungeon was set to descend. Thanks to the Federation's breakthroughs in spatial technology, they were able to detect the impending arrival of the dungeon and prepare accordingly. In the past, the teleportation channels of dungeons could only be discovered once they connected to the real world, catching humanity off guard and leading to severe losses for the Federation each time. As the principal led Lin Chen and the others through the air with remarkable speed, the scenery below blurred into indistinct shadows. In the blink of an eye, they landed atop a building. Lin Chen surveyed the area, recognizing it as a residential community, with a seemingly endless expanse of buildings stretching into the distance. Had they not detected the dungeon's arrival ahead of time, countless civilians would have perished. Looking down, Lin Chen observed residents being evacuated in an orderly fashion under the guidance of official personnel. The civilians displayed little emotional response, having long since prepared themselves for such occurrences, which were common in the Federation. It was merely a matter of location. Lin Chen noticed groups of upright soldiers patrolling in formation. They were not concerned about civilian unrest, but rather vigilant against the madmen of the Salvation Society, who often targeted such situations to launch their attacks. A figure swiftly approached and landed before them, dressed in military garb, adorned with 3 crescent moons on his shoulder. It was none other than the commander of the Jiangnan City Guard. I have met with Councilman Zhou. The commander saluted the principal. Commander Zhang, continue your vigilant defense against terrorists, the principal instructed, for he was not only the principal of Jiang University, but also a member of the Federation's council, holding a position of high esteem, second only to the speaker. Yes, the commander saluted and departed. Lin Chen watched in awe, dreaming of the day he might attain such stature, at which point even the leaders of the 10 major guilds would dare not threaten him. Principal, when will I be able to command such authority? Lin Chen asked enviously. The principal smiled faintly. This is not authority, it is responsibility. Once you reach my position, you will find yourself wishing to resign every day. Lin Chen's expression reflected longing. A moment of silence fell upon the 3, as even the most serious topics became tinged with Lin Chen's irreverent humor. Luo Yuling drew her longsword, her gaze appraising Lin Chen as she contemplated where to strike him. Campus flower Luo, why are you looking at me with such covetous eyes? Do not entertain any wicked thoughts, Lin Chen exclaimed, shielding his chest with his hands. Clang. A flash of cold light appeared as Luo Yuling's sword rested against Lin Chen's neck. Principal, help! Lin Chen cried out in alarm. Oh, I shall not interfere in your youthful affairs, the principal chuckled, stepping back, amused by the intensity of their flirtation. Lin Chen, I've noticed your neck is too pristine. It would be a pity to leave it unmarked. I can already envision how beautiful the scene would be with blood gushing from that cut, Luo Yuling said, her eyes narrowing slightly as she raised her chin, transforming into a little devil. Only Lin Chen could elicit such a side from her, leaving even Jiang Mingyi, who was familiar with her, feeling bewildered. Campus flower Luo, please remain calm. Intentionally causing harm is against the law. You are young and have a bright future ahead. Do not tread the path of crime, Lin Chen implored, his tone frantic as he stepped back, but the longsword followed closely behind him. In that case, I might as well go all out and slay you. Having company on the road to the underworld wouldn't be so lonely. What is the point of companionship in the underworld? We can be together in reality. I could agree to you right now. Die. Luo Yuling, losing her composure, found that Lin Chen's skin was impervious to her sword. Death is not an option. I do not wish to become a pair of doomed lovers. I only wish to be a pair of joyful lovers. Ha ha ha. Lin Chen laughed heartily as he ran, with Luo Yuling pursuing him brandishing her sword. Jiang Mingyi joined in the chase, successfully cornering Lin Chen alongside Luo Yuling, who trembled in a corner. Ladies, I have but one request. Be gentle. I fear pain. Lin Chen whimpered in mock terror. Die. The 2 girls unleashed a flurry of playful punches upon him. The principal watched this scene with a reminiscent expression, recalling his own carefree days. Alas, time had passed, loved ones had departed, and he silently shook his head, sighing. No one could simultaneously possess youth and the experience of youth. After the 2 girls vented their frustrations on Lin Chen, he returned to the principal's side. His grimaces all for show. As time flowed on, Lin Chen sensed a shift in the spatial fabric of the area, as the moon in the sky began to distort. He also noticed that the school's mentors, accompanied by numerous students, had arrived. The newly descended dungeon monsters were plentiful, necessitating ample manpower. The vicinity of the community has been thoroughly guarded by the city's defenders, prohibiting any monstrous entity from escaping and denying entry to anyone not affiliated with Jiang University. This secret realm is under the jurisdiction of Jiang University, which boasts a quarter of the Federation's elite youth. Beep, beep, beep. A communication request from the principal's intelligent brain system is received. Only individuals of considerable stature can reach him. The principal opts to answer, revealing an aged visage suspended in the holographic display. Old Joe, are you certain you do not require assistance from Magic University? This secret realm is extraordinary. Surely you remember the lessons learned from that past incident. A frail voice emanates from the device, with the principal not concealing the conversation from Lin Chen and his companions, allowing them to overhear. Old Lu, you need not worry. My students at Jiang University are fully capable of managing this, the principal replies. Do not act rashly. Magic University has an exceptionally talented freshman available for your aid, but should this secret realm be breached, it will belong to us. Old Lu, it seems you have yet to awaken, spouting nonsense. Jiang University has this secret realm secured. The principal curtly terminates the call, knowing full well what the caller intended. Once more, the intelligent brain system receives a communication request, which he answers again. This time, a middle-aged gentleman appears. Lin Chen instantly recognizes him as the principal of Northwest University, another prominent figure in the Federation. Senior Zhou, do you truly not require assistance in this mythical secret realm? No, we at Jiang University are confident in our abilities. This is a mythical-level secret realm. Last time, it took 5 mythical professionals at a great cost to breach it. Are there not only 2 mythical professionals in your first year? 2 are sufficient. I must attend to other matters now. The principal hangs up once more. As if the other 3 universities had conspired, another call resonates, this time from the principal of Jing University. Principal, if you have any uncertainties, feel free to ask me. A smile graces the principal's lips as he tidies his hair and beard, his demeanor markedly different from before. Mo Shui, long time no see, the principal greets warmly, igniting Lin Chen's curiosity. Indeed, it has been a while. I had hoped to find time as we grew older, but alas, we only seem to grow busier. Principal Zhou reflects wistfully. Yes, it seems even stepping away is a challenge. I have heard that Jing University has produced several promising talents. Congratulations. Likewise. I have heard of the 3 new students from your side. They engage in conversation, showing no inclination to broach the main topic. Lin Chen whispers and nudges Luo Yuling, who retaliates with a kick, urging him to curb his gossiping. Conversely, Jiang Mingyi perks up her ears, secretly eavesdropping. Luo Yuling, exasperated, pulls them away, advising them to refrain from prying into the elders' affairs. Hey, where are you taking me? I don't want to leave, Lin Chen mutters, his gaze inadvertently drawn to Luo Yuling's hand resting on his arm, cool and soft, igniting an unfamiliar sensation within him. Jiang Mingyi also protests, voicing her reluctance to depart. Yuling, I, too, do not wish to change locations. Just hurry up. Luo Yuling responds curtly, dragging them into a corner. Lin Chen can no longer hear the conversation between the 2 principals, but observing Principal Zhou's increasingly broad smile, he senses a pleasant exchange. Despite his age, Principal Zhou retains a youthful heart. That is commendable, Lin Chen remarks with a grin. If you do not know, do not speak recklessly, Luo Yuling admonishes, elbowing Lin Chen sharply in the chest. Ouch. Be gentle. I am made of flesh too. You are tough-skinned. How would you know? When did you sneak a touch? Get lost. After some playful banter, noticing the call has ended, the trio approaches the principal. Principal, you did not acquiesce to Principal Ying's unreasonable demands, did you? Lin Chen inquires with a grin. The 2 girls roll their eyes, marveling at Lin Chen's audacity to tease even the principal. Rest assured, this secret realm shall belong solely to Jiang University. Lin Chen, Yuling, Mingyi, you must not let me down. I have made promises to the 3 principals. Should we require their assistance later, I will never be able to hold my head high again. The principal speaks earnestly, for at his age, maintaining face is of utmost importance. Principal, prepare a reward for us upon our triumphant return, Lin Chen vows, thumping his chest. We guarantee the completion of our mission. The 2 girls echo in unison. Indeed, I have faith in you all. Principal, I would like to interject a side note. In terms of strength, I may not rival you, but in other areas, I am quite the expert. Should you have any uncertainties, do not hesitate to consult me, and I shall offer you a discounted rate. Lin Chen's tone shifts, turning serious for all of 3 seconds. Oh, so you consider yourself quite experienced? The principal casts a sidelong glance at Lin Chen. Amidst the flowers, I remain unscathed. Like a young dragon in the waves, I emerge unscathed. Thud. Ouch. Lin Chen clutches his head in pain, turning innocently to Luo Yuling, who glares at him with gritted teeth. Miss Luo, can't we discuss this peacefully? Why strike me? You deserve a beating. I only owe money. Ah, perfect. I particularly enjoy beating those who owe money. Cough, cough. Let us go and join the other students. The principal interrupts their banter, leading them to the community garden. At this moment, the freshmen have gathered, poised to become the warriors in the endeavor to breach the secret realm. Students in their 2nd year and above have already transitioned and cannot partake in this operation. As the principal arrives with Lin Chen and his companions, all eyes are drawn to them. Envy, jealousy, and animosity swirling in the gazes cast their way. Lin Chen senses this and turns in a particular direction, locking eyes with a pair of sinister, snake-like orbs belonging to Zhao Shang, the 2nd son of the War God Guild. Lin Chen's eyes narrow. He schemes on how to eliminate this venomous serpent while ensuring he remains undetected. Confident in his ability to take down his adversary, he knows the real challenge lies in doing so without attracting attention or being discovered. Fellow students, the task ahead is arduous and fraught with danger, yet as students of Jiang University, we have no option to retreat. I implore you to face the trials unflinchingly and give your all to accomplish the mission of breaching this secret realm. Behind you lies the sanctuary of the populace, their lifelong struggles culminating in this foundation of existence. We cannot betray their hopes. Tell me, do you have confidence? The principal raises his arm in fervor. Yes. A thunderous roar responds. Good, prepare yourselves. We shall engage at any moment. Yes. The principal's exhortation is brief, after which a mentor steps forward to elucidate the precautions necessary upon entering the secret realm. Lin Chen and his companions listen intently, recognizing the value of such knowledge that could be life-saving in a critical moment. The fluctuations in space grow increasingly intense, and violent winds materialize out of nowhere, howling in all directions. The elements become tumultuous, the sky painted in vibrant hues, a breathtaking sight concealing lethal peril. Under the mentor's guidance, the students retreat to the elevated area of the community, where the garden's space warps further, trees twisting into grotesque shapes, a sight both alarming and foreboding. Everyone understands that the secret realm is constructing a portal to connect with reality, and many students feel cold sweat pooling in their palms, their legs trembling uncontrollably. In this newly emerged secret realm, death is real. Most freshmen are untested novices in life and death combat, instinctively recoiling from the specter of mortality. Moreover, this is a mythical-level secret realm with exceedingly high stakes. The last mythical-level secret realm that descended saw 5 mythical professionals enter, only for 3 to emerge, highlighting the daunting challenge ahead. And here they are, possessing merely 2 mythical professionals. They cannot fathom the principal's reasoning. This is not support. It feels more like a summons to their demise. Were it not for federal regulations, entering the 4 Great would equate to consenting to become a member of the military reserve. Disobeying school orders would be tantamount to defying military commands. It is likely that many students would refrain from participating in this endeavor. They somewhat regretted advancing their levels too swiftly, as students below level 30 were not mandated to attend. However, Lin Chen remained unfazed, observing his apprehensive classmates. A flicker of inspiration ignited within him. This presented an exceptional opportunity for profit. Classmates, who among you desires a blessing? He bellowed with fervor, capturing the attention of the entire assembly. With my blessing as your safeguard, I assure you that no divine or demonic force can impede your path. Act swiftly, for those who hesitate shall be left wanting. Lin Chen's voice rang out, prompting a rush of eager students towards him. Do not rush, do not rush. I possess ample blessings to bestow, but please form an orderly queue to receive my favor. Chapter 35. I am weary, the work is done. The previously tense atmosphere was instantaneously dispelled, leaving the girls speechless, sensing that the boys were indulging in jest, albeit without tangible proof. Lin Chen first retrieved a payment code from his spatial backpack and handed it to Jiang Mingyi, standing nearby. What is this for? Jiang Mingyi inquired, puzzled. Could you not demonstrate a modicum of perceptiveness? I require you to hold this for the convenience of my classmates when they wish to scan. Lin Chen chided gently, exasperated. Leave me be. 200. Do you take me for a fool? 300. Raise it further, and I shall find another. Agreed. This is my forte. Jiang Mingyi accepted the payment code with a gleeful demeanor, positioning herself beside Lin Chen like a lamppost adorned with advertisements. Luo Yuling averted her gaze, while the other students were left astonished. Wait, are you not the princess of the Flame Guild? You are actually working for 300 coins? How can we, hailing from ordinary families, survive this relentless competition? One by one, students began to scan and pay, and Lin Chen commenced his blessings. After their time spent in the secret realm, they had accrued some savings, and 1,000 credit points were still within reach. In contrast to the value of their lives, what was a mere 1,000? Not everyone was pleased. Zhao Sheng and his entourage wore grim expressions. The thought of seeking blessings from their adversary, Lin Chen, was unwelcome. Yet, the potency of Lin Chen's blessings was undeniable. In such a perilous secret realm, obtaining such blessings would significantly enhance their survival capabilities. Zhao Sheng's countenance fluctuated between dark and stormy, ultimately surrendering to reason over rage. Go, seek his blessing. His tone was heavy, acknowledging that this act amounted to capitulation before Lin Chen, and he found it deeply displeasing. However, as they hesitated, the line had already grown significantly, further souring their mood. After receiving blessings, the expressions of the students transformed into exhilaration, particularly for those receiving blessings for the first time. Experiencing the immense amplification firsthand was far superior to mere hearsay. The surge of power coursing through their bodies instilled newfound confidence, dissipating their previous anxieties and fears. The principal and instructors exchanged knowing glances, silently approving the scene. Lin Chen was indeed a treasure, disregarding all else. The value of his ability rivaled that of a mythic-level priest. The principal instructed the academic affairs director, who soon returned with a substantial supply of potions. Basic cooldown potions. Reducing skill cooldown times by 20 seconds, lasting for 1 minute. It wasn't that the school lacked superior options. Rather, only basic potions were permitted for novice practitioners. The academic affairs director approached Lin Chen and handed him the potions. Lin Chen, these are the cooldown potions provided by the school. Feel free to use them. Lin Chen beamed with joy but prudently inquired. They are free of charge, correct? Indeed. And no credits are required? Do you wish for them, or not? Yes, yes, yes. I desire them all. My thanks to the principal, the director, and all the instructors. Lin Chen promptly stashed the potions in his spatial backpack and then uncorked a bottle, consuming its contents eagerly, with the epic set reducing cooldown by 40 seconds and the potion by 20 seconds. The total cooldown time was diminished from 60 seconds to merely 6. Subtracting the casting time, Lin Chen could bestow blessings upon 8 individuals in a minute, amounting to 480 in an hour. With over 900 students present, he could finish bestowing blessings within 2 hours. As time elapsed, nearly 2 hours had passed, and most students had received their blessings. Only Zhao Sheng and about 30 members of the War God Guild remained. Zhao Sheng approached Lin Chen, their gazes locking, both recognizing the mutual disdain reflected in each other's eyes. Zhao Sheng's expression was dark, while Lin Chen wore a sardonic smile, suppressing the murderous intent bubbling within him. Zhao Sheng raised his device to process the payment. A total of 56 individuals. I shall cover the entire cost. His voice was low, the discomfort of catering to an enemy gnawing at him, especially as he observed Luo Yuling standing obediently beside Lin Chen, akin to a dutiful wife. Lin Chen's mocking smile widened. Ah, young Master Zhao, how magnanimous of you. Alas, I shall not accept these funds. Zhao Sheng's demeanor hardened, his gaze piercing into Lin Chen. What do you mean? The literal meaning, I am weary, my work is concluded. Lin Chen scoffed, for he was not so foolish as to bless his adversaries. Though he appreciated wealth, he was not desperate enough to accept any monetary offering. Is this the extent of your character? Breaching this secret realm is a matter of great significance for the entirety of Jiang University and even the city of Jiangnan. My classmates and I are formidable practitioners, essential to overcoming this challenge. Is there not a shred of societal responsibility in your actions? Zhao Sheng pressed, attempting to leverage righteousness against Lin Chen. Spare me your platitudes. The celestial star shall continue to revolve without your presence. What significant contributions have you made? Have you shattered any records within the secret realms, or cleared any high-difficulty challenges? Lin Chen's expression was one of disdain, his words dismissing their worth. Lin Chen's remarks were akin to grinding Zhao Sheng's face into the dirt. He had never before been so publicly belittled, his face flushed with rage, resembling a ripe tomato. Lin Chen, you are merely a worthless leech relying on women. Cease your boasting. We shall see. Zhao Sheng spat, his voice dripping with venom as he departed with his cohorts from the War God Guild. Who says I rely solely on women? They willingly support me. I am destined to thrive on soft favors. In the world of the handsome, you shall never comprehend. Lin Chen's taunting voice echoed in Zhao Sheng's ears, eliciting a fierce grip of his fists, his knuckles turning white from the strain. The other students gazed at Lin Chen with admiration, for he was the first to audaciously insult the second son of the War God Guild. The principal and teachers appeared indifferent, seemingly lost in their own thoughts. As spatial fluctuations intensified, a fissure opened, signaling that the teleportation passage had connected to the celestial star. All students, form an orderly line. The academic affairs director commanded, and the students quickly assembled with their teammates, lining up in squads. Lin Chen, Luo Yuling, and Jiang Mingyi formed one team, positioned at the forefront alongside another squad. At the head of that squad stood another mythic-level practitioner named Chu Su, a mythic-grade shield warrior. He was known for his discretion, spending his days either delving into secret realms or training in the academy's facilities, rarely interacting with his peers. Among the students, they were viewed as enigmatic figures, and the absence of discussions regarding their family backgrounds spoke volumes. Lin Chen turned his head, curiously evaluating Chu Su, who sensed his gaze and returned it. Lin Chen smiled and nodded, to which Chu Su responded with a slight nod of acknowledgement, his expression remaining stoic, an exceptionally cold individual. However, Luo Yuling greeted him warmly. Brother Su. Chu Su managed to conjure a barely perceptible smile. Yuling, stay safe. And you as well. Chapter 36. I am a calamity. Greetings, Sister Ling. Chu Su's teammates greeted Luo Yuling in unison. Luo Yuling nodded, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Lin Chen leaned closer to Luo Yuling, reducing the distance between them to less than 10 centimeters. Upon sensing Lin Chen's presence, Luo Yuling felt her heart skip a beat. She quickly distanced herself, casting an irritable glare at Lin Chen. What on earth are you doing so close? She exclaimed. Do you know each other? Lin Chen asked, curiosity evident in his tone. What business is it of yours? Luo Yuling replied sharply. Just curious. If you want to tell me, I'll ask them. Lin Chen shrugged, displaying his characteristic lack of social anxiety. Luo Yuling was at a loss. Since meeting Lin Chen, she felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness. Stop prying. It's confidential. She retorted with exasperation. Lin Chen pondered her words, nodding in understanding and refraining from further inquiries. There were not many matters of confidentiality, and it was not difficult to speculate. The teleportation passage began to stabilize, and a series of beastly roars echoed from within, sending shivers down the spines of many students. They swallowed nervously. The sound was terrifying, akin to an ordinary person hearing the roar of a tiger. More and more roars emerged, growing increasingly closer, indicating that numerous monsters had already entered the passage and were preparing to emerge. At last, the teleportation passage was fully stabilized, and a tiger-like monster burst forth. It measured 5 to 6 meters in length and stood over 2 meters tall, its massive form instilling a formidable sense of pressure among the crowd. Lin Chen scanned the monster's information, discovering it to be a level 40 epic tier creature. Its immediate display of strength underscored the formidable nature of this secret realm. One after another, more monsters emerged, all at least rare in tier, further heightening the students' fears. However, these monsters were essentially walking to their doom. A swordsman instructor casually wielded his sword, dispatching every monster that emerged. No matter how strong, they were merely first transformation creatures, akin to ants before a 7th transformation mentor. As the monsters fell beneath the sword, the students wished for an unending stream of monsters, as it would spare them the peril of venturing forth. Yet, the monsters possessed some intelligence. Upon sensing the dire situation, they refrained from emerging, instead standing within the passage and roaring at the outside world. All students, advance. The academic director issued another command. Go. Chu Su bellowed, raising his shield and charging ahead, his teammates swiftly following suit. Lin Chen and his companions eagerly trailed behind, their anticipation palpable. The diameter of the passage was approximately 20 meters, limiting the number of monsters that could emerge simultaneously. Chu Su raised his shield, conjuring a solid barrier to protect the team as he plunged into the passage, braving the monster's skills. As a mythic tier shield warrior clad in epic equipment, bolstered by Lin Chen's blessings, he was impervious to the monster's attacks. His teammates reacted promptly. The healer enhanced their abilities, the mage exerted control, and the swordsman focused on breaking through the monster's defenses. Meanwhile, the rogue had already infiltrated the monster ranks, stealthily inflicting damage. Thus, Chu Su and his team tore a breach in the monster's defensive line, a display of strength that impressed Lin Chen. With the sound of phoenix cries, Luo Yuling unleashed a flurry of sword energies upon the monsters. Her prowess astonished those behind her. Where her sword energies swept, rare-tier monsters were torn to shreds, showing no capacity for defense. Even the epic-tier creatures found themselves grievously wounded within moments. At level 45, the monsters held no advantage over her, making them akin to flies before a moving chariot. As a mythic-tier professional wielding a divine artifact and donning an epic set, bolstered by Lin Chen's blessings, her might was beyond compare. Jiang Mingyi raised her staff, unleashing fireballs that plummeted into the throng of monsters, obliterating them. Her current combat prowess rivaled, if not surpassed, that of her contemporaries among the mythic professionals. As for Lin Chen, he ambled leisurely behind the two women, hands behind his back. Wow, Luo's school beauty is incredible, truly deserving of the title Sword Immortal. Jiang's school beauty is also fierce. Her combat power seems on par with mythic professionals. Lin Chen truly knew how to flaunt. He had played his part to perfection. Damn, how impressive. It's not that grand. He merely being escorted by two school beauties. Ugh. Many students grumbled as they followed suit, the strength of Chu Su's and Lin Chen's teams serving as a reassuring balm. The two teams worked in perfect harmony, with Chu Su deploying numerous skills to shield Lin Chen and his companions, creating ample opportunity for them to unleash their full might. Luo Yuling transformed into a Gatling gun, unleashing waves of sword energy that pierced through the heads of the monsters. Gods are slain, and Buddhas are vanquished with ease, she declared. The monsters within the passage began to retreat in disarray. Finally, Lin Chen and his companions emerged from the passage, only to behold an endless expanse of mountains,
surrounded by a throng of monsters, at least 2,000 by a quick glance. Chu Su and his teammates wore grave expressions, facing such a multitude.
They feared their hands would grow weary from the slaughter. In this dire scenario, cooperation with their classmates was imperative, advancing step by step toward the heart of the secret realm to hunt down the realm's master. This was his plan, and having witnessed Luo Yuling and Jiang Mengyi's strengths, along with his own team, he felt confident in breaching the secret realm. Just as he was about to share his strategy with Luo Yuling, she spoke first. Brother Su, you lead the other students to advance slowly, drawing the monster's fire. The three of us will execute a decapitation plan, striking directly at the heart to slay the realm's master. Chu Su was alarmed by her words. To him, it sounded like a suicide mission. Venturing alone, surrounded by monsters. Once our stamina wanes and we can no longer cast skills, no matter how strong, it will only end in death. Yuling, this is far too perilous. We must proceed cautiously, methodically, and we will surely breach this secret realm. His expression was stern, fearing Luo Yuling would act impulsively. Brother Su, trust me, I am not being reckless, and this is an order. Yuling, execute the command. Understood. despite his reluctance. Chu Su could not oppose her. For him and Luo Yuling, an order was akin to a divine decree. Luo Yuling turned and charged into the throng of monsters, with Jiang Mingyi hastily following. Lin Chen brought up the rear, a smile playing on his lips as he glanced at Chu Su. Rest assured, we one team meet our end. After all, I am a calamity, destined to live for a millennium at least. With that, he joined his companions. Chu Su watched anxiously as Lin Chen and the others were swallowed by the horde of monsters, his fists clenched in worry, praying for their safety. He began organizing the incoming students, arranging them into battle formations to engage the monsters. Lin Chen and his companions tore through the monsters' defenses and plunged into the jungle. Discovering that their classmates had vanished from sight, Lin Chen no longer felt the need to pretend. Roar! A fire dragon, stretching 100 meters in length, let out a magnificent roar, its very voice subduing the multitude of monsters. Chapter 37. Can I sleep in the middle? The rapidly rising temperature caused the surrounding vegetation to swiftly lose moisture and ignite. The fire dragon made its strike, sweeping away all nearby monsters. Contact meant death. Where it passed, the plants ignited rapidly, transforming the area into an inferno. Lin Chen gazed at the ground littered with materials, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The drop rate of monsters here surpassed even that of special secret realms. Moreover, the experience gained was substantial. High risks indeed accompanied high rewards, as the saying goes. Hey, you two school beauties, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and collect the loot. Lin Chen called out, transforming into a scavenger and swiftly clearing the ground. At the entrance of the passage, more and more students rushed in, but upon arrival, their hearts sank when they found Lin Chen and the others missing. What the heck? Where did the two school beauties go? Did something happen? Are you out of your mind? If we, who are so weak, haven't encountered any issues, how could the two school beauties be in trouble? They've already left. They're hunting the realm master. They've gone mad. Are they seeking death? Who knows? They've just become overly confident. The students were abuzz with discussion. Some admired, others scorned, yet few believed that the three of them could vanquish the Lord. Once a class changed to a new profession, no matter how formidable their mental fortitude, it remained limited. In the throes of intense combat, even potions could not suffice. Devoid of mental strength, they would merely become prey for the monsters. How foolish of these three, hastily courting death, they would only benefit their adversaries. Zhaoxing scoffed, convinced that Lin Chen and his companions were doomed, lamenting only that he could not personally deliver the fatal blow to Lin Chen. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Chen and his comrades were completely oblivious to the battle's intensity. The monsters fell with a mere touch, and the most time-consuming endeavor was scavenging for loot. The trio traversed one mountain after another. Fortunately, the physique of a professional was significantly superior to that of an ordinary person, or they would have collapsed from exhaustion long ago. As for the number of monsters they had slain, they had long ceased to keep count. It was certainly over 1,000. Their spatial backpacks brimmed with materials and equipment, forming a small mountain, and Lin Chen was in high spirits. Whistling merrily as they made their way, Lin Chen had also risen 2 levels, and according to his calculations, conquering this secret realm would allow him to undergo a second job change. Gazing into the distance, he still beheld an endless expanse of peaks. This secret realm was astonishingly vast, far larger than a town. Moreover, this realm required exploration solely by oneself, devoid of maps or strategies. And the location of the realm's lord remained a mystery. Lin Chen had prepared himself for a prolonged battle. Unless luck favored them, and they encountered the lord in a short span of time. Time within the secret realm flowed differently. It was an isolated microcosm, where the outside world still lingered in the depths of night, while here, it was dusk. As time progressed, darkness enveloped the land. Though Lin Chen and his companions could still see to some extent, their vision severely impaired, rendering movement cumbersome. Moreover, they had yet to reach a stage where they could forego sleep, thus they decided to find a suitable spot to rest. In the wilderness, the best strategy was to dig a cave. Lin Chen chose an exceptional location, discovering a steep cliff that most monsters could not scale. The three climbed upwards, reaching a height of over 30 meters, where they found a shallow cave that required some modification. Luo Yuling unleashed her sword chi, while Lin Chen commanded a fire dragon to excavate swiftly, and soon a cave 5 meters deep and 2 meters wide was completed. They entered, retrieving a chair from the spatial backpack to sit down. Ah, how comfortable. Lin Chen let out a long sigh, after hours of combat. He was weary, and took a hearty swig from a bottle of water. The two women leaned back in their chairs, sipping water to alleviate their fatigue. After a brief respite, Jiang Mingyi sniffed her sweat-soaked clothes, displaying a look of disdain. The damp sensation was quite uncomfortable, prompting her to consider wiping herself down. Her gaze turned to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, you go out first. I need to clean up. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen perked up. Why should I go out? Can you reach your back by yourself? I must stay to assist you. No need for your help. Jiang Mingyi gritted her teeth, incredulous at his shamelessness. Luo Yuling, more straightforward, drew her sword and sent a blade of chi slicing towards Lin Chen's feet. Startled, Lin Chen jumped up and hastily exited, leaving behind a remark that echoed in the cave. A dog bites el dongbin. It knows not the goodness of a person's heart. That scoundrel. Always acting so improperly. Jiang Mingyi muttered, then began to retrieve a large bucket of water and a towel. Fortunately, professionals came equipped with spatial backpacks upon job change. Otherwise, their circumstances would not have been so favorable. Lin Chen cautiously shifted to the side. Although a fall would not be injurious, he truly did not wish to climb again. Finding a good spot to rest, he leaned against the cliff, enjoying the breeze. Footsteps approached from the cave entrance, and Lin Chen turned to meet Luo Yuling's gaze. What is this? Are you here to keep me company? Lin Chen flicked his hair back, raising an eyebrow at her. Luo Yuling shot him a sidelong glance. I came out to supervise you, lest you indulge in peeking. Lin Chen clutched his chest, feigning outrage, his hand trembling as he pointed at Luo Yuling. How could you look at me like that? I am no base and shameless person. Indeed, you are, she retorted. Luo Yuling, you have shattered my heart. I can no longer live. I shall leap down. Lin Chen declared dramatically, casting a despairing glance over the cliff's edge. Don't. Luo Yuling quickly interjected, her expression turning anxious. Observing this, Lin Chen's mood brightened. I knew you cared for me. You wouldn't harm yourself here. Jump from the top of the mountain instead. That's a sure way to meet your end. Luo Yuling smiled mischievously, transforming into a little devil once more. You are so cruel. If you wish to jump, then do it quickly. Do not waste time. I refuse to jump. I intend to live well and cling to you forever. You had better keep your word, Luo Yuling silently vowed, though her face showed disdain. The two ceased their bickering, instead savoring the evening breeze. The rhythm of their heartbeats intertwining. Before long, Jiang Mingyi emerged to take Luo Yuling's place, allowing her to clean up. Jiang Mingyi fixed her gaze firmly on Lin Chen. Guarding him vigilantly, Lin Chen chose to ignore her, leaning against the cliff, continuing to enjoy the evening breeze. Afterward, Luo Yuling exited, and Lin Chen entered to wash himself. Scrub, 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 came Lin Chen's exaggerated wails from within the cave, eliciting exasperated expressions from the two women. Once the three had completed their ablutions, it was time to rest. The two women proceeded to the back, with Jiang Mingyi retrieving a bed from her spatial backpack and setting it up. Luo Yuling then produced pillows and blankets, creating a cozy sleeping arrangement. They lay down, and Jiang Mingyi stretched luxuriously. This is delightful, she declared cheerfully. Observing the two women in their comfort, Lin Chen hesitated before finally voicing his request. I didn't bring a bed. Could I sleep between you two? Chapter 38, Luo Yuling wept. Get lost. The two women chided in unison. Lin Chen rubbed his nose and muttered, You're so stingy. He then retrieved a bed from his spatial backpack. You scoundrel. Didn't you say you didn't bring a bed? Jiang Mingyi exclaimed through gritted teeth. Oh right. How could I have a bed? Who put a bed in my spatial backpack? Lin Chen feigned surprise, his expression utterly insincere. The two women were too exhausted to retort. Did he truly think they were fools? Lin Chen chose not to lie on the bed, instead sitting in a chair at the cave entrance. For this was a secret realm, not a safe haven. Someone had to stand guard. Luo Yuling and Jiang Mingyi, noticing Lin Chen's conscientiousness, felt their anger gradually dissipate. Soon, the two women fell swiftly into slumber. Fatigue and a sense of security enveloped them. Time trickled by, and Lin Chen sat like a statue in the chair, silent and vigilant. His gaze continuously swept around the cave's entrance, ready to act at the first sign of trouble. The rhythmic sound of their breathing filled the cave, and Lin Chen smiled faintly, feeling an inexplicable sense of peace. At midnight, Luo Yuling's intelligence device beside her trembled, rousing her instantly. She quickly opened her eyes and picked up the device. Hearing the commotion, Lin Chen turned to see Luo Yuling approaching. Awoken from sleep, her eyes were still heavy, softening her gaze, and her long, silky hair cascaded over her shoulders, devoid of the chilly demeanor she usually wore. Lin Chen smiled faintly, thinking to himself that this was what an 18-year-old girl should look like. Always maintaining a stern expression like a battle-worn old horse was hardly fitting. Seeing Lin Chen smile at her, Luo Yuling's heart fluttered slightly, though she forced herself to maintain composure. She resumed her cool demeanor from earlier, stepping close to Lin Chen. You should rest. I'll take over. No hurry, sit. Lin Chen's gaze remained fixed on Luo Yuling, unwavering. This made her increasingly flustered. Her ears tinged with a rosy hue, as Lin Chen's gaze was overwhelming. Yet she maintained her icy demeanor, emitting a heavy scoff. Humph, what are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll have your eyes gouged out. The smile on Lin Chen's face only grew brighter. To him, Luo Yuling's anger resembled playful pouting. I hope that one day you will be able to graciously make friends, rather than pushing others away with your cold indifference. You must long for more companionship, don't you? You are but a young girl, and there is no need for you to be so strong. Lin Chen spoke softly, his tone gentle. Luo Yuling was momentarily taken aback by his words, her heart fluttering slightly, a tingling sensation coursing through her. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she turned them toward the cave entrance. I don't need friends. You should just go rest, she replied in a detached tone. Though her voice was slightly hoarse, Lin Chen said nothing more and returned to his bed. The sound of water droplets falling echoed in the quiet cave. And Lin Chen sighed deeply. He could discern that Luo Yuling's usual indifference was a fade. Deep down, she was kind-hearted and warm. Yet, she felt compelled to keep others at bay. How could someone who often faced assassination dare to forge friendships? If her enemies could not reach her, they would target her friends instead. This was also the reason for her profound guilt after the incident at the Flame Pavilion. She believed she had endangered Jiang Mengyi and Lin Chen. Perhaps she had once lost friends to enemies because of her, leaving behind psychological scars. Luo Yuling stared vacantly outside, her expression fragile, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes, but she had no inclination to wipe them away. Meow meow, I miss you so much. I am so sorry. If it weren't for me, you should be happily studying at university right now. A cherubic face appeared in her mind, momentarily distracting her. A pack of tissues was gently brought by the fire element and landed on the armrest of her chair. Luo Yuling glanced down, realizing that Lin Chen had been watching over her. She picked up the tissue and dabbed at her eyes. Yet the sorrow in her heart surged forth uncontrollably like a dam bursting. Her head hung low, tears cascading like pearls from a broken string. Lin Chen sighed. Sometimes, shedding tears was beneficial. Suppressing emotions for too long could lead to turmoil. He rose and quietly approached Luo Yuling from behind, silently guarding her. Gradually, her emotions stabilized, and she wiped away her tear-streaked face, resting her chin on her hands as she gazed quietly outside. Lin Chen took a seat beside her and began to share the story of his previous life. I once had a happy family. My parents were ordinary folk, running a small business that provided for us. However, tragedy struck when I was 12. My parents were killed by monsters while out on a supply run. When I heard the news from the police, my mind went blank, unable to fathom the reality of it. I cried until my heart felt shattered. After burying them, I attempted to join them in death, cutting my wrist at their graves, waiting quietly to perish. But a pastor, who had also lost her parents to monsters in her youth and had once attempted suicide, saved me. She pointed to the stars, assuring me that my parents were watching over me from above, accompanying me in a different form. They would surely want me to live a healthy and happy life. Since then, I've promised myself to live joyfully, and even now, I feel content, believing my parents would be pleased if they knew. Lin Chen recounted the tale of the body he inhabited, revealing that he had perished before being transported to this world. It was thanks to that pastor that he did not die again upon his arrival. Luo Yuling listened intently, surprised to learn that the seemingly carefree Lin Chen had once attempted to take his own life. She lifted her gaze skyward, although the secret realm lacked stars. She felt as if she could see a familiar face smiling down at her, urging her to be strong. Meow meow, she whispered, reaching out as if to touch that face in the sky, but it remained ever elusive. After a long moment, she slowly withdrew her hand. Thank you, Lin Chen, she said softly, her voice tinged with emotion. You're welcome. We carry the lives of others within us, so we must live doubly joyful lives, he replied. Yes. Their conversation concluded, and they sat in tranquil silence, admiring the scenery outside. Gradually, Lin Chen's breathing became steady. He fell asleep, feeling a sense of peace beside Luo Yuling. She turned her face to see him sleeping and could not help but smile faintly. His chiseled features, strong nose, and sword-like brows captivated her gaze, and she found it difficult to look away. Her heart raced, and a blush crept across her cheeks as she shyly touched her warm face, turning her head away. After some time, she managed to cool her flushed cheeks. Lowering her hands, she retrieved a blanket from her spatial backpack and quietly wrapped it around Lin Chen's sleeping form. Returning to her seat, she attempted to concentrate on the view outside, yet her eyes continually wandered back to Lin Chen's face. Luo Yuling was perplexed by her own feelings. It was as if she were under Lin Chen's spell, unable to resist gazing at him. Time passed unusually quickly. Before she realized it, Jiang Mengyi's smart device emitted a gentle vibration, followed by a soft groan from her. Jiang Mengyi blinked awake, taking a moment to grasp her surroundings before recalling where she was. She switched off her device and rose, surprised to see both Luo Yuling and Lin Chen seated at the cave entrance. Luo Yuling stood, gesturing for silence and pointing toward Lin Chen. Jiang Mengyi understood her intent. Lin Chen was sleeping in his chair. Nodding, she motioned for Luo Yuling to return to bed. Luo Yuling complied, and they switched places. As she lay on the bed, the image of Lin Chen sleeping in the chair lingered in her mind, her body temperature rising as a smile crept onto her lips, her breathing gradually evening out. Jiang Mengyi glanced at the quietly slumbering Lin Chen, finding him much more agreeable when silent, as his words often infuriated her. She then focused on keeping watch, alert to any sounds from outside. The dimness of the cave slowly faded, as light reclaimed dominion over the space. Lin Chen, deep in slumber, felt an itch in his nose and faintly heard muffled laughter. Achoo! He sneezed, waking to see Jiang Mengyi hurriedly turning away, hair falling over her face. Stretching, he noticed the blanket draped over him, imbued with a delightful fragrance reminiscent of Luo Yuling. Glancing back, he caught a glimpse of eyes quickly averting from his gaze. Lin Chen chuckled to himself, recalling the unexpected treasure of a wild blanket. What a find, he exclaimed. Luo Yuling shot an exasperated look at him. It seemed Lin Chen could hardly maintain his seriousness for long, even attempting to claim the blanket. Do you have no shame? That belongs to Yuling. Jiang Mingyi scolded. Hands on her hips. Well, it's mine now since it's on me. Lin Chen replied matter-of-factly. You scoundrel. Hurry and return it. You can forfeit the blanket. But I have one life. Then I shall claim yours. Oh, I won't give it. Thus began a light-hearted morning filled with banter. After washing up, the trio shared some bread, finding the dry rations hard to swallow after their usual fare. Lin Chen resolved to prepare a proper meal for lunch. After breakfast, they jumped from the cave and continued their journey. Along the way, they encountered numerous monsters, but for Lin Chen and his companions, they were merely fodder. By noon, they had scaled several peaks, yet had still not caught sight of the Lord's whereabouts. Two enchanting ladies pondered what meat they desired, feeling free to choose. Lin Chen gestured towards the monstrous carcasses strewn upon the ground. Are you planning to cook? Jiang Mingyi inquired, her voice tinged with hope. After a day of rationed provisions, she yearned for the taste of cooked food. Luo Yuling's eyes sparkled at the prospect. How delightful it would be to savor a warm meal. Otherwise, if you don't wish to partake, I'll simply prepare my own, Lin Chen remarked. I want to eat. I want to eat. Jiang Mingyi exclaimed, raising her hand excitedly. Luo Yuling echoed her sentiment, expressing her desire to join in. Lin Chen proceeded to slice the meat from the chosen monster carcasses, then fetched water to cleanse it. After gathering pots, pans, and seasonings, he summoned the fire element to ignite the flames, initiating the cooking process. A rich aroma began to waft through the air, inciting the appetites of all three. Jiang Mingyi's gaze fixated eagerly on the pot, drool escaping the corners of her mouth. Meanwhile, Luo Yuling covertly admired Lin Chen's focused demeanor, finding him even more handsome in the act of cooking. All right, let us feast, Lin Chen declared as he plated the meat and set it upon the table. The trio gathered around, and Jiang Mingyi could hardly contain herself as she grabbed her chopsticks and sampled a piece. This is so delicious, she proclaimed, her happiness evident. Look at you, so eager. Remember, the meal costs 3,000. Don't forget to pay. Lin Chen chuckled mischievously. 3,000. Why don't you go rob someone? Jiang Mingyi's voice reached a crescendo. Isn't that what I'm doing? She retorted, exasperated. You scoundrel, you're inhuman. Thank you for the compliment, Lin Chen quipped. The three bantered playfully while indulging in the delectable meat until they could eat no more. Leaning back in their chairs, they felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Reluctant to move, after a brief respite, Luo Yuling took the initiative to gather the dishes and wash them, with Jiang Mingyi following suit. Although both were ladies of privilege, they were not pampered and willingly shared the responsibility. Once tidied up, the trio pressed onward. The deeper they ventured into the secret realm, the more numerous and formidable the monsters became. Perhaps the commotion caused by Lin Chen and his companions was too great, or the monsters, sensing their strength, summoned reinforcements. Suddenly, they found themselves surrounded by a throng of creatures from all directions, charging at them with reckless abandon. Among them were 7 epic-grade beasts, all feline in nature. With a deafening roar, the tigers surged forward, accompanied by a tempest that seemed to shake the very heavens. Lin Chen harnessed the fire element, conjuring a raging inferno to collide with the oncoming storm. A violent explosion erupted, sending flames spiraling skyward, while many monsters were flung aside, lifeless upon the ground. The 7 tigers roared again, their powerful vocalizations akin to a bombardment, creating shockwaves that rippled through the air. 7 fiery dragons materialized, roaring as they unleashed torrents of flame to counter the sonic assault. Lin Chen took charge of battling the 7 tigers and defending against the monster's barrage of skills, while Luo Yuling and Jiang Mingyi carved a path forward. The sheer number of foes rapidly drained their mental energy, necessitating a swift escape from the encirclement. Break the river, Luo Yuling shouted, wielding her sword to unleash a colossal wave of sword energy that cleaved the earth, creating a deep fissure hundreds of meters long, with the bodies of monsters severed in half lining its edges. Leading the charge, she was enveloped in 9 swirling sword energies, piercing through the assailants. Jiang Mingyi raised her staff, unleashing a frigid blast that encased a multitude of monsters in ice. The trio became an unstoppable force, cutting through all obstacles in their path. For Lin Chen, slaying monsters was manageable. However, defending against their skills proved to be a greater challenge. Countless attacks rained down upon them, more ferocious than a barrage of rockets. While contending with the 7 tigers, Lin Chen erected a fiery barrier to shield against the onslaught. Yet, the fire element was not particularly robust in defense. Had it not been for Lin Chen's overwhelming prowess, their situation would have been dire. Damn it, celestial thunder, strike! Lin Chen roared, invoking the skill of celestial thunder. Purple lightning cascaded from the heavens, targeting the 7 tigers. With a fierce cry, the tigers' fur bristled as they instinctively raised their claws to clash with the thunder. However, the disparity in power was insurmountable. The lightning shattered their defenses, sending them crashing to the ground, convulsing. The storm of lightning continued, shattering their skulls. Humph, do you think I'm a sickly cat just because I'm silent? Lin Chen scoffed. 2 pieces of epic equipment landed on the ground, and Lin Chen commanded the fire dragons to clear the surrounding monsters before swiftly collecting the gear. Lin Chen, hurry. My mental energy is running low. Luo Yuling urged loudly. Coming, coming, Lin Chen replied, hastening to join her as the 7 fire dragons charged forward, obliterating all in their path. After 20 minutes, they finally broke free from the encirclement. Lin Chen, with a thought, conjured gigantic fireballs that rained down upon the pursuing monsters. The mountainside erupted in explosions, leaving the creatures obliterated. Lin Chen looked back at the scattered materials and equipment, feeling a pang of regret. All that was treasure. Luo Yuling, sensing his thoughts, grasped his hand tightly, urging him to flee. Quickly, let us go. You value money more than your life, she scolded. At that moment, Lin Chen's focus was entirely on her delicate hand, tightly clasping his. The softness of her touch sent electric currents racing through his heart, causing him to forget their perilous situation, lost in the warmth of her grasp as they sprinted forward together. After fleeing several thousand meters, the trio finally distanced themselves from the monsters, pausing to catch their breath. Phew, that was close. There were just too many monsters. Yuling Yu. Jiang Mingyi turned her gaze towards Luo Yuling, her attention drawn to their intertwined hands. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and her mouth fell agape as she struggled to comprehend the scene before her. At that moment, Luo Yuling, equally breathless from leading the charge, felt the weight of the situation. Jiang Mingyi's shout drew her attention, and seeing her friend's astonished expression left her bewildered. Following Jiang Mingyi's gaze, she noticed their hands clasped tightly together, her own hand, and another S. Panicking, she attempted to withdraw her hand, but Lin Chen's grip was firm, rendering her efforts futile. Lin Chen, let go. Finally regaining her composure, Lin Chen's gaze met Luo Yuling's blushing face, which was adorned with a mixture of embarrassment and anger. He couldn't help but smile inwardly. She had initiated the contact, and freeing himself from her grasp would not be so simple. Classmate Luo, it seems you were the one who took my hand first. As a gentleman, I cannot allow you to simply abandon me after claiming my first grasp, Lin Chen teased, tightening his hold. I didn't mean to. Please let go. Luo Yuling pleaded, sweat beading on her forehead, overwhelmed by the unexpected turn of events. Her instinct urged her to break free, but her heart held her back, rendering her powerless. I care not for the multitude of concerns. Once you take my hand, you must bear the responsibility. Otherwise, how shall I ever show my face to the world again? At the very least, you ought to allow me to reclaim the same amount of time to even the scales. Lin Chen spoke leisurely, deliberately squeezing Luo Yuling's palm, which was as soft as if it were devoid of bones. Indeed, it seemed that girls were composed of water, Lin Chen mused inwardly. Faced with Lin Chen's unreasonable antics, Luo Yuling was utterly at a loss. In times past, her sword would have already been poised at Lin Chen's throat, yet now, such thoughts had entirely fled her mind. You scoundrel, release me at once, Jiang Mingyi exclaimed, resembling an irate kitten as she forcibly pried apart their clasped hands, to prevent causing harm to Luo Yuling. Lin Chen relented and loosened his grip. Jiang Mingyi shielded Luo Yuling behind her, glaring at Lin Chen with gritted teeth. You wretch, dare to take advantage of Yuling, and I shall not let this go unchallenged. Jiang Mingyi raised her fist, aiming a strike at Lin Chen's chest. Naturally, Lin Chen dodged with alacrity. He was not foolish. Hey, are you even being reasonable? It was Yuling who took my hand. Lin Chen protested. Silence. I will make you pay dearly. Jiang Mingyi, undeterred, pursued Lin Chen relentlessly. Upon hearing Lin Chen's choice of address, Luo Yuling's face flushed even deeper. He had not referred to her as school beauty Luo but rather as Yuling. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, with one hand resting atop Jiang Mingyi's head, rendered her attempts to strike futile, as she could not reach him, no matter her prowess. A single hand from Lin Chen was sufficient to subdue her effortlessly. Exhausted from their earlier exertions, they could only cease their struggle. Jiang Mingyi glaring at Lin Chen with simmering resentment. Lin Chen, feigning ignorance, retrieved a chair and began to rest. However, the monsters did not afford them an extended respite. They were soon discovered. A resounding howl echoed, followed by a cacophony of beastly roars. Lin Chen observed the surrounding mountains shrouded in swirling dust. As the monsters came surging forth, they had no choice but to carve a bloody path once more. For 3 consecutive days, Lin Chen and his companions found their lives repeating in a relentless cycle, either besieged by monsters or traversing the perilous routes. Even their nights were devoid of peace, as the creatures always managed to locate them, forcing Lin Chen and his comrades to fight through the night. Despite the arduous toll it took on them, their efforts bore fruit. Their 30 cubic meter spatial backpacks were filled to the brim. They were compelled to discard unimportant materials to make room for their gear. All 3 had elevated their levels to 50, attaining the first transition's limit, and to continue advancing, they would need to complete the second transition. However, the quest for the second transition could only be initiated at the job hall upon their exit. Within Lin Chen flowed a tempestuous power. Even a level 50 epic monster could not withstand his might for a single second. Yet, the cost of his skills was exorbitant, allowing him to fight at full strength for only about 15 minutes. Thus, in the face of the monster onslaught, he was often forced to flee. Alas, sheer strength is insufficient. Durability is essential, Lin Chen lamented, shaking his head as he gazed at his status panel. Beside him, Luo Yuling and Jiang Mengyi exchanged glances, their expressions darkening as they harbored grave suspicions about Lin Chen's intentions, yet lacking evidence. They could not take action. Chapter 41. Can you outshine me? Lin Chen. Profession, Totem Master. Level, 50. Skills, Totemic Blessing. Randomly bestows the power of a chosen totem upon a target. Power of Zhu Rong. Upon invocation. Wields the fiery might of the ancestral deity Zhu Rong. Divine Thunder of Zixiao. Summons the Zixiao Divine Thunder to strike at a target. Equipment, Elemental Conqueror. Garb of the Nature Spirit, Cloak, Belt. Combat Power, 325,000. With a combat power of 325,000, Lin Chen was already qualified to contend with third transition epic professionals. Despite being only at the first transition himself, a claim that would be met with disbelief. Lin Chen gazed ahead, where a towering peak pierced the clouds, standing out prominently. According to conventional logic, the highest peak ought to be occupied by the strongest. The likelihood of the secret realm's lord residing atop that mountain was considerable. Let us proceed to that mountain and hope for favorable fortune. Lin Chen beckoned to the two women, leading the way. Upon reaching the mountain's base, the trio began their ascent. Here, monsters were scarce, yet those they encountered were of high caliber, all being epic-level creatures. This further convinced Lin Chen that the lord resided within this mountain. Suddenly, a level 50 epic monster lunged towards them, only to be ensnared and reduced to ashes by a fiery dragon. Lin Chen nonchalantly collected the epic materials and pressed onward. As they climbed to the mid-slope, a thunderous roar reverberated from above. The surrounding clouds churned violently, and a powerful gale swept down, causing the trees to sway ominously and emit rustling sounds. It seems we are nearing our destination, Lin Chen exclaimed with excitement, while the corners of the two women's mouths curled into smiles. They had long yearned for the outside world after their prolonged stay in this wilderness. Living here was akin to existing among savages. Had it not been for Lin Chen's culinary skills, their desire to escape would have intensified. Outside, the principal, the academic director, and the city guards remained vigilant at their posts. As time passed, their anxiety regarding the situation within only deepened. The connection between the secret realm and the outside world had been severed completely, leaving them in the dark about the students' well-being. All they could do was rely on the students inside, yet this situation was bound by time. The outside world could not afford to wait indefinitely. The last first transition mythical secret realm had taken 8 days to breach, thus the principal had established an 8-day deadline for assistance. Should the secret realm remain unbroken after 8 days, he would have no choice but to seek aid from the other 3 universities. Lin Chen, no matter what, you 3 must not come to harm, Principal Zhou silently prayed. He held high hopes for Lin Chen and his companions, believing them to be pivotal in altering the federal landscape. If they were to fall here, it would be a bitter pill for him to swallow. Online discussions surged regarding the matter, with the majority expressing skepticism about Jiang University's ability to independently breach the secret realm. Who knows what Jiang University is thinking? Sending in 2 mythical professionals into a first transition mythical secret realm is tantamount to a death sentence, isn't it? Last time, 2 out of 5 perished. I can't fathom where they draw their confidence from. Perhaps Miss Luo's continuous record-breaking feats have instilled some faith in them. Undeniably, Miss Luo was formidable. Yet to assert that she could single-handedly face 4 mythical professionals was beyond belief. What if unforeseen circumstances arose? A strong recommendation for the other 3 major universities to provide support was made. I second this. We should collectively petition for assistance from the other 3 schools. 2 days prior, an overwhelming petition campaign had been launched online, garnering over 2 billion citizens urging the 3 major universities to support Jiang University. With the public's sentiment firmly established, Principal Zhou felt immense pressure. Should the mission fail, it would severely tarnish his lifelong reputation. His neural interface buzzed with a communication request. Upon seeing the name Lu, he felt a surge of irritation but chose to answer nonetheless. What is it? He replied impatiently. Lu, the principal of another university, remained unperturbed, wearing a congenial smile. Old Zhou, have you been online recently? Over 2 billion citizens are calling for our 3 universities to assist you at Jiang University. As representatives, we must heed the public's wishes. I suggest you relent and allow my students to join. At worst, we can share the spoils of the secret realm. Principal Zhou snorted at the suggestion. There was no way he would allow anyone to lay claim to the secret realm. Unnecessary. This mere mythical secret realm is child's play for our students. Why must you be so stubborn, old Zhou? At your age, you should temper your temper. How about we wager? Lu's tone shifted. What kind of wager do you propose? Principal Zhou inquired. Let us wager 5 sets of second transition epic gear on whether Jiang University can independently breach this secret realm. We have several outstanding students preparing for their second transition tasks. It would be a perfect opportunity for them, Lu replied with a sly smile, resembling a cunning old fox. Upon hearing these words, Principal Zhou's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and a teasing smile graced his lips. Old Lu, do not boast prematurely. Since you wish to bestow me with equipment, I have no reason to decline. I accept this wager. Very well, Indeed, Zhou is quite forthright. I await your communication. My students are prepared to provide support at a moment's notice. I suggest you directly deliver the epic gear. Principal Zhou ended the call and continued to gaze intently at the teleportation portal. Lin Chen, your equipment has been prepared by someone. Whether you can obtain it depends solely on your own capabilities, he mused silently, returning to Lin Chen and his companions. They had ascended to a point merely several dozen meters from the mountain summit. Here, towering flora gave way to stretches of untamed grass, offering a clear line of sight. Lin Chen's gaze immediately fell upon the imposing figure standing atop the peak. Before him loomed a magnificent tiger, its fur as white as snow, proudly displaying its stature. With a body length exceeding 20 meters and a height surpassing 4 meters, it resembled a massive truck. The bulging muscles hinted at a terrifying strength, capable of shattering stone with a mere gesture. Its golden eyes shone with a brilliant light, the menace within its gaze instilling fear in any who dared to meet it. Goodness, that tiger looks formidable, Jiang Mingyi murmured, her voice laced with astonishment. Lin Chen, upon hearing this, felt a sense of indignation. Formidable? Do you truly believe it can surpass me? The mightiest male creature on earth stands before you, and you choose to extol a mere beast? Jiang Mingyi shot him a disdainful glance, her eyes filled with contempt. I think you resemble the beast more. Lin Chen returned her gaze with a smirk. Rest assured, even if I were akin to a beast, I would have no interest in you. What's that supposed to mean? Jiang. One should often reflect on one's own shortcomings rather than incessantly questioning others. Have you lost your vision? I am fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged, slender-waisted, ample-chested, and curvaceous. Those who pursue me could circle the Federation. Do I need your interest? If you truly harbor ill intentions towards me, I shall have you castrated on the spot. Jiang Mingyi, exasperated, found Lin Chen's words deeply provoking. Lin Chen surveyed Jiang Mingyi from head to toe and shook his head, chuckling. Challenging me to suppress my laughter? How amusing. You win. Chapter 42, Another Divine Artifact. Ah, you shall pay for this. Jiang Mingyi seethed, opening her mouth and lunging toward Lin Chen, intent on biting him. Lin Chen effortlessly extended his hand to press down on her head, easily restraining her. Could we please finish off the boss before engaging in such antics? Luo Yuling interjected wearily. Her ears had known no peace along this journey. Jiang Mingyi shook off Lin Chen's hand with a glare, then obediently fell in line behind Luo Yuling. Lin Chen took his place alongside Luo Yuling, the three forming an arrowhead as they advanced toward the summit. The boss had taken notice of them, its authoritative gaze resting upon them, yet it remained motionless. An arrogant sovereign waits atop its peak, never striking first. More ostentatious than I, Lin Chen remarked, disdain evident in his expression. Upon reaching the summit, they found themselves approximately 30 meters from the domain lord, locked in mutual scrutiny. Lin Chen probed the creature's attributes, eager to discern the strength of a mythic-level beast that commanded Principal Zhou's attention. White tiger. Rank, mythic. Level, 50. Skills, tiger descending the mountain, tiger roar resounding through the land, death storm, killing intent rising, dominant tiger sky-splitting slash. Combat power, 200,000. One could not help but acknowledge the terrifying might of this creature. It was no wonder it could withstand the assault of 5 mythic-class professionals and still slay 2 of them. Luo Yuling, wielding a divine artifact alongside a set of epic gear, also at level 50, possessed a combat power of only 130,000, a staggering difference of 70,000. However, Lin Chen and his companions exhibited no signs of trepidation. While the white tiger was undeniably powerful, it was merely that before Lin Chen, even in her blessed state, Luo Yuling was confident in her ability to conquer it. With a thunderous roar, the white tiger unleashed a fearsome sound that pierced Lin Chen's eardrums, causing discomfort in his chest. What the hell? Why are you roaring? Is there no sense of public decency? Don't your neighbors need to sleep? He shouted at the beast. The white tiger's eyes glinted with icy malice. This insignificant human had committed a grave offense by daring to challenge it. With a heavy thud, its massive paws struck the ground, causing the earth to crack, and it charged through the air toward Lin Chen and his companions. 30 meters was but an instant for the creature. Lin Chen and his allies had long anticipated its attack. A fire dragon materialized instantly, colliding fiercely with the white tiger. The air erupted, elements swirling chaotically as a deep pit formed in the ground, with numerous fissures spreading outward from its edges. The white tiger's roar grew even more thunderous, an echo reverberating across the land, asserting its dominance and causing the mountaintop to tremble. Impressive, yet insufficient, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. The fire dragon emitted a resounding roar, flames bursting forth like raging waves, clashing against the sound waves. Luo Yuling wielded her Phoenix Cry sword, unleashing waves of sword energy that sliced through the air, targeting the white tiger. Jiang Mingyi recited an incantation, her staff radiating emerald light as she prepared to cast a wood-based skill to control the white tiger. A fierce surge of energy erupted. While Lin Chen's side remained relatively unscathed, the white tiger faltered, forced to retreat as the flames breached its defenses, singeing its lustrous coat. Now more enraged than ever, its golden eyes transformed into a blood-red hue, entering a state of frenzied killing intent. Its power surged, the winds howling as a whirlwind rapidly formed around its body, escalating into a storm of death, ready to reap lives. In Lin Chen's observations, the white tiger's combat power escalated rapidly. 210, 000, 250, 000, 300, 000, 350, 000, 400, 000. Killing intent rising was an amplification skill. Once activated, its strength doubled, allowing the monster to wield supportive abilities as well. The white tiger roared, sending the death storm hurtling toward Lin Chen and his companions, tearing the earth apart in its wake. Jiang Mingyi's recently cast skill was obliterated by the tempest, leaving her reeling from the blow. Her power was still vastly insufficient. Luo Yuling's expression grew grave as she unleashed her river-splitting sword energy, clashing against the death storm. Yet, faced with the now empowered white tiger, her attack proved inadequate. Not bad. This might allow me to stretch my legs a bit, Lin Chen replied with a calm smile. His interest peaked. He pointed a finger skyward. Dark clouds enveloping the area as a heavy pressure descended, suffocating in its weight. A purple divine lightning bolt tore through the heavens, striking down upon the white tiger with ferocity. The white tiger's muscles tensed, sensing the imminent threat, bewildered by how this diminutive human could summon such overwhelming power. Its form radiated a dazzling platinum light, so brilliant that Lin Chen squinted against its glare. The radiant light coalesced into a chilling blade of energy, akin to a god of slaughter sweeping through legions. The dominant tiger's sky-splitting slash, renowned for its ability to rend the skies, was one of the White Tiger clan's most legendary abilities. And today, Lin Chen and his companions bore witness to it. As the blade of energy sliced through the ground, it carved a chasm 10 meters deep, rendering the earth as fragile as tofu. The White Tiger chose not to resist the divine lightning, but rather to engage Lin Chen in a life-for-life exchange. The speed of the blade was astonishing, closing in on them in an instant. "Watch out," Luo Yuling exclaimed, raising her sword shield to protect Lin Chen. In this moment of peril, she instinctively placed herself in front of him without hesitation. Previously, it was out of the honor of a swordsman, but now, her shout carried deeper, more complex emotions. Lin Chen felt warmth in his heart. He would not allow the White Tiger to harm Luo Yuling. No one would. The fire dragon's tail whipped through the air, crashing violently against the blade of energy. On the other side, the purple sky divine thunder struck down upon the White Tiger's head, utterly shattering its physical defenses. Its colossal body trembled violently, although it barely managed to remain standing. It had lost all capacity for offense. Another bolt of the purple sky divine thunder descended from the heavens, toppling it to the ground. The relentless strikes of divine thunder turned the White Tiger's form to charred remains, splintering it beyond salvation. The heaven-cleaving slash it had unleashed before its demise was intercepted by the fire dragon and Luo Yuling's sword shield, resulting in the White Tiger being subdued and scathed by the trio. Were the anxious onlookers outside to learn of this, one could only ponder their thoughts. At this moment, Lin Chen, Luo Yuling, and Jiang Mingyi's gazes converged upon an exquisite piece of equipment radiating a resplendent purple-gold glow. It was fervent, filled with desire, and intense. Never before had the three shared such a moment of unified longing. That purple-gold hue was emblematic of an unclaimed divine artifact. The White Tiger had astonishingly dropped a divine weapon. Lin Chen and his companions could scarcely fathom their extraordinary fortune. It was an acknowledged reality that divine artifacts were exceedingly rare to find, yet this marked their fourth acquisition. "Good heavens, am I hallucinating?" Jiang Mingyi murmured, unable to believe her own eyes. "I too suspect I might be seeing things," Luo Yuling said, her expression dazed, doubting her own perception. She did not desire much, but a divine artifact was among her aspirations. "Indeed, I am the child of destiny." Lin Chen chuckled wickedly, abruptly interrupting the two women's astonishment. Chapter 43, I Want You. The trio hastily rushed towards the divine artifact, encircling it eagerly. However, the two women refrained from reaching out to claim it. Despite their intense desires, they managed to temper their cravings. The defeat of the Lord was primarily Lin Chen's achievement, and they were not the type to betray their comrades over a divine artifact. Once picked up, the artifact would automatically bind itself, even if one could not wield it. It could not be traded. Lin Chen also held back from claiming it, opting to assess the situation first. The three employed their investigative skills to examine the artifact's attributes. White Tiger Armor Chestplate. Tier, Mythic. Binder, None. Attribute 1, Attack inflicts lifesteal effect, with an efficiency of 50 of damage dealt. Attribute 2, Attack inflicts armor-breaking effect, reducing target's defense by 50. Attribute 3, Defense value of 500. Attribute 4, Upon entering a critically injured state, the wearer enters a bloodthirsty rage, with an increase of 250 to all four attributes. Note: binding is limited to those proficient in light armor. Once bound, it cannot be traded or removed, and will automatically decompose upon the wearer's death. The attributes were exceedingly powerful, yet Lin Chen could not feel joy. He was proficient in cloth armor and could not wear it. It was akin to the beloved goddess standing before him in the nude and beckoning him with a finger. Yet he found himself unable to raise his head, a feeling of despair overwhelming him. Though Jiang Mengyi felt a tinge of regret, she was more delighted for her friend. As Luo Yuling, being a swordsman, was indeed proficient in light armor. Luo Yuling's gaze grew increasingly fervent. A divine artifact tailored to her abilities lay before her, and her heart raced uncontrollably, difficult to suppress. Taking a deep breath, she struggled to divert her gaze and turned to Lin Chen, allowing him to take the lead. Lin Chen noticed her gaze and turned to meet her eyes. Luo Yuling's eyes darted away, fear gripping her at the thought of locking eyes with Lin Chen. Lin Chen forced a smile and spoke. Yuling, what are you waiting for? If you don't take it soon, it might be gone. Ah, Lin Chen. I've never seen you so agreeable, Jiang Mengyi exclaimed, urging her friend to seize the opportunity. Thank you. Luo Yuling bowed in gratitude, prompting Lin Chen to hastily evade her. If you keep this up, I might just decide not to give it to you, he said with a stern countenance. Luo Yuling understood that Lin Chen had a sharp tongue but a kind heart. She beamed, illuminating the surroundings further. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat, his soul nearly captivated by Luo Yuling's charming dimples. Ba, form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Lin Chen reminded himself that his ambition was to become the wealthiest man in the Federation. He could not allow himself to be infatuated with a girl. He silently admonished himself, realizing his growing concern for Luo Yuling, a dangerously telling sign. Luo Yuling reached down to collect the armor, the purple gold glow fading as the equipment automatically bound to her. Upon donning it, a magnificent armor enveloped her upper body, dazzling Lin Chen with its blinding platinum brilliance. Under the illumination of the platinum light, Luo Yuling appeared regal and valiant, akin to a goddess of war. Lin Chen found himself utterly entranced, momentarily forgetting his previous admonitions. After all, what man would not gaze upon a beauty? Wow, Yuling, you look stunning. No man in the world can compare to your grace, Jiang Mengyi exclaimed enviously, though her words fell discordantly on Lin Chen's ears. Jiang, if your eyes are useless, you might as well donate them. Can't you see this handsome fellow standing right here? He retorted, discontent. Jiang Mengyi shifted her gaze, appraising him with disdain, before breaking into a chuckle. Hee, are you challenging me not to laugh? How amusing, you've won. Little dog, mimicking others, Lin Chen scoffed, rolling his eyes. You are the little dog. No, you're a pig. Exactly, I am. Pigs love to spit, so be ready. Lin Chen grinned mischievously at Jiang Mengyi. You jerk, are you disgusting? Jiang Mengyi retorted angrily before hastily fleeing, knowing Lin Chen would dare anything. All right, let's pause for a moment, Luo Yuling interjected, exasperated. She composed herself and turned to Lin Chen, speaking earnestly. Lin Chen, the value of the divine artifact is immeasurable. However, I will do my utmost to compensate you. Please let me know if there's a particular treasure you desire, and I will do my best to procure it. I want you, Lin Chen blurted out, not even realizing why he spoke so boldly, as if possessed. Upon hearing this, Luo Yuling's heart raced chaotically. She had never anticipated Lin Chen would utter such a blatant statement. Was he perhaps too eager? What did he take her for? Luo Yuling's mind was in disarray. Feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, her ears flushing crimson. Jiang Mengyi's brows furrowed in indignation. How dare he behave so shamelessly towards her friend? She drew her staff, ready to confront Lin Chen. Your attitude is all I need. If I ever desire something from you again, I will let you know, Lin Chen hastily added, feeling as though his intelligence had just surpassed that of the Federation's leading scientists. Upon hearing this, Luo Yuling felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment. She realized something was amiss within her. In the past, she would have already drawn her sword in anger. Jiang Mengyi, fuming, retracted her staff, her temper flaring at Lin Chen's casualness. The ground still held numerous materials, including 3 pieces of divine artifact components and various epic materials. Lin Chen promptly picked up a transparent crystal. This was the core of the secret realm, which, in many ways, was of equal value to a divine artifact. For by placing this crystal in the secret realm's grand hall, a connection would be established, allowing it to become a realm that could be infinitely farmed. Particularly, this was a mythic-level secret realm, the ideal training ground for prodigies and geniuses. The heads of the other 3 academies were so eager to come to their aid precisely because of it. Lin Chen stored it in his spatial bag and collected the remaining materials, all of which belonged to him, with the 2 women raising no objections. Having accomplished their mission, Lin Chen and his companions eagerly set off for home. As they retraced their steps, numerous monsters attempted to ambush them once more, but they merely dropped equipment and materials. With her strength significantly increased, Luo Yuling was filled with fervor, transforming into a beam of sword light that pierced through the horde of monsters. Her sword energy ravaged a 50-meter radius, causing the monsters to fall as swiftly as harvested crops. The white tiger armor has quintupled her defenses, rendering her nearly impervious to the onslaught of monsters. With the vampiric attributes of the armor, she has transformed into an immortal war deity. The vitality lost by the monsters pales in comparison to the life force she siphons. Luo Yuling has completely forsaken defense, embodying an unparalleled killing machine as she dispatches monster after monster with her blade. This scene fills Lin Chen and Jiang Mengyi with envy, as fragile beings. They can only dream of possessing Luo Yuling's current prowess. Chapter 44. I won't order you even if I could. Luo Yuling resembles a child who has just acquired a new toy, relentlessly pursuing monsters to slay. Even in the absence of mental energy to cast skills, she remains unperturbed. Her ordinary attacks are sufficient to maintain her vitality at full capacity. The monsters are driven to despair, for faced with an indestructible human, their only recourse is to flee in disarray. This woman is simply terrifying. Though their return journey is swifter than their entrance, it still requires at least 2 days. As night falls, Lin Chen and his companions excavate a cave to spend the night. A rich aroma wafts from the cave as the trio gathers around a pot. Seated closely together, Jiang Mengyi gazes at the bubbling meat within, drooling uncontrollably. On this momentous day, Lin Chen decides to celebrate with a hot pot feast. Lin Chen, observing Jiang Mengyi leaning dangerously close to the pot, exclaims in disbelief, "Jiang, retract your head. Your saliva is about to drip into the broth." Jiang Mengyi shoots him a glare, retorting, "If you get to taste my drool, consider yourself fortunate." "Oh please, how disgusting. Is there anyone more revolting than you? A slobbering pig? I'll charge you 30,000 for this meal. Are you out of your mind? You think you're a vendor? With your small frame? You'd need to sell 10 times to even be worth that much. How rude. If I were to sell, I would never do business with you." Their banter spirals into absurdity, leaving Luo Yuling visibly irritated. "This is a cave, not a brothel. You are students, not ruffians and harlots. Would you prefer to discuss this topic elsewhere?" A cool voice interrupts their exchange. Lin Chen and Jiang Mengyi glare at each other defiantly before turning away, wishing to avoid further eye contact. As the meat changes color, Jiang Mengyi eagerly scoops a generous spoonful for herself and for Luo Yuling. Lin Chen, refusing to be outdone, does the same. Luo Yuling stares at her now brimming bowl, perplexed. "What gives? Are you two competing to fill my bowl? I'm not the one with the munchies." She silently laments, clutching her bowl protectively as she watches Lin Chen and Jiang Mengyi bicker over their food. With chopsticks wielded like swords, they engage in a playful skirmish. Unable to bear it any longer, Luo Yuling exclaims, "Can we please eat in peace?" Instantly, they cease their antics and obediently begin to eat. The trio takes turns keeping watch through the night, undisturbed by any monster attacks, allowing for a restful slumber. The following morning, after enjoying breakfast prepared by Lin Chen, they resume their journey. Not far from their location, Zhao Sheng and his comrades from the War God Pavilion lie in ambush within the thicket. Their eyes are fixated on a cave from which the anguished roars of monsters emanate, a promising sign of an epic-level monster giving birth. Zhao Sheng is in high spirits. He had not anticipated encountering such a rare event. Monster offspring are highly valued in the Federation, particularly those of rare quality or above, which are often in short supply, leading beastmasters to scramble for them. After all, beastmasters can only form contracts with newborn monsters, specifically those under a month old, making each contractable offspring a coveted prize. Each epic-level monster cub could fetch a high price at elite auctions, with historical records showing a minimum transaction of 700 million. Such a sum is enough to make Zhao Sheng, a scion of the Zhao family, salivate with desire. Though the Zhao family is wealthy, the money is not his own. The members of the War God Pavilion behind him are equally eager, knowing that even a mere portion of the spoils would be substantial. Finally, a feeble beastly cry emerges from the cave, prompting Zhao Sheng to signal his comrades to charge inside. The encounter goes smoothly. The postpartum mother tyrant tiger is in a weakened state, easily dispatched by their combined strength, and Zhao Sheng emerges cradling the cub. "Onward, let us continue to slay monsters." Zhao Sheng calls out, urging his companions to keep hunting for experience. They dare not delve deeper, as they wish to avoid any encounters with a lord-level monster. Shortly after their departure, a piercing tiger roar echoes from the cave they just vacated. A tyrant tiger, its size akin to a small truck, bursts forth, emitting another furious roar, which is met with a cacophony of beastly responses from all around. Chaos ensues as the monsters enter a frenzy, following the scent to seek out the tyrant tiger cub. An hour later, Zhao Sheng is no longer the confident figure he once was. He is now battered, covered in wounds, and filled with trepidation. Originally accompanied by over 50 individuals, only about 30 remain, with some having perished and others having abandoned him in flight. As he hears the thunderous roars approaching from behind, Zhao Sheng glances back to see a horde of massive creatures charging toward him. "Damn it," he curses under his breath, continuing his escape. "Vice Pavilion Master, perhaps we should abandon the cub. At this rate, we won't escape." One of his companions pleads desperately. Zhao Sheng, incensed, retorts, "How could I part with such a fortune?" "Silence. Follow me. Ahead lies the area where Chu Su and his group are active. There, we shall find safety." He coldly commands. "Are we not putting them in danger?" The companion hesitates, unwilling to compromise others. "To hell with that. Do you think you're a saint? Get lost." Zhao Sheng scolds, kicking the student aside. Meanwhile, several miles away, Chu Su is organizing over 800 students, advancing steadily. Under his command, the students have grasped the fundamentals of coordinated combat, systematically encircling monsters as per Zhao Sheng's orders. The students hold Chu Su in high esteem. His formidable strength, exemplary leadership, tactical prowess, and clear system of rewards and punishments make him an unparalleled leader. Shield warriors, maintain formation and encircle the monsters. Mages, prepare area bombardments. Rogues, infiltrate and harass. Swordsmen, prepare to strike. Priests, keep a close eye on your assigned students. Chu Su's voice resonates throughout the battlefield, and the students respond to his commands, dispatching monsters with efficiency until none remain. Quickly clear the battlefield. We must depart. Yes. Just as Zhao Sheng and his group finish their cleanup and prepare to leave, a disheveled group stumbles into their view. The War God Pavilion members, what happened to them? Serves them right. They overreached their capabilities and sought to play the hero. Exactly. Brother Su ordered them to stay, and they mocked him. Now they're reaping what they sowed. Is that a monster cub he is holding? It appears to be a tyrant tiger cub, worth a fortune. Damn it, that lucky bastard. The students murmur amongst themselves, devoid of sympathy for Zhao Sheng's current plight, relishing in their misfortune, particularly regarding his acquisition of the tyrant tiger cub. Chapter 45. The son of a hero does not flee. Chu Su narrows his eyes. Zhao Sheng's predicament reminding him of the adage about misfortune leading others into trouble. Run. They mean to draw the monsters to us. Chu Su bellows, leading the charge away. He would be a fool to stay and absorb the blame for Zhao Sheng's mistakes. At that moment, a chorus of frenzied roars erupts from behind Zhao Sheng, confirming Chu Su's suspicions. Zhao Sheng, I curse your entire family. Damn it, find an opportunity to finish him off. This scoundrel deserves to perish at the hands of the monsters. The students erupted in furious curses, yet their feet moved swiftly as they followed Chu Su in flight. Zhao Sheng's expression was cold and sinister. He had not anticipated Chu Su's quick reflexes. Do you think you can escape? He sneered, drawing forth a large handful of potions, retaining one for himself while tossing the rest back. Drink the speed potion and outpace them. Zhao Sheng bellowed, downing the potion and experiencing a surge of agility. A 30-point enhancement. Their speed increased dramatically, and being elite players already a cut above their ordinary classmates, they soon caught up to the main group. Once again, the students hurled insults at him, and Zhao Sheng wore a mocking grin. Curse me all you want. This will be the last time you can hurl insults in your lives. Prepare to become fodder for monsters. Haha. He laughed heartily, leading his comrades from the War God Pavilion to overtake the main group from about 30 meters away. Behind them, the monsters drew ever closer, and it was only a matter of time before the main group would be caught. The students felt a mix of anger and fear as they spotted numerous epic-level monsters looming ahead. Brother Su, since we can't escape, let's take down that scoundrel Zhao Sheng first. One of Zhao Sheng's teammates gritted through clenched teeth, unable to swallow the humiliation of watching him flee. Indeed, Brother Su, we cannot let them go unpunished, another teammate chimed in. Chu Su glanced back, casting a cold stare at Zhao Sheng. The latter's intention to use him as a shield would not be so easily realized. Mages, control them for me. Chu Su commanded. Yes, Brother Su. The mages replied in unison, commencing their control spells. Zhao Sheng's fury ignited at the sight. How dare they lay a hand on him? Chu Su, do you dare to attack me? Are you seeking death? He roared, his eyes ablaze with rage. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Chu Su's eyes. Zhao Sheng, do not overestimate your worth. You had best pray we can handle those monsters. Otherwise, I will make you my sacrificial offering. His icy voice pierced Zhao Sheng's ears, darkening his countenance and adding him to Chu Su's list of targets. No one who offended him could live unscathed. As the spells rained down upon them, Zhao Sheng and his team desperately attempted to fend them off, but the disparity in numbers rendered them ensnared by the mage's spells. All were ordered to form ranks behind Zhao Sheng, preparing for battle. Yes, as they arranged themselves, the monsters charged forth, and Zhao Sheng's face turned a ghastly shade, as though he had swallowed a fly. Ultimately, all his schemes had come to naught. The leading tyrant tiger spotted the youngling in his grasp and roared as it lunged forward. Zhao Sheng, you had better unleash your full strength with your men, or I will command that you be utterly trapped and turned into monster fodder. Chu Su barked. Chu Su, remember this. We have forged a deep enmity today. Zhao Sheng spat in rage. Release the spells. Chu Su ordered, and the mages complied, granting Zhao Sheng and his group freedom to engage the monsters. Chu Su organized the students to join the fray. The monsters were merciless and would not depart until Zhao Sheng and his group were vanquished. Both sides clashed, and the air filled with cries of agony and despair from both monsters and students alike. War is no fairy tale, and death is the prevailing theme. Especially the members of the War God Pavilion, who stood at the forefront, bore the brunt of the monsters' fiercest assaults, falling swiftly. Zhao Sheng faced relentless attacks from the tyrant tiger. Were it not for his status as a shield warrior, coupled with epic equipment and a level of 45, he would have surely become prey. Realizing that his only path led to death, Zhao Sheng gritted his teeth and hurled the youngling behind him into the mage ranks. Roar! The tyrant tiger howled, kicking him away before racing after its offspring. Other monsters surged forward, intent on reclaiming the youngling for their king. Damn it, Zhao Sheng. Have a few mages eliminate him. Shield warriors, hold the line. Chu Su bellowed, firmly raising his shield to fend off the monster onslaught. Several mages unleashed their spells upon Zhao Sheng, who quickly activated his defensive skills to block the attacks. Then, he produced a cloak and donned it, vanishing from sight. The reason he had not used it earlier was that the cloak only rendered him invisible, not the tyrant tiger's youngling, making it ineffective. You will remember this. Zhao Sheng's eyes blazed crimson as he cast a menacing glare at the classmates who dared to attack him before fleeing without a backward glance. With limited time for invisibility, he had to act swiftly. More and more monsters arrived, encircling Chu Su and his group, and the situation grew increasingly dire. The students had just emerged from a grueling battle, their states far from peak performance, and now, after enduring fierce combat, their mental fortitude rapidly waned. If this continued, the casualties would be catastrophic. A barrage of skills bombarded the shield warriors' defenses, leaving many pale and staggering. Chu Su was formidable, but he could not stand alone against the overwhelming tide. The monsters numbered over 3,000, far surpassing their ranks. Chu Su sought a breakthrough, but a dozen epic-level monsters assaulted him simultaneously, knocking him back. The tyrant tiger's youngling had been returned to it by the students, but the creature showed no signs of mercy. Monsters possess a singular focus and do not consider the possibility of mutual destruction in their battles with humans. Brother Su, this is untenable. We will fight to the death to ensure your escape. A swordsman from Chu Su's team declared, ready to sacrifice himself, as were his comrades. But not Chu Su. Shut your mouth. I would never be a coward. Chu Su glared fiercely, his determination unwavering. Brother Su, you must go. If you do not escape, we cannot face your parents in the afterlife. A mage implored, his voice choked with emotion. Brother Su, I beg you go. You are the child of a federal hero. Our mission is to protect you at all costs. Another urged, Brother Su, you are the last of the Chu family. If you fall, who will avenge the Chu family's honor? A rogue added urgently, his voice trembling with emotion. Chu Su's eyes filled with bloodshot fury. He understood his teammates' sentiments all too well. But he was Chu Su, the son of a federal hero, and he would rather die than flee. The dignity of the Chu family and the honor of his parents could not be tarnished by his own hand. Chapter 46. What belongs to you Ling is mine. Enough. Precisely because I am the son of a federal hero, I cannot flee. My mind is made up. Let us fight. Chu Su roared, thrusting his shield forward and charging at the tyrant tiger, sending it flying. His teammates were anxious, but there was nothing to be done, for them and Chu Su. Honor outweighed life itself. Kill, they shouted, unleashing all their wrath and hatred upon the monsters. Numerous monsters fell at the hands of the students. Yet casualties among their ranks also mounted. As time passed, the students' conditions deteriorated, but the monsters continued to pour in, reinforcements arriving ceaselessly. Some students broke down, still young with bright futures ahead, unwilling to perish in such a manner. Who can save us? I do not want to die, sobbed one. I am the only one in my family with a rare profession. I am their hope. I cannot die, cried another. I haven't even given my parents a better life yet. How can I die? The wails grew louder, as they, mere novices who had recently transitioned, had yet to reach the state of fearing neither life nor death. Chu Su gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred. He despised Zhao Sheng. He despised the monsters. And he despised himself. He loathed his own weakness. If only he were as strong as Luo Yuling, he could lead his classmates to safety. Mom, Dad, I will soon be with you. Your son has not brought you shame. I have not tarnished the glory of the Chu family. The Chu family knows only martyrs, not cowards. Chu Su's eyes glistened with tears, his parents' images flashing before him as they looked on with pride. Just as despair engulfed the students, a commotion erupted from behind the monsters, and anguished roars echoed from the rear. The crowd turned their gaze in that direction, for the monstrous beings were numerous and towering, obstructing their line of sight. Though they could not discern any human figures, they beheld streams of phoenix sword chi slicing through the horde of beasts, tearing them apart. The phoenix sword chi belonged to none other than the illustrious Luo Xiaohua. Oh, we are saved. Brothers and sisters, hold on. Luo Xiaohua has come to our rescue. The students rallied their spirits anew. In their eyes, Luo Yuling was omnipotent, a being capable of conquering even the pinnacle of mystic realms, unmatched in power among her peers. The monsters, drawn by the turmoil behind them, were momentarily distracted, and with a roar from the tyrant tiger, many of the creatures charged back. However, the sword chi surged forth with even greater ferocity, the monsters falling like wheat before the reaper. The sword chi approached at an astonishing speed, rendering the beasts utterly incapable of thwarting its assault. At last, the figure of Luo Yuling came into view, a fierce and cold silhouette weaving through the throng of monsters. She donned a suit of platinum armor, gripping a divine sword that radiated a blinding brilliance. Her armor was stained with blood, exuding an aura of terrifying malevolence. In that moment, she embodied an unparalleled harbinger of death. She focused solely on offense, each thrust of her sword resulting in the obliteration of one or more beasts by her sword chi. Swarms of skills bombarded her, Yet they could not even slightly perturb her. She seemed impervious to all forms of attack. Her state grew increasingly formidable, her killing intent intensifying. With only the prospect of slaughter filling her gaze, an endless cycle of carnage. The students present would never forget this scene, a transcendent sword immortal, wielding a single sword, piercing through the defenses of monsters, descending before them. Those epic monsters, once deemed invincible, were decapitated by Luo Yuling's blade, as if they were mere fodder. The phrase "a divine weapon descends from the heavens" was perfectly illustrated before their eyes. They stood transfixed, gazing at Luo Yuling, her tall figure becoming monumental in their hearts. Luo Yuling immediately sought the figure of Chu Su, and upon seeing that he was unharmed, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. She turned her gaze coldly towards the remaining monsters, who recoiled in unison, unwilling to meet her eyes. Then, they fled, faced with an indomitable harbinger of death. The one-track-minded creatures were filled with fear. Chu Su approached Luo Yuling, his expression a mixture of complexity, as a fellow mythic practitioner. He felt himself vastly inferior in comparison to her, a wave of embarrassment washing over him. "Brother Su," Luo Yuling spoke. "Yuling, thanks to you. We might have faced dire consequences otherwise." Chu Su expressed his gratitude. "Sister Ling, you are incredibly strong. Sister Ling, you are astounding," Chu Su's companions exclaimed, looking at Luo Yuling as if she were a celestial being. The gazes of other students also turned fervent. From that moment, they became her most devoted followers. "I merely rely on my equipment," Luo Yuling sighed, shaking her head, aware of the significant gap between herself and that unhinged individual. "Oh, wild monster cubs." A jubilant shout interrupted the students' thoughts. They turned their attention to see an exuberant figure cradling a tyrant tiger cub in his arms. Beside him stood a striking silhouette, whose gaze was fixed intently on the cub, as if yearning to snatch it away at any moment. The duo was, of course, Lin Chen and Jiang Mingyi, who had been admiring Luo Yuling's display from behind, thus unnoticed by their classmates. Witnessing Lin Chen's intent to claim the cub as his own, the students felt a surge of indignation. That cub belonged solely to Luo Yuling. "Lin Chen, that cub is Luo Xiaohua's," they exclaimed. "Indeed, it's a wild monster cub. How can you even utter such words? Return it to Luo Xiaohua at once." They chastised him, and if Lin Chen refused, they would not hesitate to unite against him. Lin Chen remained unfazed, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Students, do not fret. Whatever belongs to Yuling is mine," he declared, causing an instantaneous hush to fall over the crowd, shock, anger, confusion, and doubt painting their expressions. All eyes turned to Luo Yuling, eager to observe her reaction. Most students believed she would unsheath her sword and strike him down. However, what transpired next left them utterly astonished, shattering the hearts of many male classmates. Luo Yuling's expression flickered with a hint of indignation, yet she forcibly composed herself. She looked at Lin Chen with resignation. "If you wish to take it, then so be it. Compared to a divine artifact, a mere monster cub is hardly worth the fuss." Lin Chen, as if victorious, raised an eyebrow at his classmates. They were seething with frustration, yearning to deliver a sound thrashing to Lin Chen. Jiang Mingyi, unable to contain her discontent, stepped on Lin Chen's foot. "Oh, my apologies. I didn't mean to." She feigned innocence. Lin Chen seethed with rage. Did he seem like a fool? "That S of little consequence. Just step back on it," he retorted. "Dream on." Jiang Mingyi shot back, turning and fleeing, with Lin Chen hot on her heels, determined not to relent until he had his revenge. The students grew increasingly speechless. What right did such a petty and childish individual have to receive special treatment from Luo Xiaohua? They were indignant. Luo Yuling averted her gaze and inquired of Chu Su how the monsters had managed to surround them. She was well aware of Chu Su's abilities. He should not have easily fallen into such a predicament. Chapter 47. Zhao Sheng, bewildered by a beating. Chu Su, filled with fury, recounted the events to Luo Yuling, whose expression turned as cold as frost, her right hand tightening around the Phoenix Cry sword. "Let us depart," she exhaled, releasing a breath of pent-up frustration. "What about the Realm Lord?" Chu Su hesitated. Their mission remained unfinished, and how could they face the school and the public if they simply left? "Do not worry. The Realm Lord has already been slain." Slain. Even with Chu Su's fortitude, he could not help but stammer, his emotions tumultuous as waves. Had Luo Yuling and the others truly killed the Realm Lord in just a few days? Their conversation did not escape the ears of the other students, who too were struck by awe at Luo Yuling's prowess. Then came a wave of elation. They could finally leave this perilous place. They yearned for the safety of campus life, for the outside world was fraught with danger. The group marched towards the teleportation passage, once again witnessing Luo Yuling's might. No matter how formidable the monsters, they could not withstand her blade. They learned for the first time that even monsters could feel fear and flee at the sound of her approach. As night fell, they finally reached the passage, though weary. Their faces were alight with joy. "At last, we can leave this cursed place. Thank you, heavens. And let us thank Luo Xiaohua instead." "Yes, thank you, Luo Xiaohua. You are my goddess. Once we are out, I am going to sleep like the dead. I want a long, hot bath. I feel positively rancid." The students chatted merrily, the atmosphere brimming with delight. Lin Chen and his companions led the way, emerging first into the outside world. There stood the principal, his brow furrowed as he regarded the disheveled Zhao Sheng before him. You mean to say that Lin Chen, Luo Yuling, and Jiang Mingyi acted independently upon entering, while you took the members of the Divine War God Pavilion on a separate path, and now you are the only one left from the Divine War God Pavilion, having not seen the others since? Yes, after we parted ways, I never encountered them again, Zhao Sheng replied respectfully, keeping his head bowed to avoid revealing the smirk at the corner of his mouth. In his mind, he believed that Chu Su and his large group were doomed, for he had left a vial of beast-attracting potion in the vicinity while fleeing. As the name suggests, it was a potion designed to lure monsters, which was why the number of beasts attacking Chu Su and his companions had steadily increased. He recounted this to the principal to evade future complications. With so many students perishing, he, as the sole survivor, would undoubtedly face numerous inquiries. He had initially claimed he had not seen anyone, certain that the Zhao family would protect him. Very well, you may step aside and rest. The principal gestured for him to leave, his gaze returning to the teleportation passage. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the corridor, accompanied by bursts of cheerful laughter. His spirits lifted, and he became intensely focused on the passageway. The academic director and several other mentors swiftly gathered at the entrance. Zhao Sheng's brow furrowed in alarm. He too sensed the commotion within the corridor. Rising swiftly, he decided to make his exit, realizing it was unwise to linger. Just then, 3 vibrant figures emerged from the passageway. A strikingly handsome young man stood at the center, flanked by 2 exceptionally beautiful young women, whose beauty could rival that of the moon and the stars. It was Lin Chen, Luo Yuling, and Jiang Mingyi. The principal stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he fixed his gaze on Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled and inquired, Principal, have you prepared my reward? Instead of showing displeasure, the principal beamed with delight. Ha ha ha, it has long been ready, just waiting for you to collect it. Lin Chen replied, that's good, otherwise, I wouldn't hand it over. He produced the core of the secret realm, tossing it lightly in his palm before tossing it to the principal, who quickly caught it. The academic director and the mentors exchanged startled glances. What if such a precious item were to shatter? At that moment, Chu Su and his teammates also emerged from the corridor. Upon stepping out, he immediately scanned the area and, sure enough, spotted the figure of Zhao Sheng attempting to slip away. Zhao Sheng, stop right there! Chu Su shouted, pursuing him with urgency, his teammates equally enraged and in hot pursuit. Trying to flee? Let's see if they will allow it. Other students pouring out followed Chu Su's lead, fueled by a desire for vengeance against Zhao Sheng, who had nearly cost them their lives. Regardless of his status as a young master of the Zhao family, today would not grant him immunity. The principal and the mentors watched this unfold with astonishment, their understanding of the situation limited, but their intuition peaked. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. Today was a splendid opportunity. However, he needed to distract the principal and the mentors first, lest he be restrained. Principal, we students have some personal matters to attend to. Perhaps you and the mentors could return first? We will join you later. He winked at the principal. The mentors' expressions darkened. Such blatant dismissal was utterly audacious. The principal chuckled. Having taught for many years, he had never encountered a student like Lin Chen. Just remember, do not take a life. Federal laws are not to be trifled with. He cautioned before turning to leave. Although the mentors were taken aback, they had no choice but to follow, for the principal was the ultimate authority at Jiang University. Meanwhile, Chu Su and his group had cornered Zhao Sheng, who now found himself trapped. Panic washed over Zhao Sheng as he sensed the unrestrained malice directed at him. He understood that if he mishandled this situation, his life could very well be forfeit. Yet, he could never concede. In his eyes, the surrounding students were mere commoners. Striving to maintain composure, he glared at Chu Su with a brooding intensity. Chu Su, I warn you, if you lay a hand on me, none of you will end up unscathed. My Zhao family will ensure you rot in prison, and your families will suffer too. His voice was icy, his gaze unyielding. His words struck a chord, causing some students to appear distressed. They could disregard their own safety, but their families were another matter. The Zhao family possessed the means to make their loved ones disappear without a trace. As mere common folk, they stood no chance against such a behemoth. Nevertheless, Chu Su and his companions remained unfazed, their anger intensifying, their murderous intent sharpening. Zhao Sheng, if your family wishes to retaliate, let them come for me. Today, you will kneel before me. Chu Su bellowed, then landed a powerful punch to Zhao Sheng's face, sending him sprawling. Finish him off. How dare he think himself untouchable? Get him. Chu Su's teammates roared in unison, unleashing a flurry of fists and kicks upon Zhao Sheng. Other students, ignited by their pent-up rage, joined in the fray, their fury erupting like a volcano as they rained blows upon Zhao Sheng. The onslaught left him dazed. Each moment brought more than 10 strikes upon him, every inch of his body aflame with pain. Initially, he had threatened them, but after taking a punch to the mouth that shattered his teeth and left him bleeding, he could utter no more words. Crumpled on the ground, he curled into a ball, shielding his head as his classmates trampled him. Lin Chen and the 2 young women observed the spectacle, feeling an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. Lin Chen clenched his fists, his eagerness to join the fray palpable. However, he resolved to clarify a few matters first. Yuling, do you think if I incapacitate him, Chu Su can withstand the Zhao family's retribution? Luo Yuling shot him a sidelong glance. It was evident that Lin Chen intended to be ruthless. Worry not, since this incident originated with Zhao Sheng. As long as you do not kill him, Chu Su will manage. Her assurance bolstered Lin Chen's confidence. Excitedly, he pushed through the crowd, his formidable strength allowing him to navigate the throng of students clamoring to strike Zhao Sheng. Finally, he reached the front, gazing down at the nearly lifeless Zhao Sheng, a wicked grin spreading across his face. He glanced at a vital point on Zhao Sheng's body and, without hesitation, delivered a kick. Zhao Sheng let out a piercing scream, jolted awake from his near unconsciousness. His face contorted, veins bulging, eyes bloodshot. He foamed at the mouth, his body writhing uncontrollably. This shocking sight momentarily subdued the students assaulting him, and Chu Su shouted for them to halt. He had not entirely lost his senses. Killing Zhao Sheng would mean his own demise, and the other students would become murderers too. The students ceased their attacks, spitting in disdain at Zhao Sheng. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had discreetly retreated to Luo Yuling and Jiang Mingyi's side. Lin Chen, what did you do? Zhao Sheng was howling in agony just now, Jiang Mingyi inquired. Curiosity etched on her face. I was merely experimenting with an avant-garde technique, achieving preliminary results, Lin Chen replied with a straight face, easily deceiving those unfamiliar with him. However, Jiang Mingyi and Luo Yuling exchanged eye rolls, utterly unconvinced. What technique? Jiang Mingyi asked, her tone skeptical. The 1-second gender transformation technique. The experiment was a resounding success. Lin Chen said with a grin. Envisioning Zhao Sheng as a eunuch brought him great amusement. Luo Yuling secretly scoffed, pretending not to understand. Jiang Mingyi's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she glanced toward Zhao Sheng, fascinated by the notion of a modern-day eunuch. As Luo Yuling prepared to launch their flying vehicle, someone called out to her. Sister Ling, wait. Turning back, she saw one of Chu Su's teammates jogging toward her. Chi Mu, what is it? Sister Ling, it's nothing much. Today is a splendid day, why not join us for dinner? The student named Chi Mu said, scratching his head with an earnest expression. Yes, Sister Ling. Let's have a meal together. It's been ages since we all gathered, another teammate chimed in. All right, but I must return to freshen up first. Let Chu Su send me the time and place, Luo Yuling agreed with a nod. Great. Lin Chen and Jiang Mingyi are invited too. Let's have a drink tonight. Chi Mu said, looking at Lin Chen and Jiang Mingyi. Sure, Lin Chen readily agreed. It would be foolish to pass up a free meal. Sounds good. Jiang Mingyi concurred with enthusiasm, relishing the prospect of saving on a meal. The three entered the flying vehicle and headed back to Jiang University. Inside the vehicle, Lin Chen and his companions reclined on the couch, too lethargic to move, save for the young Bawang tiger cub, which emitted soft whines. Jiang Mingyi's gaze fell upon the cub. She understood its immense value all too well. Lin Chen, what do you plan to do with this cub? She asked. Naturally. I intend to sell it for profit. How about selling it to me? My guild is in need, she proposed. All right, as a friend, I'll give you an 11 discount. Thank you, dear uncle. Where can such discounts be found? Well, now you see it, don't you? You rascal, you're quite something. In another spacecraft. Chu Su cast a dubious glance at his companions. What prompted you all to suddenly invite Yuling to dinner? He inquired. For his brothers harbored a significant reverence for Luo Yuling, and it was hard to fathom where they found the audacity to extend such an invitation. His brothers exchanged glances, then formed a line to salute him. What madness is this? Chu Su's confusion deepened. What was the purpose of this salute? Brother Su, we've discussed this among ourselves, and we unanimously believe you should team up with Sister Yuling. We do not wish to be a burden any longer. Chi Mu spoke carefully, prepared for a scolding. As expected, upon hearing this, Chu Su was enraged. How dare you all take such liberties? Did I, the principal party, agree? Did Yuling? He chastised his teammates, pointing an accusatory finger at them. However, Chi Mu and the others had already made up their minds. Brother Su, we will speak with her shortly. Her team is in need of a shield warrior, and you happen to be a mythic tier shield warrior. Moreover, Sister Ling certainly trusts you. There should be no issue, Chi Mu continued. You've gone too far. I refuse. I will throw you all out. Chu Su scolded, gripping Chi Mu's collar. Chi Mu met Chu Su's gaze with unwavering calm, the blood vessels in his eyes rapidly spreading. Brother Su, we have made our decision. You bear the blood debt of the Chu family. Only by following Sister Ling do you stand a chance. I am a man of dignity. I do not require anyone's assistance. Are you belittling me, you scoundrel? Chu Su roared, shoving Chi Mu away with force, his eyes brimming with tears. How could he not understand his brother's intentions? Luo Yuling's displayed prowess far surpassed that of an average mythic practitioner. Only by aligning with her could he hope to avenge the Chu family. His brothers wished to free him from any encumbrance. Brother Su, heed your brother's advice, no matter what. We will always be brothers. Indeed, Brother Su, we are brothers for life, and that will never change. Brother, you carry too much. We do not wish to be a burden, but in the future, should you need us, we will not hesitate to go through fire and water for you. His brothers urged him, their eyes glistening with emotion. If possible, they would never wish to push Chu Su away. Chu Su's lips quivered. He wished to speak, but his throat felt as though it was constricted, rendering him speechless. The dark angel descended at Lin Chen's small shop, and as the hatch opened, Lin Chen rose from the sofa. "Two school beauties, goodbye?" Lin Chen waved to the two girls as he stepped outside, and they returned the gesture. Suddenly, Lin Chen turned at the hatch, his gaze fixed intently on Luo Yuling. "Won't you give me a kiss goodbye?" Clang. The divine sword was drawn, and Lin Chen fled in haste. Luo Yuling ground her teeth. She realized that Lin Chen's audacity was increasing. Jiang Mingyi's teeth ground in frustration. That wretched Lin Chen. He is after my best friend again. That scoundrel. I shall smash his head later. She fumed. Upon returning to the shop, Lin Chen's first task was to take a shower. The conditions in the secret realm had been limited, necessitating only a quick wipe down. After a refreshing wash and donning clean clothes, he collapsed into a chair, feeling utterly at ease. Chapter 49, New Teammates. After lying there for a while, his smart brain emitted a notification sound. Lin Chen opened it. It was a message from Luo Yuling. "I'm on my way to you." "All right, I'll wait for you." Before long, the dark angel landed at the shop's entrance, and Lin Chen boarded, his eyes brightening. Luo Yuling was clad in a light purple gown, her long hair cascading naturally over her shoulders, with a hint of makeup enhancing her features, glowing under the lights. Indeed, purple was far more enchanting. Lin Chen's heart raced uncontrollably, reluctant to tear his gaze away. Noticing Lin Chen's stare, Luo Yuling lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. A fiery red figure stepped in front of Lin Chen, blocking his view. "Hey, move aside." Lin Chen waved his hand in disdain, still wanting to gaze at her. Jiang Mingyi's face flushed with anger. Lin Chen was becoming increasingly brazen. "You scoundrel, if you dare to keep staring at Yuling, I shall gouge out your eyes." Jiang Mingyi threatened fiercely. "Gouging them out is fine, but you must keep them handy for me to watch Yuling," Lin Chen retorted, unperturbed. "What a lovely thought. I will toss them into the foulest ditch." "That won't do. I shan't gouge them out for you. Do you think this lady is negotiating with you? I warn you, going against a man's will is a crime. Go to hell." Their encounter erupted into chaos, and Luo Yuling facepalmed, utterly exasperated. Upon reaching their destination, Luo Yuling opened the hatch and stepped out on her own. Inside, Jiang Mingyi was still pursuing Lin Chen with her staff. Seeing Luo Yuling about to shut the hatch and trap them inside, Lin Chen hurriedly escaped. "Yuling, how could you be so heartless? I still want to feast." Lin Chen complained. "Keep it up, and I'll give you 2 sword strikes," Luo Yuling huffed. "Thank you. Are those 2 swords of epic quality?" Lin Chen asked with eager anticipation. Luo Yuling laughed in exasperation. Lin Chen's tenacity was like nothing she had ever encountered. She stepped on his foot, snorting before striding toward the restaurant. At the entrance, Chu Su and his 4 companions were already waiting and quickly approached. "Yuling, Lin Chen, Jiang classmate," Chu Su greeted, his voice somewhat subdued, a forced smile barely forming. Conversely, his teammates were very welcoming, ushering Lin Chen and the others into the private room. This restaurant was merely a mid-range establishment, but for Chu Su and his crew, it was the highest level of hospitality. They were not fond of extravagance. Chimu ushered Luo Yuling to the main seat, while Lin Chen took the initiative to sit on Luo Yuling's left side, with Jiang Mingyi on her right. Chimu placed the menu before Luo Yuling, who promptly pushed it toward Lin Chen. This action caused Chu Su and his companions to raise their eyebrows. It seemed that Sister Ling had indeed fallen for this man. Could such a cool and wise girl truly not escape the pangs of youth? Was it possible that charm could conquer all? Lin Chen, unreserved, ordered 2 of his favorite dishes, then inquired about Luo Yuling's preferences before adding a dish she liked. He then placed the menu before Chu Su. Jiang Mingyi's brows furrowed. "Lin Chen, why did you not ask for my opinion? Do I not get to eat? Oh, how peculiar. The great glutton actually knows how to order?" Lin Chen teased with a sidelong glance. Jiang Mingyi slammed her palm on the table. "You scoundrel, you're the pig." Her explosive reaction left Jiang Su and the others exchanging glances, astonished by Jiang Mingyi's fiery temper. Realizing there were others present, Jiang Mingyi took a deep breath, planning to settle the score with Lin Chen later. Chu Su handed the menu to Jiang Mingyi, who ordered 3 of her favorite dishes, her face once again radiant with joy at the prospect of a grand meal. After placing their orders, Chi Mu brought over some wine, intending to pour for Luo Yuling, who declined as she did not drink. Jiang Mingyi also expressed her disinterest in alcohol. Lin Chen, however, did not refuse. It was merely beer, something he had consumed a great deal of during his past business endeavors. Now, he felt a twinge of nostalgia and was curious to taste the beer of this world. Each boy took a glass, and Chi Mu nudged Chu Su's arm. Chu Su raised his glass, standing up to toast Luo Yuling. "I toast to you. Thank you for saving us today." Luo Yuling also stood, substituting tea for wine, taking a sip. Then, all raised their glasses together, downing their drinks, and the conversation flowed as they discussed leveling up and other topics. The dishes were served promptly, and Lin Chen and Jiang Mingyi devoured their meals with ever-present smiles gracing their faces. After a few rounds of drinks, Chi Mu gritted his teeth and steered the conversation towards the main topic. "Ling Jia, The thing is, your team is lacking a tank warrior. What do you think of Sugu? Luo Yuling cast a surprised glance at Chu Su, unable to comprehend why he would wish to join her team. It was well known that Chu Su and his companions had grown up together as close friends. Lingjia, this is a request from the four of us. We don't want to hold Sugu back. By joining you, he can truly showcase the prowess of a legendary tank warrior. You know, Sugu needs to rapidly enhance his strength more than any of us, Chimu clarified, hoping to preserve Chu Su's image. Luo Yuling nodded in understanding. She turned her gaze to Lin Chen, who was still engrossed in his meal, completely oblivious. She nudged his shoe with her foot, prompting Lin Chen to look up in confusion. It then dawned on him, and he smacked his forehead in realization. Oh right, Yuling, I forgot to serve you some dishes. Eat up, this one is the most expensive, we can't let it go to waste. As he spoke, he placed a piece of meat from a level 4 monster into Luo Yuling's bowl. Luo Yuling felt an urge to toss Lin Chen out. Both Chu Su and his teammates were taken aback, wondering how deep their relationship had grown. Be serious, Su Gu expressed his desire to join our team. What do you think? Luo Yuling reminded Lin Chen. Only then did Lin Chen direct his attention to Zhang Su, a legendary tank warrior, without a doubt. He would be a significant asset. However, the paramount concern was whether he could be fully trusted. Lin Chen didn't know Chu Su well enough and could only gauge his decision based on Luo Yuling's opinion. He looked back at her. As long as you trust him, that's all that matters. You can rest assured, Su Gu is absolutely trustworthy, Luo Yuling assured him. Lin Chen nodded, satisfied with that assurance. Chu Su and his friends then understood that Lin Chen was the one in charge of the team. They were utterly bewildered by this arrangement. Was it truly the case that good looks could grant one such privilege? They felt an overwhelming urge to consider cosmetic surgery. Luo Yuling turned her gaze towards Jiang Mingyi, seeking her opinion. I have no objections, Jiang Mingyi quickly expressed her stance. With the trio in agreement, the matter was thus settled. Luo Yuling stood up and raised her glass towards Chu Su. Su Gu, welcome to our team. Lin Chen and Jiang Mingyi also lifted their glasses. Welcome, Chu Su. Chu Su raised his glass in return, expressing gratitude. Thank you all. I will fulfill my duties as a tank warrior, as long as I stand. I won't let you get hurt. He made this solemn promise before downing his drink in one go. Lin Chen and the others followed suit, finishing their drinks. Thus, Lin Chen's team welcomed a new member, a legendary tank warrior. Chapter 50, The Peculiar Job Change Quest. While they were engrossed in cheerful conversation, one individual was seething with frustration and anger. In a lavish villa, Zhao Sheng sat restlessly on the sofa, overwhelmed with the desire to shatter everything in front of him. Yet he refrained from doing so. His wounds had healed. Even the critical injury was now mended. In this era, as long as one was not dead, high-ranking priests could restore them. However, while physical wounds were manageable, the scars on the soul were far more challenging to mend. Zhao Sheng could never forget the events of today. As the second young master of the Zhao family, he had been beaten, spat upon, and even had his gender altered. The agony of that humiliation would forever haunt him. Seated opposite him was a young man who bore a striking resemblance to Zhao Sheng, lounging with his legs crossed, gently swirling a glass of red wine. In this young man's presence, Zhao Sheng dared not act out. The young man downed his wine and carelessly tossed the glass to the ground. The sound of shattering glass echoed in the living room, a harsh noise. Yet the young man reveled in it. He relished the sound of destruction, particularly the sound of flesh tearing. Zhao Sheng, I will warn you one last time. Your dealings with Chu Su end here, the young man said coolly before rising to leave. Zhao Sheng clenched his fists, 1,000 grievances boiling within him. As the second young master of the Zhao family, why was he unable to seek revenge? Brother, what background does Chu Su have that even our Zhao family cannot provoke? He asked stubbornly. The young man was none other than Zhao Chong, the eldest master of the Zhao family and a renowned prodigy across the Federation. A hidden-class dragon tamer, and the head of the Jiang War God Pavilion, one of Jiang University's most formidable students. Zhao Chong did not glance back as he replied. Because he is the orphan of a Federation hero, protected under the critical watch list of the Federation Council. With that, Zhao Chong departed, leaving behind the sound of furious smashing. Damn it, bastard. The vulgarities echoed in the hall, gradually subsiding. Lin Chen, I will settle the score with you for that incident. Zhao Sheng's cold, sinister voice rang out, his face contorted like a serpent poised to strike. Returning to the dining room, Chu Su's teammates had indulged themselves to the point of inebriation, swaying unsteadily. They were undoubtedly saddened to have pushed their beloved brother away. Chu Su continued to drink deeply, seemingly intent on getting thoroughly drunk. Luo Yuling kicked Lin Chen and shot him a meaningful look. Yuling, why are you giving me flirtatious looks? Lin Chen queried, perplexed. Luo Yuling conceded, admitting defeat to Lin Chen. It's late. We should head back, she managed to squeeze out. I'm not done yet. Oh right, let's go back. Feeling the pressure from her persistent nudges, Lin Chen relented. Luo Yuling then pulled Jiang Mingyi along, and the three bid farewell to Chu Su before departing. Chu Su and his brothers likely had much to discuss. Luo Yuling escorted Lin Chen to the entrance of the establishment before taking her leave. The following morning, Lin Chen, Luo Yuling, Jiang Mingyi, and Chu Su gathered in the dining hall. The two men and two women sat across from each other, with Lin Chen naturally positioned opposite Luo Yuling. As they discussed the job change quests, all four had reached level 50, making them eligible to undertake the job change quests at the job change hall, which they planned to do after breakfast. I hope the job change quest isn't too difficult, Jiang Mingyi murmured. The nature of job change quests varied from individual to individual. Some were exceedingly challenging, and many adventurers found themselves stuck on their quests. Don't worry, as long as I'm here. Any quest is manageable as long as the payment is right, Lin Chen said, rubbing his fingers together and raising an eyebrow at Jiang Mingyi. She rolled her eyes dramatically, preferring to be asked for her life than her money. I just hope the quests aren't too ridiculous, Chu Su chimed in, his tone somber. Job change quests could sometimes be absurdly nonsensical, shattering one's worldview. Numerous adventurers had shared their bizarre job change quests online, including tasks that required them to sing loudly in a mall or dance on the street. Some quests even demanded self-introductions in public spaces or striking up conversations with 10 strangers of the opposite sex. For social butterflies, these tasks posed no issue. But for those with social anxiety, they were utterly terrifying. Ironically, such tasks often fell to the socially anxious, as if the job change pillar delighted in toying with them. Lin Chen and the others could not help but worry. The job change pillar's imagination could be frighteningly vast, even leading individuals to share their most embarrassing childhood stories online. Who could withstand such humiliation? There were also quests that forced criminals to turn themselves in to the authorities. There was seemingly nothing they could not conceive. After finishing their breakfast, the four made their way to Jiang University's job change hall, which was rather desolate, with few fellow students present. At the center of the hall stood a pillar adorned with mysterious carvings, the job change pillar, the place to accept job change quests. All four felt a twinge of apprehension. They were not afraid of difficult tasks, but rather of ludicrous ones. Lin Chen, you should go first, they urged. Jiang Mingyi nudged Lin Chen. Ladies first, you go ahead. This time, Lin Chen was quite deferential. But I am a man, he replied. Jiang Mingyi scoffed. Then how about we go for a bath together tonight? Lin Chen suggested. Go to hell. Chu Su inhaled deeply, his expression hardening. I'll go fetch it first. He stepped forward. Look at Chu Su. Now that is a real man. You're just a softie. Jiang Mingyi disdainfully glared at Lin Chen. You're right. Later, I will apply to stay in your dorm with the principal. Lin Chen agreed with a nod. Get lost. If we're all softies, what are you afraid of? What you have, I have too. Ouch. Lin Chen yelped as he felt another kick to his instep, courtesy of Luo Yuling. Yuling, be gentle. I fear pain. Lin Chen protested, sounding aggrieved. Shut up. Luo Yuling snapped coldly. Meanwhile, Chu Su stood before the transcendence pillar, placing his hand upon it. A beam of light descended, enveloping him, and his expression turned increasingly helpless. As the light faded, Chu Su appeared utterly dazed, descending like a soulless automaton. Lin Chen and the others approached, inquiring about the task. Chu Su hesitated, clearly reluctant to share. Chu Su, we are comrades bound by life and death. What is there that cannot be said? Lin Chen said, wrapping an arm around Chu Su's shoulder. Chu Su's face revealed his inner turmoil, caught in a moment of indecision. You're a man. How can you be so wishy-washy? Lin Chen prodded, employing a tactic of provocation. With a heavy sigh, Chu Su steadied his mind and, after some struggle, finally divulged the tasks. There are 3. One is to tell a corny joke in front of all the freshmen and instructors during military training. Uffed. Jiang Mingyi couldn't help but laugh at this, and Lin Chen joined in, while Luo Yuling, attempting to maintain her composure, felt her lips twitch. Chu Su looked at them with a forlorn expression. Can you not be so merry? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, Jiang Mingyi quickly apologized, unable to contain herself. It was hard to imagine the usually serious Chu Su cracking jokes in front of the entire freshman class. The trio couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. What about the other 2 tasks? Lin Chen pressed eagerly. Both involve clearing dungeons. One requires clearing the hell difficulty of the Bull Demon dungeon, and the other demands clearing the White Tiger dungeon. Chu Su replied, his demeanor turning slightly grave. These tasks were no trifling matter. The White Tiger dungeon was the very one Lin Chen and the others had recently conquered, now a new challenge for Jiang University. That shouldn't be too difficult. Lin Chen remarked nonchalantly. The 2 women nodded in agreement. Chu Su was baffled by their ease. How could they consider it simple? Luo Yuling turned her gaze to the transcendence pillar, taking a deep breath before approaching it herself. She placed her hand upon the pillar, and once again, a beam of light enveloped her. When the light dissipated, Luo Yuling hesitated to turn her face, not wanting the others to see her flushed cheeks. She stared at the task list, stunned. Task 1. During military training, publicly invite Lin Chen to dance. Task 2. Confide your deepest, most suppressed thoughts to at least 2 friends. Task 3. Clear the hell difficulty of the Bull Demon dungeon. The demand to invite Lin Chen to dance publicly felt akin to a public execution. How could she express her innermost feelings? She stood before the transcendence pillar, enveloped in an unprecedented gloom. Jiang Mingyi hurriedly ran to Luo Yuling's side, concern etched on her face. Yuling, are you all right? She asked, sensing her friend's distress. Luo Yuling shook her head, whispering, let's talk about it later. All right, Jiang Mingyi nodded in agreement. Luo Yuling lowered her head as she stepped down from the Transcendence Pillar, her expression sorrowful. Lin Chen and Chu Su, perceptive enough, refrained from probing further. Jiang Mingyi stood before the pillar, gritting her teeth before pressing her hand against it. Eyes closed. It's better to be decisive. Even with mental preparation, the tasks that emerged left her utterly speechless. Task 1. Greet Lin Chen with a smile and maintain it for 3 days. Task 2. Spend all the money currently in her account. Task 3. Clear the hell difficulty of the Bull Demon Dungeon. The more she read, the angrier she became, wishing to smash the Transcendence Pillar to pieces. 3 days of forced smiles at Lin Chen. How could she manage that? Just refraining from attacking him for 3 days was already a monumental feat. And to spend all her savings, money she had painstakingly saved since childhood, was akin to asking her to part with her very life. The weight of despair crashed upon her as she descended. Jiang School Beauty, what task burdens you so? Share it with us so we may find some joy. Lin Chen's insufferable voice echoed in her ears. Joy my foot. Jiang Mingyi fumed, almost ready to unleash a torrent of curses, but recalling her task, she bit her tongue. With all her might, she forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears. Lin Chen, it's a secret, she replied as gently as she could manage. Goodness. Have you been possessed? Your smile is terrifying, like a grimace. Lin Chen mocked. Jiang Mingyi seethed with rage, wishing she could kick him into the stratosphere. Yet, for the sake of the task, she maintained her faade. Hee, I've always been like this, she said, her words insincere. Lin Chen rubbed his arms, goosebumps rising. Luo Yuling and Chu Su also noted Jiang Mingyi's odd demeanor. Typically, she would have been chasing after Lin Chen, but now she was suppressing her temper and keeping a smile. They could guess it was tied to the Transcendence tasks, shaking their heads at the absurdity of transforming a hot-tempered individual into this. However, Lin Chen reveled inwardly, anticipating the delightful torment he could inflict on Jiang Mingyi. Approaching the Transcendence Pillar, Lin Chen did not immediately accept the transition but instead bowed to it. Oh, Pillar, I am a model student, a fine young man, a truly good person. Please, do not make things difficult for me. His mutterings left Luo Yuling and the others speechless. Only then did he place his hand upon the Transcendence Pillar, and a beam of light enveloped him, one by one revealing the transition tasks. Task 1. Spend the entirety of your account balance and all income for the next 3 days. Upon seeing this task, Lin Chen felt a surge of panic. Having been a destitute orphan for so long, he had recently begun to earn some money and finally felt secure, only to be told to spend it all. Despite the scorching heat of the day, Lin Chen felt a chill, as if his world were crumbling. Task 2. During military training, showcase more of your strength to all freshmen and instructors. Son of a gun, Lin Chen exploded in a tirade against the Transcendence Pillar. As an orphan left to fend for himself, all he wanted was to quietly develop his skills, yet they demanded he expose his abilities. Was this some kind of joke? Task 3. Clear the hell difficulty of the Bull Demon Dungeon. Fuming, Lin Chen turned away, his expression one of indignation as he descended. Jiang Mingyi's smile, however, was far more genuine now. The sight of Lin Chen in distress brought her immense joy. Oh, Lin Chen, what task has left you so furious? Share it so we may all find delight. She teased. Lin Chen shot her a glare. Why don't you reveal yours for a laugh? The four were plunged into a gloomy atmosphere, their spirits dampened as they made their way to the dungeon hall. With classmates along the way mistaking their demeanor for a quarrel, all four had the task of clearing the Bull Demon Dungeon, so they decided to tackle that first. Upon arriving at the dungeon hall, they purchased their tickets and entered the Bull Demon Dungeon, where colossal bull demon monsters charged at them. And Chu Su resolutely stood at the forefront. He would serve as the most unyielding shield, absorbing all damage for his comrades, a commitment he had made to himself. After receiving the blessing from Lin Chen, he felt an overwhelming surge of power, emboldened enough to confront mythical beasts head-on. Suddenly, a colossal fire dragon materialized, sweeping through the battlefield with a torrent of flames, obliterating all those rare-level monsters, each at level 50, into mere ashes. Stunned and speechless, Chu Su gaped in disbelief. Turning to his teammates, initially focusing on Jiang Mingyi, who hadn't even drawn her staff. He had anticipated her involvement, but now realized it was not her doing. Neither could it be attributed to Luo Yuling, the swordswoman. The answer became evident. The fire dragon was a skill of Lin Chen. Wasn't he Lin supposed to be a support character? Why was he so formidable? His mind swirled with questions. And he finally comprehended why Lin Chen was regarded as the leader of this team. Chapter 52. Come, let us inflict harm on each other. Chu Su, stop dawdling. Let us gather the materials, Lin Chen called, expertly guiding the two women in collecting the spoils. Chu Su managed a wry smile, acknowledging that he had previously been narrow-minded. This world was far grander than he had ever imagined. There was always a higher peak beyond the mountain. Subsequently, he, the shield warrior, was relegated to a mere scavenger, as Lin Chen effortlessly dispatched even epic-level monsters with a single strike. Moreover, Lin Chen's team cleared the dungeon by annihilating every creature, leaving him utterly astounded. Such an approach to dungeon clearing was nothing short of invincible. The four approached the dungeon lord, a towering armored bull demon wielding a stone axe, standing over 30 meters tall, dwarfing them. This was a level 55 mythic lord, exuding an aura so formidable that even an ordinary first transformation class player would be rendered speechless. Only they, as powerful adventurers, dared to undertake such a daunting task. As they analyzed the bull demon's attributes, they could not help but acknowledge its might. Bull demon lord. Rank, mythic. Level, 55. Skills, savage stomp, frenzied charge, mad will, earth shatter strike. Combat power, 220,000. Chu Su's expression grew grave. The bull demon's power was overwhelming, and he could not guarantee he could fully withstand its assault. Chu Su, don't be anxious. You only need to hold it off for 10 seconds. Lin Chen reassured him, gently patting his shoulder. Go. Luo Yuling was the first to act, deftly flicking her phoenix cry sword, unleashing a flurry of sword chi that transformed into miniature phoenixes, raining down upon the bull demon. Mo. The bull demon bellowed, charging at them with its massive legs. Its speed escalated rapidly, akin to a speeding train, enveloped by a heavy elemental shield forged from earth. At that moment, it was more fearsome than a tank. Chu Su braced himself, raising his shield and charging at the bull demon as well. His skin took on a bronze hue, a heavy aura radiating around him as he activated his invincible golden body skill. The clash between him and the bull demon was like a mantis attempting to block a chariot. As they collided, a thunderous roar erupted, shockwaves radiating outward, and the ground beneath them shattered. Thud, thud, thud. Chu Su's feet slammed against the ground, retreating several paces. Yet, this was quite an achievement. Despite the disparity in size, he did not find himself at a significant disadvantage, for he was indeed a mythic-class adventurer. A roar erupted as the fire dragon surged forth, crashing into the bull demon and forcing it back. Luo Yuling, surrounded by 9 streams of sword chi, unleashed her phoenix cry sword, sending the blades slicing through the air toward the bull demon. Jiang Mingyi raised her staff, summoning a chilling frost that swept across the ground toward the beast. Enraged, the bull demon lifted its right foot and stomped down heavily. Boom! A deep rumble reverberated as the earth trembled, sending a torrent of mud and rocks surging toward Lin Chen and his companions. Impenetrable barrier, Chu Su shouted, driving his shield into the ground. A thick elemental shield rising from it to withstand the oncoming debris. His muscles tensed as he held firm against the shield. Although he was pushed back, he prevented the mudslide from disrupting Lin Chen and the others. Lin Chen pointed to the bull demon's head, dark clouds gathering as a heavy pressure descended. A purple divine lightning bolt split the heavens, crashing down upon the bull demon. The entire beast became enveloped in divine lightning, howling in agony, yet it did not fall. Its aura surged violently, its eyes turning a furious crimson as it entered a frenzied state, its combat power skyrocketing to 400,000. Then, it raised its stone axe high, delivering a devastating blow. A blade of earthy energy surged forth from the axe as it struck the ground. The earth shattered once more, fissures radiating outward from the point of impact, unleashing a torrent of savage, earthen energy. Everyone, gather around me, Chu Su commanded, slamming his shield into the ground to raise a defensive barrier against the elemental chaos. Lin Chen and Jiang Mingyi quickly rushed to his side, taking refuge within the protective shield, a wave of security washing over them. As for Luo Yuling, she remained unfazed, continuously unleashing sword chi upon the bull demon, balancing damage and healing, achieving a flawless execution in battle. The fire dragon and divine lightning continued their assault on the bull demon, its defenses crumbling under the relentless onslaught. Its body battered and weakened. Jiang Mingyi summoned the wooden element, conjuring robust roots to ensnare the bull demon's movements. The creature could do little but endure the onslaught, and it wasn't long before it lay lifeless on the ground. Chu Su's emotions were tumultuous. A mythic-level lord, 5 levels above them, had been so easily defeated, it felt surreal. A grand announcement reverberated through the air, signaling they had broken the record once again. Choose to announce. The booming voice echoed once more throughout Jiang University. The teachers and students nodded in unison. The sensation felt right. They hadn't heard this broadcast in days and found it somewhat unfamiliar. Everything had returned. All was as it should be. Within the dungeon, Lin Chen gleefully picked up a piece of epic armor. Heavy armor, perfectly suited for a second transformation warrior, ideal for Chu Su. Chu Su, what do you think? If you want it, remember to share the spoils with us, Lin Chen said with a grin, clarifying the team's rules. Chu Su examined the armor's details, realizing it was an excellent fit, and without hesitation, he accepted it. I'll transfer the money to you, he replied readily. The 4 exited the dungeon and made their way to the exchange center, clearing out all the materials they had gathered from the bull demon's lair before dividing the loot. Lin Chen, Luo Yuling, and Jiang Mingyi then unveiled their harvest from the White Tiger dungeon. The equipment piled into 3 small mountains left Chu Su utterly astonished. He could hardly believe that Lin Chen and the others hadn't robbed a rival faction's treasury. The staff at the exchange center were equally bewildered. Was this truly the bounty of first transformation class adventurers? The 4 staff members took over half an hour to tally everything. This time, Luo Yuling and Jiang Mingyi adamantly refused to split the loot evenly. The two insisted on taking just one share, while Lin Chen would claim the rest. Ultimately, Lin Chen's earnings amounted to nearly 30 million, a truly unrivaled capacity for profit. As the staff prepared to process the payments, Lin Chen swiftly interjected, "Miss, could you please set a delayed payment for me? I'd like it to arrive 3 days from now." Though the staff were puzzled, they complied respectfully, setting the payment for 3 days later. Lin Chen's unusual request raised suspicions in Luo Yuling and Jiang Mingyi, who surmised it must be related to a class change quest. Jiang Mingyi's eyes darted mischievously, plotting something. Noticing her demeanor, Lin Chen felt an ominous premonition. "Jiang, remember to send me the payment for the Titan Tiger Cub 3 days from now," he cautioned. "That won't he do. Our Flame Guild never delays payments to our clients. The money will be in your account by tonight," Jiang Mingyi declared triumphantly, chin held high. "Stop with your empty threats. If you harm me, don't blame me for retaliating." Lin Chen growled through gritted teeth. Come on, let us hurt each other. Who's afraid of whom?" Jiang Mingyi made a face, willing to do anything to see Lin Chen at a disadvantage. Chapter 53, A Bet with Principal Mo. "Let us wait and see." Lin Chen tossed a fierce remark before returning to his shop. Today, the clientele was abundant, primarily because Lin Chen had not opened the store for several days. Those who had previously enjoyed the blessings suddenly found themselves bereft of them, leaving them feeling utterly drained. Lin Chen consumed numerous bottles of basic cooling potions to expedite the blessing process. He remained busy until nightfall, raking in over 10 million in profit. As he gazed at his account balance exceeding 60 million, a profound sadness enveloped him. No day had felt as sorrowful as the day his ex-girlfriend had broken up with him. The thought of this money soon slipping through his fingers made his heart ache. After dinner, as Lin Chen was about to head back to the shop, Luo Yuling sent him a message requesting his presence at the principal's office. Excited, he dashed over, guessing he was about to receive a reward. In the principal's office, seated opposite the principal was another elderly man with similarly white hair. His demeanor was far from pleasant, his face set in a stern expression. In contrast, Principal Zhou was in high spirits, his smile unwavering. "Old Lu, thank you for delivering the equipment personally. It's quite thoughtful of you. Have some tea," Principal Zhou beamed, reveling not just in the equipment, but in the joy of winning a bet against Old Lu. "Don't get too smug, Zhou. If this secret realm were to descend upon the magic capital region, our students could breach it within 3 days, Old Lu retorted defiantly, his pride wounded by the loss of the wager. "How many dishes did you consume tonight to be in such a state?" Principal Zhou teased. 3 days? Why not say 1 day? How about we wager again? Old Lu snapped back. "What kind of bet are you proposing?" The intercollegiate freshman exchange meeting was fast approaching, and they wagered on which of their freshmen would excel more, with the stakes being 5 sets of 3-turn epic equipment. "Old Lu, you're really putting down a hefty amount. What gives your junior such confidence?" Principal Zhou mused, pondering whether to accept such a significant wager. "Of course, my junior is unmatched among his peers," Old Lu declared proudly, clearly satisfied with his protégé's capabilities. Just as Lin Chen, Luo Yuling, and Jiang Mingyi arrived at the door, they overheard such boastful words. Lin Chen smirked, thinking, unmatched among peers? Did he consult with him? The office door remained open, and upon spotting them, the principal waved them in. "Lin Chen, you 3 arrived just in time. I need to ask for your opinions on a matter." "Principal, whatever you decide is fine by me. No need to ask," Lin Chen replied cheerfully, once again turning the tables. His words caught Old Lu off guard, leaving him to wonder if Jiang University students were truly this audacious. "Zhou, it seems you have little authority in your school. Your position can only be described as a failure," Old Lu remarked with a forced smile, laced with sarcasm. Principal Zhou remained unperturbed, acknowledging that everyone had different educational philosophies. Lin Chen glanced at Old Lu, recognizing him as the esteemed principal of the Magic Capital University. "Lin Chen, Yuling, Mingyi, this is Principal Lu, here to present you with equipment," Principal Zhou announced with a grin. "Greetings, Principal Lu," Luo Yuling and Jiang Mingyi said politely. Principal Lu nodded, his gaze settling on Luo Yuling. "Yuling, my dear, you've grown so much over the years. You should consider enrolling at Magic Capital University for better training." His comment was a thinly veiled slight against Jiang University, casting a shadow of displeasure over the 4 present. Lin Chen's eyes darted, and he quickly approached Principal Lu, plastering on an exaggeratedly cheerful smile. "Thank you, Principal Lu, for traveling such a distance to deliver our equipment. A generous principal like you is a rare find. I truly hope you visit often." Principal Lu's expression darkened. He could discern the veiled sarcasm. However, he refrained from lashing out at a student, merely turning away, unwilling to engage further. Principal Zhou discreetly gave Lin Chen a thumbs up, informing him of Principal Lu's intent to propose another wager. Inquiring if Lin Chen had confidence in winning. "Principal, how can we refuse equipment being offered to us?" Lin Chen responded with unwavering assurance. "Since you say so, I accept your wager, Old Lu," Principal Zhou declared to Principal Lu. "Fine, I advise you to prepare the equipment promptly to avoid difficulties later," Principal Lu replied. Rising to leave, Lin Chen felt a surge of urgency. Letting such a golden opportunity slip away would keep him awake at night. Principal Lu, don't rush off. Since you enjoy betting so much, how about we wager once more? Lin Chen called out hastily. Luo Yuling and Jiang Mingyi stared at him, astonished by Lin Chen's audacity. Principal Lu was not to be trifled with. Known for his fiery temper, such recklessness was foolhardy. Principal Lu cast a dismissive glance at Lin Chen. His eyes filled with disdain. Not just anyone can challenge me to a bet. Go find a more suitable place to linger. Lin Chen maintained his smile, understanding that dealing with such prideful individuals was not overly complex. I've heard tales of Principal Lu's bravery, how he single-handedly charged into the northern wilderness, slaying the Black Jiao King and taking its head as a trophy. Yet now, he hesitates to accept a wager from a junior. I am quite disappointed. Lin Chen sighed dramatically. Principal Lu halted, his gaze fixing intently on Lin Chen, a formidable authority emanating from his eyes. Lin Chen felt a jolt of fear, but met his gaze without flinching. Principal Lu averted his eyes, speaking coolly, a pathetic attempt at provocation. However, given your audacity, I shall hear your terms. Lin Chen's expression brightened. He had hooked the big fish. Let us wager during the freshman exchange. We can bet on which school's freshmen rank higher, with the stakes being 10 billion credit points. Lin Chen clenched his jaw, knowing this was a rare opportunity and that a gamble of such magnitude was necessary to make an impression against someone of Principal Lu's stature. Principal Lu scrutinized Lin Chen once more. A student capable of wagering 10 billion was indeed exceptional. There were probably fewer than 3 in any university. After all, no matter how wealthy a family might be, they wouldn't bestow such sums on their offspring unless they were truly extraordinary. Interesting. I accept, Principal Lu replied, vanishing as swiftly as he had appeared, leaving Lin Chen bewildered. Jiang Mingyi kicked the still-dazed Lin Chen. Have you lost your mind? 10 billion? If you lose, you won't even earn back that amount selling yourself. She scolded, pained at the thought of such a sum slipping away. Luo Yuling, however, remained silent, holding confidence in both Lin Chen and herself. Lin Chen felt his legs weaken. In the heat of the moment, he had acted impulsively. 10 billion was a sum that could secure his future, and now he had placed it on the gambling table. If he lost, he would surely weep for a lifetime. Yuling, hold me. My legs are giving out, he pleaded. Luo Yuling, unimpressed, stomped on his foot. Dream on. Chapter 54, A Chance for Redemption. The three of them sat across from the principal, who prepared tea and distributed 3 sets of 2-turn epic equipment to them. You have contributed to breaching the White Tiger's secret realm, and this is your reward. Thank you, Principal. Luo Yuling and Jiang Mingyi expressed their gratitude. Principal, is there anything else? Lin Chen inquired eagerly, hoping for more. Haha, you rascal. This is a reward won from your bet with old Lu regarding whether you could breach the White Tiger's secret realm. It would be unreasonable to offer just this as a reward. So, how about an additional 2 million academic credits for each of you? The principal waved his hand generously. Thank you, Principal. The heavens resound with grandeur, and our school flourishes splendidly. Your contributions are akin to the forces of creation, unifying the celestial realms. Halt. The principal, experiencing a sudden headache, called a stop to Lin Chen, exclaiming, what chaos is this? Are we writing a fantasy novel? Having received their rewards, Lin Chen and his companions were initially free to depart, yet Lin Chen had a thought and proposed a suggestion to the principal. Principal, it so happens that Chu Su has a task during military training where he must tell cold jokes in front of the new students and instructors. Perhaps you could arrange an opportunity for him? Lin Chen chuckled at the thought of the stoic Chu Su delivering cold jokes. The principal, bemused, understood Chu Su's nature and could only conclude that the task was indeed tailored to exploit human weaknesses. Very well, I shall arrange for a new student representative to speak. Let him prepare accordingly, the principal decisively declared, stating that such a minor matter could be organized in no time. Thank you on behalf of Chu Su. May fortune smile upon you, Principal. We shall take our leave now. Lin Chen clasped his hands in gratitude and exited. Lin Gonggong, you are leaving just like that without assisting this humble one. Jiang Mingyi teased, adopting a playful tone. You clearly belong to the cold palace, and you are unworthy. Lin Chen jested in return. Huh, I shall message my father now to have him transfer funds to you. Let us see how you gather 10 billion. Jiang Mingyi replied with a grin. Your Majesty, the concubine Jiang, you are excused. Lin Chen promptly assisted Jiang Mingyi as he escorted her out. Next time, remember to address me as Empress. Understood. As a reward, I shall grant you another cleansing. Oh, you wicked and ugly Empress. The principal observed this scene with a sense of nostalgia, remarking, youth is truly wonderful. The dark angel descended at the entrance of the store, and Lin Chen bid farewell to the 2 young women before returning inside. Before washing up, he sent a message in their group chat, tagging Chu Su. Chu Su, tomorrow during military training, you will represent the new students in a speech. Remember to prepare, especially your cold jokes. This is an opportunity we secured for you with the principal, so no need to thank me. Chu Su, currently absorbed in studying the combat techniques of the shield warrior, was momentarily taken aback by the sudden message. He was not mentally prepared for this. Who put him in such a predicament? He felt utterly overwhelmed. Considering himself fortunate to be Lin Chen's teammate, Thank you very much, he replied in the group chat, his words tinged with a hint of gritted teeth. Lin Chen stifled a laugh, yet the weight of his own tasks soon dampened his mirth. That night, he fell asleep with a sense of melancholy. The following morning, the four of them regrouped and entered the White Tiger's secret realm once more. To avoid delaying the new students' leveling, military training commenced at 8 o'clock, with a 2-hour window from 6 to 8 allocated for them to practice. Upon entering the White Tiger's secret realm, they discovered the area had significantly shrunk, and the number and strength of monsters had also diminished. The familiar surroundings evoked a sense of nostalgia, as they reminisced about the profound memories they had forged in this place. Due to time constraints, they made a beeline for the White Tiger, retracing their steps along memory's path. The White Tiger stood little chance against Lin Chen and his companions and was swiftly defeated. Chu Su had become numb to the experience. Lin Chen's strength was overwhelmingly exceptional. As expected, they shattered the record once more, and unless something unforeseen occurred, the chances of their classmates breaking it again were slim. The White Tiger dropped an epic light armor shoulder piece, which Luo Yuling had no use for, and promptly decided to sell for profit. At 8 o'clock, all first-year students gathered on the playground, and classmates finally reunited. Lin Chen stood out among the throng of priests. When he initially applied to Jiang University, he had chosen the auxiliary college and was placed in class 1 of the first year. It was uncertain whether the transfer god pillar had intentionally arranged it this way, but there were significantly more girls than boys among the priest students. Lin Chen found himself amidst a cluster of girls, with only a handful of male classmates beside him. Considering their class comprised 30 individuals, the new students were already lined up under the guidance of their class advisor, awaiting the instructor's arrival. Lin Chen's class advisor was a young woman, appearing almost the same age as her students. She was not only beautiful, but also tall, and many male students occasionally cast lingering glances in her direction, their eyes filled with admiration. With a series of resounding sounds breaking the air, the leaders of Jiang University descended from above the platform, including the principal. Students, the principal Zhou Chengtong began. Welcome to the family of Jiang University. I hope that over the next 4 years, you will find growth and joy here. Without further ado, let us welcome the instructors from the Zhengnan army. Upon concluding his remarks, the principal led the applause, which echoed throughout the venue, as the neatly arranged formations swooped down from the sky to land on the podium. Clad in military uniforms and exuding an imposing presence, they saluted the principal, who returned the gesture, completing the handover. For the next half-month, these instructors would take charge of the new students. The instructors all turned to face the students, led by a resolute middle-aged man whose piercing gaze instilled a palpable pressure with just a glance. Students, I am Li He, the commander of the 5th Corps of the Zhengnan Army and your chief instructor. The instructors behind me are warriors of the 5th Corps. From this point forward, we will be responsible for your military training. My only demand is absolute obedience. From now on, you will assume the identity of soldiers. Disobeying orders is tantamount to violating military commands, and you know the consequences. His frigid voice resonated throughout the area, casting a heavy weight upon the students. Each year, students were expelled for disobeying orders during military training, and none wished to be among them. Next came the segment for the new student representative speech. Please welcome our new student representative, Chu Su, the chief instructor announced. The students were momentarily bewildered. Was this segment truly necessary? And why was it Chu Su and not Luo Yuling? Lin Chen could no longer suppress the smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He eagerly anticipated Chu Su's cold jokes. Chu Su trudged toward the podium, his steps heavy. To him, the figures on the stage morphed into judges and executioners, while the students below appeared as mere spectators. He felt like a condemned criminal, awaiting the final words before the axe fell, severing him from this world forever. Chapter 55. Some live, yet are already dead. In the Mage Class 3, Jiang Mingyi burst into laughter, leaving her surrounding classmates perplexed. Meanwhile, in the Swordsman Class 1, Luo Yuling struggled to suppress a smile, but found it impossible. On the podium, both the principal and the chief instructor exchanged glances filled with a knowing expression. They understood the true purpose behind this arrangement. A cold and resolute young man was rapidly becoming a relic of the past. The transfer god pillar had truly gone to great lengths. As Chu Su stepped onto the podium, he approached the microphone with trepidation. Were it a serious address, he would have been unafraid. However, this speech was anything but conventional. The very thought of what lay ahead drained the color from his face, causing his voice to tremble. Esteemed mentors and instructors, I am Chu Su from the Shield Warrior class. His initial remarks mirrored those of other new student representatives. Yet, as he reached what should have been the gratitude and exit segment, he faltered. Beads of sweat, akin to yellow peas, dotted his forehead. His complexion was pale, his throat parched, and his voice increasingly shaky. Who would have thought Chu Su would be so timid, fearful even to speak? Murmured the students. With so many people, isn't fear quite normal? Yet, the key was that he usually appeared so stoic, unlike someone who would succumb to fear. I too find it hard to believe. Yet he does seem genuinely frightened. His clothes are soaked with sweat. Whispers filled the air, leaving the mentors and instructors puzzled as to why such a timid individual had been chosen as the new student representative. Chu Su took a deep breath, reflecting on the responsibilities he bore. If he wished to grow stronger, could he not endure this moment of embarrassment? Thus, he resolved to push through. Dear students, the forthcoming fortnight will be a challenging endeavor. Seizing this opportunity, I wish to grant everyone a moment of reprieve, and thus, I have decided to share a humorous anecdote as a conclusion. Upon uttering these words, a wave of bewilderment washed over those unacquainted with the context. Goodness, this is military training. We are to embody the solemnity of soldiers, and you wish to regale us with a joke? You, sir, are the punchline. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that Chu Su, typically so stoic, would engage in such levity. What a delightful contrast. Lin Chen could no longer contain himself and erupted into laughter, while Jiang Mingyi quivered with mirth, nearly losing her balance. On stage, Chu Su, having resolved to embrace this moment, merely sought to expedite the conclusion of this ordeal, and thus, he had prepared a brief, albeit cold, joke the night prior. Little Earthworm asked its mother, "Mom, where has Dad gone?" The mother replied, "Dad has gone fishing with someone." The audience erupted with laughter, not so much due to the quality of the joke, but rather the sheer absurdity of a typically stern individual sharing such a quip in this setting. Even the instructors and drill sergeants could not suppress their laughter. It was utterly hilarious. I must concede, has Chu Su been possessed? How could he possibly share such a joke? Truth be told, it was one of the finest jokes I have ever encountered. I can hardly believe it. Who would dare claim that Chu Su is timid? He is undoubtedly the bravest freshman at Jiangda. Amidst the cacophony, laughter spilled out onto the playground, reaching the classrooms and leaving upperclassmen in a state of confusion. Surely, the freshmen are undergoing military training. Why are they so joyous? On stage, after saluting, Chu Su made a hasty retreat, his head bowed, unable to meet the peculiar gazes of his peers. Lin Chen, doubled over in laughter, took a considerable time to regain composure, having recorded the entire episode. Whenever he felt down in the future, he could simply revisit this moment to dispel his gloom. Silence. The chief instructor's booming voice startled the students, yet stifling their laughter proved a formidable task. It was simply too amusing. A chilling aura emanated from the chief instructor, swiftly enveloping the area. The students felt as if they had plunged into an ice cavern, their bodies stiffening, laughter abruptly ceasing. Military training commences now. All instructors, fall in. The chief instructor commanded, and the instructors promptly saluted before swiftly approaching their respective classes. As for the principal and the other mentors, they departed, leaving the freshmen entirely in the hands of the instructors for the next fortnight. The instructor assigned to Class A was a striking female soldier, her commanding presence rendering the male students self-conscious. She surveyed the students as if committing each one to memory. For the next 2 weeks, I shall oversee your training. You may address me as Instructor Meng. Now, stand at attention. Prepare to run. 1, 2, 1. Instructor Meng guided Lin Chen and the others on a brisk jog to a basketball court, their designated training ground. Halt. First, let us warm up with 100 push-ups. Instructor Meng stated nonchalantly. The students regarded this with skepticism. Professional physiques far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, and a mere 100 push-ups seemed trivial. However, they failed to notice the fleeting glint of something unusual in Instructor Meng's eyes. As the students readied themselves for the push-ups, she began counting. The initial 20 posed no challenge. They completed them with ease. Quite impressive. Your form is commendable. Maintain this, and I shall add a slight bit of weight. Instructor Meng remarked to herself. Suddenly, the earth element around them became animated, coalescing upon their backs as if burdens were being placed upon them. As Instructor Meng continued counting, the weight upon the students increased, their bodies becoming increasingly encumbered. By the time they reached the 30th push-up, it felt as though they bore the weight of a 2,000-pound stone. Being students of Jiangda, they were all, at the very least, rare professionals, having leveled up to at least level 25 during their training. Nonetheless, as auxiliary professionals, their strength was not their forte. With a punching power of approximately 5,000 pounds, they managed to endure, albeit many were beginning to exhibit visible strain, their arms trembling. The weight continued to mount, and by the 40th push-up, it escalated to 4,000 pounds, leaving some students unable to continue, collapsing onto the ground, utterly exhausted. Instructor Meng paid them no heed, relentlessly increasing the pressure and continuing to count. After the 50th push-up, half of the students had surrendered completely. By the 60th, only 8 remained, including Lin Chen. The other 7 were epic-level priests, their levels exceeding those of their classmates, granting them greater resilience. However, after the 70th, even they began to succumb, one by one collapsing to the ground, succumbing to the scorching concrete beneath them. By the 80th push-up, only Lin Chen and a female student persisted, though she appeared delicate. Her muscular definition left many male students feeling inadequate. Of course, her superior level and equipment were significant factors. Mere muscle strength was insufficient. 81, 83, 85. Upon reaching 85, the girl found herself unable to rise, her weight having reached an astounding 15,000 pounds. In the entire assembly, only Lin Chen remained steadfast, gritting his teeth, his arms trembling as though he might collapse at any moment. In truth, Lin Chen did not wish to draw attention to himself, but the nature of his transfer task compelled him to showcase more of his abilities. Instructor Ming continued counting without pause. Each time Lin Chen felt he might yield, he summoned the strength to push himself up again. By the 90th push-up, the weight bearing down upon him had surged to 20,000 pounds. Remarkably, Lin Chen felt at ease. His fatigue was merely an act. Instructor Ming cast an admiring glance at Lin Chen, continuing to escalate the pressure with each count. By the 95th push-up, the weight had climbed to 30,000 pounds, yet Lin Chen persisted, albeit with visible tremors. Instructor Ming was nearly amused. Well aware of Lin Chen's fade, she increased the pressure once more, adding 2,000 pounds with each count, and Lin Chen continued to endure. 100. As Instructor Ming reached the final count, the weight upon Lin Chen had reached a staggering 40,000 pounds. Even a level 50 epic shield warrior would struggle under such a load, yet Lin Chen managed to hold his ground. Instructor Ming was astounded. Was this truly an auxiliary? Had a mythical shield warrior infiltrated their ranks? Ugh! Lin Chen roared, slowly pushing himself up. All eyes turned to him, filled with astonishment, envy, and admiration. In that moment, they all hoped he could rise, preserving the last shred of dignity for their class. You can do it. A female student cheered. Keep going. You've got this. The others joined in, rallying for Lin Chen. Get up for me. He bellowed once more, summoning the strength to lift himself. As the pressure lifted, Lin Chen felt an unprecedented lightness, as if he could soar. He stood tall, his posture erect, while the others remained unable to rise, the burden upon them still unrelenting. Finally, we have a student who is not a failure. You have earned the right for me to know your name, Instructor Ming declared, her gaze fixed on Lin Chen. Report, Instructor, my name is Lin Chen. Lin Chen, you may move to the side for free activity. Yes. Lin Chen beamed, stepping out of line. Classmates, keep it up. I'll go rest in the shade for you. He waved goodbye to his peers. Damn it, that Lin Chen really knows how to show off. It was merely a matter of clinging to the thighs of two campus beauties and acquiring divine artifacts alongside epic gear. I could do that too. Pa, pretty boy. The classmates silently cursed, their expressions darkening. By the way, what flavor of ice cream do you all prefer? I shall procure some for you to sample, Lin Chen added, further infuriating his peers. This guy. Instructor Ming discreetly shook her head, regretting her decision to allow Lin Chen free rein. Her gaze shifted to the students still sprawled on the ground, her countenance growing stern. You have only half an hour to complete the remaining push-ups. I am acutely aware of how many each of you has accomplished. Do not even think about exaggerating, or I will promptly petition the school for the expulsion of any who misreport their numbers. Remember, you are soldiers now, she declared coldly. Fail to complete your task within the allotted time, and the number will double. Instructor Ming's ruthless command echoed. Many students lamented. Having thought that lying on the ground would allow them to evade punishment, they now realized their naivety. The pressure upon them had reached their utmost limits, with each push-up a challenge to their endurance. This was Instructor Ming's intention. Limits were meant to be shattered. Rather than seeking refuge in the shade, Lin Chen ambled about the classes with his hands clasped behind his back, akin to a supervising leader. Observing the students being mercilessly tortured, he waved cheerily. Come on, everyone. You are the best. The students found his demeanor utterly irritating. Why did Lin Chen not have to train? They were indignant. Lin Chen produced a bottle of beverage and took a hearty swig. He had now arrived beside Jiang Mingyi's class, which was currently undergoing drills. Each student drenched in sweat beneath the blazing sun. Ah, refreshing, delightful. Lin Chen's voice reached every ear in the class, leaving Jiang Mingyi and her peers utterly exasperated, wishing they could rush out and thrash him. Students of the mage class, who among you has learned ice magic? Could you assist me in chilling this beverage? Lin Chen inquired with a grin, his demeanor infuriatingly smug. Even the instructor found it hard to watch. Who was this streetwise brat? Class 3. Present, came the unified response. Everyone, go help that student freeze his drink. Yes, instructor. The eager students of Class 3 surged toward Lin Chen, reciting incantations with fervor. Though they did not wield their staffs, it did not hinder their ability to cast spells, albeit with diminished potency. Lin Chen chose not to retreat, but remained steadfast, understanding that if he were to showcase his strength, he ought to teach his classmates a proper lesson. Seeing him standing still, many students assumed he was intimidated. While only Jiang Mingyi harbored doubts, Lin Chen never backed down. The students, intent on chilling the soda, unleashed their ice spells, sending frigid gusts toward Lin Chen. They envisioned him shivering in a frozen state, thinking him merely a support class. How strong could his defense be? The icy winds enveloped Lin Chen, and indeed, he began to shiver as they had anticipated. Haha, Lin Chen, is that cold enough for you? Do you still want to drink your chilled soda? TSK. Look at you, reduced to a shivering fool. The students of Mage Class 3 jeered, reveling in their revenge. Yet Jiang Mingyi felt increasingly uneasy. It was not that she underestimated her classmates, but rather that their abilities were insufficient to inflict any harm on Lin Chen. They laughed, and Lin Chen laughed too, his trembling ceasing as a look of enjoyment spread across his face. How delightful. Much better than air conditioning. Come on, keep cooling me down, it's still not enough. Lin Chen said with a beaming smile. The expressions of the students froze in shock. They now realized Lin Chen had merely been toying with them. You scoundrel. You were just holding back. Let us see how you would stand this. Classmates, put in more effort. Let Lin Chen experience the charm of ice magic. Unleash your most powerful ice spells. They urged, chanting their incantations anew. Instructor Ming hesitated, worried that if the students grew serious, Lin Chen might be harmed. After all, he was clad in cloth armor with low defense. However, he could not bear to see Lin Chen's insufferable demeanor without intervention, so he refrained from stopping them. He stood ready to intervene at any moment. A barrage of ice spells flew from the student's hands, striking Lin Chen directly. He spread his arms wide, reveling in the sensation. Ah, so exhilarating, so refreshing. More force. Lin Chen cried out, his expression eliciting vivid imaginations. The girls were left bewildered, recognizing lines they had only witnessed on screens. This rascal. Jiang Mingyi ground her teeth, unleashing her own spell. A terrifying wave of cold swept through the air, causing temperatures to plummet rapidly, freezing everything within a 50-meter radius. Those training nearby felt a chill and silently thanked Jiang Mingyi. Instructor Ming's expression shifted. He had not expected such an exceptional student in his class. To achieve the level of an epic mage without a staff was remarkable indeed. He discreetly summoned elemental energy, preparing to assist at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, Jiang Mingyi's classmates saw a glimmer of hope, the hope of silencing Lin Chen. As the students anticipated, the icy gale struck Lin Chen, yet the scene they envisioned of him encased in ice did not materialize. Instead, they witnessed a flash of red light, and the cold dissipated as if it had never existed. What just happened? What was that flash of red? Was it fire element? It was too swift. Why didn't he catch it? Could it be that Zhang's campus beauty had gone easy on him, as they were teammates? What of it? You are a mage. How can your spell be dispelled so instantaneously? Confusion, disbelief, and shock ensued. The students of Mage Class 3 regarded Lin Chen as a monster, an unfathomable enigma. Only Jiang Mingyi and the instructor understood that, in that fleeting moment, Lin Chen had harnessed the power of the fire element. Are you all even competent? A whole crowd of mages, and you can't even chill a single support? You are utterly disappointing. Instructor, I suggest you discipline them severely, otherwise they will bring you shame in the future, Lin Chen lamented with an exaggerated sigh. His demeanor only intensified the students of Class 3's anger and shame. Yet they found themselves powerless against Lin Chen. The notion of a group of mages being outmatched by a mere support was laughable. The instructor concurred with Lin Chen's remarks, then turned his cold and serious gaze toward the students of Class 3. Attention, stand at ease. He barked. Look at you all. I've only been here a day, and you've already disgraced me in front of the cosmos. Now, everyone drop and prepare for 1,000 push-ups. The instructor scolded, his temper flaring. The students of Class 3 groaned, cursing Lin Chen silently 100 times over. Lin Chen beamed with delight. Class 3, come on. You are the best, he proclaimed, sauntering off with hands clasped behind his back toward other classes. His words only fueled Class 3's ire, and Jiang Mingyi vowed to reclaim their dignity. Lin Chen meandered to Sword Class 1, where Luo Yuling was situated. Their class was currently practicing marching, and a row of trees lined the training area. Lin Chen settled beneath a tree, taking a swig from his recently chilled soda, propping his chin on his hand as he watched Luo Yuling train. Naturally, Luo Yuling had noticed him. Upon sensing his gaze, she became flustered, losing her rhythm and veering off course. Yuling, you're veering off. Lin Chen called out loudly. Luo Yuling, embarrassed, became even more flustered, struggling to maintain her footing. Her anger was palpable, and she felt an overwhelming urge to stomp fiercely on Lin Chen's foot. The other students, equally bemused, were caught in a dilemma. On one hand, they were perplexed as to how Lin Chen had managed to saunter over, and on the other, they perceived him as merely flaunting his affection. Whispers circulated throughout the first-year cohort, suggesting a romantic liaison between Lin Chen and Luo Yuling. Though the nature of their relationship, whether it was a conventional romance or an arrangement of a different kind, remained a matter of debate. The instructor of Class 1 was a stern young officer, whose demeanor brooked no levity. Upon witnessing Lin Chen's disruptive antics, he approached him, towering over him with an imposing presence. The students of Class 1 looked on in schadenfreude, certain that Lin Chen was about to face dire consequences. This instructor was notoriously harsh, quick to impose additional penalties for any infractions. Luo Yuling's eyes betrayed her concern, while she was irked at Lin Chen. She harbored no desire for him to suffer punishment. Lin Chen met the instructor's gaze with an unflappable calmness, devoid of the trepidation that gripped his peers. After all, a person bold enough to jest with the principal of Jiang University and wager with the head of Mo University could hardly be intimidated by a mere instructor, could he? Stand up, the instructor commanded. Lin Chen rose and saluted. Who is your instructor, and how did you end up here? Reporting, sir, my instructor is Meng. She granted me the liberty to act freely, hence my presence here. The mention of Instructor Meng caused a flicker of recognition in the officer's eyes. He was well aware of her reputation. While her expression remained inscrutable, the standards she set were nothing short of draconian. The fact that Lin Chen had been granted the privilege of free movement indicated that he must have surpassed his training goals with aplomb. In the military, adherence to rules is paramount, and respect is afforded to the strong. Lin Chen undoubtedly stood out as a formidable presence among the newcomers. The instructor, initially intent on reprimanding Lin Chen, abandoned that notion, acutely aware of the repercussions of crossing someone under Meng's tutelage. He patted Lin Chen on the shoulder and uttered, "You're quite impressive," before dismissing him. The students of Class 1 were left in dismay. What had happened to the instructor's feared authority? Lin Chen resumed his seat, producing snacks and beginning to indulge, punctuating his enjoyment with audible sighs of satisfaction that only served to infuriate his classmates further. Luo Yuling sensed Lin Chen's gaze lingering on her, prompting her to shoot him a fierce glare. To her astonishment, he responded with a cheeky raise of his eyebrows, interpreting her ire as flirtation, which only made her more exasperated. Seated comfortably beneath the shade, Lin Chen was a picture of leisure, enjoying his snacks and icy soda, much to the chagrin of the increasingly envious new students who were suffering under the relentless sun. While they toiled with parched throats and sunburned skin, their resentment towards Lin Chen deepened, casting him as the enemy of the newcomers, yet he remained blissfully unconcerned. Remarkably, Instructor Meng made no attempt to summon Lin Chen back, and the chief instructor on the podium showed no inclination to intervene. Seizing the moment during Class 1's break, Lin Chen eagerly beckoned Luo Yuling. "Come over quickly. I have chilled soda here, specially frozen for me by the students of Mage Class 3. Chapter 58, Buying One to Take Home as a Massager." Luo Yuling felt a mix of exasperation and resignation. She knew that if she did not comply, Lin Chen would continue to call her over incessantly. Thus, she made her way towards him, breaking the hearts of many boys in Class 1. They had anticipated that proximity to her would grant them favor. Yet on the very first day of military training, the goddess had been spirited away by someone else. Who could they possibly blame? Upon reaching Lin Chen's side, he produced a chair and patted it, signaling her to sit. "How come you're so idle?" Luo Yuling retorted, somewhat petulantly. Lin Chen stroked his chin, grinning. "What does my face tell you?" "Nothing of note," she replied with deadpan seriousness. "Since when did you become adept at delivering dry humor like Chu-Su?" Lin Chen chuckled. Mentioning Chu-Su elicited a fleeting smile from Luo Yuling. "It's only because I'm so handsome that I have this leisure," Lin Chen quipped, raising an eyebrow. Luo Yuling shot him a sideways glance, but remained silent as she settled beside him. Perhaps it was habit, or perhaps something else, but she found herself unperturbed by the closeness. Lin Chen offered her 2 bottles of water. One was half consumed, while the other was pristine. "Which one would you prefer?" he asked. With an exasperated sigh, Luo Yuling retorted, "What do you think? Clearly, you have discerning taste, knowing that my half-drunk bottle holds superior flavor. Here you go," Lin Chen said, placing the used bottle in her hand. Luo Yuling was so exasperated that she almost drew her sword as she glared at him. The menace in her eyes grew increasingly evident, prompting Lin Chen to reluctantly extend the untouched bottle her way, reclaiming his own. Just as he was about to engage her in further conversation, a boy from their class rushed over, announcing that Instructor Meng wanted him back. "Yuling, I must take my leave. If you miss me, come find me," Lin Chen declared, rising to depart. Luo Yuling ignored him, instead popping the cap off her soda and taking a sip. To her surprise, it was quite delightful, better than what she had purchased, and she found herself reluctant to savor it further. Reporting, "Instructor, your most outstanding student has returned to the ranks," Lin Chen bellowed. Instructor Meng regarded him with an amused expression, clearly intrigued by the audacity of such a thick-skinned student. "Excellence is not merely a matter of bravado. It is proven through action." "Instructor, I will certainly demonstrate that I am the best," Lin Chen asserted confidently. "Very well, I shall await your proof." "Fall in." "Yes, sir," Lin Chen responded, rejoining the ranks amid the envious and incredulous gazes of his classmates. Next, they would engage in professional ability training. "You all represent support roles, primarily assisting your teammates, so we will begin by honing your evasion and resilience skills," Instructor Meng stated gravely, leaving the students puzzled. "Instructor, did you learn your language skills from the literature and physical education teachers? What does assisting teammates have to do with evasion and taking hits?" The students silently lamented, having already encountered the instructor's formidable nature in their brief time together. Ignoring their musings, Instructor Meng retrieved 30 elemental launchers from her spatial backpack. These devices resembled tennis ball launchers, yet differed in that, when set to high power, they could puncture steel walls. They were essential for sword and mage training, as students needed to practice dodging enemy attacks. To their astonishment, Meng had arranged this for the support class. "Each of you will receive one. I will adjust the settings based on your levels. Your task is to endure for 10 minutes and cast 30 skills within that time frame. Succeed, and you earn the right to roam freely. Fail, and you will continue until you do." Meng's expression remained impassive as she delivered this harsh directive. Many students swallowed nervously. Having been coddled by teammates during previous dungeon runs, they had rarely sustained injuries, and their resilience to damage was quite modest. Furthermore, being attacked while casting skills made interruptions highly likely, rendering Meng's requirements exceedingly daunting. As the students contemplated stalling, they were swiftly deterred by the icy glare from Ming, compelling them to hastily position themselves at the elemental launchers. Lin Chen swiftly took his place, and Ming was the first to arrive beside his designated launcher. Lin Chen, what level are you? Reporting, instructor, I am level 50. Ming nodded, her gaze filled with appreciation. Any newcomer who had reached level 50 was truly exceptional. As a reward for Lin Chen's achievement, she adjusted the setting from 5 to 6, demonstrating her thoughtfulness. Without alerting Lin Chen to the impending challenge, she pressed the switch. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of piercing projectiles filled the air as the elemental launcher transformed into a Gatling gun, firing sharp elemental bullets that followed complex trajectories from all directions towards Lin Chen. Some students trembled at the sight. The power on display was ample enough to reduce them to mere pulp. Was this truly training, or was it a form of execution? Only Lin Chen could face the situation with such composure. He invoked the totem blessing, and the two towering silhouettes behind him caused Instructor Meng's pupils to constrict. Lin Chen's attributes doubled in all dimensions, and his defense quadrupled. He stood still, awaiting the descent of the elemental projectiles. Many female classmates shut their eyes in terror, fearing Lin Chen would be reduced to a mere mist of blood. Oh, what a thrill! The force, the speed, the rhythm were all perfectly attuned. The girls who had their eyes closed thought they were hallucinating, wondering how they could hear movie lines in this place. Upon opening their eyes, they beheld an unforgettable spectacle. Countless elemental projectiles cascaded upon Lin Chen, yet not a scratch marked his skin. Was it the lack of power in the projectiles? Or was Lin Chen's skin simply too resilient? What had gone awry? Was the elemental launcher merely for show? Could it be that Lin Chen was secretly a shield warrior, deliberately trying to show off in our class? The students voiced their astonishment. Their initial fear transformed into sheer shock. Although Instructor Meng maintained her composure, she too was taken aback. Such intensity. Not even a level 50 mythical shield warrior could handle it with such ease. She began to suspect that the elemental launcher might be malfunctioning, yet it bore no error codes. Remarkable, it felt almost like acupuncture. Instructor, are you selling this elemental launcher? I'd love to buy one as a massager. Lin Chen remarked with a smile, leaving Instructor Meng speechless. Silently, she adjusted the settings to level 7. The power of the elemental projectile sufficient to effortlessly shred a reinforced concrete wall. What the? Instructor Meng, this is not fair. Lin Chen exclaimed, then began to frantically evade. Realizing the projectiles could breach his defenses, and he had no desire to emerge with a bruised visage. With vigilance, he scanned his surroundings, listening intently as he dodged, only to be struck and grimace in pain. The projectiles fell in such dense volume and at such speed, lacking agility skills or any training in footwork. He could not evade completely. Ouch, ouch. Lin Chen cried out in pain, while his classmates reveled in his misfortune, relishing his predicament. But soon, their laughter turned into shared cries of anguish. The sounds of distress echoed, reminiscent of apes wailing on both shores, creating a comical scene. In Chapter 59, the intensity escalated. The students realized for the first time how interminable 10 minutes could be, struggling to cast skills amid the agony. Only Lin Chen appeared relatively at ease, for his skills activated instantaneously, responding to his thoughts. Moreover, as he continued to dodge, he discerned a pattern, though his movements lacked grace. The frequency at which he was struck by the elemental projectiles diminished. Instructor Meng noted this development with heightened astonishment, as if she had stumbled upon an extraordinary anomaly. A support character boasting strength rivaling that of a shield warrior, defense surpassing that of a shield warrior, agility comparable to that of a swordsman, and an insatiable capacity for learning, all while possessing a singular auxiliary skill. This was a type of support class she had never encountered before. She almost believed Lin Chen had mistakenly enrolled in the wrong major. Time passed, and many students bore bruised faces, particularly the girls, whose fair and delicate skin bore the brunt of the assault, turning a ghastly hue. A glance around would suggest a troupe of blue-faced spirits dancing. The excruciating pain rendered most students incapable of executing skills, and the prospect of passing this assessment seemed utterly bleak. The thought of enduring until the assessment concluded plunged them into an unprecedented darkness. Instructor Meng was clearly testing their limits. Who could possibly pass such a trial? Their hearts brimmed with resentment. Keep pushing forward, everyone. I'm off to have some fun, came a cheerful voice, drawing their attention. They turned to see Lin Chen waving casually at them, nonchalantly strolling away. Damn it, this freak Lin Chen can actually pass. They cursed inwardly, now devoid of any excuses. Utterly defeated. A group of nameless wastes. When will you redeem your names from me? Anyone who fails to redeem themselves by the end of military training will face expulsion. Instructor Meng's cold shout reverberated in their ears, deepening their dismay. They had always been hailed as geniuses, yet under Instructor Meng's scrutiny, they were reduced to nameless incompetence, inciting both anger and frustration. Yet they understood that to shed the title of incompetence, they must reclaim their names through strength, purging the dishonor that clung to them. When the freshmen next beheld Lin Chen conducting inspections like a leader, their irritation was palpable. They toiled under rigorous training. Why was Lin Chen allowed such freedom? The more they pondered, the more indignant they became. Lin Chen approached the shield warrior class, where Chu Su was located, greeting him with a wave. Then he noticed a cold, sinister gaze fixed upon him. Following its source, he found Zhao Sheng's sullen countenance. A flicker of murderous intent crossed Lin Chen's eyes. A venomous serpent like Zhao Sheng could not be permitted to exist. However, a suitable opportunity had yet to present itself. For now, he could only devise a means to administer a subtle reprimand. Lin Chen stepped aside, producing a sun umbrella, followed by a reclining chair, a small table, beverages, and fruits. He reclined on the chair, taking a swig from a bottle, emitting a satisfied sigh that exuded an air of provocation. Chu Su, observing Lin Chen in this vacation-like demeanor, felt a twinge of envy, not for Lin Chen's freedom, but for his audacity to act without concern for others' opinions. As for his classmates, they were a mix of admiration, jealousy, and resentment. Lin Chen casually munched on sunflower seeds, embodying leisure itself, occasionally shouting words of encouragement. Further aggravating the students in the shield warrior class, Zhao Xing could no longer contain himself. Scorched under the sun, his skin darkened by 3 shades, and drenched in sweat. He felt utterly miserable. Meanwhile, his nemesis lounged nearby as if on holiday, each cheer echoing in his ears as a mockery. His gaze shifted to the instructor, a stout yet resolute middle-aged man. "Instructor," he bellowed. The instructor turned to him, inquiring, "What is it?" "Instructor, how can we enjoy the same freedom as that bastard?" Zhao Xing seethed through clenched teeth. The instructor cast a stoic glance at Lin Chen before returning his gaze to Zhao Sheng. "For every insult towards your classmates, prepare for 1,000 push-ups," the instructor declared sternly. "Instructor, 1,100. Zhao Sheng's teeth ground together. A surge of rage coursed through him. He vowed that one day, this instructor would regret crossing him. Yet, he had no choice but to obey. Expulsion from Jiang University was unacceptable. For his father would utterly abandon him. His father had no tolerance for failures. Zhao Sheng bent down, feeling as if he were bowing to his own dignity. Particularly when he began doing push-ups, Lin Chen's mocking voice echoed in his ears, distorting his features with humiliation. "Such poor form, clearly in need of more training. Is this how a man performs a push-up? Your arms are thinner than toothpicks. What a disgrace." Lin Chen's taunting voice continuously pricked Zhao Sheng's nerves. Other students discreetly shook their heads, silently resolving never to provoke Lin Chen. He was capable of anything. At last, Zhao Sheng completed his push-ups, seething with fury as he shot a glare at Lin Chen. Noticing this, the instructor decided to offer the students a chance. "Since you desire freedom, I will grant you that opportunity." The instructor's tone remained inscrutable as he retrieved items from his spatial backpack. 3 machines emerged: an elemental launcher, an elemental bomber, and an elemental controller. The instructor arranged the 3 machines in a strategic formation. The desire for freedom of movement is quite simple. All you need to do is stand amidst these 3 machines, refraining from employing any skills, and endure for 10 minutes without faltering, while evasion is permitted. The instructor announced the rules. "Instructor, as professionals, should we not utilize our skills? Would that not be to forsake the essence of our training?" A bold male student dared to inquire. "If anyone believes that a shield warrior can simply collapse without their skills, then I suggest you withdraw from school immediately. Do not venture onto the battlefield and endanger your comrades." The mental fortitude of a shield warrior is inherently their weakness. If one continually relies on skills, they would struggle to endure even 10 minutes. Do you think warfare is child's play? When your mental energy runs dry, do you think the monsters will simply send you home? Answer me. The instructor's voice grew increasingly furious, culminating in a roar that silenced the students. "I shall reiterate, your only option is to obey. Should you question my authority again, do not bother returning." The instructor's tone was laced with an icy chill. "Now, those who wish to challenge, step forward." Without a moment's hesitation, 3 individuals emerged: Chu Su, Zhao Sheng, and a boy with exceptionally dark skin. Apart from these 3, the others remained in preparation for a 10-kilometer run, lacking even the courage to challenge. How pitiful. The instructor erupted once more. The students who stayed back were filled with self-doubt. Were they not prodigies? How had they devolved into utter incompetence in the instructor's presence? Chapter 60, A Scathing Defeat. Yet they had no choice but to comply. They did not wish to be expelled. The instructor turned to Zhao Sheng. "Since you are so eager, you shall go first." "Yes, instructor." Zhao Sheng stood between the 3 machines. After inquiring about his level, the instructor set the machines to level 4 and activated them. The elemental launcher unleashed a barrage of elemental projectiles, while the elemental bombardier, akin to a mage, continuously cast area damage spells. The elemental controller manipulated the elements to create disruptive control skills against the target. The challenger's task was to endure without falling. They could use their shield for defense and evade, but were forbidden from using skills. Zhao Sheng braced his shield, blocking the elemental projectiles and bombardments while deftly avoiding the control skills. It must be said that, as a scion of a prominent family, Zhao Sheng possessed considerable ability. The shield became an extension of his will, deflecting attacks as effectively as possible while evading control skills. Lin Chen's eyes flickered with intrigue. He was determined not to allow this individual to pass the test. That stance resembles a rooster standing tall, quite fitting. And look at that stubborn mule rolling about. Is that a turtle retreating into its shell? Or perhaps it's the legendary duck taking flight. The defensive maneuvers and footwork Zhao Sheng employed were transformed into mockery through Lin Chen's words. The imagery of chickens, ducks, mules, and turtles flooded Zhao Sheng's mind, akin to a mosquito buzzing in his ear while he attempted to sleep, igniting his irritation and scattering his focus. Suddenly, a sharp spike erupted from the ground. He failed to evade in time, nor did he defend adequately, and it struck him in a vital area. A jolt of pain caused him to falter, his movements becoming erratic, and he was subsequently overwhelmed by the barrage of attacks. Ah! Zhao Sheng screamed in agony. Damn it! Zhao Sheng, you did that on purpose. You let yourself get hit, you perverse bastard. Even the new energy sources can't satisfy you. Lin Chen exclaimed with disdain. Shut up, you bastard! Zhao Sheng roared, his face contorting with rage. I have no desire to engage with you, you twisted freak. Zhao Sheng's fury clouded his concentration further, and the onslaught of attacks and control grew increasingly relentless. In a moment of carelessness, a thick wood element vine ensnared his right foot, pulling him to the ground. Challenge failed, the instructor declared, pressing the pause button on the remote. Challenge failed. 10 kilometers of preparation. He stated indifferently. Instructor, that bastard was interfering with me. Otherwise, I would have certainly succeeded. Zhao Sheng protested vehemently. Do you believe that on the battlefield, those monsters are civilized, gentle, and considerate? That they will softly cheer you on and refrain from shouting and hurling insults? The instructor replied with a derisive tone, clearly displeased with such excuses. Zhao Sheng fell silent, realizing the harsh reality of the battlefield where the monster's taunts could be unbearable. By the way, monsters that have undergone 4 transformations can speak human language, albeit with a thick accent. Lin Chen found amusement in Zhao Sheng's predicament, feeling more refreshed than if he had just consumed a bottle of cold soda. Yet this was insufficient. He sought to humiliate him further. The instructor is correct. Only the inept make excuses. If one cannot even conquer a trivial challenge, perhaps one should consider becoming a eunuch. Lin Chen scoffed, rising to approach. Zhao Sheng's face flushed with rage, veins bulging as he struggled to catch his breath. On the verge of violence, the word eunuch struck a nerve, as he could never forget that night spent as a half-eunuch after emerging from the White Tiger's secret realm. The instructor was taken aback by Lin Chen's audacity. How could a student dare to act so brazenly before him? He looked at Lin Chen, the student. Boasting requires a foundation of strength. Do not speak too liberally. Instructor, I have always let my abilities speak for themselves. Though I am a support class, I wish to partake in your assessment. Lin Chen replied earnestly, bowing to the instructor. His declaration elicited a range of expressions among the onlookers. Chu Su remained calm, aware of Lin Chen's prowess and confident in his success. The instructor, intrigued, considered the boldness of a support class participating in a shield warrior's assessment. Zhao Sheng, however, could only scoff, convinced Lin Chen was inviting humiliation upon himself. Another student looked on in shock and confusion, unable to comprehend Lin Chen's rationale. Very well. Since you are so confident, then step forward. The instructor commanded. Yes. Lin Chen stood at the center of the 3 devices, signaling to the instructor that he was ready. What is your level? 50. Given your status as a support class, I shall lower the level 1 notch. How about level 4? Instructor, please, make it level 5. The instructor's interest in Lin Chen grew. Such a person was either a fool or genuinely formidable. Haha, Lin Chen, let us see how you embarrass yourself. Have you ever learned footwork, you country bumpkin? Zhao Sheng taunted relentlessly. No, why would I bother learning that? Lin Chen replied nonchalantly, though his expression remained inscrutable. Haha, what an idiot, Zhao Sheng jeered, pointing at him. The instructor chose not to comment further. Whether Lin Chen was a fool or a strong contender would soon be revealed. Prepare, he reminded. Lin Chen signaled that he was ready, and the instructor decisively pressed the start button. Elemental projectiles, bombardments, and control skills surged toward Lin Chen simultaneously. Lin Chen assumed a horse stance, remaining utterly still. This display left observers dumbfounded. Zhao Sheng's mockery intensified as he envisioned the various ways he would humiliate Lin Chen afterward. The instructor's expression shifted. He suspected Lin Chen was indeed a fool and prepared to pause the test at a moment's notice. Chu Su shook his head, sensing that someone's confidence was on the verge of shattering. Under the gaze of the 4 elemental projectiles first struck Lin Chen, but then nothing further occurred. Lin Chen's skin remained unscathed. Next came the elemental skills: fire, fury waves, golden blades, and swift winds. Each skill engulfing Lin Chen, yet he appeared impervious, not even blinking. Then came the control skills. Whether it was binding vines, overwhelming gravity, or tempestuous winds, Lin Chen stood resolute, unmoving as a mountain. If silence is golden, then the air was laden with gold. All present fell into silence, struggling to articulate their astonishment. A support class, without deploying any skills, without defending or evading, withstood the elemental onslaught with sheer physical resilience, remaining immovable as a bastion. Impossible, how can this be? It must be a trick. You are all deceiving me. An unbelievable whisper shattered the silence, as Zhao Sheng, in a state of utter despair, teetered on the brink of collapse. Another classmate gaped in disbelief, while Chu-Su could only manage a bitter smile, overwhelmed by Lin Chen's formidable prowess, which struck even this legendary shield warrior hard. Chapter 61. I want to report him for cheating. The instructor's expression quivered slightly, betraying his inner turmoil. How could a mere support character achieve such feats? Oh, what euphoria! It was akin to receiving simultaneous acupuncture, a massage, and a bath, indulging in a triad of exhilarating sensations. Pure bliss. Lin Chen let out another enthusiastic roar, leaving the onlookers speechless. It was evident to any discerning eye that such a level of assault posed no threat to Lin Chen. He could endure not just 10 minutes, but half an hour, without faltering. The instructor pressed the pause button, deeming further assessment unnecessary. Why has the instructor stopped? I haven't had my fill yet, Lin Chen muttered, his expression tinged with dissatisfaction. Enough, my dear student. You have sufficiently demonstrated your strength. It is no wonder you enjoy such freedom of movement, the instructor commended. For in this era where prowess reigns supreme, strength is the currency that earns respect from all. Of course, unlike certain individuals who, despite their shortcomings, blame everything but themselves. Lin Chen remarked, casting a pointed glance at Zhao Sheng. Zhao Sheng seethed with humiliation and fury, having reached his limit. Lin Chen, he ground out through clenched teeth, wishing he could devour him whole. You better start running 10 kilometers. No, make that 20 kilometers, immediately. The instructor barked at Zhao Sheng, whose personal disgrace was compounded by the instructor's own embarrassment. Fuming, Zhao Sheng could only storm off to the track, ablaze with indignation. You too. Should either of you fail this assessment, you shall share Zhao Sheng's fate, the instructor warned, gesturing toward Zhao Sheng as he addressed Chu-Su and another classmate. Chu-Su remained serene, while the other classmate wore a grim expression. Reporting to the instructor, I am confident, Chu-Su declared with a steady voice. Good, prepare. Yes. Chu-Su positioned himself in the center of the apparatus, readying himself. Go for it, Chu-Su. Lin Chen cheered. Chu-Su nodded in acknowledgement. As the instructor pressed start, Chu-Su wielded his shield to block incoming attacks, deftly stepping in a bagua stance to evade control skills. He executed his maneuvers with remarkable ease. It was evident he had spent considerable time honing his skills in the training room. Lin Chen's eyes gleamed with mischief as he decided to conduct a desensitization exercise. Chu-Su, I have a question for you, he called out loudly. Please, go ahead, Chu-Su replied without turning. Where did the dad of the little earthworm go? The question sent one classmate into fits of laughter, while even the instructor struggled to suppress a chuckle, recalling Chu-Su's earlier cold joke. Chu-Su's face flushed crimson. That morning's jest was a memory he wished to erase from existence. Every recollection of it made him feel awkward and embarrassed. Now that Lin Chen had brought it to light, he felt his composure falter, and his defenses against the attacks and evasions slipped. Yet, unlike Zhao Sheng, he would not crumble entirely. He steadied his mindset and relied on his solid skills to regain his focus. Lin Chen, leaving a trail of laughter in his wake, made his way to the swordsman class to see Luo Yuling. Upon his arrival, Luo Yuling felt a mixture of exasperation and a flicker of joy. Caught in a web of contradictions, she was torn between the fear of his absence and the dread of his antics. Throughout the morning, Lin Chen had enjoyed a considerable amount of freedom, much to the envy of his peers. Observing the restless hearts of the students, the instructor began to set various assessments, but only a few managed to earn the privilege of free movement. Chu-Su, Luo Yuling, and Zhang Mingyi were among the few who succeeded in gaining this freedom. They congregated with Lin Chen, engaging in casual conversation under the shade of a tree, watching others train with a certain amusement. Before long, the morning's training concluded, and the quartet set off for the dining hall. Jian University's dining hall boasted 8 locations, and the one adjacent to the athletic field was conveniently close. As they walked along the track, Lin Chen suddenly veered off into the greenery, rummaging through the grass. Lin Chen, what are you doing? Zhang Mingyi inquired curiously, leaning in to inspect his actions. Luo Yuling and Chu-Su were equally perplexed, wondering what he was doing in the foliage. I'm looking for the little earthworm's dad. Lin Chen replied with utmost seriousness. Ha ha ha, you're something else. Zhang Mingyi erupted into laughter, her body shaking with mirth. Luo Yuling could not help but join in, recalling the earlier scene with Chu-Su beside them. With Lin Chen voicing it outright, how could they contain their amusement? Chu-Su, drenched in embarrassment, felt the heat rise in his cheeks. Luo Yuling, sensing the inappropriateness of the situation, playfully kicked Lin Chen's foot. Stop it, let's eat. She scolded. I don't want to eat. I want to go fishing with the little earthworm's dad, Lin Chen teased, grinning. Stop saying that. Luo Yuling laughed again. You laughed. Yet you tell me to stop? Outrageous. Chu-Su, now numb to the banter, understood that showing concern would only fuel Lin Chen's relentless teasing. After lunch, the group enjoyed a 2-hour break before resuming training in the afternoon. The focus of the afternoon's training was combat capability. Monsters were herded onto the field, as they were the primary adversaries faced by practitioners. Every student had slain numerous monsters. Otherwise, they could not have attained their current levels. However, they had previously fought in teams, coordinating with their respective classes, but now they were to engage in solo combat. While other professions fared reasonably well, the support class was left dumbfounded. To pit themselves against monsters one-on-one felt akin to serving as a meal for the beasts. In the support class, aside from Lin Chen, there was only one girl. The remaining students looked on in trepidation at the three formidable black wolves flanking Instructor Meng. These creatures, captured from the wild, possessed a primal ferocity unmatched by the monsters found in the mysterious dungeons. Just the sight of those black wolves made their knees tremble. During this practical training, the expectations are simple. You are not required to slay them, merely to endure their onslaught for 10 minutes, Instructor Meng stated nonchalantly, as if discussing a casual outing for milk tea. Instructor, let alone 10 minutes. I doubt I would be left with more than a few tatters of clothing after 1 minute, the students lamented inwardly. Instructor Meng's gaze settled on Lin Chen. Lin Chen, you shall demonstrate first. Yes, instructor. Lin Chen stepped forward, beckoning the three black wolves with a gesture. A woo. The trio of black wolves, provoked, emitted a chilling howl, their vicious eyes fixed on Lin Chen. Instructor Meng released the restraints on the level 45 black wolf, which lunged at Lin Chen like a shadow. Its gaping maw, exuding a foul stench, instilled terror in the hearts of the onlookers. Lin Chen activated his totem blessing, feeling an immense surge of power, then boldly charged toward the black wolf. His audacity left his classmates feeling inadequate. As the monstrous jaws approached, Lin Chen sidestepped deftly and delivered a powerful punch. Dog punch, he shouted, landing a blow on the wolf's neck, sending it hurtling 20 meters away, leaving a long mark on the concrete ground. I want to report him for cheating. The classmates silently screamed, incredulous. Was this truly a support character? Damn it, Lin Chen must be a fraud in the support role. They were astounded, their perceptions shattered by his performance. Lin Chen cracked his neck, loosening his muscles. The black wolf had not entirely lost its combat prowess. However, after rising to its feet, its gaze toward Lin Chen was noticeably clearer. With a howl, it arched its back, the fur along its spine standing on end, emitting a series of threatening low growls. Little black wolf, I offer you two choices. Either come here willingly for a beating, or I shall come over and deliver a far harsher one, Lin Chen sneered, resembling a cruel villain, while the black wolf appeared like a beleaguered damsel in distress. It was uncertain whether the wolf comprehended his words, but it braced itself and lunged toward Lin Chen once more. With a swift motion, Lin Chen's right foot sliced through the air, striking the wolf's neck with tremendous force, sending it flying. This time, however, the wolf took a considerable amount of time to rise again. It was teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Very well. You may now act freely, Instructor Meng said, her tone tinged with helplessness, as a student of such strength posed a unique pressure on the instructor. At present, she could not devise a training regimen for Lin Chen and would need to contemplate her strategy that evening. Yes, instructor. Lin Chen saluted before wandering off like a street rogue. As he arrived at Mage Class 3, he chanced upon Jiang Mengyi, freezing a black wolf into a block of ice. Given her current prowess, dealing with monsters of the same level was not a challenge. Yet, she had not been granted the privilege of free activity, as overcoming monsters was a fundamental requirement for combat professions. Jiang School Beauty, could you kindly freeze 2 bottles of soda for me? I wish to bring them to you, Ling, Lin Chen called out. Jiang Mengyi longed to tell him to leave, but remembering her task, she maintained a cheerful facade. I'm rather busy at the moment, she replied with a strained smile. Your smile is quite unappealing, Lin Chen remarked with disdain. You truly are a scoundrel, Jiang Mengyi retorted, still managing to wear a smile even while reprimanding him. Noticing that Jiang Mengyi was unwilling to assist him, Lin Chen shifted his gaze to the instructor of the class, who seemed to have the most free time. Hello, instructor. Might you assist me in freezing 2 bottles of soda? Lin Chen approached the instructor, genuinely inquiring. The instructor glanced at him, her expression a mixture of bewilderment and intrigue. This was the first student she had encountered with such audacity. During lunch, the instructors had discussed the top students of the class, with Lin Chen being highly esteemed by Instructor Meng and the Shield Warrior class instructor, a support role capable of withstanding 6 levels of elemental projectiles with sheer physical strength. He had also passed assessments that were notoriously difficult for Shield Warriors. Lin Chen's name had already circulated among the instructors, garnering the attention of even the chief instructor. As this street rogue was indeed hard to overlook, she had just observed Lin Chen's performance and could only describe it as outrageous. A support character, knocking a rare monster of the same level away with a single punch. Had she not seen it with her own eyes, she would have found it hard to believe. At that moment, the students of Mage Class 3 mourned for Lin Chen. They had given their instructor the nickname the Extinction Mistress, indicating just how formidable she was. For Lin Chen to dare provoke her was indeed courting disaster. However, the instructor's reaction astonished them all. She smiled and said, all right. What? Am I hallucinating? The Extinction Mistress is actually smiling. Why does she scowl at us yet greet Lin Chen with a smile? Is being handsome truly so impressive? I refuse to accept this. The students of Mage Class 3 lamented internally. This is not how the script is supposed to go. The instructor employed her ice skills to freeze 3 bottles of soda for Lin Chen. Instructor, you are beautiful and kind-hearted. Allow me to offer you a bottle. Lin Chen handed her one of the sodas. The instructor's smile grew even brighter. You have a discerning eye. She graciously accepted the soda. There's no way around it. Instructor, you are like a $100 bill among paper money, like pure gold amidst gold, like a diamond among coal. Stop. The instructor called out, exasperated. Sensing that Lin Chen was too talented for a career as a professional, he ought to be a master instead. Farewell, instructor. Lin Chen bid her goodbye and proceeded to Warrior Class 1, just in time for Luo Yuling to challenge the Black Wolf. Instructor, I request permission to challenge 5 wolves simultaneously. Very well. Succeed, and you shall earn the right to act freely. The instructor summoned 5 level 50 black wolves, all of epic quality, specifically meant for training mythic professionals. A clear, melodious cry echoed as Luo Yuling drew her phoenix blade. With the sword in hand, she appeared ethereal, as if a celestial sword master had descended. The 5 wolves, now liberated, shrank back, sensing an overwhelming danger emanating from Luo Yuling. They were intimidated. Lightly flicking the phoenix blade, the sword energy surged like rain, transforming into tiny phoenixes that soared towards the 5 black wolves. The air was rent by the sound of the soaring sword energy, leaving deep gashes upon the concrete floor. This display of power caused the classmates' pupils to constrict, and the instructor was equally astounded. The sword energy was capable of threatening third-tier professionals. Before the wolves could react, they were pierced through. Yet Luo Yuling skillfully avoided their vital points, sparing their lives for the sake of her fellow students. After all, with a priest present, these black wolves would soon regain their strength. Yuling, you are incredible. I'm your fan. Hurry over for some soda. Lin Chen shouted, brandishing the icy beverages, effectively disrupting the atmosphere. Luo Yuling shot him an exasperated glance, while Lin Chen, with a series of exaggerated facial expressions, interpreted her look as flirtation. The students of Class 1 remained in a state of profound shock, too stunned to reprimand Lin Chen. To defeat 5 epic-level monsters of the same tier in a single blow, was this the prowess of a mythic professional? Not every mythic professional possessed such strength. Luo's school beauty was invincible. No wonder she broke records daily. The students' confidence took a severe blow, as being in the same class as such a prodigy shattered their spirits. When they observed Luo Yuling quietly sitting beside Lin Chen, sipping soda, their spirits crumbled even further. Lin Chen and Luo Yuling sought refuge under a tree, quietly observing their classmates train. As Lin Chen prepared to take out snacks, Luo Yuling produced a plethora of treats. Oh, are these specially for me? Lin Chen said, his eyes gleaming with delight as he looked at Luo Yuling. She averted her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Minnie said they were about to expire, so I brought them for you. If they're about to expire, then when will you? Lin Chen whispered conspiratorially in Luo Yuling's ear, his breath warming her skin and causing her to flush. His boldness incited both embarrassment and anger, turning her neck and ears a vivid crimson. With a clang, the phoenix blade was drawn. Luo Yuling felt compelled to teach Lin Chen a lesson for his increasingly audacious behavior. Lin Chen took off running, calling out for mercy. Yet, Luo Yuling was unwilling to relent, brandishing her sword and pursuing him. Chapter 63, Luo Yuling is angry. The chase ensued, weaving through the throngs of students from various classes. Those students, feeling envious, toiled away at their training, while others appeared to be enjoying a delightful romance. Even with Luo Yuling brandishing her sword, onlookers merely assumed they were engaged in playful banter. Ultimately, Lin Chen found himself cornered, with a blade pressed firmly against his throat, leaving him no choice but to surrender. If you ever speak so recklessly again, I shall cut out your tongue. Luo Yuling admonished him coldly. Then how will I kiss you in the future? If I can't stick out my tongue? Lin Chen exclaimed in terror. Go to hell. Luo Yuling stomped on his foot, causing him to grimace in pain. With an air of indignation, she stormed off, while Lin Chen staggered behind her. Luo Yuling turned back, glaring fiercely at the students. Do not follow me. I'm not following you. The path is so wide. I merely wish to walk this way. Lin Chen shrugged helplessly. Luo Yuling changed directions, and Lin Chen followed suit. She turned back again. Don't tell me you just happen to want to walk this way again. Oh, how did you know, Yuling? Could it be that we share a psychic connection, a spiritual affinity, or a bond of the heart? A blade of sword energy whizzed past Lin Chen's ear, prompting him to promptly shut his mouth. Returning to the shade beside their class, Luo Yuling found a spot, and Lin Chen followed closely behind. Luo Yuling found herself at a loss with him, so she chose to pretend he was invisible. Shortly thereafter, Chu Su and Jiang Mingyi joined them, and the 4 of them began to observe others training. Lin Chen proposed a hot pot dinner, but the trio promptly dismissed the idea, reluctant to become the new enemies of the freshmen. As dinner time approached, the chief instructor announced the conclusion of today's training, prompting cheers from the new students, who were thoroughly exhausted. Another training session that evening would certainly be their undoing. Lin Chen stifled a yawn, inciting glares from his classmates. My apologies. I've rested too long and am feeling a bit drowsy, he said apologetically. His classmates genuinely contemplated expelling him from the class for his audacity. Lin Chen gathered with Luo Yuling and the others, suggesting they dine outside the school. The 3 eyed him with skepticism. It was indeed unusual for Lin Chen, a man who valued money above all else, to propose such an outing. Isn't Jiang the flower of the school tasked with spending money? She can treat us to the most extravagant meal, Lin Chen chuckled. You can go away. Jiang Mingyi forced a smile, indignantly realizing he was attempting to exploit her finances. Had it not been for her task requiring her to greet Lin Chen with a smile for 3 days, she would have drawn her wand to duel with him by now. Luo Yuling and Chu Su exchanged exasperated glances. Only Lin Chen could audaciously suggest spending someone else's money with such conviction. We are assisting you. Without our help, would you truly be able to spend the money in your account? Lin Chen remarked, wearing an expression of feigned innocence. Jiang Mingyi gritted her teeth, a fierce desire to silence Lin Chen brewing within her. You needn't worry about that. If I'm not mistaken, you have your own spending task. Why not treat us? Lin Chen looked at Jiang Mingyi, as if she were foolish for asking such a naive question. Jiang Mingyi was on the verge of exploding, yet she had to maintain that damned smile, making her appear exceedingly odd. The trio had never witnessed such a furious smile before. Chu Su shook his head and released the flying vehicle, inviting Luo Yuling to board first. Lin Chen followed suit, but Jiang Mingyi shoved him aside. Unyielding, Lin Chen pushed back, and the two found themselves wedged at the entrance, unable to proceed. Luo Yuling, unable to endure any longer, declared, if you two continue this nonsense, go out yourselves. Finally pacified, Lin Chen touched his nose and allowed Jiang Mingyi to enter first, who strutted in as if victorious. The flying vehicle arrived at the entrance of the largest shopping mall in the city center. Being merely an ordinary vehicle, it garnered little attention. To avoid being targeted by the Salvation Society once more, Luo Yuling produced masks for the four to wear. I truly feel for the young ladies here. They are unable to behold my complete and resplendent visage, Lin Chen lamented. However, as the two women exited the vehicle, they still attracted considerable attention, their presence radiating an unmistakable allure. Some girls could conceal their entire faces yet still be recognized as stunning beauties. Come on, Yuling, let's go buy some clothes. Jiang Mingyi exclaimed enthusiastically, dragging Luo Yuling toward a clothing store. Aren't we supposed to be eating? Lin Chen remarked helplessly, his hunger gnawing at him. How can one think of dining without first acquiring new attire? Jiang Mingyi rolled her eyes. Lin Chen and Chu Su exchanged bewildered glances, both pondering the connection between shopping for clothes and dining. Shall we eat first? Lin Chen suggested. That might not be appropriate when we go out together. We should dine together. Chu Su hesitated. Very well, Lin Chen relented, thinking that had it not been for Luo Yuling's presence, he would have dined alone. The two women entered a store unfamiliar to Lin Chen, which offered both men's and women's clothing, and the styles appeared quite appealing. Lin Chen curiously glanced at the price tag, his eyes widening in shock. What in the world? 2,800 for a short-sleeve shirt? Lin Chen exclaimed, his voice rising in volume, instantly drawing the attention of everyone in the tranquil store. Luo Yuling and Jiang Mingyi's expressions darkened, quickly distancing themselves from Lin Chen, signaling their disassociation with him. Chu Su, equally astonished, scrutinized the garments. Why was a mere piece of clothing, not even equipment, priced so exorbitantly? The gazes of onlookers shifted to disdain. Country bumpkin, what is a poor wretch doing in a place like this? Shouldn't the store manager hurry up and expel them? They've polluted the very air. Indeed, they should be shown the door. Piercing voices reached Lin Chen and Chu Su's ears, but Lin Chen remained unfazed. He had endured countless disdainful glances throughout his life. Chu Su furrowed his brow, perplexed by the animosity directed towards them. Was it so wrong for consumers to express their opinions on overpriced products? What kind of logic was this? The store manager, feeling awkward, patiently explained to the disgruntled customers that the store was open for business and would not turn away any patrons. Huh. What kind of clientele are they with that pitiful appearance? A heavily made-up woman scoffed loudly, adorned in gold and silver, embraced by a man whose height matched his girth. That man held another woman, whose face was painted in garish hues, who chimed in, exactly, even if they abstained from eating and drinking. It would take them at least half a year to afford a single piece of clothing. Do they really think they can? Just as Lin Chen was about to retort, Luo Yuling and Jiang Mingyi could no longer contain themselves. Luo Yuling's face was like a winter's frost. She had never been so incensed. She would not allow anyone to insult Lin Chen in such a manner. Jiang Mingyi's eyes blazed with fury. He was her friend, and she could speak on his behalf. But when did outsiders gain the right to say such things? Silence. Luo Yuling coldly admonished the two women. You two, apologize to them this instant. Jiang Mingyi shouted in anger. The eruption from the two women drew the attention of everyone present. Even passers-by outside the store turned to look. Lin Chen's lips curled into a smile, warmed by the support of the two women. The two women, taken aback by someone daring to reprimand them, swiftly turned in anger. Upon seeing the two young girls, albeit masked, the exposed skin they revealed was something the older women could never achieve, igniting a fierce jealousy within them. The rotund middle-aged man, upon spotting Luo Yuling and Jiang Mingyi, displayed a lecherous grin, his eyes gleaming with desire. You two Navi girls. Do you even know what kind of establishment this is? Is this a place for you? And you dare demand an apology from us? A bunch of paupers. Do you think you deserve that? The disdainful exchange continued, the two women belittling Lin Chen and his companions with their words. Jiang Mingyi, the proud princess of the Flame Guild, had never endured such humiliation. Drawing her wand, she was ready to teach the two women a lesson. You two harpies, I shall tear your mouths apart today, she declared fiercely. Dear esteemed guests, please remain calm. Engaging in violence in the city is illegal, the store manager shouted urgently, stepping in between the two parties, while other staff hurried to separate them. The two women, seeing Jiang Mingyi brandishing her wand, felt a surge of fear. They were merely ordinary people who had failed their career transitions, while any practitioner could easily overpower them. Yet the presence of the man beside them gave them courage. He was a fourth-tier practitioner, far beyond the capabilities of mere young girls. Practitioners are so impressive, are they? If you have the ability, let them come. One of the women boasted. My dear is a fourth-tier practitioner. With a mere finger, he could crush you poor wretches. Their insolence further fueled Luo Yuling and Jiang Mingyi's anger. Luo Yuling pointed her finger, unleashing two sword energies that pierced toward the two women, albeit narrowly missing. She had not completely lost her reason. It was merely a warning. Upon witnessing the sword energy, the two women screamed in terror, trembling as they sought refuge against the stout man. The man's eyes glinted with a strange light. He had finally received the chance he had been waiting for. With both hands, he shoved the two women aside, enveloping his hands in earth elements to seize the two sword energies. As he grasped the sword's aura, his expression shifted dramatically. The power of this sword energy exceeded his expectations. He could not comprehend how a mere first-tier professional could unleash such formidable sword energy. Nevertheless, being a fourth-tier elite shield warrior, he successfully blocked two waves of sword energy. Murder. Call the police quickly. These two little girls have such malicious intentions. The two women shrieked in panic, only to be met with two resounding slaps from the stout middle-aged man that sent them flying. Shut your mouths, he bellowed in anger. The women, bewildered, fell silent out of fear for the stout man's wrath. He scrutinized Luo Yuling and Jiang Mingyi, his gaze growing increasingly fervent. Young, beautiful, and professional. Now they were in his grasp. It would be a travesty to not exploit this opportunity. You two are still students, right? Perhaps you are not well versed in federal law. Let me make it unequivocally clear. If you engage in violence within the city limits and I choose to pursue this matter, not only will you be expelled from school, but you will also face imprisonment, the stout man stated ominously, the threat in his words palpable. Go to hell. Don't try to intimidate us. They were the ones causing trouble first. If anyone should be punished, it should be them. Jiang Mingyi retorted furiously. Heh. I don't know whether to laugh at your ignorance or your naivety. Their insults do not grant you the right to retaliate. You lack the authority to enforce the law. Understand? My elder brother is the captain of the police force, and this is what he has informed me. Now, you have two options. Either accompany me for a chat, and I will refrain from pursuing this matter, or I will call the police right now, leading you to lose your academic standing and face incarceration. The stout man declared with an air of arrogance, confident that Luo Yuling and Jiang Mingyi would yield. The naive young ladies, who among them would not fear expulsion or imprisonment. Furthermore, he had already implied his brother's position, which made him feel invincible. What a shame for such exquisite young ladies. Some patrons whispered regretfully, lamenting the situation of Luo Yuling and her companion. Then feel free to call the police. We will be waiting here, Luo Yuling replied coldly. Do you really think we are afraid? Jiang Mingyi added defiantly, hands on her hips, convinced that the stout man had miscalculated. The stout man's demeanor darkened. This was a predicament of their own making. Don't think that once you're inside, I won't be able to handle you. He sneered as he dialed his brother's voice communication. Lin Chen leaned close to Luo Yuling, whispering his gratitude. Luo Yuling felt a pleasant warmth spread across her ears, playfully elbowing Lin Chen in the chest. Why are you so close? Meanwhile, Jiang Mingyi was exuding an air of lavishness. Lin Chen, choose whatever outfits you desire. Tonight's expenses are on me, she declared with bravado, determined to show that no one could underestimate her friends. Darling, you are truly wonderful, Lin Chen exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. Be daring. The more the merrier. We need at least 10 outfits, one for each of us, Jiang Mingyi proclaimed, embodying a commanding presence. Darling, tonight, I will adhere to your every whim. All your requests shall be fulfilled, Lin Chen said, his tone excessively flattering as he leaned closer to Jiang Mingyi, even throwing a provocative glance at the stout man. Jiang Mingyi understood Lin Chen's intentions and played along. You said it. I have many requests tonight, she hinted. Rest assured, I will fulfill them, Lin Chen promised, patting his chest confidently. The stout man's expression darkened further. He had thought he was dealing with innocent young ladies, but now he realized they were more audacious than he had anticipated. Other patrons were equally bemused, realizing it was merely a wealthy young lady and her extravagant companion. Entirely unnecessary concern. Chu Su understood the dynamics, but could not bring himself to call her darling. He opted to maintain his role as the servant. The four began to select their clothing, entirely unperturbed by the impending arrival of the police. Lin Chen felt a gentle grip on the soft flesh of his arm and turned to find Luo Yuling gazing at him with a mixture of resentment and annoyance. You seem to enjoy calling her darling quite a lot, Luo Yuling remarked, her tone laced with discontent. Yuling, that was merely for show. You are my true treasure. Lin Chen quickly clarified with a grin. Heh, Luo Yuling scoffed, squeezing his arm tightly, causing Lin Chen to break into a cold sweat, though he refrained from voicing his discomfort. You look quite adorable when you're jealous, Lin Chen teased. As if I would be jealous. Luo Yuling huffed, delivering a swift kick to Lin Chen before striding toward the women's section. Chapter 65. You are my only treasure. Lin Chen hurriedly followed. Though he was not particularly interested in buying clothes. To him, it was merely a matter of purchasing an outfit to cover one's body. Spending extravagantly felt wasteful. And he preferred to tease Luo Yuling instead. Seeing him tag along, Jiang Minyi rolled her eyes. Lin Chen, what do you think you're doing? She snapped. Allow me to clarify. I am following Yuling, not you, Lin Chen replied earnestly. You dare to covet my Yuling? I see you're asking for a beating. Jiang Minyi retorted angrily, rolling up her sleeves to confront Lin Chen. Can you both act a bit more mature? This is a public space. Luo Yuling interjected coolly, though the rigidity in her voice revealed her inner turmoil. When did I become his? That scoundrel. Luo Yuling silently cursed inwardly. Lin Chen and Jiang Minyi exchanged glares before reluctantly returning to the task of selecting clothing. Lin Chen was not choosing for himself, but rather for Luo Yuling. He spotted a lace outfit that caught his attention and couldn't help but marvel at the designer's forward-thinking concept, epitomizing the notion of wearing something that felt as if one were wearing nothing at all. Yuling, this one is stunning, Lin Chen said, grinning as he presented it to her. Luo Yuling's face darkened. She had never worn a short skirt, let alone this lace outfit. If you want to wear it, go ahead. So, you prefer this style on me? If you wanted to see my abs, you could simply say so. Get lost. All right. Lin Chen returned the lace outfit to its place and began to search for a long dress instead. He had known Luo Yuling long enough to understand that she favored long skirts. After some deliberation, he settled on a light blue dress and presented it to her again. Yuling, how about this one? Luo Yuling glanced at it and found it appealing, yet she refrained from accepting it. I can choose for myself, she huffed, a hint of pride in her tone. What a pity. I truly believe this one suits you perfectly, Lin Chen sighed as he placed the garment back. A small hand then reached out from beside him to take the long dress. Lin Chen was surprised to see it was Luo Yuling who had picked it up. Didn't you say you wouldn't choose this one? I merely stated that I would select for myself, not that I wouldn't consider this dress. Lin Chen chuckled inwardly, finding Luo Yuling amusing. You are beautiful, so anything you say is right. Flatterer, go tell that to your precious darling. You are my only treasure. Get lost, get lost. Luo Yuling's face flushed, unable to handle Lin Chen's audacity. She clutched the dress and headed toward the fitting room while Lin Chen found a chair to sit and wait for her. Before long, the fitting room door swung open, revealing Luo Yuling in the light blue dress, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. Lin Chen found himself entranced, marveling at how such beauty could exist in this world. Noticing Lin Chen's gaze, Luo Yuling shyly lowered her eyes and turned to face the mirror. She twirled lightly, admiring how the dress fit her perfectly. She loved both the color and style. Wow, what luck today to encounter a fairy. Lin Chen's voice, filled with admiration, reached her ears, bringing joy to Luo Yuling's heart, though her expression remained indifferent as if she hadn't heard a thing. It's just all right, I'll pass. She replied nonchalantly. Lin Chen was agitated. What a pity it would be to let it go. Yuling, how could you not want something so perfectly suited for you? I'll even contribute $100. Lin Chen said, suppressing his heartbreak. Luo Yuling chuckled in disbelief, remarking that only Lin Chen would dare utter a mere 100. It wasn't that 100 was insignificant. It was the dress that cost 20,000. I appreciate your generosity, but there are few as magnanimous as you in this world. Indeed, I am renowned for my generosity. Luo Yuling showed little interest in Lin Chen, stepping into the fitting room and soon emerging in her own attire. However, she did not return the blue dress. A smile danced on Lin Chen's lips. Luo Yuling truly exemplified the saying of rejecting with her mouth, but accepting with her actions. She showed no inclination to continue shopping, feeling satisfied with her current wardrobe. Were it not for Lin Chen's suggestion, she likely would not have considered purchasing anything at all. Jiang Minyi, on the other hand, was a different story, sweeping through the store with 2 attendants in tow. I'll take this, and that one too. Pack up the rest for me. The 2 attendants were left speechless. They had never encountered such a lavish customer. Other patrons were equally astonished, as garments priced at 1 or 2,000 were not something everyone dared to purchase in such quantities. To their surprise, they had crossed paths with a true heiress at the mall. A portly middle-aged man sensed trouble brewing, worried about attracting the ire of powerful figures. But reassured by his older brother's considerable authority, he suppressed his anxiety. This rich girl must be delightful to play with, he thought, having already been clouded by desire. At that moment, 3 uniformed officers strode into the store, their speed quite remarkable. The leading officer, akin to the rotund middle-aged man, was similarly stout and brash. The middle-aged man hurried over. Boss, it's them. They attacked the public right here, audaciously. The lead officer nodded, approaching Lin Chen and the others with 2 subordinates. His gaze fell heavily upon Luo Yuling and Jiang Mengyi, the heat of scrutiny unmistakable. Who gave you for the audacity to harm others in public? Cuff them and take them away, he barked. The two subordinates produced handcuffs, advancing towards Lin Chen and the others. Lin Chen and Chu Su positioned themselves before the two women, their expressions turning cold. Without inquiring into the circumstances, reviewing surveillance, or consulting witnesses, you apprehend individuals like this? Chu Su questioned in a low, simmering tone, familiar to those who knew him as a sign of his rising anger. We don't need criminals like you advising us on our procedures. One more word, and we'll consider it resisting arrest, which will only add to your charges. The portly officer scoffed. What a grand display of authority. Even your chief doesn't boast like you. Lin Chen retorted mockingly. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the portly officer scrutinized him, noting his attire resembled that of a street vendor, thinking it impossible for such a person to know the chief. You dare insult the chief? Add another charge and cuff him, he stated coldly. As the officers prepared to arrest them, Lin Chen produced his student ID. We are students from Jiang University. You lack the authority to take us away, he declared dismissively. Entering Jiang University is akin to becoming a half-soldier. The police cannot directly arrest them without coordinating with the school, military, and police for a joint review before any charges can be made. Upon seeing the Jiang University student ID, the three officers, including the portly man, turned somber. The situation had become complicated. The portly officer shot a fierce glare at the middle-aged man, who was causing trouble. Yet, with so many witnesses present and the fact that Lin Chen and the others had indeed acted, he felt unafraid. A Jiang University student ID is not a get-out-of-jail-free card. Hand it over. I will negotiate with Jiang University tomorrow, the officer said sternly. Do as you wish. Lin Chen tossed the student ID to the portly officer, who accepted it and departed with his subordinates. The middle-aged man also left with the two women, until a conviction was made. They could do nothing against Lin Chen and the others. Chapter 66. Dreams once within reach. The four remained unfazed by the earlier encounter, with Jiang Mengyi continuing her shopping while Lin Chen and the others took a seat to chat. After 10 minutes, Jiang Mengyi completed her selections and approached, noticing that Lin Chen and Chu Su had not chosen any clothes, prompting her brows to furrow in discontent. Why haven't you two picked anything? You're not treating me as a friend, she exclaimed, visibly displeased. They're too expensive. I refuse to pay an intelligence tax, Lin Chen candidly replied. My family won't let me wear such costly attire, Chu Su shyly added. Jiang Mengyi huffed, dismissing the two, and called over an attendant. Get them each 10 outfits, and charge it to my account. She now resembled a domineering CEO. Is this what it means to be a commanding CEO in love? Lin Chen teased. Chu Su, why don't you just succumb to Jiang Mengyi? Though her looks were average and her temperament fiery, wealth could overshadow all flaws, allowing him to avoid 100 years of hardship. Chu Su appeared awkward, unsure how to respond. Jiang Mengyi glared at Lin Chen, prepared to duel, insisting she was neither ugly nor short-tempered. However, Luo Yuling intervened, delivering an elbow to Lin Chen to defend her friend. Jiang Mengyi handed a membership card to the attendant, the word supreme glaringly prominent. The attendant received it with utmost respect, as those who attained such a status were no ordinary individuals. Some keen-eyed customers noticed the black gold membership card. Did I just see that correctly? Is that a supreme membership card? It was indeed black gold. The rumors were true. It was said that only core members of first-class factions could apply for such a card. This was a genuine heiress. No wonder she wasn't intimidated by the two brothers of the fat tiger. It turned out she had significant backing. The customers whispered amongst themselves, their gazes towards Jiang Mengyi markedly different. The four departed the store, intending to dine before returning for the clothes. They settled on a hot pot restaurant, where Jiang Mengyi promptly ordered the most expensive four-person set, her lavishness a stark contrast to her previous frugality. Jiang Mengyi, how much balance do you have left? If you can't spend it all, I can be of service, Lin Chen said with hopeful eyes. Jiang Mengyi shot him a sidelong glance, her smile betraying annoyance. Dream on. If it weren't for this damn transfer task, I intended to save this money for a lifetime. The more she spoke, the more pain she felt. Her savings were slipping away. How could there be such a task? Lin Chen lamented. After their meal, the four returned to the store to collect their clothes, after which Lin Chen suggested purchasing a flying vehicle. With a balance of several million, he felt compelled to make a significant purchase. The mall boasted numerous brands selling flying vehicles, but they had a clear destination: Shanghai. Shanghai Group, the leading flying vehicle conglomerate in the Federation, dominated the market with high-end, mid-range, and low-end products, leaving no competitors in its wake. Luo Yuling's Night Angel was one of the premium flying vehicles launched by Shanghai Group. Moreover, Shanghai Group was one of the subsidiaries of the Luo Group, and the princess of the Luo Group was currently by Lin Chen's side. Lin Chen leaned closer to Luo Yuling, whispering, Yuling, could you possibly give me a discount when we shop? Luo Yuling elbowed him once more. Are you dreaming? You truly wound my heart. Lin Chen clutched his right chest in mock despair. Lin Chen, is your heart on the right? Chu Su asked, astonished. Chu Su, you could maintain silence, Lin Chen replied, but I am curious. After all, it's rare to see someone with their heart on the right. You win. Lin Chen conceded, realizing that conversing with someone as dense as Chu Su was futile. Luo Yuling giggled, while Jiang Mengyi erupted in laughter. Chu Su, bewildered, questioned what was so amusing. Upon entering the Shanghai store, a poised female sales representative approached them. "Welcome, esteemed guests. May I ask if you have a particular flying vehicle in mind?" "The star," Lin Chen replied. "What man doesn't he dream of a steed of war?" Lin Chen had often fantasized about owning a star flying vehicle. The sales representative's face lit up with joy. A star flying vehicle was priced over 20 million. And selling one would equate to her earnings for half a year. "This way, please." She led Lin Chen and his companions to a flying vessel, resplendent in a deep azure reminiscent of the sky. The surface shimmered with tiny specks of starlight, creating a dreamlike atmosphere akin to the celestial bodies above. Lin Chen, increasingly awestruck, reflected on how what once seemed a mere figment of his imagination was now within his grasp. "May I inquire what specifications you require, sir?" "A mid-range configuration will suffice," Lin Chen replied, pragmatically, for he believed in prudent spending amidst the challenges of earning money. A glimmer of determination flickered in Luo Yuling's eyes as she silently resolved her course of action. "Would you prefer to pay in full or opt for installments?" "Full payment," he stated decisively. The saleswoman was taken aback, astonished by his apparent fortune in encountering a wealthy heir. The pricing for Starcia's vessels was standardized across the Federation, and bargaining was not an option, leaving little room for discussion. "Please follow me to the VIP area while I prepare the contract," she instructed, leading Lin Chen and his friends to the designated space before hastily departing. Lin Chen slumped onto the sofa, feeling utterly drained. 20 million was an astounding sum. "How could it possibly be 2 million? Exclaimed Chu Su, his expression one of sheer disbelief. Lin Chen was puzzled. How could Chu Su, who was acquainted with Luo Yuling and commanded the respect of Zhao Shang, be so shocked? Surely, coming from a prominent family, 2 million would be mere pocket change. "Chu Su, is it truly that surprising? I may not know your background, but you shouldn't be flabbergasted over 2 million. It's not 200 billion. Lin Chen remarked, rolling his eyes. "You overestimate me. My account balance remained below 1,000 until I entered Jiang University," Chu Su replied earnestly. Both Luo Yuling and Jiang Mengyi were taken aback. This revelation was unexpected. "Then how did you acquire your flying vessel and equipment?" Lin Chen inquired. Confusion etched on his face. "The vessel was a gift from my grandfather. He said it was his first flying vessel from his youth, while the equipment was provided by the school." Lin Chen expressed his admiration, giving a thumbs up, truly a legacy spanning 3 generations. "What do you do when you encounter something you like, but can't ask your family for money?" Jiang Mengyi asked. "I don't think I have anything I particularly desire." Chu Su pondered seriously before answering. "Have you never given a gift to a girl you fancy?" "Why should I fancy girls?" Lin Chen gasped in surprise. "Chu Su, you've been hiding quite the secret." He swiftly moved to sit beside Luo Yuling, clutching her arm in mock fear. The two girls exchanged curious glances, wondering if their friend had crossed a line. Realizing his slip, Chu Su quickly corrected himself. "It's not what you think. My orientation is perfectly fine. I simply don't see the necessity of liking girls. My focus is solely on leveling up my abilities." Chapter 67. A desire to devote oneself. Lin Chen remained vigilant. "You're not deceiving me, are you? I'm pure steel, an unyielding straight man. I'll temporarily believe you, given you don't sport a beard." He sighed in relief. Luo Yuling discreetly glanced at Lin Chen before excusing herself to the restroom. She made her way to the office of the establishment, knocking on the door. The saleswoman, engrossed in preparing the contract, looked up and promptly approached her, though a sense of dread gripped her heart at the prospect of losing this sale. However, her professionalism shone through as she maintained a smile. "Good day. Is there something you need clarification on?" Luo Yuling produced a card emblazoned with the words Director of the Luo Group. Handing the card to the saleswoman, the latter's eyes widened in disbelief upon reading those words. Encountering someone of such stature, akin to a commoner meeting a royal princess of old, was unfathomable. "Esteemed guest, I must sincerely apologize, but I will need to verify your identity," the saleswoman said with utmost respect. Preferring to be cautious, she resolved to consult her manager. "No need for such trouble," Luo Yuling replied, removing her mask to reveal a visage that resembled a celestial being. The saleswoman's eyes widened in astonishment, her excitement palpable. "Ah, Miss Luo, it's truly you. I'm your idol. No, your fan," she stammered, overwhelmed. Luo Yuling smiled softly, finding the saleswoman rather amusing. "Please, find a way to inform the gentleman purchasing the star that he will receive a 50% discount on this transaction, and may also acquire the top-tier model at the price of a lower configuration." "Certainly, Miss Luo," the saleswoman replied respectfully. "You may continue with your work." Luo Yuling nodded before departing, leaving the saleswoman feeling as though she were in a dream, having encountered the daughter of the Luo group. Simultaneously, she genuinely envied Lin Chen for having garnered such affection from Miss Luo. Upon returning to her seat, it wasn't long before the saleswoman hurried back, her face alight with joy. "Sir, I bring you tremendous news. You are our store's 800,000th customer, and have automatically become our lucky client. You will enjoy a 50% discount on this purchase, and may acquire the top-tier model at the price of a lower configuration. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned, as were Jiang Mengyi and Chu Su. Is this for real? What are the odds of such good fortune? Truly? Lin Chen questioned skeptically. Sir, employees of Star Sea Group never jest with customers, the saleswoman asserted with sincerity. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ah, I am indeed favored by destiny. Please, let me have the top configuration. Of course, sir. One moment, please, the saleswoman replied, retreating briskly. Chu Su and Jiang Mengyi looked at him with envy. Lin Chen, you've really struck it lucky, haven't you? Jiang Mengyi said, her tone tinged with jealousy. Don't be envious, my friend. I am destined to be someone you cannot hope to reach, Lin Chen declared proudly. Uft, look at you, full of yourself. Shortly thereafter, the contract was prepared, and Lin Chen signed, parting with 10 million to successfully procure a top-tier star vessel. Holding the space compression device in his hand, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Leaning towards Luo Yuling, he softly murmured his gratitude. He was no fool, such serendipity was rare, and he knew it was only possible due to Luo Yuling's desire to alleviate any burden on him. Surprised by his insight, Luo Yuling feigned ignorance. Why are you thanking me? Lin Chen chuckled, leaning closer to her ear. Thank you for your assistance. I almost feel inclined to offer myself in devotion. A sudden warmth surged through Lin Chen as he released the star, preparing to head home. Let us return. Today's expenditures have been rather high, and I fear my heart may burst from the strain, he called to the others. They voiced no objections and entered the star together. The interior spanned approximately 80 square meters, modest compared to the Night Angel vessel, yet Lin Chen was thoroughly content. Though small, it is complete in every aspect. This could easily be transformed into a cozy home. Hence, it was no wonder that many young individuals preferred residing in flying vessels. Reclining on the sofa, Lin Chen opened the panoramic skylight, reveling in the vibrant nightscape of Jiangnan City. Upon arriving back at Jiang University, he descended slowly in the girls' dormitory area. See you tomorrow. Ladies, try not to miss me too much. Scram. After dropping Chu Su off at his dormitory, Lin Chen returned to his own store. He stood beside the flying vessel, reluctant to retract it, as the feeling of realizing a dream was indescribable, an amalgamation of joy, satisfaction, nostalgia, and reflection. Lin Chen, a mere orphan, had somehow risen to this level. Life was indeed full of surprises. After securing the star and returning to the store, he retrieved his smart device and initiated a video call with the principal, who answered almost instantly. Oh, principal, why are you still awake at this hour? The principal, caught off guard, retorted, if you believed I was already asleep, why bother with a video call? Lin Chen beamed. I simply wanted to see how you were doing. The principal wore a smile that was neither fully a smile nor entirely absent, mingling with the two young girls. Will you have me in your thoughts? He mused. One matter at a time. Speak quickly. Tonight, Lin Chen informed the principal about the conflict that had occurred at the shop, indicating that the other party would come to the school tomorrow seeking someone. Did you say that Yuling used her sword energy on an ordinary person for you? The principal stroked his chin, scrutinizing Lin Chen through the video feed. Not even half as handsome as I was in my youth. What charm do you possess? Principal, what kind of gaze is that? Is it strange? Lin Chen retorted, feeling quite indignant. The principal nodded seriously. Indeed, it is quite peculiar. You have the looks of an average passerby, and yet you seem to attract her attention. What is it that she sees in you? Principal, if you continue like this, I want to be able to contribute at the freshman exchange meeting. Then don't contribute. It's not as if I wagered 10 billion on it. Really now? After some casual banter, the principal ended the communication, refraining from discussing the conflict further, deeming it a trivial matter. The two individuals who had insulted Chu Su had severely transgressed the federal laws, as the son of a federal hero was not to be slandered. Moreover, Luo Yuling's actions against them were in pursuit of justice for the orphan child of a federal hero. Who could dare to contest that? The principal contacted the director of academic affairs, who promptly departed from Jiang University and made his way to the police headquarters, where he found the chief still in his office. He knew the chief would be present, for those above the 7th rank in the Federation were not known for leaving work early, especially at night. They remained on standby for any emergencies that might arise. Old Wang, what brings you here? And empty-handed at that, the chief remarked with disdain upon seeing the director. The director drew his sword and casually waved it. Now I'm not empty-handed. Would you like 2 swords? Ah, you still have that spirit. Have a seat. Quickly, bring in some tea. Make it the finest. The director commanded without hesitation. You bastard. How could you treat me like this? I was once your captain. That was my blindness. If I had switched to another squad, I'd probably be at the 9th rank by now. Keep dreaming. If it weren't for your dragging me down, I would have reached the 9th rank ages ago. They exchanged playful jabs, but when the conversation turned to their fallen comrades, a sigh escaped them, and the lightheartedness dissipated. The director relayed Lin Chen's situation to the chief, who immediately promised to personally look into the matter. After the director departed, the chief summoned the captain of the 3rd squad and ordered a thorough investigation into the brothers, Fat Tiger and his sibling. When the chief personally assigned a task, it was done swiftly. Within an hour, the various incriminating evidence against the two was presented to him. Fat Tiger was the leader of a prostitution ring, and the women he kept under his control were merely tools for his profit. His brother served as the protective shield. They had also committed numerous acts of coercing women into prostitution and assaulting innocent families. As the chief perused the documents, his expression turned grim. Well, that was rather swift. The efficiency is impressive. One might wonder if the evidence was in your possession all along, and you only brought it forth when it couldn't be concealed any longer. His tone revealed no discernible anger, yet such inquiries carried the weight of his fury within the system. Chief, I did not cover for them. Please see clearly. The captain replied, trembling. Go forth and handle this matter properly. Whether you are guilty or not will not be determined by my word, but by federal law. Understood. Meanwhile, the Fat Tiger brothers, reveling with two women, were suddenly met with the forceful kick of the door. Infuriated, they drew their weapons to retaliate. But their confusion was palpable upon seeing the captain and a squad of fully armed officers. This isn't how it usually goes, Fat Tiger protested. Such audacity you have. Raping innocent women, coercing them into prostitution, cuff them. The captain bellowed, and his subordinates swiftly subdued the two. What is the meaning of this? We all shared the profits. Are you now tearing down the bridge after crossing it? Fat Tiger roared in anger. Still daring to slander? A slap for you. The sharp sound of slaps echoed as Fat Tiger's face became swollen, his teeth shattered. The officers understood all too well that the brothers would not be leaving that door. Captain, I want clarity on this. Fat Tiger implored. Blame yourselves for crossing the wrong people, the captain replied coldly, offering no further explanation as he exchanged glances with his subordinates and exited. In their minds, the images of Lin Chen and his companions surfaced, and regret washed over them. But it was too late for remorse. Shortly thereafter, anguished screams erupted from within, marking the end for Fat Tiger, his brother, and the two women. The following morning, after Lin Chen and his three companions finished breakfast in the cafeteria, they made their way to the Mystic Hall. However, they could not level up together, as Chu Su had already transitioned to the second rank, only able to explore the second-rank dungeons. Lin Chen and the others could only watch enviously as he entered the teleportation vortex alone. Let us move on. Lin Chen beckoned to the two girls as they entered the White Tiger dungeon, a realm abundant with monsters and loot. Although they could not level up, they could farm for gear and materials to earn money. No one would ever complain about having too much wealth. How enviable it is for Chu Su, mastering new skills, donning second-rank equipment, and continuing to level up, strengthening his prowess at a rapid pace. Zhang Mingyi felt a pang of jealousy. Her own class transition task making her feel ill. Spending money was one thing. She could easily exhaust her funds by purchasing a house during lunch. But the task of keeping Lin Chen smiling for 3 days was vexing. Only 1 day had passed. Lin Chen shared her troubles, as he too was distressed. While he could manage to spend the money, the task of showcasing his abilities left him perplexed. Despite having demonstrated considerable strength the day before, the task remained unfulfilled. As for Luo Yuling, the thought of her transition task left her in a state of despair. The memory of inviting Lin Chen to dance in front of the freshmen and instructors made her feel flushed, as if her very toes could unearth a 5-room suite. In a daze, she forgot to evade a monster's attack, only for a figure to block her path, kicking the creature away. The figure turned. A handsome face illuminated by sunlight, adorned with a playful smile and a glimmer of concern in his eyes. Yuling, why are you so lost in thought about me? I'm right here. Just tell me what you want, and I'll oblige. As Lin Chen spoke, the warmth and tenderness in Luo Yuling's heart dissipated. At times, she wished he were mute. With a slight bite of her jaw, she raised the Feng Ming sword in her hand, warning him to tread carefully with his words. Lin Chen, however, was undeterred. He stood beside her and began to inquire about her task. Yuling, what is your transition task? If you're uncertain, feel free to share with me. Perhaps I can offer some insights. I'm quite the idea man. All the mischief I got up to with my friends as a child was my brainchild. Lin Chen beamed with pride, reminiscing about a once fun childhood that had turned grim after he became an orphan. You seem rather proud of yourself. Luo Yuling shot him a sidelong glance. Do share. I'm quite curious. Just think of it as a bit of amusement to entertain me. Go away. Once the trio finished their excursion in the White Tiger dungeon, they proceeded to the training grounds where today's training was set to commence. Lin Chen resolved to complete the task of showcasing his strength, regardless of the means. Of course, he wouldn't reveal all his capabilities, opting for a subtle display to gauge the required level for task completion. The initial routine involved lining up and marching in formation, followed by a session dedicated to honing their professional skills. Today, they would engage in a rather amusing little game. Pairing off, one would enhance their attributes while the other battled monsters, alternating roles. And whoever could endure for 20 minutes would earn the freedom to act as they pleased. Upon hearing Instructor Meng's explanation, the students exchanged puzzled glances from any angle. This game hardly seemed enjoyable. They are now deeply skeptical of Instructor Meng's intellect, believing, in simpler terms, that his mind is filled only with questions. However, Instructor Meng paid them no heed and allowed them to form teams freely. Instantly, Lin Chen found himself surrounded by classmates. For who could be unaware of Lin Chen's unparalleled blessings? Lin Chen, let us team up. Lin Chen, choose me. Lin Chen, I can sing for you. I can dance for you. I can even keep you company at night. Lin Chen swiftly kicked away the boy who suggested the latter, exclaiming, what the heck? He's from Jiangnan, not the Southwest. Lin Chen, you will team with that girl, Instructor Meng declared, pointing to a female student. The other classmates sighed in dismay as they reluctantly departed from Lin Chen. Following the instructor's indication, Lin Chen turned to observe his new teammate. There stood a petite girl, her slanted bangs obscuring her right eye, while her exposed arms showcased graceful muscle definition. Lin Chen glanced at his own arms, contemplating the need for a sun-protective shirt. Chapter 69, I'll finish in a second. Regarding her, Lin Chen only knew her brief name, Meng Shiyao, an epic-level priestess, and nothing more. Meng Shiyao was an exceedingly shy girl. Lin Chen had yet to hear her voice. When informed that she would be paired with Lin Chen, she visibly grew anxious. Her hands clasped tightly together, knuckles whitening from the grip. Lin Chen approached her, hoping she would come to him before nightfall, as he merely wished to complete the assessment quickly and enjoy some freedom afterwards. Hello, Meng classmate, he greeted her with a warm smile. Meng Shiyao became even more flustered, burying her face in her neck, producing a voice barely louder than a mosquito's. Hello, Lin classmate. Lin Chen observed her unconventional hairstyle with interest. Meng classmate, I have a suggestion, he mused, stroking his chin. Meng Shiyao lifted her gaze to meet his, a flicker of light igniting in her eyes. Please, Lin classmate, enlighten me. She spoke softly, believing that Lin Chen's prowess would surely provide her with invaluable insights. Lin Chen, a genuinely good person, was already offering her advice upon their first meeting. Meng Shiyao thought to herself, how perilous the world outside must be compared to what her parents had told her. Unbeknownst to Lin Chen, she had already bestowed upon him the title of a good person in her mind. It's not about enlightening you. I merely suggest that you refrain from engaging in group fights. Otherwise, you may think you're facing 3 or 4 opponents, only to realize, after a flip of their hair, that there are 7 or 8. By then, it may be too late to escape, he chuckled. Meng Shiyao's eyes reflected confusion. She struggled to grasp Lin Chen's meaning. A wave of guilt washed over Lin Chen. How could he jest with such an adorably naive girl? It was truly inappropriate. Let us proceed to the assessment, so we can enjoy some free time sooner. Lin Chen redirected the conversation. Okay, Meng Shiyao replied slowly, trailing behind Lin Chen toward Instructor Meng. Reporting to the instructor, we are ready, Lin Chen announced. Who will go first to face the monster? Lin Chen turned to Meng Shiyao, inquiring if she wished to take the first turn, to which she nodded. Good luck, Meng classmate. I'll finish in a second. From there, it's up to you, Lin Chen reassured her. He then cast a blessing upon Meng Shiyao, who felt invigorated with newfound strength. Go on, Shiyao. Lin Chen pointed dramatically at the large brown bear, exclaiming as though he were calling Pikachu into battle. Meng Shiyao, unfamiliar with Lin Chen's reference, fixed her determined gaze upon the towering bear and charged forward. Lin Chen genuinely worried that she might be flattened by a single swipe of its paw. With anxiety coursing through him, Lin Chen retrieved a lounge chair and began munching on a bag of sunflower seeds. His task was complete. Now, it was solely Meng Shiyao's responsibility. He could only watch helplessly. Instructor Meng, unable to bear it any longer, kicked Lin Chen's chair. Is this how you support your teammate? She challenged. Lin Chen looked up at the instructor, replying innocently, I'm merely a 1-second man, with just a single support skill that lasts for 5 hours. I'm not needed here, am I? Then why did you enroll in the support academy? I possess powerful support skills. Where else would I enroll? Instructor Meng was momentarily speechless, having never encountered such an absurd form of support. She turned her attention back to Meng Shiyao, her expression shifting to one of admiration. Meng Shiyao displayed swift footwork, continually evading the bear's attacks, while seizing opportunities to counterattack. Although her punches seemed to merely tickle the bear, that sheer courage far surpassed many other supports. Lin Chen couldn't help but nod in agreement. Meng Shiyao embodied the essence of a qualified support. In battle, she wouldn't burden her teammates with worry. Even if monsters breached their defenses, she could protect herself and would not become a fatal weakness for the team. However, further understanding was necessary, as trust was paramount, followed by capability. Time passed, and 10 minutes elapsed, yet Meng Shiyao remained lively and full of vigor. Priests are typically not known for their endurance. Had it been any other priest, they would have already collapsed by now, yet Meng Shiyao still brimmed with energy, which was quite remarkable. Lin Chen glanced at her well-defined muscles, finding it reasonable. The world of iron-pumping girls was not for the faint of heart. However, as time continued to pass, her stamina gradually waned. Approaching the 20-minute mark, she failed to evade in time and was struck by the bear, sent flying like a cannonball, crashing onto the concrete floor and leaving a long trail of blood. Her exposed skin was marred with wounds, blood flowing freely. Lin Chen shut one eye, inwardly lamenting the brutality of the scene. The bear roared and charged toward her, but Meng Shiyao propped herself up, wiped the blood from her mouth, and charged at the bear once more. This display of courage moved everyone present. A woman can stand toe-to-toe with a man, Lin Chen marveled. Ultimately, Meng Shiyao managed to endure for 20 minutes, earning the right to freedom of movement. Most importantly, she redeemed her name from the instructor. Instructor Meng regarded Meng Shiyao with a look of satisfaction. Well done, you have earned the right to announce your name. Reporting to the instructor, my name is Meng Shiyao. Though she shouted as loudly as she could, her voice remained soft. Noticing Lin Chen still lounging in his chair, Instructor Meng gave him another kick. Get moving. Yes, instructor. Lin Chen replied, then headed toward another level 50 epic bear. Lin classmate, wait. A hurried voice interrupted Lin Chen's stride, and he turned in confusion to find Meng Shiyao. She once again lowered her head, her hands crossing nervously. I haven't enhanced you yet, she said softly. Lin Chen chuckled. He didn't actually need it. But it was a perfect opportunity to test Meng Shiyao's abilities. All right, let us see if your healing capacity is sufficient. Lin Chen instinctively uttered, a term familiar to priests. But he quickly realized the potential for misunderstanding as he watched Meng Shiyao's cheeks flush crimson. Instructor Meng ground her teeth in frustration. Lin Chen was truly insufferable. Lin Chen, if you fail to defeat that bear within 5 minutes, I'll send you soaring like a kite. She barked coldly. Lin Chen chuckled, 5 minutes? If I'm serious, I could finish it in 5 seconds. At this moment, Meng Shiyao's face was as red as the evening sky. She wanted to retract the good person card she had issued to him. Yet, out of professional ethics, she took out her staff and began to enhance Lin Chen. A beam of earthy yellow light emanated from her staff, enveloping Lin Chen and augmenting his defenses by 80%. Chapter 70. You may call me the Grand Master. Then, another beam of light descended upon Lin Chen, and he discovered that his skill damage had increased by 80%. At present, there were only 2 forms of enhancement available. The priest had another healing skill that was not yet the time for casting. Lin Chen, with his chest held high, strode toward the brown bear. Beckoning it with a finger, the bear, in a fit of rage, pounded its limbs against the concrete ground, causing the earth to tremble with high-frequency vibrations. Then, Lin Chen began to convulse in a manner reminiscent of an epileptic seizure, all the while chanting incantations. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, Pangu opens the heavens, Hongjun delivers the teachings. Infinite celestial venerable, Amitabha. Instructor Meng and the students wore expressions of shock, as if they had witnessed a ghost. Was Lin Chen possessed? It indeed bore resemblance to being bewitched. Surely he wouldn't bite? Who brought the talismans? Please, someone, affix one to him. The classmates murmured among themselves, bewildered by Lin Chen's peculiar behavior. As the brown bear drew nearer, it raised its forelimbs, preparing to strike Lin Chen with a powerful blow. The air crackled with the force of its impending strike, and should it land, the consequences would be dire. Meanwhile, Lin Chen's incantation reached its climax. Supreme Elder Lord. Hastily as the law commands, divine punishment. He roared, startling everyone, then pointed at the bear. To the astonishment of those present, a fireball the size of a ping-pong ball appeared, landing on the bear's head. With a soft pop, a small flame erupted, singeing a tuft of the bear's fur. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. After all that, he conjured a mere spark. He could have just used a lighter instead. The classmates erupted in laughter, except for Meng Shiyao, who was deeply concerned, having first-hand experience of the bear's might. Instructor Meng furrowed her brow. Given Lin Chen's previous display of strength, such a feeble skill was unexpected. What on earth? Why is my luck so poor today? Lin Chen exclaimed, executing a roll to evade the bear's attack. Without looking back, he fled, with the bear in hot pursuit. Hey, if you're so capable, don't chase me. Lin Chen shouted back at the bear. The students were at a loss for words. Was this what male bravado looked like? Telling a monster not to chase, why not just order it to commit suicide? Once again, Lin Chen mumbled incantations, shaking his head rapidly from side to side, resembling a possessed individual, his words incoherent. He did so intentionally, as he knew that if his classmates heard him chanting, Daddy's daddy is grandpa, Daddy's mommy is grandma, it would be a disaster. Lin Chen made another lateral leap, narrowly avoiding the bear's strike. After regaining his footing, he faced the bear once more and pointed at it again. Supreme Elder Lord, hastily as the law commands, divine punishment. With another mighty shout, the classmates braced themselves for a farcical spectacle. Yet, soon they would not be laughing. The fire elemental surged with heightened activity. The air temperature rose rapidly, and the light began to warp. A fireball, as large as a compact car, appeared and plummeted onto the bear with the force of a meteor. Boom. The explosive sound reverberated across the entire training ground, startling all the new students. As they witnessed a tidal wave of flames rolling over 10 meters high, they were left dumbfounded, desperate to comprehend what had transpired and who was responsible for such an extraordinary display. The most astonished were Lin Chen's classmates, who could hardly believe their eyes. What just happened? Did Lin Chen cause this? Should be, perhaps, maybe? They questioned, incredulous. Wasn't he a support class? Could a mere support character unleash such devastating power? You ask me, I ask who? The students were astounded, bewildered, and questioning their very existence. Wasn't he a support supposed to quietly enhance their teammates? How could he wield such formidable skills? A level 50 epic grade monster, a brown bear with formidable defenses, had been blasted over 20 meters by the fireball, its skin charred, now lying unconscious on the ground. Lin Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his chin tilted at a 45-degree angle, exuding an aura of invincible solitude. I told you not to chase. I had no intention of harming you, yet you failed to heed my warning. He sighed, shaking his head in a display of pity for the beast. His classmates averted their eyes. Come on, can you stop pretending? You've outdone everyone in the class with your theatrics. Lin Chen strutted back towards his classmates with an air of confidence, returning to Instructor Meng. Report, Instructor, mission accomplished. Instructor Meng scrutinized Lin Chen once more, this individual who repeatedly astonished her. Aren't you a support? How did you manage this? She asked, intrigued. Indeed, I am a support. But you may also refer to me as the Grandmaster. I possess the ability to communicate with celestial beings and summon divine retribution upon my foes. Simply put, to offend me is to offend the heavens. Lin Chen boasted, spinning a tale as if he were the chosen emissary of the celestial beings. Instructor Meng was both amused and exasperated. Celestial beings from the upper realm? Why not claim to be the creator of the universe while you're at it? Go cool off. All right then, Lin Chen replied cheerfully, before indulging in some free time. He felt elated, as he had completed the task that showcased his potential, leaving only a monetary task remaining. However, that task could only be completed the day after tomorrow, as he needed to spend all the money he earned the following day. Once again, he wandered over to Mage Class 3, where Jiang Mengyi was also challenging the epic Grade Brown Bear. With a final fire spell, she dispatched the bear, which collapsed without a sound. Jiang Mengyi flicked her hair, her expression radiating pride. Defeating a monster of equal rank with such ease was a feat few could claim at Jiang University. Ah, the peacock displays its feathers. Are you seeking a mate? An ill-timed voice disrupted Jiang Mengyi's mood, and without looking, she knew it was Lin Chen. She longed to glare at him in anger, but instead had to greet him with a smile. Soon, the classmates observed a curious sight, a radiant beauty, beaming with smiles, wielding her staff as she chased a dashing young man in a playful bombardment. Damn Lin Chen, is it not enough to provoke Flower Luo? Now you're also after Flower Jiang? Good grief, flaunting love during military training is downright scandalous. Don't hold me back. I'm going to duel him. Go ahead. That fireball just now seemed to have been his doing. Isn't he a support? Which federal law states that supports cannot launch fireballs? Amidst the envy and jealousy of their peers, Lin Chen and Luo Yuling playfully tussled their way to Swordsman Class 1. By this time, Luo Yuling had also earned the privilege of free activity, resting quietly in the shade, resembling a fairy stepped out from a painting. The tranquility was shattered as Luo Yuling pressed her hands to her forehead, exclaiming, "How did I end up knowing two such noisy individuals?" Chapter 71, a student discount for a classmate. To seek peace, Luo Yuling had no choice but to draw her sword and position it between the two, finally bringing silence to Lin Chen and Luo Yuling. The morning passed in a flurry of snacks and chatter, and after lunch, Jiang Mengyi proposed they go house hunting. What a wealthy family you are, Lin Chen joked. Students go to university and live in dorms. It's quite a feat to rent a house. And yet you want to buy one. Jiang Mengyi forced a smile before delivering a playful kick to Lin Chen. Her first choice for a location was a residential area near Jiang University. Convenient, safe, and a great investment. If they ever decided to sell, there would be plenty of eager buyers. The only drawback was the exorbitant prices, averaging over 2 million. After all, everyone knew that living at the university gate was akin to purchasing a life insurance policy. No matter how chaotic things got elsewhere, this place remained relatively safe. The four of them boarded Lin Chen's flying vehicle, activating the panoramic view, gazing down at the scattered residential areas surrounding Jiang University. Rich girl Jiang, which neighborhood do you wish to buy in? Lin Chen inquired. Jiang Mengyi glanced around and pointed to a villa community directly across from the university. Wow, truly a wealthy lady. I can't help but dream of robbing you one day, Lin Chen remarked, amazed. The prices of villas in this community rank among the highest in the entire Jiangnan city, with each unit commencing from an area of 500 square meters, each exceeding 1 billion. It is astonishing that Jiang Mengyi, a mere student, could muster such a sum of money. Oh, I forgot to mention. I intend to purchase it using the funds from your little tyrant cub, she said with a beaming smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen was taken aback. After all, that was his hard-earned money. You scoundrel, if you dare to spend my money, I will fight you to the end. The money is in my hands, and I will spend it as I please, Jiang Mengyi replied triumphantly. This is a crime. I never said I wouldn't repay you. I could return you 1 million a year, so you better pray I live to be 1,000. I might just take you out right now. If you do that, you won't earn a dime from me. The two began to bicker again, unable to find a moment's peace. Luo Yuling shook her head with a sigh and then donned a pair of earplugs. As for Chu Su, he was engrossed in studying the combat techniques of the shield warrior, utterly focused. The aircraft descended at the entrance of the community, where heavily armed security guards fixed their gazes upon them. Judging by the equipment worn by the guards, they were all fifth-tier professionals. Truly a luxurious community with such an impressive security presence. The four of them approached the guards, indicating their intention to inquire about purchasing a property. In this world, there are no real estate agents. The sale and rental of properties are managed by the property management. The guards did not underestimate Lin Chen and his companions due to their youth. The shield warrior among them led Lin Chen and the others to the property management center. I'm terribly sorry, ma'am, but there are currently no units available for sale in our community, the attendant informed Jiang Mingyi. She hadn't anticipated such an answer. However, considering the situation, it made sense. Those who buy here usually intend to reside permanently. Unless a significant event occurs, they wouldn't sell their homes. Regretfully, they had to leave, strolling through the community garden, where the fragrance of blooming flowers was truly refreshing. The garden's layout and greenery were impeccable, and Lin Chen found it quite to his liking. However, he had no intention of purchasing a property here. It was far too expensive for his taste. Suddenly, Lin Chen spotted a familiar figure, a petite frame with a slanted fringe and elegant muscle lines, keeping her head down as if afraid of being noticed. It could only be Meng Shiyao. Oh, Meng classmate. Lin Chen waved and called out loudly. Meng Shiyao looked over, somewhat bewildered, and upon seeing Lin Chen and his companions, she appeared surprised. She lowered her gaze, biting her lip as she approached Lin Chen, feeling embarrassed at the memory of his words from that morning. Are you from his class? Luo Yuling asked, her tone laced with curiosity. Yes, Lin Chen replied. The four of them moved closer to Meng Shiyao. Meng classmate. What brings you here? My family lives here, Meng Shiyao replied shyly. Wow, a rich girl. Lin Chen exclaimed in astonishment. How had he ended up surrounded by so many affluent young ladies? I don't come from a wealthy family, Meng Shiyao murmured, her head bowed. Her father had always warned her not to reveal details about their financial situation, but she was not adept at lying. Lin Chen was speechless. Did she really expect him to believe she couldn't afford to live here? Meng classmate, don't worry, I won't rob you. I might just pull a fast one on you, Lin Chen said with a grin. Luo Yuling kicked him, unable to tolerate his incessant flirting. Lin Chen cast a mournful glance at Luo Yuling. Yuling, why did you kick me? Is that not permissible? Luo Yuling retorted with a tone of playful defiance, tinged with jealousy. Fine, you're beautiful, so you have the final say. If you wish to kiss me, I wouldn't dare refuse. Lin Chen replied with a mischievous smile. Scoundrel, I'll make you pay. Jiang Mingyi interjected, raising her fist to strike Lin Chen, who quickly ducked behind Luo Yuling. Enough of this, my classmate is here, Lin Chen exclaimed. I don't care about that. Meng Shiyao gazed at them enviously, wishing she had friends like theirs. Lin Chen, do you also live here? Meng Shiyao inquired. No, Jiang the school flower wishes to buy here, but no one is selling, Lin Chen replied. Upon hearing this, Meng Shiyao's expression became conflicted, her hands tightly clasped together as if battling an intense internal struggle. Finally, she seemed to make a decision. Well, I know of a unit that is for sale. As her words fell, the four of them turned their attention to her, and she again lowered her head. Excuse me, could you assist me in contacting the owner? I genuinely wish to purchase, Jiang Mingyi quickly asked. Sure, why don't you all come to my house for a bit? I'll get in touch with the owner, Meng Shiyao suggested softly. All right, thank you, Jiang Mingyi replied politely. Wow, I can't wait to see what a villa worth over 10 billion looks like, Lin Chen chuckled. The four followed Meng Shiyao to her home, and with the owner leading the way, the guards no longer questioned them and returned to their posts. This villa district was vast, built into the mountains, with properties ranging from the foot of the hill to the summit. The closer to the peak, the larger and more luxurious the villas became. On the helipad of the villas were aircraft provided by the property management. Meng Shiyao led Lin Chen and the others aboard the aircraft, which soared toward the mountaintop. As the aircraft ascended, Lin Chen became increasingly convinced that Meng Shiyao's family background was extraordinary. The villas at the summit were not merely for the wealthy, but required formidable strength to acquire. He leaned closer to Meng Shiyao and asked, Meng classmate, are you familiar with the owner? Given our acquaintance as classmates, could you possibly ask for a discount? At this, Luo Yuling and the others could no longer contain themselves. Was he not ashamed? Chu Su, the honest one, even coughed in surprise, unable to fathom how Lin Chen could so casually utter such words. Meng Shiyao's mouth fell slightly open, her eyes reflecting confusion, as she suspected she had misheard. Meng classmate, I apologize. He previously suffered a head injury from a monster in the secret realm, so please don't take his foolishness to heart, Jiang Mingyi said apologetically. Meanwhile, Luo Yuling had firmly pinched Lin Chen's arm, warning him to cease his ridiculous remarks. As the aircraft arrived at the mountaintop, they were greeted by a magnificent estate, a stunningly beautiful manor. Within the estate were 3 palatial buildings. Rather than villas, they resembled modern-day palaces. My goodness, Lin Chen gasped in awe. In 2 lifetimes, he had never encountered such a private estate, whose swimming pool is built to the standards of a water park. And this garden, it's truly a private garden, not a public park. Luo Yuling and Jiang Mingyi did not express their astonishment, but rather admired the layout of the estate. As for Chu Su, he curiously surveyed everything around him, likely experiencing such grandeur for the first time. Lin Chen's gaze toward Meng Shiyao transformed. What a wealthy heiress. If he could align himself with her, how many years could he save on his journey? Of course, by align, he meant finding a way to profit. Not in a more direct manner. Meng classmate, didn't your parents warn you against bringing unfamiliar people home? Allow me to clarify, we are nefarious villains. So hand over all your money at once. Lin Chen forced an evil grin, glaring at Meng Shiryao like a classic antagonist. Meng Shiryao's face paled, and she took a step back, distancing herself from them. Lin Chen. Luo Yuling spat out his name through clenched teeth and delivered a sharp elbow to his chest. Meng classmate, don't mind him. I've already scheduled a visit to a mental hospital for him, and we'll send him there shortly. Jiang Mingyi hurriedly reassured Meng Shiryao. Meng Shiryao's wariness began to dissipate as she realized Lin Chen was merely joking. The eldest daughter of the Luo family and the princess of the Flame Guild would never need to rob her of money. Meng Shiryao pointed toward the palace on her left, indicating that the villa there was for sale. Jiang Mingyi's interest grew with each glance, yet she sighed. That villa, being one of the crown jewels of this luxurious community, would likely be valued at over 50 billion. She simply could not afford it. Not even enough for the down payment. Student Meng, I doubt I can afford this villa. I apologize for the trouble, Jiang Mingyi said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Meng Shiryao's eyes revealed a hint of regret. She felt lonely living there and had hoped for the company of peers. It's quite all right. Perhaps you could consider renting? She suggested. Renting is out of the question. My main intention is to spend the money I have on hand. Meng Shiryao pondered with a perplexed expression, wondering why purchasing a villa required such an exorbitant sum. Luo Yuling surveyed the estate once more, her demeanor expressing satisfaction. Mengyi, perhaps we could pool our resources to acquire it, establishing it as our team's base, she proposed. Jiang Mingyi's eyes sparkled at this idea. Although her funds were insufficient, combined with Yuling's wealth, they would certainly have enough. After all, she was known as the first little millionaire of the Federation. Yuling, that's a splendid idea. Moreover, we wouldn't have to stay in the dormitory anymore. Those people are too gossipy, Jiang Mingyi exclaimed with delight. She then turned to Lin Chen, realizing that since it would be the team's base, she needed to consult his and Chu Su's opinions. Lin Chen shook his head repeatedly, saying, don't look at me. Even if sold, I wouldn't have the funds to invest. However, if you could accept my technical contribution as an investment, then perhaps. Jiang Mingyi's expression darkened. What kind of technical skill is worth that much? What expertise do you possess? She scoffed. Lin Chen flicked his hair back and raised an eyebrow at Jiang Mingyi. Would my charm count as a skill? Get lost, Jiang Mingyi retorted. Attempting to kick Lin Chen away, she then looked toward Chu Su, who awkwardly scratched his head and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, suggested, could I possibly buy on credit? I promised to repay with earnings. He had no money at present and could only rely on future profits to settle debts. Brother Su, that's perfectly fine. Luo Yuling readily agreed. Then I'm in, Chu Su responded decisively. Once professionals reached the 4th tier, their earning potential significantly increased. And he was confident he could accumulate sufficient funds during his university years. Su, you can't just agree like that. It complicates things for me, Lin Chen lamented. Lin Chen, you're the one who can earn the most among us. Money is merely a material possession. Don't hold it in such high regard. Chu Su earnestly advised. Lin Chen sighed deeply, choosing to relent. He gazed at Luo Yuling with a heartfelt expression, slightly bowing, and sincerely said, Yuling, I humbly seek your support. He then embraced her leg, holding on tightly. In truth, Lin Chen was also bewildered. He had expected Luo Yuling to evade or push him away, given that his actions were rather slow. Yet, surprisingly, she did not. Had it been anyone else, her sword would have already pierced them. However, with Lin Chen, she didn't even consider dodging, let alone attacking. Perhaps she hadn't even realized that she held no wariness toward him. This unexpected act left everyone stunned. Meng Shiryao was awestruck. As Lin Chen's audacity surpassed her understanding, Chu Su was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. Jiang Mingyi was first taken aback, then consumed by a furious rage. As for Luo Yuling, her body stiffened, her mind blank. Lin Chen's warmth seeped through her skirt to her legs, an unfamiliar sensation causing her limbs to weaken. The atmosphere hung heavy until Jiang Mingyi's furious shout shattered the tension. Grabbing Lin Chen by his collar, she hoisted him up and hurled him away. Lin Chen offered no resistance, as dizziness clouded his mind, leaving him unable to fight back. I'll make you pay for this, Jiang Mingyi exclaimed, brandishing her staff as she aimed at Lin Chen. Startled, he quickly fled. I didn't do it on purpose, he shouted, this outcome far beyond his expectations. You better not escape. Have mercy. Meng Shiryao observed the chase, a glimmer of envy on her face. She had yet to experience such joy. Have they always been like this? Meng Shiryao curiously inquired. Luo Yuling shook her head with a sigh. Let them be. Let us focus on the matter of purchasing the house. Please contact the owner. Understood, Meng Shiryao replied, stepping aside to retrieve her smart device to initiate contact. Although the content of her conversation remained unheard, her expression shifted from calm to exhilaration, leaving one to wonder why a mere inquiry with a property owner could evoke such excitement. Eventually, her expression regained composure, accompanied by a barely perceptible smile. After concluding the communication, she hurried back to inform Luo Yuling that the owner was willing to sell for 4.8 billion. Upon hearing this, Luo Yuling also felt elated, as she genuinely appreciated the environment there. When would the owner be available to sign the contract? She inquired. He mentioned we could sign directly on the professional platform. I'll provide you with his account so you can add him, Meng Shiyao explained. All right, thank you, Meng. No need for thanks. Come over to my place for a visit, Meng Shiyao said, leading Luo Yuling and Chu Su toward the most luxurious villa in the center. Meanwhile, Lin Chen and Jiang Mengyi continued their playful tussle. Chapter 73. I didn't expect you to be interested in my body. The three of them, Luo Yuling, Meng Shiyao, and Chu Su, had lost interest in Lin Chen and Jiang Mengyi, having surrendered to the situation. Jiang, stop fooling around and come inside, Lin Chen shouted, gripping one end of Jiang Mengyi's staff. Her anger remained unabated as she retorted, you dare take advantage of Yuling. I'll make you pay. I didn't mean it. I thought Yuling would dodge, he protested. Do you take me for a fool? They continued to bicker, each tugging at the staff's end in circles. It was only when Meng Shiyao turned back to call them in for water that they reluctantly complied. I'll settle the score with you later. Jiang Mengyi huffed angrily, aiming a kick at Lin Chen, which he easily dodged. Upon entering the villa's grand hall, Lin Chen felt as if he had stepped into a shopping mall, his eyes wide with wonder. Meng Shiyao poured them water, and the five of them proceeded to discuss the signing of the contract. Luo Yuling logged onto the professional platform, added the owner, and initiated the transaction through the platform's trading feature. This platform, officially launched by the Federation, ensured that all transactions were safeguarded by the Federation, alleviating concerns about potential fraud. Furthermore, due to its service to professionals, the processing speed was remarkably swift. Luo Yuling entrusted her funds to the platform, while the property information was also secured within. The platform then took over the entire process. Once completed, the new property documents would be registered in the names of Luo Yuling, Lin Chen, Jiang Mengyi, and Chu Su, with funds automatically transferred to the owner. Watching Luo Yuling nonchalantly part with 4.8 billion without batting an eyelash, Lin Chen gained a deeper understanding of the phrase princess of the first family. She was truly someone who stood on high ground. Had it not been for his extraordinary luck, he would have never had the opportunity to interact with someone of her caliber throughout his life. Yuling, I'm a bit short on the 1.2 billion. I'll arrange for the remaining funds to be transferred to you as soon as possible, Jiang Mengyi stated readily. No rush, Luo Yuling replied nonchalantly. Lin Chen, intrigued by the mention of finances, asked, Jiang, do you have personal finances? I established my own company when I was 15, otherwise. Do you think I could have such wealth relying solely on my allowance? Jiang Mengyi replied proudly, her face beaming with a desire for praise. Your company actually makes money? Lin Chen exclaimed in surprise. What do you mean by that? Nothing, just hard to believe. You'll pay for that. Jiang Mengyi shot back. Chu Su also mentioned that he would gradually repay Luo Yuling. As for Lin Chen, he pondered for a moment and said, Yuling, given our relationship, why not waive the 1.2 billion? Luo Yuling regarded him with a teasing smile. Since we've met, I want to take advantage of you. Let us calculate your 1.2 billion at the bank's lowest interest rate. Lin Chen looked at Luo Yuling with a face full of despair. Yuling, you've truly wounded my heart. Calculating interest is fine, but I can only repay with my body. That is acceptable, Luo Yuling replied with a smile. Lin Chen gasped, truly taken aback, while the others also looked shocked. Could it be that Luo Yuling had genuinely been captivated by Lin Chen? Yuling, it appears you have been harboring intentions towards me all along. Your concealment was quite profound. I initially believed you were enamored with my noble spirit, only to discover that it is my handsome physique that has captured your attention. Lin Chen wore an expression of betrayal. The others were on the verge of retching. Lin Chen truly dared to speak so boldly. Luo Yuling maintained her unchanging smile as she slowly unsheathed the foaming sword. I shall not take advantage of you. I shall value your flesh at 1 million for a mere 50 grams. If I were to carve off 120 pounds from your body, we would be even. She spoke with a haunting tone, her gaze appraising Lin Chen as she contemplated where to commence her incision. Lin Chen, filled with trepidation, sought refuge behind Meng Shiyao. For the current Luo Yuling resembled a succubus emerging from the abyss, instilling a sense of dread within him. Seize him, Luo Yuling commanded coldly. At that moment, Jiang Mengyi and Chu Su simultaneously restrained Lin Chen's shoulders. Yuling, remain calm. Chu Su exclaimed. How could you betray us? We are brothers. Brother Lin. My apologies. Yuling is my superior, and orders take precedence over all else. Please bear with it, Chu Su replied somberly. 120 pounds? How can I endure that? Should I first knock you unconscious? I appreciate your kindness. Ultimately, Luo Yuling did not truly harm Lin Chen, merely intending to frighten him. Lin Chen instructed Jiang Mengyi to transfer the 10 billion from the juvenile overlord tiger to Luo Yuling, as he despised being in debt. He also transferred his remaining 40 million entirely to Luo Yuling, promising to replenish the balance promptly. The occupational platform operated with remarkable speed, within just 10 minutes. The latest electronic property deed was sent to Luo Yuling's smart brain. Luo Yuling shared it in the group chat, allowing Lin Chen and the others to download it themselves. Lin Chen gazed at the deed, his emotions complex, from being a destitute orphan to now possessing not only a luxurious aircraft, but also an opulent villa. Fate truly is capricious. The four, under Meng Shiyao's guidance, proceeded to their designated villa. Meng Shiryao moved with light steps, her joy evident. Upon reaching the villa's entrance, the grand door automatically opened after recognition. Lin Chen and the others exchanged knowing glances, fully aware that this villa belonged to Meng Shiryao's family. However, they chose not to address it, for everyone harbored their own secrets. Upon entering, they were greeted by a spacious living room with a duplex structure. The ceiling soaring to 12 meters, quite extravagant. The space was bare, perfectly aligning with the preferences of Luo Yuling and Jiang Mingyi, allowing them to arrange it according to their desires. Lin Chen glanced up at the rooms above and leaned closer to Luo Yuling, inquiring, Yuling, which room shall we occupy? Predictably, Lin Chen received an elbow to the chest once more. Observing the flush creeping up Luo Yuling's ears, Lin Chen secretly delighted in her reaction, wondering if she would dare to intimidate him again. The villa spanned 5 levels, 1 underground and 4 above ground. After deliberation, they designated the first floor as a communal area, serving as the workspace for their team. Lin Chen and Chu Su would occupy the second floor, while Luo Yuling and Jiang Mengyi would reside on the third. The villa boasted an indoor swimming pool, entertainment room, training chamber, and a movie theater, everything they could desire. And the 4 grew increasingly satisfied. They subsequently bid farewell to Meng Shiryao, intending to return to school for a nap, planning to return once they had decorated the villa. Meng Shiryao watched their retreating figures, a mix of envy and reluctance evident on her face, but her expression soon hardened with resolve. Meng Shiryao, you can surely become friends with them. They are all wonderful and exceptional individuals. You will finally have friends, she murmured softly, clenching her fist in encouragement. After their nap, they faced military training once again. Following the posture drill, the next segment focused on professional skills training. Instructor Meng had conceived a new idea. This afternoon's game will be even more entertaining. You are certain to enjoy it, she announced, a joyful smile gracing her face. A sense of foreboding arose among the students. When Instructor Meng spoke of fun, it often heralded calamity. The more delighted she appeared, the more dire their circumstances would be. Chapter 74. Are thieves the antithesis of support classes? During lunch, I conferred with the instructor of the thieves class and secured an opportunity for you to compete against their students. A brawl? How thrilling. Youngsters like you must relish a good scuffle. This time, your desires will be thoroughly satisfied. Instructor Meng rambled on, her excitement palpable. The students below stared blankly. A group of priests engaging in a brawl with thieves? Was this not inviting suffering? Thieves, capable of stealth and possessing both control and explosive prowess, were naturally the priest's nemesis. A single strike could incapacitate them. Even a mere scratch from a dagger was an affront to their dignity. Lin Chen could only marvel at Instructor Meng's boundless imagination. This time, the students were in for a rough ride. However, he himself was unafraid, regardless of their profession. He could take them down with a single punch. Each additional blow only served to disrespect him further. Instructor Meng waved to the instructor of the thieves class, who then led his students over. Upon approach, it became apparent that the expressions on the faces of the thieves class students ranged from disdain to mockery. Fighting support classes was akin to a father battling his son. Lin Chen sensed many malevolent glances directed his way. He had become a target for enmity, with a multitude eager to settle scores. Previously, opportunities had been scarce, but now it was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. The game's boundaries were confined to the basketball court. Once one side was completely incapacitated, the game would conclude, with only one rule: no killing. Instructor Meng announced the rules. Understood, instructor. The students from both classes responded simultaneously. Though the thieves class exhibited excitement, while the support class appeared demoralized, the two groups lined up at opposite ends of the playground, awaiting the game's commencement. The students from the thieves class could hardly contain their enthusiasm, launching taunts towards their counterparts. Fear not, my dagger is sharp, it will spare you from excessive pain. Ladies from the support class, remember to protect your pretty faces. If you feel dizzy later, do not be alarmed. Dizziness is perfectly normal. Lin Chen, my dagger has no eyes. Do take care of yourself. Lin Chen, today I shall lay bare my heart to you. The laughter of the thieves class echoed. While many of the support class ladies turned pale at the thought of being pierced by long daggers or slashed across their faces, some were already in tears. Lin Chen glanced at a classmate beside him, eyes brimming with tears and on the verge of sobbing, and posed a question he found perplexing. Classmate, did you have lunch today? He asked. The girl looked at him in confusion, unsure of his reasoning for such a query, yet she nodded. Then you must not have eaten enough. Your crying is so quiet, Lin Chen muttered. Wow. The girl burst into loud tears, and Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. Now that's better. As young people, we must possess strength in all endeavors, even in our tears. Furthermore, we should be gracious. How can one cry so feebly? Lin Chen delivered a motivational speech, leaving his peers in a mix of laughter and tears, though their fear lessened slightly. He then gave a thumbs up to the opposing team, prompting the thieves class to misinterpret it as an act of submission, their smiles growing wider. However, as Lin Chen gradually turned his thumb downwards, their expressions soured. Boys, treat Lin Chen well. Do not let him fall too quickly, one student remarked. Rest assured, we will ensure he is well taken care of. As Instructor Meng shouted for the game to commence, The thieves' class charged forward, their daggers glinting ominously, creating an unnerving atmosphere. In contrast, many of the support students fell deeper into panic, forgetting to even draw their wands. Only a few students managed to steady themselves, augmenting their abilities, with Meng Shiao among them. After boosting her status, she gripped her wand tightly, prepared to retaliate at any moment. Lin Chen surveyed his classmates, shaking his head. With such a mindset on the battlefield, they were merely courting death. Military training was indeed essential, designed to shatter the fears that practitioners had towards various professions, monsters, and even life and death itself. Classmates, when a thief is attacked, their stealth will be interrupted. At the very least, you should wield a staff and strike aimlessly. Lin Chen shouted, questioning whether their passive inaction was not a disgrace to their class. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, some of his classmates seemed to find their guiding light. Their previously dazed expressions gradually regained a semblance of clarity under his direction. They began to swing their staffs wildly, hoping to force the stealthy thieves into the open. The thieves, however, remained unconcerned, confident that even in a direct confrontation, they could easily take down the clerics. Some thieves had no intention of hiding at all. Charging straight at Lin Chen, they aimed to teach him a lesson in the most domineering and straightforward manner possible. Yet, this would become their most regrettable decision. One thief, grinning maliciously, approached Lin Chen, lunging with a dagger aimed at his face. Lin Chen had long found that handsome visage irksome. How dare he strike at my face? As if to ruin my future? Lin Chen's fury ignited. Who among them did not know that he relied on his looks to survive? In a swift motion, he retaliated with a punch aimed squarely at the thief's face, his agility far surpassing that of his opponent. With the thief's expression morphing into one of sheer terror, Lin Chen's fist connected, sending the thief crashing backward and toppling several others in the process. Witnessing this spectacle, the other thieves, who had remained hidden, were taken aback by Lin Chen's close-quarters combat prowess, which exceeded their expectations. They hastily activated their stealth skills, seeking to ambush him. Yet, Lin Chen summoned the power of the fire element, acutely sensing the movements around him. Any disturbance in the fire element's flow revealed the thieves' positions. Suddenly, a dagger glimmered from behind him, its menacing blade aimed at Lin Chen's back. No matter how strong you are, I can control you to your demise. Support classes are merely fodder for thieves. The attacking thief sneered internally. However, a hand faster than his dagger seized his wrist in an instant. The thief stared in disbelief at Lin Chen's beaming smile. How could this be possible? Is there anything impossible? Do you enjoy the magic of love spinning around? Lin Chen quipped, though his smile sent chills down the thief's spine. Before he could react, Lin Chen yanked him upward, spinning him with astonishing speed. Every thief in proximity was sent flying, while Lin Chen hurled his captured foe away, crashing him into several classmates. He had become an unwitting weapon in Lin Chen's hands. How unfortunate. Chapter 75, The Sly Thief. Lin Chen's display instilled fear in many thieves. They had already heard the sickening sound of bones fracturing. Those who lay on the ground undoubtedly had suffered multiple breaks. They instinctively steered clear of Lin Chen and turned their aggression toward other clerics. Each cleric was subjected to a brutal beating, as the thieves unleashed their pent-up fury upon them. Truly a dismal fate. At this moment, Lin Chen had taken the initiative, his heavy footsteps thundering against the ground as he barreled toward one direction. A thief in stealth felt as if he had been struck by a speeding car, his insides churning before he collapsed into unconsciousness upon landing. Lin Chen maintained his rapid pace, sending one thief after another flying. A sight that struck terror into the hearts of the remaining thieves. Good heavens, has Lin Chen installed a navigation system on us? How can he locate us with such precision? One thief lamented. Damn it, he is a shield warrior masquerading as support, with brute strength that rivals any tank. His defenses are absurd. He hardly even flinched when he caught my dagger. The confidence the thieves had before the battle had now transformed into utter disarray. Everyone, surround Lin Chen. If just one of us can control him, he'll be at our mercy. An angry voice echoed from a deserted corner. In Lin Chen's perception of the fire element, he sensed thieves encroaching from all directions. With a smile still gracing his lips, he thought, to control me, you must first manage to strike me. Lin Chen charged toward one direction, and a flurry of daggers erupted around him, aimed at his spine, ankles, and various joints. With quick reflexes, he leaped into the air, kicking outwards and sending two thieves flying. Upon landing, he pivoted and delivered an elbow strike, twisting another thief's face in a painful manner. He then seized the unfortunate thief and hurled him to the left, knocking down two more thieves in his wake. Afterward, Lin Chen executed a back bridge to evade a horizontal slash from a dagger, swiftly countering with a kick that struck a thief's vital spot. The thief screamed, though his cry was oddly high-pitched. My apologies, I didn't mean to. Lin Chen offered, realizing he had reacted instinctively. With renewed determination, Lin Chen propelled himself into the air, unleashing a series of kicks that sent two more thieves sprawling. The scene resembled a martial arts master effortlessly dispatching a horde of weaklings. Lin Chen's overwhelming combat prowess was akin to an adult mercilessly overpowering a group of 3-year-olds. Outside the arena, the instructor of the thieves, who had initially found this game tedious, now wore an expression as grim as a pot's bottom. A group of thieves was being mercilessly decimated by a support class, and he felt as if his dignity were being ground into the dirt. He resolved that once the game concluded, he would subject his students to rigorous training. As for Instructor Meng, her expression was equally unfavorable. While Lin Chen's performance was indeed remarkable, her other students had displayed lackluster resistance. Many had shown no fighting spirit at all, rendering them indistinguishable from useless. The few spirited students had quickly been subdued and subsequently beaten mercilessly by their peers. In this game, the morale of both instructors was far from pleasant, and the students shared in this sentiment, save for Lin Chen, who thrived in the chaos. As one thief after another fell at his hands, those who remained uneliminated were quick to hide, too terrified to confront Lin Chen. Standing in the center of the playground with his arms crossed, Lin Chen held his head high, surveying the field with disdain. Weren't thieves supposed to be the nemesis of support classes? Weren't you all eager to teach me a lesson? Why do you not dare to emerge? Lin Chen taunted, his words piercing the ears of the lurking thieves like daggers. Lin Chen, do not become too smug. You are merely relying on superior gear. Voices echoed from the shadows. Without your equipment, you are nothing. What a ludicrous jest. What do you think a professional relies on? Words? Will you regale monsters with jokes until they perish from laughter? Lin Chen scoffed, dismissing their claims. His derisive remarks ignited the ire of several stealthy thieves, who could no longer contain themselves and lunged at Lin Chen once more. The outcome was, of course, a brutal beating at Lin Chen's hands, leaving their faces swollen and their bodies discarded. Lin Chen surveyed the scene. All the clerics were down, while 28 thieves lay defeated, with 2 remaining in stealth. A glint of intrigue flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. Through the fire element, he sensed only one of them, the other completely outside his range. Impressive indeed. For it was Jian University. It was improbable for a class to lack even a single exceptional student. Lin Chen kicked a dagger lying nearby, the blade slicing through the air before embedding itself in the thigh of a thief who emerged with a scream of agony, collapsing to the ground as blood spurted forth. At this moment, only Lin Chen and a concealed thief remained in the arena, creating an atmosphere thick with tension, as if a storm were imminent. The students sensed the peculiar shift in ambience, stifling their cries, unwilling to disrupt the covert duel unfolding between the two. A gentle breeze swept by, and a chilling glint of a dagger materialized suddenly, emerging from an exceptionally cunning angle, entirely within Lin Chen's blind spot. Those students who had been observing Lin Chen instinctively recoiled, silently acknowledging the ruthlessness of their fellow student, the thief. Wielding a dagger with such deadly precision, did he not fear leaving a lifelong scar on his opponent? Curse you! Lin Chen spat, though he had not yet seen his assailant. He felt the shift in elemental fire as the thief made his move. The dagger was now a mere 5 centimeters from his vital points. Lin Chen swiftly stepped aside to evade the attack. Yet, as he pivoted to counterattack, he realized he had lost all sensation of the lurking thief. With one failed strike, the thief retreated, having mastered the art of stealth. A sharp whistling sound suddenly pierced the air from behind Lin Chen. He dodged to the side, only to discover that it was merely a stone. Just as he grasped the trickery, another dagger flashed into view, this time aimed directly at his ancestral shrine. How dare you attempt to destroy my shrine? Lin Chen fumed, but he knew he must evade. He could not gamble on whether his defenses would hold against such an assault. If they failed, he would be left to endure a most humiliating fate. As Lin Chen anticipated the thief would once again conceal himself, the dagger surged toward him at an alarming speed. He managed to kick it away. However, he was soon besieged from all directions as multiple daggers emerged from the shadows, hurtling toward him. Chapter 76, The Unyielding Fatty. This covert thief had indeed honed his skills in using hidden weapons. Moreover, he had profoundly studied human instinctual reactions, as Lin Chen turned. Intending to dodge or deflect the daggers, a chorus of shrill whistling filled the air behind him. The sound was that of needles swiftly slicing through the air, and Lin Chen felt a chill at the nape of his neck, sensing that at least hundreds of needles were now hurtling toward him. The thief had employed a mechanism akin to a rain of pear blossoms. With both daggers and flying needles converging upon him, Lin Chen understood that evasion was futile. He could only hurl himself in one direction at maximum speed. The sound of needles piercing flesh echoed as his calves were instantly peppered with them. While the wounds were superficial, he felt a numbing sensation begin to creep up his legs. These needles are poisoned. He cursed inwardly. The thief's methods were far too authentic, epitomizing the very essence of ruthlessness. Before Lin Chen could touch down, a dagger appeared at his forehead, threatening to plunge into his brain. The thief had seemingly anticipated Lin Chen's movements, waiting patiently for this moment. This time, instead of launching the dagger, he lunged forward with it in hand. At last, his figure was revealed to the onlookers. He was as rounded as a seal, not much taller, with chubby cheeks reminiscent of baby fat. His eyebrows were notably thin and long, adding a comical touch to his appearance. A grin adorned his face, and the overall impression he conveyed could only be described as lewd. The situation had escalated to a critical juncture. The students from Class A displayed expressions of concern. Convinced that Lin Chen was on the verge of defeat, Lin Chen found himself bereft of leverage, unable to evade or defend. The dagger was merely 2 centimeters from his forehead. Some girls had even shut their eyes in fear, dreading the sight of Lin Chen's forehead being pierced. In stark contrast, the students from the thief's class wore triumphant smiles, believing their vendetta was about to be fulfilled. Well done, fatty. Teach him a lesson. Let him know that thieves are the nemesis of aides. Eliminate him. They cheered, as if they could already envision the victory of the fatty. Lin Chen remained unfazed. His gaze toward the fatty filled with admiration. Indeed, heroes were as numerous as the rivers flowing to the sea. However, he would not simply surrender. If he unleashed his full potential, he could dispatch the fatty in an instant. Yet even while concealing most of his strength, Lin Chen had not run out of options. By the decree of the heavens, I summon retribution. He bellowed suddenly, and the fire elements around him churned violently, akin to a missile explosion. Caught off guard, the fatty was propelled backward by the force of the blast. As Lin Chen landed, he summoned his strength, expelling all the needles from his calves, scattering them in all directions. The numbing sensation still lingered. He had to eliminate the fatty quickly, or he risked a disastrous downfall. He surged forward once more, pursuing the fatty, who had crashed heavily to the ground, grimacing in pain and groaning. Lin Chen approached without hesitation, delivering a kick to the fatty's abdomen, a gesture of mercy compared to the underhanded tactics the fatty had employed. The onlookers from both classes experienced a complete reversal of emotions. The thrill was palpable. Just as it seemed the fatty would be launched away by Lin Chen's kick, a glimmer of smugness flickered in the fatty's eyes. As Lin Chen's foot made contact with his clothing, he vanished into thin air. Just as Lin Chen was taken aback, the fatty's shadow suddenly surged forward, transforming into a hefty figure that lunged at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, he cried out. Reacting instinctively, Lin Chen turned his gaze, only to be met with a handful of sand. Damn it! Lin Chen, caught off guard, felt the grains enter his eyes, forcing him to shut them. At that moment, the fatty's dagger descended once more toward Lin Chen's forehead. This time, the fatty wore a confident smile, believing victory was assured. Lin Chen, blinded by sand, could hardly muster the focus to defend himself. The spectator's emotions spiraled again. The thrill was indescribable. The dagger drew ever closer, time seeming to slow. Lin Chen reached for his eyes, precisely as the fatty had predicted. He was indeed clearing the sand. I, the fatty, am the master of human instinct. He reveled in his triumph. Lin Chen's hand arrived at his eyes but did not linger. It continued upwards until he grasped a blade. Sparks flew, and the harsh sound of metal scraping against metal echoed through the air. For the fatty, Lin Chen's defense was akin to steel. Ah, I've got it, Lin Chen remarked with a faint smile. Although he smiled, the fatty felt a chill run through his body. In a panic, he abandoned the dagger and attempted to flee. His stealth ability was still on cooldown, but he was certain his agility surpassed Lin Chen's. Yet he soon realized his error, having taken only a single step. A figure appeared beside him, and a large hand seized his neck as easily as one would grasp a chick. He found himself hoisted into the air. The mood of the onlookers shifted once more. It was fortunate they did not suffer from heart conditions, or they might have required immediate medical attention. Lin Chen, spare me. The fatty pleaded, panic evident in his voice. Lin Chen maintained his smile. Fear not, my friend, I am not a killer. Lin Chen, you are magnanimous. Consider me as nothing more than a fleeting nuisance. The fatty implored with a grimace. Ha ha, Lin Chen chuckled softly. Having suffered such a significant loss, there was no way he would let the fatty off the hook. First, he summoned the power of fire elements to clear the sand from his eyes, finally restoring clarity. With the fatty's dagger in hand, he gently traced the blade across the fatty's skin. Such tender flesh. It would be a shame not to carve a couple of turtles on it, Lin Chen said, his eyes glinting with anticipation. To the fatty, Lin Chen's demeanor resembled that of a demon, intensifying his fear. Instructor, I concede. Help me. He shouted towards the 2 instructors, yet they remained indifferent to his pleas. Oh, it seems no one in heaven or on earth can save you now, Lin Chen remarked, a gleeful malice in his tone, as he waved a dagger menacingly before the rotund figure. The hefty man felt a chill envelop him. No man in the world could maintain composure under such threats. Lin Chen threw the man to the ground and ordered him to remove his shoes and socks. Fear gripped the portly fellow, convinced Lin Chen was a perverse individual. Lin, even if you have a foot fetish, you can't possibly like my feet, can you? He stammered. Shut up, or I'll slice you. Lin Chen snapped impatiently. Chapter 77. Moving into the new home, second transformation. I'll do it right away. The man exclaimed, his face a portrait of despair. Lin Chen was at a loss for words. This glutton was truly a master of insidiousness and annoyance. Reluctantly, the man began to remove his shoes. Lin Chen turned to his classmates. Who wants to exact revenge? Feel free to vent your frustrations on him, he beckoned. His classmates exchanged glances, and soon, a few brave souls stepped forward. They had just suffered greatly at the hands of the thieves' class. A few male classmates restrained the hefty man while others tickled his feet, his wretched laughter echoing across the playground in a pitiful symphony. After some time of playful torment, The two instructors entered, their expressions cold and dispassionate. Both classes received a thorough reprimanding that lasted over 10 minutes. What followed was a doubling of their training regimen. Instructor Meng, in an effort to bolster the students' courage, trapped them alongside monsters, specifically selecting zombies and ghosts from the nether realms. In the entire class, only Lin Chen and Meng Shiyao remained unshaken. The rest succumbed to overwhelming fear and fainted. Lin Chen gained a newfound respect for Meng Shiyao, although shy. Her mental fortitude was remarkable, and her character was resolute. Lin Chen participated in this training only once, for under his fists. Both zombies and ghosts could do not but submit. Observing Lin Chen force zombies into mechanical dances and ghosts into classical ones, Instructor Meng had no choice but to grant him freedom of movement. That evening, while still allowed to roam freely, Lin Chen initially intended to open his shop, but was dragged by Luo Yuling and Jiang Mengyi to the mall to purchase furniture and appliances. Though he had intended to refuse, the threatening yet melancholic gaze of Luo Yuling compelled him to relent. Lin Chen mentally chastised himself, realizing he had sacrificed potential earnings just to accompany the girls. He vowed never to allow himself to be so easily swayed again. A shopping spree ensued, and they arranged for delivery to the villa, after which the four returned to school to freshen up and rest. The following morning, they once again ventured into the secret realm. In the White Tiger's secret realm, Lin Chen and Jiang Mengyi felt a sense of elation, for if all went well, they would undergo their second transformation after today. I can't wait for midnight. Then I shall become a second-tier practitioner, Jiang Mengyi expressed with anticipation. Lin Chen cautioned, don't celebrate too early. Keep smiling at me. If you fail today, it will be disastrous for you. Jiang Mengyi smiled sweetly at Lin Chen. If you cause me to fail today, I will take you down with me. Lin Chen feigned disgust. You think I would want to be your partner in crime? Dream on. Jiang Mengyi bit her lip in frustration, yet she forced herself to maintain that infuriating smile. She could only endure. Once today was over, the skies would clear. Luo Yuling walked silently between them, her gaze downcast, sighing deeply within her heart. She felt lost, as her two transformation tasks remained unresolved. Lin Chen noticed her melancholy and casually placed his right hand on her left shoulder. Yuling, if you're facing difficulties with your tasks, just tell me. Although I may not be of much help, I will listen earnestly. As he spoke, he rested his chin on his right hand, which was resting on Luo Yuling's shoulder. The warmth of his breath made her body stiffen slightly, and a flush of embarrassment and anger crossed her face. This guy was becoming increasingly audacious. Lin Chen endured another hefty blow to his chest, but he had grown accustomed to it. Moreover, Luo Yuling was unaware that with each strike, her strength had been diminishing. After exiting the secret realm, they exchanged materials for credit points at the exchange center, which Lin Chen returned entirely to Luo Yuling. Today's military training mirrored that of the morning, focusing on cultivating courage. As per instructor Meng's philosophy, one could be weak, but one must never lack bravery. Those devoid of courage would meet their doom on the battlefield. Lin Chen enjoyed his freedom, cheering on his classmates for a while before seeking out Luo Yuling to play. At noon, the four returned to the villa to tidy up, washing and hanging up the sheets and blankets as they planned to move in that evening. The afternoon military training was uneventful, much like the morning. That night, the group, along with Meng Shiyao, gathered in their newly purchased villa for a celebratory dinner. It was a time for joy in their new abode, and they felt grateful to Meng Shiyao. Without her assistance, they would not have acquired such a satisfactory residence. Meng Shiyao bashfully lowered her head, repeatedly insisting it was not her merit, merely a matter of fate. To fate. Lin Chen raised his glass in a toast. To fate. The others echoed, downing their drinks in unison. After satisfying their appetites, the five relaxed in the living room, with Lin Chen and Jiang Mengyi particularly animated, eagerly awaiting midnight to achieve their second transformation. They had been enviously observing Chu Su's recent upgrades. Meng Shiyao expressed envy towards Lin Chen and Jiang Mengyi, knowing they were on the verge of their second transformation while she was still engaged in her tasks. The thought of her own transformation tasks weighed heavily on her mind, adding another layer of concern to her demeanor. Lin Chen, intrigued by Meng Shiyao's rapid progress, inquired, by the way, which classmates do you usually level up with? Meng Shiyao, hearing Lin Chen's question, shyly lowered her head. I haven't leveled up with any classmates. I don't have friends at school. I've always relied on mercenary groups to assist me. Her response was awkward. Lin Chen and the others were taken aback. It was unusual for a student from Jiangda, especially an epic-level priest, to have to hire mercenaries for leveling. They were at a loss for words. Luo Yuling looked at Meng Shiyao with sympathy, understanding the loneliness of lacking friends all too well. Meng, if you need help with any secret realm tasks, we can form a team together, she offered. Meng Shiyao's eyes brightened momentarily, but then dimmed again. I've already completed the secret realm task. There's just one non-secret realm task left. Sigh. She sighed deeply, burdened by the task ahead. Sighing in unison, Lin Chen followed suit, drawing the attention of his friends. Wait, what are you sighing about? He asked. I'm worried that if I don't sigh, I'll seem out of place, he shrugged. Get lost, Jiang Mengyi retorted. As their conversation meandered, the clock inched toward midnight. With the completion of his final transformation task, Lin Chen finally became a second-tier Totem Master. Eagerly, he opened his panel, immediately noticing 3 new skill icons illuminated in his skill bar. Chapter 78. Such matters are mutual. Accepting payment is illegal. Lin Chen. Profession, Totem Master. Level, 50, second transformation. Skills, Totemic Blessing. Randomly draws upon the power of a totem to bestow a blessing upon a target. Power of Zhu Rong. Upon activation, wields the fiery power of the ancestral deity Zhu Rong. Heavenly Thunder. Summons the heavenly thunder to strike at a target. Summoning Totem. Invoke the ancestral totem of the Earth Mother for combat, currently capable of summoning the Zhu Rong totem and the Earth Mother totem. Earth Mother's power. Upon activation, harness the profound strength of the Earth Mother. Excalibur Array. Condense the Excalibur Array to launch an assault on a target. Equipment, Elemental Master. Garb of the Nature Sprite, Cloak, Belt. Combat Power, 350,000. When Lin Chen beheld the Excalibur Array, his heart raced with excitement. Among the 3 pure ones, he held a particular fondness for the Saint of Heaven, and his favorite divine art was none other than the Excalibur Array. Now, having grasped this skill, even if its might was diminished countless times over, he was still immensely satisfied. He envisioned a day when he would fully mature and unveil the overwhelming majesty of the Excalibur Array that could obliterate the 3 realms. The other 2 skills were equally formidable. The Earth Mother's power enabled him to manipulate the Earth element at will to confront his foes. The Earth element inherently possessed superior defensive capabilities, thus perfectly addressing Lin Chen's defensive shortcomings. As for the summoning totem skill, it brought him great joy. Engaging in battle through summoned totems meant he could command beasts to charge into the fray while remaining an observer. This suited Lin Chen, a modest gentleman who preferred not to engage directly, splendidly. Of course, this was his own assessment. To others, he appeared merely lazy and disinclined to act. He chuckled to himself. Since he activated his panel, he had been grinning foolishly, leaving others bewildered. Yet, they understood that whatever had caused his delight was certainly a newly acquired skill that pleased him. On the other side, Jiang Mingyi wore a satisfied smile as well. As an epic-level mage, she too had acquired 3 powerful skills following her second-class transition. Furthermore, she had finally mastered a defensive skill, enhancing her overall strength, which brought her immense satisfaction. Luo Yuling and Meng Shiyao gazed at her with envy, wondering when their turn would come. Ha ha ha, from this day forth, who could possibly rival Lin Chen? He felt invigorated and shouted aloud, proclaiming his impending invincibility. Just then, an elbow playfully nudged his chest. He turned helplessly to Luo Yuling, lamenting how she could interrupt his grand aspirations. Luo Yuling shot him a glare, retorting, "It's time for you to take your medicine." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's face flushed with indignation. "Yuling, I am robust and vigorous, as strong as an ox. Embodying the hero of a story is a trivial matter for me. How dare you suggest I need medicine? I refuse to accept such an accusation." His tone was fervent, as if he were wronged by the heavens. The more Luo Yuling listened, the darker her expression became. In this era of advanced networks, how could she not grasp the implications of his words? Jiang Mingyi secretly scoffed, realizing that Lin Chen was indeed a notorious libertine. Only Meng Shiyao remained perplexed, unable to comprehend the connection between taking medicine and being a protagonist in a film. Chu Su shook his head, expressing admiration for Lin Chen's audacity. "Lin Chen," Luo Yuling called out, enunciating each syllable coldly before drawing her phoenix cry sword. "Spare me." Lin Chen turned to flee, but Jiang Mingyi and Chu Su had already blocked his path. "You two again." Lin Chen gritted his teeth. "Ah, once again, I have betrayed you," Jiang Mingyi declared with pride. Chu Su feigned innocence. "Brother Lin, I am but a pawn in this game, with no other option." Lin Chen turned back, the phoenix cry sword resting against his neck. He closed his eyes, declaring, "Yuling, I surrender. I am willing to take medicine, as long as it brings you happiness." Luo Yuling's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger as she tugged Lin Chen's ear. "Speak another word of nonsense, and I shall silence you." Lin Chen shook his head fervently. "Silencing is unacceptable. Affection is permissible." "Drop dead." Luo Yuling was incensed, unleashing a flurry of punches upon him. After their playful banter, it was time to rest. The 4 turned their gazes toward Meng Shiyao, their meaning clear. It was time for her to return. Meng Shiyao bit her lip, feeling reluctant. It was her first time playing with peers of her age. Moreover, these peers were so engaging and exceptional. She yearned to befriend them. Resolving to seize the moment, Meng Shiyao steeled herself, determined to make a bold move. As Lin Chen and the others escorted her to the door, she turned back and bowed deeply. "Please be my friends. I can offer you money." Her heart raced, filled with trepidation, fearing that Lin Chen and the others might refuse her. She could not see her own merits. Perhaps her only asset was a bit of spare cash, which she thought might appeal to Lin Chen and Jiang Mingyi. The 4 were taken aback, instinctively stepping aside to avoid her bow. It was the first time they had encountered such a request, truly an eye-opener. Amid their bewilderment, they found Meng Shiyao to be delightfully innocent and charming. "Classmate Meng, such matters require mutual consent. Offering money is indeed illegal," Lin Chen stated with solemnity. Ah, Meng Shiyao's face turned frantic. She had no idea this was against the law. Luo Yuling elbowed Lin Chen again, admonishing him for his lack of decorum. She quickly helped Meng Shiyao to her feet. Shiyao, we would be more than happy to be your friends. No money is necessary. Her sincerity was evident. Jiang Mingyi chimed in with a smile. Friendship does not require money. If anyone asks for money to be friends, they are surely a scammer. Stay away from them. As she spoke, she cast a pointed glance at Lin Chen. Jiang, what do you mean by that? Lin Chen retorted, incensed. I shall sue you for defamation. Am I that kind of person? His indignation was palpable. Haha, Jiang Mingyi scoffed. Lin Chen, exasperated, realized that his noble character would inevitably fall victim to this woman's antics. Upon hearing Luo Yuling's words, Meng Shiyao's eyes sparkled and then glistened with tears. She finally had friends, and her joy was overwhelming. Thank you. I will certainly fulfill my responsibilities as a friend, she declared with determination, as if making a solemn vow. The four were amused by her exuberance, marveling at her delightful personality. After exchanging farewells, Meng Shiyao skipped joyfully toward her home, and if one listened closely, they could hear her humming a cheerful tune. For her, it was a day filled with happiness and worthy of remembrance. Returning to their rooms for rest, Lin Chen lay upon the expansive bed, gazing at the opulent and intricate chandelier above, feeling as though everything was surreal. Just over a week since his transition, he found himself residing in a luxurious villa. With dreams of the future swirling in his mind, Lin Chen slipped into slumber. Chapter 79, Lin Chen, I'll join you shortly. The next morning, after the four had freshened up, they prepared to head to the dining hall for breakfast. Upon opening the door, they discovered Meng Shiyao waiting for them outside. A modest flying vehicle was already activated, quietly awaiting its passengers. Upon seeing Lin Chen and the others, Meng Shiyao donned a sweet smile. I wish to attend school with you. I read online that good friends go to school together. Her voice was tinged with shyness. Unsure if this was appropriate. Last night, she had done her homework on the matter, but with so many conflicting opinions, she could only proceed with the most popular suggestion. Haha. Lin Chen and the others were amused early in the morning, finding it delightful that someone would consult the internet on how to make friends. Classmate Meng, I hope your suggestion about paying for friendship wasn't he also sourced from the internet? Lin Chen teased. Meng Shiyao's head drooped at this. The idea had indeed been her own. However, after researching paying for friendship online, she was mortified by the results, realizing why Lin Chen had said it was illegal. The thought made her wish to vanish into a crevice. Come on, let us go to school together, Luo Yuling said, linking arms with Meng Shiyao. Don't mind that scoundrel Lin Chen, let us go, Jiang Mingyi added, taking hold of Meng Shiyao's other arm as the three made their way toward the flying vehicle. Lin Chen hurriedly followed, positioning himself beside Luo Yuling. Wait for me. I want to hold hands too. Get lost. Hold hands first, then go. Immediately, Lin Chen received an elbow to the chest. Seeing Lin Chen shaking his head in sorrow, Meng Shiyao felt compelled as a friend to intervene. Lin Chen, if you wish, I can hold your hand again later. Her expression was earnest, her eyes pure, and her brow conveyed a loyalty that was willing to go to great lengths for a friend. The moment those words escaped her lips, everyone was momentarily stunned. Followed by laughter, Meng Shiyao was indeed quite amusing. Shiyao, we girls shouldn't casually hold hands with boys, you know? Luo Yuling reminded her. Indeed. Especially with someone who clearly looks like a lecher, you must keep your distance, Jiang Mingyi added with a hint of implication. Meng Shiyao felt a bit confused. Wasn't it said online that good friends should walk hand in hand? Luo Yuling and Jiang Mingyi exchanged exasperated glances, pondering how such an innocent girl could exist in this era of rampant information. What they mean is same-sex friendships. There should be a proper distance between the opposite genders. Jiang Mingyi explained earnestly, feeling as if she were guiding a child. Is that so? Meng Shiyao nodded, somewhat understanding. The five of them entered the aircraft, and upon stepping inside, they discovered an unexpected grandeur. From the outside, the vessel appeared plain and unremarkable, akin to a no-name brand, yet inside, it boasted an impressive area of no less than 300 square meters. Though it couldn't rival Luo Yuling's Night Angel, it was undoubtedly a luxurious craft, far superior to Lin Chen's Stardust. Wow, this is truly opulent, worth no less than 500 million, Lin Chen exclaimed, clicking his tongue. The others nodded in agreement, while Meng Shiyao wore a perplexed expression. Lin Chen, are you talking about this aircraft? Who else would I be referring to? That can't be right. My dad bought this from a second-hand shop for over 40,000. He was quite pained at the time. 40,000? That sounds like a gross understatement. Impossible. I saw him pay. I wouldn't mistake that, Meng Shiyao asserted confidently. Lin Chen and the others exchanged knowing glances, realizing that perhaps a wealthy family was attempting to keep their daughter unaware of their fortune. And what about the villa you live in? Lin Chen inquired, perplexed. That was a prize my dad won at a company annual meeting. He was so delighted that day, he even bought me a pair of 100 yuan white sneakers. Meng Shiyao recalled with a smile, her expression nostalgic. Haha, your father is incredibly lucky. I envy him. Lin Chen feigned ignorance. The others chose not to reveal the truth, respecting Meng Shiyao's family matters. After enjoying breakfast in the dining hall, they headed to the secret realm hall. Luo Yuling sighed inwardly. knowing she would have to temporarily part ways with her teammates today. Shiryao, let us stick together since neither of us is changing jobs, she suggested to Meng Shiryao. Meng Shiryao's face turned awkward and nervous. Well, I completed my final task after befriending you last night. But I swear, I didn't become friends with you just to finish the task. If I did, I would deserve to be struck by lightning. Luo Yuling raised her hand to stop her from swearing, affectionately ruffling her hair. We believe you. Yes, we trust you, Jiang Mingyi chimed in, with Lin Chen and Chu Su echoing the sentiment. Ultimately, Luo Yuling had no choice but to tackle the first turn secret realm alone, while the other four would engage in the second turn secret realm. The absence of Luo Yuling felt peculiar for everyone, but she too felt the void, having grown accustomed to adventuring with Lin Chen and the others. Now alone, a profound sense of emptiness enveloped her, draining her enthusiasm. She even fell prey to a monster's ambush due to her distraction. Had it not been for her strength, they might have failed the quest. Gritting her teeth, Luo Yuling steeled her resolve. Meanwhile, Lin Chen and his trio entered a special secret realm known as the Headless Realm, boldly opting for hellish difficulty. Upon entry, the sky appeared gloomy, the atmosphere oppressive, with chilling winds howling and sporadic wails echoing. Meng Shiryao shrank back in fear, but, not wanting to appear inept in front of Lin Chen and the others, mustered her courage to closely follow them. The first group of monsters came into view, a cadre of headless knights, mounted on skeletal steeds, wielding halberds, their defining trait being their lack of heads. All were level 60 elite monsters, boasting a combat power of 10,000. Yet, before Lin Chen and his companions, they were merely fodder. Meng Shiryao, suppressing her fear, raised her staff to empower her teammates. When she saw Lin Chen enhance himself first, she was bewildered. Wasn't he the support supposed to enhance others? However, her confusion quickly morphed into sheer astonishment. Lin Chen formed hand seals, then struck the ground with his right hand, summoning a mysterious array. Instantly, fire elements from a radius of 200 meters surged into the array, and then a terrifying figure engulfed in flames materialized within it. With a beast's visage and a human form, it stood upon twin dragons, exuding an awe-inspiring presence that commanded profound respect. Charge forth, great Zhu Rong, Lin Chen bellowed grandly. Zhu Rong nodded and charged towards the headless knights. There was no need for Lin Chen to intervene. The twin dragons beneath him unleashed a torrent of raging flames, incinerating an entire squad of headless knights into ashes. At that moment, Meng Shiryao's face was a canvas of shock and bewilderment. Wasn't Lin Chen a support? Shouldn't he be quietly assisting his teammates from behind? How could he summon such a terrifying entity that obliterated 6 level 60 elite monsters in one blow? The surreal nature of it all shattered her worldview. In truth, Jiang Mingyi and Chu Su were equally astonished. Lin Chen had previously followed the mage path, and now he was evidently treading the summoner route. Such a formidable summon creature left them pondering who could possibly rival Lin Chen at the same level. Observing their astonishment, Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Stop gaping, let's collect the loot. Meng Shiryao and the others snapped back to reality and followed Lin Chen to gather the spoils. Although Meng Shiryao had a multitude of questions swirling in her mind, she refrained from asking, believing that a true friend would share what they wished to reveal. As they swept through the entire secret realm, they once more experienced the exhilarating sensation of rapidly gaining experience. The realm's boss was a level 65 epic monster, and with Zhu Rong's totem and the twin dragon's fierce assault, it was dispatched with relative ease. Meng Shiryao was left in a state of numb shock. Finally comprehending why Lin Chen's team consistently broke records, he was simply too powerful. A resounding voice inquired whether to announce the record-breaking feat. Lin Chen nonchalantly replied to proceed with the announcement. Regardless of anonymity, others would surely deduce it was their team. Lin Chen cautioned Meng Shiryao not to divulge his true strength to anyone else. She once again raised her hand to vow, assuring him she would keep it a secret. After one secret realm run, the four of them had just barely managed to level up twice. The further they progressed, the more challenging it became to level up. After reaching level 60, achieving even one level in a day was a lofty aspiration. Upon exiting the secret realm and returning to the hall, they found Luo Yuling waiting for them. Luo Yuling, having completed her run alone, lacked the motivation to linger, swiftly defeating the realm's boss before exiting. A smile graced her face upon seeing them, though her companions could detect the strain behind it. Internally, Luo Yuling felt prideful. Yet being the one lagging behind her teammates must have been difficult for her. Jiang Mingyi and Meng Shiryao each took hold of one of her arms and began whispering to her. On the playground, another day of military training commenced. Early in the morning, the chief instructor announced an unwelcome piece of news for the freshmen. From this day forward, they would also be training in the evenings. Moreover, there was no time constraint, with the earliest start at 9:30 and the latest extending into the night, followed by consecutive training the next day. The freshmen lamented, feeling as though they were facing certain doom. After completing the fixed drills of standing at attention and marching, Instructor Meng introduced a thrilling game for the day. Today, we shall engage in an exhilarating activity that you young ones are bound to relish, called the high-altitude drop. As the name suggests, you will be taken to a height of 1,000 meters and then released, akin to skydiving. How exhilarating does that sound? As Instructor Ming spoke, her excitement was palpable, transforming in the eyes of her students into a veritable embodiment of a demon. A drop from 1,000 meters. Were their lives not at stake? They were certainly stronger than the average person, but that did not imply they could withstand a fall from such heights. Even 100 meters would be perilous. This game seemed to toy with their very lives. Where was the thrill in that? Only Lin Chen remained composed, though 1,000 meters was daunting. He reasoned that the acceleration would not be continuous, and he was confident in his ability to withstand the impact upon landing. Instructor Ming gestured to the instructor of the Beast Tamers class, who saluted in acknowledgement. Then, she summoned a colossal creature with a wingspan exceeding 200 meters. Although the level of this beast surpassed what the freshmen could ascertain, their knowledge of monsters indicated that it was at least of the 6th tier. Behold, the Gale Eagle. An epic-grade beast. It was a rare flying companion, impressive indeed. Lin Chen harbored doubts about whether their instructor's regiment belonged to an elite force. The murmurs among the freshmen indicated that this was the first time they had laid eyes on such a fearsome creature. Viewing such a beast on screen paled in comparison to witnessing it in reality. Although the Gale Eagle posed no direct threat to them, a primal fear for their lives gripped the students. It could easily extinguish their existence with a mere whim. The Gale Eagle glided above Lin Chen and his peers, its wings stirring a tempest that swept them into the air, where they found themselves atop the creature's back. The Gale Eagle emitted a piercing cry, its wings stirring up a violent wind, and with a series of flips, it ascended skyward. Many students screamed in terror. The sensation was overwhelmingly frightening. Especially when they glanced below, the classmates on the playground appeared diminutive, and the once expansive field seemed to shrink beneath them. The perilous height instilled a sense of weakness in many, their legs trembling and their balance faltering. A figure shot upwards from below and landed on the back of the Gale Eagle. It was Instructor Ming. She faced the students and articulated the requirements of the test. Soon, the Gale Eagle will release you. What you must do is cast all your skills upon yourselves before hitting the ground. Those who succeed will be safely returned to the ground. As for those who fail, pray that you land in a patch of soft earth and are buried there. Instructor Ming's demeanor was cold, and no one dared to question her sincerity. The thought of plummeting to their demise drenched some students in cold sweat, their legs quaking, struggling to remain upright. Without further words, Instructor Ming suddenly summoned a fierce gust of wind, causing 3 students to be swept off the Gale Eagle's back. 3 piercing screams echoed in the sky. One voice abruptly silenced as its owner succumbed to fear and fainted. The other 2, in a panic, frantically drew their wands, attempting to cast their skills. Yet, overwhelmed by terror, they faltered. Either they forgot the incantations or stumbled over their words, rendering their spells ineffective. The more they failed, the greater their fear grew. As their speed increased and the ground loomed closer, time was already short, and with the cooldown of their skills, they could afford but 1 failure. 2 failures would seal their fate. Yet, the more they feared, the more tense they became, leading to further failures. The 2 students attempted their spells once more, only to meet with failure again. Their only hope now was to wish for mercy. As the 3 fell ever closer to the ground, their defenses were inadequate without assistance. Death was imminent unless someone intervened. The students still on the Gale Eagle were filled with anxiety. Instructor Ming, please save them. If you don't, they will die? Indeed, Instructor Ming. They haven't committed any capital offense. Their deaths would be unwarranted. Instructor Ming, I beg you, save them. Faced with the students' pleas, Instructor Ming's icy gaze swept across the crowd, a palpable aura of fatality enveloping them, causing them to tremble. If they die, so be it. After all these days of military training, if you cannot even cast spells, your survival is merely a waste of resources. Rather than worrying about them, you should be more concerned about your own fates. Her domineering, ruthless, and unfeeling words struck each student deeply, making it abundantly clear that she was not jesting. Their gazes turned toward the 3 students plummeting below. Ultimately, they fell to the playground, erupting in a cloud of crimson mist. This sight shattered the remaining composure of the students. Mere moments ago, their classmates had been alive, and now they had been reduced to a mere splash of blood. Such a stark contrast was unbearable. I can't take this military training any longer. I want to go home, one girl cried. Unable to bear witness to her classmate's death, her mental defenses crumbling. I don't want to train anymore. I don't want to die. I don't want to die either. A chorus of mournful voices arose. They were merely novices who had never faced battle, and the concept of death was too brutal for them. Instructor Ming scoffed, her expression one of disdain. How laughable. On the very first day of military training, I warned you that there would be fatalities, yet you took it lightly, thinking I was joking. Since you chose to stay, you are now official soldiers. And now you wish to become deserters? It's too late. The more she spoke, the more her agitation grew, her expression resembling that of a predator. Another gust of wind surged forth, sweeping away the students who had just expressed their desire to withdraw. Their cries and wails filled the air, their fragile mental states. Already on the brink of collapse, faced an abrupt confrontation with the specter of death, and unconsciousness was their only escape. Once again, several bursts of blood erupted, heightening the tension and terror among those still perched on the Gale Eagle's back. Fewer than 5 students remained composed, and Lin Chen was among them. This is ruthless. Those classmates are likely to be left with psychological scars, Lin Chen mused silently. To bolster their spirits, he boldly approached the edge of the Gale Eagle's back. Gazing down from the heights, Lin Chen felt a surge of ambition. One day, he would soar to such heights through his own strength. He turned to Instructor Meng and saluted. Instructor, do not mind me. I shall perform a demonstration for my classmates. Instructor Meng nodded, a hint of approval flickering in her eyes. Thank goodness this class isn't composed entirely of weaklings. Otherwise, I would surely be driven to madness. Farewell, classmates. Lin Chen waved to his peers before plunging backward. His body fell rapidly, descending with his back toward the ground, a sight that was even more terrifying. Oh, the exhilarating feeling of freefall is simply delightful. His joyous exclamations reverberated from below, alleviating some of the tension among his classmates, albeit with a sense of disbelief. I am but a little bird, yearning to soar, yet unable to fly high. Lin Chen's cheerful singing continued, and he flailed his arms, mimicking a bird in free flight. This optimistic attitude inspired a few peers. Meng Shiao gritted her teeth and dashed forward. Lin Chen, wait for me, she silently vowed, determined not to let her friend face this challenge alone. Without hesitation, she leaped from the edge, drawing her wand and calmly casting her skills. If Meng is brave enough, why should I not be? A young man shouted in fury, leaping from the heights before the fierce winds could hurl him down. Damn it, why should I not dare? He exclaimed, affirming to his mother that he was no coward. One by one, his classmates roared and followed suit, their youthful fervor driving them forward. A few hesitated, but the tempestuous winds swiftly cast them all into the abyss. A chorus of terrified screams echoed in the sky as figures plummeted in rapid descent, creating a spectacle of breathtaking intensity. Lin Chen found himself at the bottom, hearing someone call his name. Turning around, he spotted Meng Shiao. He waved at her, and she responded with a flourish of her staff. A smile graced Lin Chen's lips. Meng Shiao was sincere and compassionate, truly an exceptional friend. As he turned back, the ground loomed closer in his vision. He activated his totem blessing skill, doubling his physical attributes. At that moment, nearly all the freshmen were fixated on them. The recent horrific display of bloodshed had profoundly rattled their spirits. They realized, indeed, military training could result in death, blood and flesh shattered before their eyes. An image that would haunt them for a long time. As Lin Chen descended without losing speed, many classmates shut their eyes in fear, unwilling to witness the spectacle further. Most prayed for Lin Chen's safety, while a few, like Zhao Sheng, secretly wished for his demise. A support class falling from 1,000 meters? Surely, he would perish. They reveled in dark anticipation. Military training is indeed exhilarating. What a delightful surprise. Amidst the crowd's scrutiny, Lin Chen struck the ground with a resounding thud. Instead of a mist of blood, only shattered concrete erupted around him. The ground cracked with intricate fissures, and at the intersection of those cracks knelt a figure resembling a futuristic warrior, coldly handsome, resolute, and sharp-eyed. Luo Yuling and Jiang Mengyi exchanged glances, their expressions revealing the irritation they felt over Lin Chen's unyielding bravado. Meanwhile, the other students stood agape, utterly astonished by the spectacle. This boy is no ordinary human. They gasped. Is he truly a support class? If I, a shield warrior, fell from such heights, I would be nothing but a pile of broken bones. Lin Chen's audacity became the subject of admiration, and many students revised their perceptions of him. He had transformed into a symbol of the extraordinary. Conversely, those who harbored animosity towards him, like Zhao Sheng, felt as though they had swallowed a fly, humiliated by Lin Chen's display of superiority. Lin Chen gradually rose, an expression of regret crossing his face. 1,000 meters is still too low. His voice resonated in the ears of his classmates, who marveled at his extraordinary ability to flaunt his prowess. As more figures descended from above, Lin Chen glanced up to see Meng Shiao nearing him. Anticipating her impact, he nimbly evaded her descent. However, seeing her panic as she failed to decelerate, he could not bear to abandon her and return to his original position. Meng, don't be afraid. I've got you, he shouted. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Meng Shiao's face lit up with gratitude, her lips curving into a smile. The sensation of being cared for by a friend was delightful. Thank you, Lin Chen, she said sincerely. Among friends, there's no need for thanks. Lin Chen replied with a gentle smile. Their playful banter, as Lin Chen embraced Meng Shiao, did not go unnoticed by the other freshmen, who felt a twinge of envy and indignation on Luo Yuling's behalf. Lin Chen's behavior, straddling multiple relationships, was indeed shameful. As they landed, the concrete cracked once more, yet neither sustained injuries. Lin Chen released Meng Shiao, and she anxiously examined him. Lin Chen, are you all right? Rest assured, I am tough and resilient, he reassured her. You're truly remarkable. Your muscles may not be prominent, but your strength is immense. Meng Shiao marveled. You certainly know how to flatter, Lin Chen chuckled in response. Online, they say that a hug of friendship is reciprocal. You hugged me, so next time, I shall hug you back, she declared earnestly. Lin Chen coughed, nearly choking on laughter, pondering that one day, he might just die from Meng Shiyao's antics. Let us forego that. It's best not to learn friendship from the internet, he replied, chuckling. Meng Shiyao nodded, though she pondered where else she might learn such things. Lin Chen gazed upwards, noting the remaining classmates were descending. Some had already fainted, swept away by the winds of chaos, while others screamed in terror, unable to summon their skills. Only a few had managed to deploy all their abilities. Hurtling toward the ground, perilously close, within 10 meters. The students who had passed the trial were now panicking. Why hasn't Instructor Meng intervened? They cried, seeing her peers falling. Meng Shiyao dashed forward, determined to help. But Lin Chen grasped her hand, pulling her back. Calm down, they will be fine. Trust me, he urged firmly. As they spoke, those who had completed the trial were enveloped by a whirlwind, rapidly slowing their descent. Conversely, those who had not were doomed to crash to the ground, becoming mere crimson fireworks. Meng Shiyao's face turned pale at the sight, and she fainted. Lin Chen gently laid her on the ground. The atmosphere on the training field was stifling, permeated with sorrow as cries erupted from every class for their fallen friends. Some seethed with hatred, blaming the school and the instructors for such tragic losses during what was supposed to be military training. Yet, regardless of the students' sentiments, the military training continued. Now with even more ruthless intensity. None dared take it lightly. They were determined to survive. Lin Chen secretly reveled in the instructor's cunning, while the others remained oblivious. He discerned the truth. Those students had been manipulated just before their descent. The mangled bodies that struck the ground were unrecognizable, while the other students, too far away to see clearly and unnerved by the gruesome sight, dared not look. Only Lin Chen, with his extraordinary courage, perceived everything in vivid detail. The instructor here was a 6th-tier professional, powerful enough to deceive the new students with ease. Lin Chen chose not to awaken Meng Shiyao, allowing her a moment of respite. Instructor Meng landed with an icy demeanor. Those who survived immediately gathered the bodies and resumed training. Many students, pale and nauseated, found themselves unable to move at the thought of such grim tasks. Now, immediately, or face expulsion, Instructor Meng insisted. Lin Chen had no choice but to rouse Meng Shiyao. She awoke slowly, memories flooding back, and tears began to stream down her face. Do not cry just yet. Instructor Meng has tasked us with cleaning up, Lin Chen sighed. He longed to reveal the truth to Meng Shiyao, but refrained, unwilling to squander the instructor's earnest efforts. As professionals, they are inevitably destined for the battlefield. A place far more brutal than this. If they cannot endure this scene, then facing the battlefield is tantamount to courting death. Meng Shiyao choked back tears, profoundly saddened by the sight of so many classmates perishing before her eyes. Lin Chen gently pulled her up and led her to the heap of dismembered bodies. The sight caused Meng Shiyao to retch. Lin Chen, undeterred, began the grim task of cleaning up, his hands drenched in blood, presenting a horrifying spectacle. A few students took the initiative, and one by one, they began to assist, alternating between vomiting, weeping, and gathering the remains. While their intellect and capabilities were questionable, their hearts remained kind. Instructor Meng had laid numerous body bags on the ground, and Lin Chen took the lead in transferring the dismembered remains into them. As he zipped up the bags, a tremor coursed through his soul. The thought that such a future might indeed become a reality weighed heavily on him. No one could claim with certainty that they would survive on the battlefield. In these tumultuous times, sacrifices occurred every moment. It was a matter of either you zipping up the bag for me, or I for you. One by one, the classmates pulled the zippers on the body bags. And amidst their sorrow, their spirits underwent a transformation. Experiencing the severance of life and death invariably fortifies one's soul. Subsequently, Instructor Meng instructed them to move the bodies to the shade of a tree, and then urged them to continue their training. Many students moved about like soulless husks. Their spirits diminished. Instructor Meng did not press them too hard, allowing them to process their grief at their own pace. The atmosphere on the playground was stifling, with the newcomers struggling even to breathe. It was only when the chief instructor announced dismissal that many newcomers, drained of all energy, collapsed onto the ground. Meng Shiyao crouched down, burying her face in her arms, unable to accept the permanence of her classmates' departure. Lin Chen stood beside her, offering neither urgency nor consolation. Before long, Luo Yuling, Jiang Mingyi, and Chu Su arrived. The two girls embraced Meng Shiyao, providing comfort as they half-pulled her towards the dining hall. Meng Shiyao sat at the table, devoid of appetite for food or soup, her entire being feeling as though it had lost its soul. Sensing that it was time, Lin Chen resolved to reveal the truth, knowing that those classmates would eventually return. Meng, do not be sorrowful. Those classmates are actually unharmed. The bodies were merely a ruse to frighten you, Lin Chen reassured her. His words sparked a glimmer of focus in Meng Shiyao's eyes, rejuvenating her countenance as she grasped Lin Chen's hand as if it were a lifeline. Is it true, Lin Chen? Her tone brimmed with anticipation. We are friends, and friends do not lie to one another. Think carefully. How could a body that fell normally explode into such fragments? Surely, it must be the instructor trying to scare us, Lin Chen reminded her. Chapter 83. No hand-holding. No dance. Lin Chen's words struck a chord, awakening Meng Shiryao from her stupor as she recalled how excessively the bodies had been shattered. How could a human body fall and explode like a watermelon? Right, it shouldn't be like that. The instructor must be trying to intimidate us. The more she pondered, the more exhilarated she became, gripping Lin Chen's hand tighter. Lin Chen sensed a gaze fixated on their clasped hands and subtly withdrew his own, as if to appease that gaze, which seemed somewhat satisfied. Let's eat. The classmates are fine, he urged Meng Shiryao. At that, her appetite returned, and she began to eat. Lin Chen discreetly kicked Luo Yuling's foot across the table. She looked at him quizzically, only to receive a series of exaggerated facial expressions in response, culminating in an eye roll. The atmosphere began to lighten, and the conversation among the five flowed freely. They chatted all the way from the dining hall back to the villa, with Meng Shiryao opting to stay with Lin Chen and the others rather than returning home. Throughout, Luo Yuling stole glances at Lin Chen, hesitating to speak. Whenever Lin Chen noticed her gaze, she would quickly avert her eyes, like a child caught misbehaving. Lowering her head to play with her nails, Lin Chen stroked his chin, inwardly acknowledging his undeniable charm. Luo Yuling seemed utterly unable to resist it. Yuling, if you keep sneaking glances at me, I might start charging you, he jested with a grin. Luo Yuling felt her face flush, her scalp tingling. Believing she was concealing her interest well, Zhang Mingyi raised an eyebrow at Lin Chen's comment and chastised him. You scoundrel, dreaming in broad daylight. My Yuling has no need to sneak glances at you. Lin Chen retorted in defense. What do you mean you're Yuling? She is mine. You scoundrel, I could strangle you. If you strangle me, Yuling will be left a widow. Say that again. Yuling is mine. The two immediately fell into a playful brawl. While Luo Yuling and Chu Su had grown accustomed to such antics, only Meng Shiryao found it amusing, relishing the lively atmosphere. About a minute later, Luo Yuling, acting as the referee, finally called for a halt. Lin Chen and Zhang Mengyi exchanged fierce glares before they ceased their playful fighting. After several deep breaths to calm herself, Luo Yuling took a resolute breath, biting her lip and steeling herself for what was to come. Her gaze locked onto Lin Chen's, a mixture of indignation, trepidation, anticipation, and helplessness reflected in her eyes, perfectly embodying the phrase a myriad of emotions. Lin Chen silently grabbed a pillow and held it defensively, eyeing Luo Yuling warily. Amused by the absurdity of the situation, Luo Yuling couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Chen, can you dance? She asked stiffly, catching everyone off guard with her unexpected question. Lin Chen, quick-witted, immediately connected it to his task with Luo Yuling. Energized by the thought, he cleared his throat and replied, I might be able to. Or I might not. Luo Yuling, recognizing his intent to negotiate, swiftly drew her sword and pointed it at Lin Chen's throat. You have the chance to say that again. She commanded sharply. Lin Chen reclined against the sofa, hands behind his head, leaning back nonchalantly. Even if you kill me, my answer remains the same. I might be able to, or I might not. His nonchalant demeanor only served to infuriate Luo Yuling further. Yet, under the circumstances, she had no choice but to relent. To complete her task, she needed Lin Chen's help. However, despite her predicament, it was inconceivable for the proud Luo Yuling to lower herself. 10 million, she declared, presenting an exorbitant price for a dance, a staggering figure even in the entertainment industry. Lin Chen's heart raced at the thought. Although he possessed the ability to earn 10 million in a day, it did not mean he would dismiss the value of such an amount. Tempted, but confident he was worth more, he suppressed the smile that threatened to break forth and countered with a classic line. What matters to me is not the money, but your attitude towards me. Uft. Lin Chen, how dare you say that? Zhang Mingyi interjected disdainfully. Chu Su stared, aghast, at Lin Chen's audacity, thinking if he did not care about money, then no one in the world would. For Meng Shiryao, the entire scene was utterly captivating, far more engaging than any film. Luo Yuling was both amused and exasperated. Only Lin Chen could utter such words without a hint of embarrassment. What kind of attitude do you want from me? She asked, attempting to remain patient. Well, when a sword is held to my throat, I feel no desire to speak. I'm tired, and I wish to rest, Lin Chen lamented, promptly closing his eyes. Luo Yuling, realizing she was at a stalemate, reluctantly sheathed her sword. Yet, Lin Chen did not open his eyes. Instead, he began to snore. Luo Yuling ground her teeth in frustration, realizing Lin Chen was evidently demanding an even greater price. Lin Chen, wake up, she said irritably, only for his snoring to grow louder. What do you want? Snore. 20 million? Snore. Luo Yuling, exasperated, found herself utterly powerless against Lin Chen. She pressed her forehead, struggling to suppress her rising anger, taking a moment to regain her composure. Lin Chen, please wake up, will you? She implored, attempting to soften her tone. Lin Chen's eyes suddenly flew open, and he promptly sat upright, leaning in closer to Luo Yuling. This is the right attitude. After all, matters are best resolved through discussion among friends. If you seek my assistance, I shall undoubtedly oblige. Lin Chen felt a surge of triumph, akin to a victorious general returning from battle. Luo Yuling regarded him, her expression oscillating between uncertainty and resolution. Lin Chen hesitated. She stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Ah, Yuling, I understand. I truly do. It is often difficult to express one's feelings despite their fervency. But I have comprehended your intentions entirely, and I am prepared to acquiesce. Before Lin Chen could finish, Jiang Mingyi swiftly covered his mouth. If you utter another word, I shall tear your lips asunder, Jiang Mingyi declared fiercely. Muffled protests escaped Lin Chen, but he found himself voiceless. Nevertheless, he activated his smart device, swiftly typing a message before broadcasting it. If you do not release me, I shall extend my tongue. You rascal. Jiang Mingyi, displaying evident disdain, finally let go of him. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, contemplating whether he should continue their playful banter. Meanwhile, Luo Yuling had finally steeled herself for the challenge. Lin Chen, I wish to invite you to dance before all the new students and instructors. She closed her eyes and spoke at lightning speed, devoid of any emotion, as if reciting lines from a script. The moment her words resonated, a hush fell over the crowd. Despite their speculations, the reality of her declaration caught them by surprise. Applause erupted unexpectedly, leaving everyone momentarily dumbfounded. Meng Shiryao, noticing the bewildered gazes directed at her, slowed her movements. I am merely applauding Sister Yuling for her courage, she explained innocently. The awkward atmosphere dissipated, replaced by reluctant smiles among the onlookers. Lin Chen suppressed his elation, clearing his throat. Let it be known, I shall not engage in any dance that involves hand-holding, waist-grabbing, or embracing. Chapter 84. Who Dances Without a Fever? Even though everyone had grown accustomed to Lin Chen's audacity, save for Meng Shiryao, they were all thoroughly defeated by his boldness. Chu Su hesitated, ultimately sighing deeply and choosing not to partake in the discussion. He remained uncertain about Luo Yuling's intentions, deciding it best to refrain from meddling. Meng Shiryao, perplexed and bewildered, could not fathom why Lin Chen believed dancing required such interactive gestures. Jiang Mingyi, however, was ready to explode, her hands instinctively reaching for Lin Chen's neck. Lin Chen used one hand to hold her head at bay, leaving her unable to make a move. At that moment, Luo Yuling's mind was a tumultuous mess. All she desired was a means to escape, oblivious to Lin Chen's remarks. She felt an unprecedented level of embarrassment. If given the chance, she would gladly shatter the transformation pillar. Yuling, Yuling, Lin Chen called repeatedly, finally snapping her out of her stupor. Luo Yuling, suppressing her shyness, turned to face him. Lin Chen merely reiterated his previous words. Upon hearing them, Luo Yuling felt a mix of shame and anger. Lin Chen's intentions were written plainly across his face. Did he truly consider her simple-minded? Lin Chen, do not push your luck, she retorted indignantly. Lin Chen feigned innocence. What can I say? I have no formal training in dance. If you do not lead me by the hand, I certainly cannot dance. After all, I am but a bereft orphan. I never had the means to learn dance in my youth. Lin Chen even played the victim, which only added to Luo Yuling's exasperation. Meng Shiryao looked at Lin Chen with pity, now aware of his orphan status. Lin Chen, from this day forth, we shall be your family, she said earnestly. Such heartfelt sentiment left Lin Chen feeling a tad bashful, and he could only sincerely utter his gratitude. Noticing Luo Yuling's turmoil, Lin Chen decided to stoke the flames. Yuling, take your time to ponder. I shall retire for a nap. Alas, a misstep leads to further missteps. If someone does not transform soon, they shall be forced to watch us thrive. Lin Chen shook his head with a sigh as he walked away, feigning pity for the unnamed individual. His words pierced Luo Yuling's heart. She could not accept being stuck at the second tier. Was it not simply a matter of dancing with Lin Chen? She could treat him like a dance pole. What was there to fear? Luo Yuling silently encouraged herself. As Lin Chen reached the staircase, Luo Yuling called out to him, a smile creeping onto his face as he anticipated this moment. Let us first find a duet dance that you like. But it should preferably be simple enough to learn in one afternoon, she instructed Lin Chen. He signaled that it was no problem before returning to the sofa to search for duet dance materials. Lin Chen promptly bypassed Latin dance. Its complexity required years of training, rendering it impossible to master in a single afternoon. Standard ballroom dancing was equally unsuitable due to its high difficulty. Lin Chen soon realized that selecting a dance style was indeed a formidable task. The intricate dances were unlearnable, while the simpler ones felt juvenile, lacking the necessary interaction that he sought. Luo Yuling was also selecting her options, favoring especially simplistic dances reminiscent of children's routines, all of which Lin Chen rejected. After much deliberation, he finally discovered a dance with moderate difficulty, yet abundant interaction. Yuling, this one shall suffice. I will send it to you, Lin Chen declared decisively. He sent the material to Luo Yuling, who, upon opening it, felt her face heat up with embarrassment. The dance commenced with hand-holding and waist-grabbing, followed by spinning embraces, mutual caresses of the temples, forehead touches, and thigh-hugging movements. Imagining herself in Lin Chen's role within the video made her exclaim that she could not accept it. Choose another. Her tone was authoritative, bordering on furious. Lin Chen simply stood up and retreated to his room. Luo Yuling glared at his departing figure, grinding her teeth in frustration, wishing she could draw her sword and inflict a few wounds upon him. Ultimately, however, she had no choice but to concede. Fine, you win, she sighed in resignation, her spirits utterly deflated. Yuling, do not be so despondent. You ought to feel delighted, Lin Chen remarked cheerfully. Luo Yuling rolled her eyes, unwilling to engage with him. You must understand, it is you who is beseeching me to assist you, and now that I have acquiesced, your wishes are fulfilled. Should you not feel joy? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Though Lin Chen's reasoning was sound, the others present sensed something amiss, yet they could not articulate what it was. Only Meng Shiao once again applauded Lin Chen. Lin Chen, I believe you are entirely correct. We must express gratitude to our friends and not take their care for granted, she reflected, appearing enlightened. Haha. Meng, your conclusion is spot on, Lin Chen praised, giving her a thumbs up. Meng Shiao, flattered by his compliment, lowered her gaze, feeling bashful. The other three gradually grew accustomed to Meng Shiao's unique perspective, failing to perceive any underlying sarcasm in her words. Come, let us head to the dance studio. Luo Yuling beckoned Lin Chen. Of course, he readily agreed. The others wished to accompany them, but Luo Yuling looked at them with a hint of exasperation. Shouldn't you all be taking a nap? Ah, I almost forgot. Jiang Mengyi exclaimed, slapping her forehead. I shall head to sleep immediately, Chu Su promptly replied. I am not tired. I wish to watch you dance, Meng Shiao declared excitedly, finding more joy in being with friends than in napping. No, you are tired. Come along and sleep with me, Jiang Mengyi insisted, wrapping her arm around Meng Shiao's shoulders and covering her mouth as she led her upstairs. Lin Chen followed Luo Yuling into the dance studio, and once the door closed, the vast space was left with only the two of them. Luo Yuling felt her heart racing, perspiration forming before they had even begun to dance. Lin Chen observed the graceful silhouette of Luo Yuling, his heart skipping a beat. Yet he adeptly concealed his emotions. He connected his smart device to the projector and displayed the dance routine. As a professional, his intellect and mental acuity were significantly heightened, granting him superior memory and comprehension compared to ordinary individuals. Lin Chen and Luo Yuling watched the video together, and soon all the movements were etched in their minds. It was now time to practice. Lin Chen edged closer to Luo Yuling until their distance was less than 30 centimeters. The two individuals could already sense each other's breaths. Growing increasingly rapid, Luo Yuling lowered her head, utterly unable to meet Lin Chen's gaze. Lin Chen extended his left hand towards her, slightly curling his fingers as a silent invitation for her to place her hand upon his. Hesitantly, Luo Yuling lifted her hand, moving it slowly as if caught in a struggle of indecision. However, Lin Chen seized her hand firmly, startling her into a momentary panic as she attempted to withdraw. Yet it was futile. Lin Chen's grasp was unyielding. What are you afraid of? You've held my hand before, Lin Chen teased. In that moment, Luo Yuling was utterly flustered, ignoring his playful banter. As she felt the warmth of his hand envelop hers, Lin Chen flashed a mischievous grin, gently squeezing her hand. Oh, why is your hand so warm? He inquired. Luo Yuling blushed deeply, his touch sending a shiver through her entire being. Her eyes flickered as she stammered. I have a fever. Ah, a fever? No wonder. Who doesn't get hot while dancing? Lin Chen's teasing voice left Luo Yuling feeling exposed and embarrassed. Chapter 85. The sound of heartbeats reverberated in the air. Lin Chen's hand moved to rest on Luo Yuling's waist. She fought the urge to shy away. But as the warmth of his hand seeped through her clothing, her body became rigid with tension. Lin Chen leaned closer, causing her to shut her eyes in shock, biting her lip as her hand instinctively tightened around his. Yet, she inexplicably forgot to evade him, and the warmth radiating from his face reached hers, heightening her anxiety. Observing Luo Yuling's helplessness, Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle. She truly was adorable. Shouldn't you be bending backward? Why are you just standing here with your eyes closed? Waiting for me to do something bold? His teasing tone snapped Luo Yuling back to reality. A blush crept up from her neck to her cheeks as she recalled that Lin Chen had indeed leaned in close, and she was expected to arch her back. Lin Chen's movement was merely part of the dance, a figment of his imagination. While Luo Yuling felt her face burning, her eyes darting away, her waist instinctively retreating. However, due to her stiff posture, she found it impossible to bend at the waist. Wow, Yuling, you aren't some ancient female corpse reincarnated as a human, are you? Lin Chen jested. Luo Yuling shot him an irritated glance, which, to Lin Chen, resembled a playful pout. After a deep breath to relax, she finally managed to bend at the waist. Lin Chen suddenly tightened his grip, pulling her closer. The next step required Luo Yuling to place her left hand on Lin Chen's chest, maintaining a distance of about 5 centimeters as they locked eyes. As she felt Lin Chen's face draw nearer, she momentarily froze, unsure if her daze stemmed from confusion or anxiety, failing to react. Her hand did not rest upon Lin Chen's chest, leading to an awkward closeness. Their foreheads and noses touched, and time seemed to halt, their minds spiraling into a dizzying state akin to a cosmic explosion. Their eyes, merely a centimeter apart, widened, their lashes entangling. The extraordinary sensation jolted them from their reverie. Ah! Luo Yuling exclaimed, hastily pushing Lin Chen away and retreating. In Lin Chen's memory, this was the first time Luo Yuling had lost her composure. She had always been poised and aloof. The delightful contact vanished in an instant, leaving Lin Chen with a hollow feeling in his chest. Clearing his throat, he feigned a cough to suppress his disquiet. Yuling, what was that? If you wish for a closer interaction, you could have simply told me instead of resorting to such a sneak attack. I wouldn't have objected, Lin Chen said generously, his expression brimming with concern for her. Luo Yuling, incensed, retorted, don't you dare blame me. She felt a surge of embarrassment. Lin Chen shrugged, I haven't said anything untrue. Clearly, you were supposed to support yourself on my chest, yet you failed to do so. Don't pretend it was unintentional. Luo Yuling found herself momentarily speechless, realizing he was right. Had she indeed placed her hand on Lin Chen's chest, their faces would not have collided. This realization filled her with shame, intensifying the flush on her cheeks. The crimson hue that had yet to fade deepened, and she felt a strong desire to vanish into the ground. She dared not look at Lin Chen, fearing she had become someone unreasonable in his eyes. After all, she had been the one who requested to dance with him, yet she had voiced numerous complaints, made mistakes, and now found herself blaming him. Luo Yuling felt utterly wretched. Her usual rational demeanor seemed to evaporate whenever she was with Lin Chen. Closing her eyes, she exhaled deeply, releasing all her inner turmoil. Then, she bowed her head slightly and said, Lin Chen, I apologize, it was my fault. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with a hint of surprise. To encounter a girl who could reflect on her actions and apologize was indeed a rarity, and he felt it would be a shame to let such an opportunity slip away. What relationship do we share that requires apologies? A simple monetary transaction would suffice. He replied cheerfully. A small smile crept onto Luo Yuling's lips. She was relieved that Lin Chen was not angry. The two continued their rehearsal, despite Luo Yuling repeatedly reminding herself that this was merely necessary physical contact for the dance. She still felt her body heat up and stiffen. Particularly during moments when their gazes locked and they brushed against each other's temples, her breathing became noticeably rapid. Lin Chen's eyes, deep and starry, seemed capable of drawing her very soul in. She could not bear to meet his gaze, her eyes falling to his striking nose, his gentle, inviting lips, and the jawline more flawless than many women possess. How can his nose and mouth be so handsome, and his skin so flawless? This thought crossed Luo Yuling's mind. At that moment, she caught sight of Lin Chen's Adam's apple moving, making her perceive his neck as a masterpiece crafted by a master sculptor. For a brief moment, Luo Yuling completely forgot that she was dancing with Lin Chen. As for Lin Chen, he was equally captivated by Luo Yuling's immaculate visage. Her long, lush lashes, akin to butterfly wings, fluttered with each blink, and her eyes sparkled like two pools of clear water illuminated by moonlight, radiating a soft yet brilliant glow. Her delicate nose, akin to finely carved jade, slightly upturned at the tip like a budding flower. Her coral-colored lips, reminiscent of dawn's blush against the snow, were lightly bitten, exuding a shyness akin to a timid fawn. Her skin was as pure and flawless as cream, seemingly breakable to the touch. Lin Chen too was deeply entranced, his heart racing, breaths quickening, and a dry sensation rising in his throat, causing his Adam's apple to bob. In that moment, the world once again stood still, with only the echoes of their heartbeats resonating in the air, rippling like waves. As their eyes inadvertently met, it felt as if their souls transcended time, sharing countless lifetimes together. Hey, don't push. A sudden voice from the doorway startled them, causing them to leap apart like startled fawns. Their eyes darted toward the entrance, where Jiang Mengyi and Meng Shiryao lay sprawled on the floor, evidently having overexerted themselves while failing to stabilize the door. The four pairs of eyes locked, each in a moment of astonishment. Meng Shiryao felt guilty. It was her first experience being caught in the act of mischief, leaving her feeling awkward and helpless. Still atop Jiang Mengyi, she momentarily forgot to rise. As for Jiang Mengyi, she exhibited no signs of shame. Pushing herself up with Meng Shiryao, she dusted off her clothes. We came down to see how your practice was going, and to offer some guidance, she stated nonchalantly. Lin Chen and Luo Yuling no longer had the heart to argue with them. They too felt as though they had been caught in a misdeed. Their hearts raced, and they were filled with anxiety, leaving little room to ponder Jiang Mengyi and Meng Shiryao's presence. Chapter 86. Do you believe pigs can fly? However, Lin Chen, possessing a thick skin, was the first to regain his composure. Casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Mengyi and Meng Shiryao, he remarked, Yuling and I require no guidance. Why don't you hurry off to bed? Meng Shiryao obediently nodded and turned to leave, her heart heavy with guilt, unwilling to linger at this scene of transgression. As for Jiang Mengyi, she grew anxious. You say no, and that's it? I'll listen to Yuling. Mengyi, you should rest. Luo Yuling's words struck her like a bolt from the blue, making her feel precariously positioned in Luo Yuling's esteem. Yuling. She stamped her foot in a playful protest. Go to sleep. Luo Yuling remained unfazed, aware that if someone were watching, she would no longer need to practice. Woo-woo. Jiang Mengyi left, dejected. Lin Chen rolled his eyes. What a drama queen. With only Lin Chen and Luo Yuling remaining, the atmosphere grew subtly charged once more. Lin Chen approached the door, opening it to reveal a figure tumbling in. Anticipating this, Lin Chen deftly sidestepped, causing the figure to crash to the floor. It was none other than Jiang Mengyi. Lin Chen looked at her with a teasing grin. and Jiang Mingyi's embarrassment was palpable. I'm leaving now," she huffed, scrambling to her feet and darting out, pulling the stunned Meng Shiryao along as she exited. Lin Chen shook his head and locked the door, now free from the fear of interruption. Turning back, he met Luo Yuling's gaze, and she instinctively looked away. Lin Chen smirked inwardly, guessing she was quite shy. "Come on, let us continue. Time is of the essence." He beckoned. He stepped in front of Luo Yuling, extending his hand. Steadying herself, Luo Yuling placed her small hand in his. They resumed, managing to navigate through the gentle touch of their foreheads, only to freeze again at the penultimate movement. This particular pose required Lin Chen to wrap his right arm around Luo Yuling's left leg, his left hand embracing her waist, while she would loop her arms around his neck and lean back, compelling Lin Chen to bend down, their faces inches apart, exchanging silent sentiments. Luo Yuling felt a surge of anxiety, her legs turning to jelly at the thought of the next move. She found herself frozen, unable to lift her feet or shift her hands, simply standing there in front of Lin Chen. Suppressing his own nervousness, Lin Chen cleared his throat. "Why have we stopped? There are still 2 movements left." Luo Yuling lowered her head, beads of perspiration dotting her forehead. "Perhaps we should skip the last 2 movements?" she suggested. "That won't do. After all the effort others have put into creating this dance, we cannot merely plagiarize and leave it incomplete. It would be a disservice to the creator," Lin Chen replied with righteous indignation. Luo Yuling fell silent, recognizing Lin Chen's reasoning was quite compelling. In annoyance, she playfully kicked him. "You deserve it for always trying to take advantage." "Ouch, be gentle. I'm afraid of pain," Lin Chen exclaimed dramatically. "You brought this upon yourself." "I'm leaving. No more dancing. Come back." Luo Yuling relented, intertwining her hands with his, embracing his waist, touching foreheads, and brushing temples. They could not afford to neglect this final pose. Gradually, she lifted her left leg, and Lin Chen's warm, sturdy hand grasped the underside of her thigh. A jolt of electricity coursed through her body at their point of contact, rendering her momentarily weak. Just then, a powerful arm encircled her waist, stabilizing her. Her heart raced like a startled deer, completely forgetting the next move. "What? Do you intend for us to remain in this position indefinitely?" Lin Chen's warm breath brushed against her face, heightening her sensitivity. Regaining some composure, she raised her delicate hands to entwine around Lin Chen's neck. Leaning back slightly, Lin Chen followed the force of her arms, bowing his head. The moment crystallized, thick with sexual tension and a heady aura of intimacy. Their eyes locked. Time seemed to stand still. Lin Chen and Luo Yuling remained frozen, both oblivious to the need to conclude. Perhaps it was a fleeting moment, or perhaps it was an eternity, before Luo Yuling snapped back to reality, releasing her grip. Yet Lin Chen did not let go. "Put me down," she chided playfully. "I'm sorry, I think I've cramped up," Lin Chen chuckled. Luo Yuling was not deceived by his jest, playfully punching his chest until he finally released her. The final movement required Lin Chen to embrace Luo Yuling's back while she supported his waist, and then Lin Chen would exert force, allowing them to spin in a dance of affection. This time, Luo Yuling did not hesitate. After all the intimate movements they had shared, she simply wished to conclude swiftly. Lin Chen's hands rested on her back, while her hands pressed against his waist. The solid muscles beneath his slender frame surprised her, igniting an unexpected flutter within. As her heart soared, Lin Chen suddenly propelled them into a spin. The sensation was exhilarating. Luo Yuling felt sweetness blooming within her, an indescribable happiness enveloping her. Lin Chen, too, experienced a profound sense of achievement, believing that no success could rival this moment. After a full rotation, instead of stopping, Lin Chen continued, increasing their speed. "Yuling, do you believe pigs can fly?" he suddenly inquired. Luo Yuling, puzzled by Lin Chen's whimsical thought process in such a charged atmosphere, nonetheless replied, "I believe so. Pigs can cultivate to higher realms. After all, there are indeed flying pigs." "I believe too, but my reason is that a little pig is flying right before my eyes." Lin Chen teased. "Go to hell." Luo Yuling laughed, playfully scolding him. "Haha, here comes the little flying pig. Get lost," she retorted, her laughter ringing like silver bells. Unaware of the last time she had laughed so heartily, Lin Chen, caught up in her infectious joy, joined in the laughter. This moment would be forever etched in their memories. After spinning for a full 5 minutes, feeling slightly dizzy, Lin Chen finally ceased. Their eyes met, and Luo Yuling's face flushed with embarrassment. She quickly withdrew her hand, taking a step back. TSK, some people dismantle the bridge after crossing it." Lin Chen sighed dramatically. "I didn't tea." Luo Yuling protested, her tone laced with childlike annoyance. She felt increasingly awkward, questioning where her usual aloofness had vanished. In her confusion, she struggled to face Lin Chen. Lin Chen, perceiving her vulnerability, recognized that her cool demeanor was merely a protective facade. Beneath that exterior lay a passionate heart, stifled by countless burdens, like molten lava frozen beneath a crust. Only at the right moment could it erupt. "Let us continue. You don't think one dance is sufficient, do you?" Lin Chen extended his hand, breaking the awkward tension. Chapter 87. Mastered the Art of Resurrection? Luo Yuling naturally placed her hand in his. The saying practice makes perfect proving true. This time, their dance flowed seamlessly without interruption. Whether they sensed anything unusual was known only to them. Lin Chen felt Luo Yuling's waist was quite warm, while she found Lin Chen's hands equally heated. By the third repetition of their routine, they had become quite adept. Their coordination and muscle memory significantly enhanced. Yet, Lin Chen continued to guide Luo Yuling through rehearsals until the alarm finally rang, signaling an end to their practice. As he released her hand, Lin Chen playfully squeezed Luo Yuling's delicate one. Startled, she withdrew her hand as if it had been burned. However, this time, she refrained from stepping on his foot or elbowing his chest. Instead, she hurriedly retreated, leaving behind a hasty remark as she reached the door. I'll invite you on stage tonight. Remember to come up. All right, don't forget to wear that light blue dress. I want to wear it. Lin Chen chuckled as he exited the dance studio, making his way to the living room to brew himself a delightful cup of tea. Not long after, Luo Yuling, now dressed appropriately, along with Jiang Mengyi and the others, descended. The group boarded Meng Shiyao's flying vehicle and made their way to the school. The afternoon military training resumed. Yet the mood among the students in class A remained dismal. A mere afternoon was insufficient for them to come to terms with the fact that many of their classmates had departed from this world forever. Instructor Meng unleashed a barrage of scolding upon them, subsequently intensifying the training regimen. Throughout the afternoon, Lin Chen was deprived of any semblance of freedom, enduring rigorous drills alongside his classmates. Were it not for his robust physique, he might have succumbed to exhaustion. At last, the afternoon's training concluded, with the chief instructor announcing a mandatory gathering at 7 p.m. that evening, prompting a chorus of lamentations from the freshmen. Today's training had escalated significantly in intensity, compounded by the shocking news of their classmates' demise, leaving them physically and mentally drained. Now, with another training session looming that night, it felt utterly unbearable. Once again, Lin Chen's quintet regrouped. After a brief respite at the villa following dinner, the five engaged in light-hearted conversation. Lin Chen couldn't help but notice that Luo Yuling seemed preoccupied, her brow furrowed with worry. He understood that she was anxious about the dance scheduled for that evening, likely having secured a time slot from the principal. Shifting closer, Lin Chen inquired with a grin, Yuling, why are you so lost in thought? Luo Yuling shot him a glance, choosing to ignore him. Jiang Mengyi, however, hurled a pillow at Lin Chen, warning him to keep his distance from Yuling. Lin Chen caught the pillow and embraced it, propping his chin on his hand. He leaned closer to Luo Yuling, asking, what troubles you, Yuling? We are a pair of handsome and beautiful individuals, perfectly matched. There's no need for apprehension about a simple dance, is there? Perhaps in the future, we shall even be wed before a multitude. Consider this a rehearsal. Lin Chen chuckled at his own jest, envisioning the scenario in his mind. Lin Chen, you'd better watch it, Jiang Mengyi exclaimed, preparing to spring at him. But Lin Chen deftly blocked her. Luo Yuling's cheeks flushed with anger as she shot him a glare, delivering a swift kick in his direction. Yet, Lin Chen's playful banter had eased some of her tension. Are you and Yuling together now? A curious voice interrupted, drawing everyone's attention. It was Meng Shiyao, her eyes gleaming with admiration and curiosity. Indeed, we've been together for quite some time, Lin Chen replied with a cheerful grin. Don't listen to this fool's nonsense. Jiang Mengyi interjected, exasperated. The parties involved have not denied it. Jiang Mengyi, you're just being overly concerned, Lin Chen retorted. Lin Chen, Luo Yuling interjected coldly, declaring that Lin Chen was becoming increasingly outrageous and that she must put a stop to it. Right here, darling, he responded playfully. Die. Luo Yuling joined the fray against Lin Chen, prompting Meng Shiyao to enthusiastically raise her fists and join the playful skirmish. Hey, Shiyao, why are you hitting me? Lin Chen yelped in surprise. Aren't we playing a game? If I don't join in, wouldn't that be quite unsociable? Meng Shiyao replied innocently. Indeed, Shiyao. We are just playing a game. Hurry and join us, Jiang Mengyi urged with a laugh. Luo Yuling chuckled softly. Meng Shiyao's presence truly brought much joy. That evening, the freshmen lined up beneath the stage, with the chief instructor standing at the forefront, presumably ready to address them. The chief instructor surveyed the gathered crowd, his imposing presence casting a heavy silence over the assembly. Students, considering the increased intensity of today's training, we have arranged 2 performances for your relaxation this evening. His voice resonated throughout the venue, eliciting a collective sigh of relief from the freshmen who welcomed the prospect of entertainment. Without further ado, let us welcome the first act, the Great Transformation. As the chief instructor's words echoed through the air, the freshmen watched in bewilderment as figures began to materialize above the stage, gently descending towards the platform. Isn't this akin to fairies scattering flowers? What a dull performance. Many students murmured, failing to grasp the significance of the act. However, the students from Class A were left speechless, for those descending figures were, in fact, their classmates who had tragically perished that morning. Wait, is that Li Kong, Zhao Lan, and Zhao Feng? Aren't they dead? They gasped in disbelief. Could it be that a priest has mastered the art of resurrection? Have you lost your mind? They were never dead. We were duped by the instructor. As the identities of the performers became clear, the freshmen finally understood the meaning behind the act. A a tremendous weight lifting from their hearts. Relieved to know their instructors did not regard their lives as expendable, the first performance concluded swiftly, and the students on stage waved to the audience before rejoining the ranks of Class A. The chief instructor once again took center stage. Now, for our second performance. We invite an outstanding freshman representative to present a dance. Let us give a warm welcome. The chief instructor initiated the applause, which resonated throughout the venue. As the stage lights dimmed, a single spotlight illuminated a figure at the edge of the stage, a woman clad in a pale blue gown, resembling a celestial being standing serenely. Oh my, it's the school beauty, Luo. My goddess. Luo, you are exquisite. Luo, I love you. The male students erupted into fervor, having completely abandoned the discipline of military training, fueled by excitement. Chapter 88. The night is especially cold, a tidal wave of cheers enveloped the campus, leaving many students astonished at the enthusiasm of the freshmen during military training. Confronted with the gaze of the multitude, Luo Yuling felt a surge of panic. Her heart raced violently, and her back was drenched in sweat. Yet, she had to maintain her composure. Having come this far, she must fulfill her task. To falter would squander the Principal S and Chief Instructor S arrangements, as well as her and Lin Chen's rehearsal. Grasping the microphone, she directed her gaze towards Class A. Taking a deep breath, she quelled her rising anxiety. Lin Chen, would you care to dance with me? When Luo Yuling's melodious, yet nervous voice echoed across the playground. The sound of shattering glass reverberated, a chorus of shattered hearts among the boys. Could it be that Luo, the school beauty, was truly with Lin Chen? The implications were even more severe. It seemed Luo was the one making the advance. Impossible. Why should that scoundrel Lin Chen have such fortune? The night felt exceptionally frigid. Beneath the starry sky, sorrowful faces reflected the heartbreak of those who could not accept their goddess inviting another to dance. Just then, a beam of light shot from the stage, illuminating the air above. Suddenly, a dashing young man dressed in casual white attire entered everyone's view. A rose clasped between his teeth. He raised an eyebrow at the students below and broke into an awkward dance. Oh, Lin Chen, my idol. Lin Chen, you look so handsome. Lin Chen, I love you. The girls were now the ones in a frenzy, for Lin Chen had been crowned the campus heartthrob at Jiang University, his looks needing no further embellishment. Moreover, his charming personality had a magnetic allure for the female students, and upon hearing rumors about his connection with Luo Yuling, many girls were heartbroken, rivaling their male counterparts in sorrow. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Chen, with a rose between his lips, strutted towards Luo Yuling with what he believed to be a catwalk, each step a flamboyant display. Of course, this performance was made possible with Meng instructor's assistance behind the scenes. Luo Yuling felt an urge to flee. It truly required courage to be friends with Lin Chen, as one could never know when social embarrassment might strike. Nevertheless, her earlier anxiety had diminished significantly. Her heart, which had been racing at over 200 beats per minute, had calmed, and the fact that she hadn't fainted could only be attributed to her exceptional physical fitness as a professional. Lin Chen staggered onto the podium like a zombie, approaching Luo Yuling. He then reached into his mouth to retrieve a rose and presented it to her. Luo Yuling felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, her toes curling in disbelief. Oh heavens, she truly wished to avoid this reality. Nevertheless, she extended her hand to accept Lin Chen's rose, feeling an unsettling stickiness on her fingers, which was quite vexing. I am willing. Lin Chen's voice resembled the effervescence of soda after vigorous shaking, sending shivers down one's spine. The line sounded so peculiar. What do you mean by I am willing? Is this a proposal? Numerous boys below vociferously criticized Lin Chen, yet it did little to sway him. He performed a gentlemanly bow to Luo Yuling and extended his right hand toward her. In that moment, Lin Chen embodied the prince inviting the princess to dance. Under the spotlight, Luo Yuling gently placed her small hand in his. At that instant, the sound of shattered glass on the playground intensified. As many girls' hearts joined the ranks of the broken, Lin Chen led Luo Yuling to the center of the stage, and with a snap of his fingers, the lights on the podium blazed anew, followed by the resonant music. As Lin Chen's hand naturally settled on Luo Yuling's waist, many freshmen shut their eyes, unwilling to witness the scene any longer. They simply wished for the performance to conclude swiftly, harboring a deep resentment towards the instructor. Military training is one thing. But what is with this spectacle? Yet, a number of rational classmates cheered for the duo. Lin Chen and Luo Yuling began to sway to the music, their bold movements eliciting screams from the audience. Particularly, their gestures of caressing each other's hair and Lin Chen's embrace of Luo Yuling's thigh and waist left many classmates blushing. The dance culminated in a twirl, and the freshmen imagined a pair of newlyweds celebrating their victory, destined to live happily ever after. Lin Chen gazed at the girl spinning with him, a smile gracing his lips, wishing this moment could last for eternity. Luo Yuling, noticing his gaze, felt her heart quiver upon their eyes meeting. She lowered her lashes, her cheeks aflame, yet her lips curled into a smile. In that moment, to them, the outside world ceased to exist. Only the two of them remained in the universe. However, every fairy tale has its conclusion, and so too does every dance reach its end. As Lin Chen gently set Luo Yuling down, Their performance came to a close. They exchanged smiles and bowed to the audience, signaling the end of the show. Luo Yuling intended to exit promptly, but Lin Chen had other ideas. A microphone materialized in his hand, drawn from his spatial backpack. Classmates, how did you find our performance? Would you like to see more? He bellowed with fervor. It was amazing. Spectacular. We want more. Do it again. The classmates erupted in enthusiastic cheers, drowning out any dissenting voices. Luo Yuling was genuinely flustered. She had not anticipated Lin Chen would pull such a stunt. Were they not on stage, she would have gladly elbowed him. She had no desire to perform again. Thus, she snatched the microphone from Lin Chen and tugged him toward the back of the podium. Yet, even without the microphone, Lin Chen's exuberance could not be quelled. Classmates, I love you all. Next time, Yuling and I will perform again, so stay tuned. Goodbye, he shouted as he retreated, his booming voice resonating across the playground. Inciting cheers from his peers, Luo Yuling dragged Lin Chen backstage, and the first thing she did was elbow him. Hey, take it easy. Is this how you thank your benefactor? Lin Chen lamented melodramatically. I truly appreciate you. Luo Yuling gritted through clenched teeth. No need to mention it. If you really want to show gratitude, a kiss will suffice. Lin Chen replied mischievously, leaning closer to her. Get lost, Luo Yuling retorted. Her face a mixture of embarrassment and anger, twisting Lin Chen's ear. Ouch, that hurts. If you're unwilling, a hug will do. Lin Chen pleaded. You've said it before. It's not like we never hugged. Get away from me. Ouch, if you don't let go, I might just hug you. You wouldn't dare. I would. They playfully tussled for a while before each retreated to their respective changing rooms to change outfits. Then returned to their classes to continue training. Upon returning to the class, Lin Chen was met with a multitude of envious, admiring, and jealous gazes. He strode back into formation with the pride of a victorious champion, ready to face the training ahead. Tonight's training had a unique twist, according to Instructor Meng. They would be engaging in a haunted house game. According to the students, it was a terrifying venture into the depths of hell. Instructor Meng summoned several other instructors. And after some commotion, they conjured a temporary maze using various elemental powers. Lin Chen tested the hardness of the elemental walls with his hand, realizing they were far beyond his current capabilities. As a 6th-tier professional, he was not equipped to handle such a challenge. A few instructors entered the maze, and after about 10 minutes of tinkering, they emerged, seemingly satisfied with their creation. This training involved 4 classes, and Lin Chen spotted Jiang Mengyi from the Mage Class 3, Chu Su from the Shield Warrior Class 1, and the Rogue class he had previously sparred with. His gaze immediately landed on the lecherous chubby boy, whose presence was undeniably conspicuous. Lin Chen then turned to Zhao Sheng, his eyes glinting with mischief. He would not let this opportunity slip by. Zhao Sheng seemed to sense Lin Chen's gaze, his expression darkening as he contemplated how to deal with him. The students from the 4 classes, organized by their instructors, entered the maze in groups. Many wanted to team up with Lin Chen, but after selecting Meng Shiyao, he casually chose 3 other attractive girls. After all, they had no deep ties. Why not choose the beautiful ones? Lin Chen was not foolish. He entered the maze with his 4 companions, and upon stepping inside, he noticed the dimness enveloping the area, with a thick fog severely limiting visibility. A chilling wind howled, brushing against them with an eerie coldness. Flickering blue flames danced around, reminiscent of the legendary will-o'-the-wisps. 3 soft figures pressed closer to Lin Chen, with 2 girls clutching his arms tightly, fearful of losing him. Only Meng Shiyao remained composed, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. What did you eat to grow up? Lin Chen marveled inwardly. Truly, as a support character, her presence was soothing. However, Lin Chen was not one to indulge in such comforts. He discreetly withdrew his hand, the delightful sensation momentarily shifting the atmosphere. Yet, he maintained his usual demeanor, as he was technically just a victim in this scenario. Amidst the fog, sporadic wails echoed, and fleeting shadows skittered by, amplifying the horror. This is terrifying, Lin Chen. You have to protect us. One girl trembled. Although they had undergone courage training earlier, bravery is not something that can be instilled overnight. The other 2 girls shivered, viewing this as a descent into hell. Fear not. We've encountered ghosts before, and zombies too. Though it may seem ominous, they're essentially just monsters, nothing to be afraid of. Lin Chen reassured them, his courage stemming from having experienced death once. The 3 girls remained anxiously alert, unable to absorb Lin Chen's words. Shaking his head, Lin Chen began to scrutinize their surroundings, channeling his skill in fire elemental manipulation to probe the area. The 5 of them fell silent, the oppressive atmosphere thickening. Drip. A sound of dripping water caught Lin Chen's attention. How could there be dripping water here? He couldn't help but look up. The scene that unfolded before Lin Chen's eyes made his pupils constrict, sending a shiver down his spine. Suspended above him was a corpse, clad in a crimson qipao, her disheveled hair cascading around her, adorned with heavy makeup. Her face bore a multitude of ghastly wounds, cruelly carved by a sharp blade. And the liquid dripping down was not water, but her own blood. What the hell? Lin Chen's spirit jolted, and he involuntarily uttered a phrase steeped in national essence. The 4 young women were startled by Lin Chen's sudden exclamation. As their gazes followed his, they let out 3 piercing screams that rent the air. plunging Lin Chen into a tumultuous sea of emotions as the trio clung desperately to him. They shut their eyes tightly, screaming hoarsely, with Lin Chen being their sole lifeline. Only Meng Shiryao remained relatively composed, though the beads of perspiration on her forehead indicated that she was not entirely unafraid. Fear not, fear not. I acknowledge my earlier outburst was a tad too loud, but a mere corpse holds no terror, Lin Chen reassured them. Just as he finished speaking, a chilling cackle echoed from above. Lin Chen looked up to find the female corpse had opened her emerald green eyes, grinning wickedly at him in a manner that was utterly disconcerting. The three girls clutched Lin Chen even tighter, their bodies trembling from overwhelming fear. Even Meng Shiryao found herself gripping the hem of Lin Chen's clothing in search of reassurance. Lin Chen intended to summon fire elements to incinerate the corpse, only to discover it had vanished into a swirling mist. I shall return for you, a bone-chilling voice echoed from the fog, deepening the girls' terror. With two of them clinging to Lin Chen like koalas, Lin Chen shook his head. Must you be so timid? Ladies, please loosen your grip. We must proceed. His tone was tinged with exasperation. What about the female ghost? One girl asked, her voice trembling. She has departed. Are you deceiving us? Only Zhao Sheng is not human. Eventually, the three girls released their hold on him, and Lin Chen detected a fragrant aroma emanating from his clothing, likely a result of the girls' proximity. With a shrug, he led them along the elemental walls. As they advanced, visibility diminished, and after roughly half a minute, they arrived at their first fork in the path. The five of them halted, staring at the three divergent routes, uncertain of which to choose. Lin Chen glanced at the four girls, who were looking back at him with eager anticipation. It was evident they were awaiting his decision. In that case, let me demonstrate my abilities, Lin Chen declared with a confident smile. The admiration of the four girls for him deepened. They revered those who could step up in critical moments. Lin Chen's expression turned serious as he surveyed the forks ahead, then lifted his finger. The girls were captivated by his gesture, curious about how he would choose their path. Whichever I point to, we shall take. His finger directed towards the right fork. The girls were taken aback. Was this truly so casual? Was this not akin to a child's game? Lin Chen, unperturbed, boldly strode towards the right path, gesturing for them to follow. The elemental walls twisted and turned, leading them astray as they could only proceed into the darkness. Ahead lay a corner, and Lin Chen, leading the charge, turned the bend first. Damn it! Lin Chen exclaimed again. The girls' faces paled, but unlike before, Meng Shiryao gritted her teeth and brandished her staff, determined not to let her friend face the unknown alone. The other three girls, however, screamed and collapsed to the ground, their legs trembling in fear. Chapter 90. Can you return my flesh? There's nothing here, Lin Chen exclaimed, a mischievous grin on his lips. Meng Shiryao, who had just caught up to him, was rendered speechless, finally understanding why Luo Yuling and Jiang Mingyi so enjoyed tormenting Lin Chen. He truly had a knack for getting into trouble. The other three girls shot him resentful glances, fully aware of how terrifying it was to frighten someone. The four of them, exasperated, continued to follow Lin Chen as they navigated the labyrinthine paths, encountering no other students along the way. Lin Chen turned another corner, and once more, a startled cry escaped him. What the? The girls rolled their eyes. Here we go again. Did he think they were so easily fooled? They followed him around the bend, only to be met by three shrill screams that pierced the heavens. Before them hung a woman in a white dress, her hair wild and her face smeared with blood, suspended against the elemental wall. Lin Chen now found himself with three girls clinging desperately to him. He sighed in exasperation, having already warned them to prepare themselves mentally. Meng Shiryao, suppressing her fear, stood by Lin Chen's side, recalling that friends should share both fortune and adversity. She couldn't let him face this alone. Ahem, could you all loosen your grip? We came here to build courage. How can we do that if you continue to cling to me? Lin Chen reminded them. Lin Chen, I can't bear to look. It's too terrifying. Yes, you should guide us through it. As your support, we needn't be so brave. The three girls not only refused to let go but clung even tighter. If you continue like this, I might have to proceed with Shiryao alone, Lin Chen warned sternly. Please, don't leave me behind. Woo-woo, can I not practice courage? The three girls were visibly anxious, yet sensing Lin Chen's seriousness, they finally released their grasp. Lin Chen approached the corpse, beckoning Meng Shiryao to follow, while the other three girls cowered in a corner, too terrified to even glance in their direction. Come on. Facing fear head-on is the best way to conquer it, Lin Chen urged firmly. The three girls shook their heads vehemently, truly frightened. Shiryao, let's go. Lin Chen called to Meng Shiryao, preparing to leave. He didn't wish to drag along three unmotivated burdens, nor did he want to endanger them. Every aspiring professional would inevitably encounter scenes tenfold or 100-fold more horrifying than this. If they couldn't handle this, how could they fight for the Federation in the future? No, we want to see. One girl piped up urgently. The other two nodded fervently, though their eyes glistened with tears and their legs quivered. They cautiously edged closer to the corpse. Lin Chen refrained from hurrying them, allowing them to gradually build their psychological resilience. Once the three girls reached the corpse, Lin Chen contemplated lifting the corpse's legs to lower her to the ground. He intended for the girls to examine the body closely, shattering the fear that gripped them. However, upon touching her, he realized something was amiss. Why were her legs warm? What the hell? It turns out it's just someone pretending. Lin Chen lamented internally, but chose not to expose the ruse. He gently set the corpse down, silently commending the actor for their skill in bringing the corpse to life. None of the four girls noticed anything amiss. Moreover, Lin Chen sensed the corpse's temperature drop, likely due to her utilizing ice elemental powers. Shiryao, why don't you demonstrate first and help clean the blood off her face? Lin Chen instructed. Meng Shiryao swallowed hard, her gaze fixed on the bloodied visage of the corpse, her stomach churning. Nevertheless, she refused to back down, reminding herself that a true friend must be willing to fight for one another. And what was a mere corpse in comparison? She encouraged herself repeatedly, trembling as she moved her legs to approach the corpse's face. Gradually, she crouched down, beads of sweat dripping from her movements onto the corpse's face. At that moment, her complexion was paler than the corpse's, yet she bravely suppressed her fear, retrieving wet wipes from her spatial backpack to begin cleaning the grime from the corpse's face. Her movements were slow and stiff at first, but after taking the initial step, she started to accelerate, cleansing the blood from her forehead. All right, Shiryao, you can leave the rest to them. You three, step up, Lin Chen continued directing the group. The three girls went pale, but faced with Lin Chen's stern expression, they understood there was no room for negotiation. Thus, the three of them supported each other as they approached the face of the corpse. They squatted down, but their legs were too weak to hold them up, and they all plopped down onto the ground. Tears streamed down their faces. Had they known that being professionals required such harrowing experiences, they would have preferred to fail in their careers and live as ordinary individuals, leading mundane lives rather than having to wipe the blood off the terrifying corpse's face. The sound of their sobs echoed around them, and the sight of the three girls crying while cleaning the corpse was enough to bring tears to any observer and heartache to any witness. It took them nearly 5 minutes to shakily clean the blood from the corpse's face. To their surprise, the corpse possessed quite a striking appearance, undeniably pleasing to the eye. All 5 gazes fell upon the corpse's countenance, and then, suddenly, the corpse's eyes sprang open. For screams erupted. Even Meng Shiryao could not contain herself this time. Those who had witnessed the corpse opening its eyes had all remarked on how frightening it was. The three girls rolled their eyes back, their bodies going limp as they fainted on the ground. Meng Shiryao clutched Lin Chen's sleeve tightly, though she was unaware that her fingers had dug into a small portion of his flesh, causing him to grimace in pain. The corpse sat up, a smile gracing its features as it looked at the three girls who had fainted, a look of satisfaction spreading across its face. It awarded itself a score of 98 for this performance, leaving the remaining 2 points for Lin Chen and Meng Shiryao. Junior, do you possess any courage? The corpse praised Lin Chen. No, it's mainly because senior sister is beautiful. Even with ghost makeup, she isn't frightening, Lin Chen replied, raising an eyebrow at the corpse. Hee, my junior is quite the charmer. Given your perceptiveness, I shall ensure that the other students take extra care of you. The senior sister giggled, clearly pleased by the compliment. Thank you so much, senior sister, Lin Chen said, exasperated. You're welcome. Farewell, junior, and you too, junior sister. She nodded at Meng Shiryao before soaring away into the sky, off to scare the next batch of people. At this moment, Meng Shiryao was still in a daze, unable to shake off the shock. Lin Chen's gaze fell upon her hand, gripping his sleeve. He noticed several bloody scratches under her nails, belonging to him. Shiryao, are you all right? Lin Chen inquired with concern. I'm fine, Meng Shiryao responded dreamily. Well, if you're fine, could you possibly return my flesh to me? Lin Chen raised his left hand, pointing at the area where she was gripping. Meng Shiryao followed his gaze. I'm so sorry, Lin Chen, I'm so sorry. She exclaimed in a flurry, akin to a child who had committed a grave mistake. Lin Chen chuckled wryly, feeling as though he had become a villain bullying a little girl. It's nothing, just a joke. Wake them up, he quickly reassured her. Chapter 91. We are ghosts now, what is there to fear? The two of them called the three girls back to consciousness. The three girls awakened slowly, still in a state of shock. Their expressions were vacant, their eyes glazed over. Lin Chen began to worry that they might be scared into illness. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Listen to me, let us do this and that. Lin Chen shared his plan with the four girls. The plan was simple. They would all dress up as ghosts and roam around. In this way, the other ghosts would consider them one of their own, and perhaps they could even scare other students. Lin Chen silently patted himself on the back, thinking himself a genius. As the saying goes, if you cannot beat them, join them. If you cannot confront fear, become fear. The four girls were astounded by Lin Chen's imaginative proposal. Is that really allowed? What if it's against the rules? Meng Shiryao hesitated. The other three girls also displayed signs of concern. They feared that Instructor Meng had been watching them closely. They could not bear the thought of being told to start over for breaking the rules. Look at you all, being so cautious. You're still young. Lin Chen scoffed. Let us treat this as a game. If we have to start over, so be it. Don't you fear restarting when you play games? The four girls were convinced by Lin Chen's words. Despite his rough manner, his logic was sound, and they nodded in agreement to proceed. They began to pull out their makeup kits and started to apply makeup on each other. Lin Chen stood by, guiding them. While he was not knowledgeable about makeup, he certainly knew how to make them look like ghosts. Once they finished their transformations, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction as 4 fully realized female ghosts stood before him. They then retrieved long dresses from their spatial bags and let their hair down. It was at a point where it was nearly impossible to distinguish between reality and illusion. The 4 girls then helped Lin Chen with his makeup, transforming him into a male zombie, per his suggestions. Before long, a fearsome zombie appeared before the 4 girls. They exchanged glances and burst into laughter, finding each other's appearances to be utterly ridiculous. After a hearty laugh, Lin Chen beckoned the 3 timid girls to lead the way. The 3 girls hesitated, and one of them spoke up. Lin Chen, why don't we just follow you? I'm scared to go ahead. What is there to fear? We are ghosts now. Should we still be afraid of ghosts? Hurry up, Lin Chen replied impatiently. With no other choice, the 3 girls stepped forward to lead the way. Amidst the mist, chilling wails echoed continuously, and fleeting shadows occasionally darted past. Everything was quite terrifying. The 3 girls were timid and cautious, their fear palpable. While Lin Chen found their fright amusing, they soon arrived at a fork in the path. Employing the same method, Lin Chen pointed towards the right path, and the 3 girls took the lead once more. As they walked, Lin Chen suddenly heard faint sounds ahead. He signaled for silence among his companions and then leaped forward. Embracing his role as a zombie, he intended to play it convincingly. The 4 girls followed Lin Chen with trepidation. As they turned a corner, the mist thickened further, visibility dropping to less than 2 meters. Finally, several figures came into view, students from the Mage Class 3, both male and female. Of course, the opposing group noticed Lin Chen and his companions as well. A zombie accompanied by 4 female ghosts was a terrifying sight that sent shivers down their spines. Another round of screams pierced the air, and 1 girl fainted on the spot. The other 4 students wore expressions of sheer terror, their faces drained of color. Lin Chen silently cursed his luck and jumped in front of a boy. With the distance between them reduced to less than 10 centimeters, the boy's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground. Not all the students succumbed to fear, however. Die! One boy yelled, rallying himself as he drew his staff to strike Lin Chen's head. The other 2 students began to chant spells, preparing to unleash their skills. Lin Chen crossed his arms, deflecting the staff with ease, sending it flying away. He then approached the 2 chanting students, swatting their staffs away as well. Lin Chen's strength was far beyond what these mages could withstand. Without their staffs, the mages found their powers diminished by 50%. Coupled with the intimidation of Lin Chen's strength, despair settled over the 3 students. 1 zombie was already too much for them to handle. The addition of 4 female ghosts, who appeared somewhat dazed for unknown reasons, only compounded their fear. Cornered against the wall, they watched in horror as Lin Chen opened his mouth, leaning toward their necks, and their resolve crumbled. No, help, please let me go. 1 more student fainted, collapsing onto the ground. Lin Chen secretly reveled in the amusement of this game. He deliberately sniffed at the necks of the 2 students, even blowing air on them. The goosebumps that instantly rose on their necks were a testament to their terror. Concerned that they might be scared to the point of losing control, he withdrew, adopting a look of disdain. He turned around and exchanged a knowing glance with the 4 girls before continuing forward. Although the girls were initially perplexed, they quickly caught on and followed suit. In an effort to conceal her identity, Meng Shiryao deliberately exaggerated her yawn as she passed by the 2 classmates. The other 3 girls mimicked her, contorting their faces into grotesque expressions. The 2 classmates were terrified, nearly in tears. The sole silver lining to this encounter was that it seemed the zombies and the female ghost were disinterested in them. The 4 girls trailed behind Lin Chen, navigating several corners, and soon could no longer contain their laughter, erupting into hearty guffaws. How amusing it was. The classmates had been utterly frightened. It appeared their disguises had been remarkably effective, as their peers could hardly distinguish between reality and illusion. Perhaps they could indeed deceive a genuine ghost. The 3 girls were exhilarated, their initial fear dissipating, replaced by a thrilling sense of adventure. With a successful precedent set, they no longer regarded this place as a site of horror, but rather as a playground. Onward, Lin Chen beckoned, and this time, the girls surged ahead without needing further encouragement. To enhance the illusion, they took dainty steps beneath their skirts, creating the impression that they were gliding. In such a dimly lit and eerie environment, anyone would be led to believe they were witnessing ghosts. Lin Chen nodded, impressed by their ingenuity. He glanced at Meng Shiryao, whose eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she had stumbled upon an exhilarating game. A pang of guilt washed over Lin Chen. It seemed he had led this innocent girl astray. What a misdeed. After traversing approximately 50 meters, Lin Chen and his companions encountered another group of classmates. His eyes lit up upon spotting Jiang Mingyi among them. The game had just become far more entertaining. Lin Chen, I'm sorry, I've sold you out, Meng Shiryao exclaimed. Her mouth agape, just as Lin Chen swiftly covered it. Her eyes brimmed with confusion, prompting Lin Chen to gesture silently. Meng Shiryao, half comprehending, nodded. Realizing Lin Chen was preparing to prank Jiang Mingyi, Jiang Mingyi and her classmates quickly noticed Lin Chen and his entourage. While some classmates couldn't help but scream in fright, Jiang Mingyi displayed remarkable courage. She swiftly retreated, chanting an incantation, preparing to launch an attack. Lin Chen, of course, would not allow this to happen. With a powerful leap, he rapidly closed the distance to Jiang Mengyi, incapacitating a few classmates as he passed. Lin Chen approached Jiang Mengyi with agility far surpassing hers. Sensing the impending confrontation, Jiang Mengyi steeled herself, knowing escape was futile. Yet she was ready with a skill. Raising her staff, she unleashed a torrent of flames towards Lin Chen. He swiftly activated his skill, dispelling her fiery assault. Jiang Mengyi had erred in employing a fire-based technique. Panic surged within her as she realized her skill had faltered at a crucial moment. As Lin Chen loomed before her, his face twisted into a ghastly expression. Jiang Mengyi gritted her teeth and activated her defensive skill. Her staff radiated a silvery light, unleashing a violent gust that surged towards Lin Chen. He was momentarily pushed back. A skill Jiang Mengyi had acquired during her second transformation, Wind's Embrace. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Mengyi recited another incantation while retreating, the wind element enhancing her agility by 50%. Lin Chen regained his footing and charged after her, emitting a chilling growl that echoed ominously in the air. His speed was astonishing, far surpassing Jiang Mengyi's enhanced agility. He drew closer, his eyes gleaming with a predatory hunger, his face contorted into a terrifying grimace. Die! Jiang Mengyi shouted in desperation, summoning her fear into a potent attack. Her staff glowed with a cerulean light, unleashing a frigid torrent that engulfed Lin Chen. He conjured a shield of fire beneath his clothing, colliding with the icy blast. Aside from his exposed skin, he suffered minimal damage. Undeterred by the cold, Lin Chen advanced once more towards Jiang Mengyi. Despair washed over her. How could this zombie be so formidable? She found herself outmatched, unable to continue casting spells, resorting instead to wielding her staff in a final desperate strike at Lin Chen's head. With a swift motion, Lin Chen deflected her staff, sending it flying. Jiang Mengyi felt a wave of hopelessness. It wasn't that she lacked strength, but this zombie was simply too powerful. With the zombie's claws closing in on her throat, she shut her eyes in terror. Lin Chen, help! She cried out. In this dire moment, her thoughts instinctively turned to him. Hearing his name made Lin Chen's heart skip a beat. He feared she had recognized him. Yet upon hearing her plea for help, he understood otherwise, his eyes glinting with mockery. Her cries for rescue were akin to a thief shouting for capture. What difference did it make? He gripped her throat, pinning her against an elemental wall. Jiang Mengyi's complexion paled. Few could remain calm when a zombie had them in its grasp, especially as its grotesque face loomed ever closer. And she found herself powerless to resist. Rumors spoke of the consequences of being bitten by a zombie. The inevitable infection leading to death and transformation into one of the undead, if not purified by a priest in time. In that moment, Jiang Mengyi's mind raced with thoughts. Forgetting that this was merely a training exercise, their instructor would never allow such a fate. Meanwhile, Instructor Meng, observing from above, felt utterly exasperated. Unable to comprehend Lin Chen's train of thought. While other students were engaged in the game, Lin Chen had taken on the role of an NPC, stepping outside the established rules. Now, he was tormenting his fellow players. It left her speechless. With a mockery of a zombie's breath, Lin Chen exhaled a putrid mist towards Jiang Mengyi's face, intensifying her fear. Lin Chen, Yuling, help! She cried desperately, her voice thick with emotion. Lin Chen felt a twinge of compassion, yet recalling Jiang Mengyi's persistent opposition to him, he steeled his resolve. No one will save you, no matter how much you scream. He hissed, his voice grating like a broken machine, a trait characteristic of a zombie of his caliber. Jiang Mengyi's despair deepened. A fourth transformation zombie was beyond her capabilities. Oh, great zombie, spare me. My blood is unpalatable. It carries poison. She pleaded, her face contorted in fear. Human's poison does not frighten me, with your delicate skin. I bet your flavor is exquisite, Lin Chen replied, his gaze fixated on her neck as if searching for the most suitable spot to bite. His eyes glowed with a ravenous gleam, and in that moment, Lin Chen almost believed he truly was a zombie. The intensity of his predatory gaze made Jiang Mengyi feel as though a blade was scraping her neck, sending chills down her spine. Please, I am riddled with viruses. Since birth, I have been infected with the poison of the Serpent King, at 3 years old, the poison of the Toxic King, and at 7, the poison of the Corpse King. Stop! Lin Chen interrupted, finding Jiang Mengyi's rambling eerily familiar. And do you think I believe your tall tales? The Serpent King, the Toxic King, and the Corpse King. Those are titles reserved for mythical beings of the highest order. A single drop of their poison could fell legions. Do you take me for a fool? He retorted, his tone laced with disdain. Please believe me, I am not lying. I have the hospital test report right here. I can show it to you, Jiang Mengyi said pitifully. Huh, if you bring it out, I will let you go, Lin Chen scoffed. All right. I implore you to keep your word, Jiang Mengyi earnestly pleaded, extending her hand towards Lin Chen. Just when he thought she would indeed produce something, she raised her middle finger defiantly in front of him. Suddenly, he felt a chill below, catching a glimpse of a knee coming towards him with great force. Lin Chen instinctively recoiled. Even Ultraman would dodge such a move, let alone a mere mortal like him. Lin Chen, you better die. Jiang Mengyi, shedding her earlier timidity, was now filled with rage as she lunged at him. Caught off guard, Lin Chen was knocked to the ground. Behind him, Meng Shiyao, witnessing the scene, sheepishly stuck out her tongue. Lin Chen, I'm sorry, I sold you out, she thought to herself. Unable to bear watching Jiang Mingyi being intimidated by Lin Chen, she had stealthily revealed her student ID to Jiang Mingyi. Chapter 93, The Fat Man More Sinister Than a Ghost. With Lin Chen pinned beneath her, Jiang Mingyi, consumed by fury, had entirely disregarded the propriety between the sexes. Her hands gripped Lin Chen's neck, denying him any breath. Give me death. Jiang Mingyi gritted her teeth, her grip tightening as she resolved to end Lin Chen's existence today. Desperately, Lin Chen turned his gaze towards Meng Shiyao, silently pleading for help. Meng Shiyao bit her lip, feeling guilty as Lin Chen was effectively betrayed by her. Mingyi, don't help him plead. Jiang Mingyi snapped, her voice cold. Not even the King of Heaven could intervene today. With a look of deep regret, Meng Shiyao glanced at Lin Chen, feeling helpless. Lin Chen blinked nonchalantly, thinking it was merely a playful scuffle and that Jiang Mingyi would eventually tire and release him. He chose to close his eyes, feigning death, ignoring her. Once a man has surrendered, what can a woman do? Even the highest of tempers must eventually cool. As Lin Chen lay there in pretense, Jiang Mingyi found herself unable to vent her fury any further and resorted to fiercely biting Lin Chen's arm. Lin Chen sprang back to life, exclaiming, "What the hell? Jiang Mingyi, are you a dog?" Jiang Mingyi disdainfully flung Lin Chen's arm away, akin to a man who had pulled up his pants yet refused to take responsibility. "If you do it again, I'll cut you," she threatened. "Then you'll need to borrow the Phoenix Cry sword from Yuling. It's not something just anyone can wield, but I doubt she would lend it to you," Lin Chen replied with a grin. Jiang Mingyi shot him a sidelong glance, her gaze specifically lingering on a certain area, her expression filled with contempt. "I've never heard of using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken." Lin Chen bristled at this remark, indignant that anyone would dare to refer to his pet as a mere chick. It was a proud rooster. "You scoundrel! How dare you peek at me while I bathe?" he accused Jiang Mingyi with righteous indignation. Not only was Jiang Mingyi bewildered, but Meng Shiyao and 3 other female classmates were equally confused. Curiosity ignited. They were eager to learn more about such a scandalous revelation. Jiang Mingyi's cheeks flushed red. "What nonsense is this? When did I ever spy on you while you bathe? You rascal, what absurdity are you spouting? With your 2 pounds of ribs? Even if you strip completely, I wouldn't bat an eye," she retorted angrily. "Then why do you claim my pet as a chick?" Lin Chen shot back, his expression one of discontent. Jiang Mingyi, utterly speechless, was astounded by Lin Chen's obstinacy. Unable to argue further, she resolved to resort to physical means and swung her fists at him. Lin Chen was no fool. He swiftly ducked behind Meng Shiyao, employing her as a shield against Jiang Mingyi's onslaught. Eventually, Jiang Mingyi, exhausted, conceded. Lin Chen, too, fatigued, took a seat nearby. Meanwhile, Meng Shiyao and Jiang Mingyi engaged in hushed conversation, and soon, Jiang Mingyi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she retrieved her cosmetics, eager to transform herself. In no time, a fresh female ghost emerged. Jiang Mingyi tousled her hair and donned a long dress, growing increasingly satisfied as she admired herself in the mirror. Eager to incite chaos, she was itching to frighten their classmates. After some consideration, Lin Chen decided that with so many individuals acting together, they would attract too much attention. He instructed the 3 girls to join Jiang Mingyi as classmates while he, along with Jiang Mingyi and Meng Shiyao, ventured forth. Although the 3 girls wished to accompany Lin Chen, they understood their presence would only hinder him, thus they accepted his arrangement. The trio's pace quickened significantly as they encountered various teams, scaring them into a panic. Yet another group crossed paths with the trio. Just as Lin Chen and Jiang Mingyi were about to act, Meng Shiyao bolted forward first. "Hey, brothers, come play with me. I love playing with you guys." She giggled wickedly, her laughter both mischievous and exuberant. Lin Chen could only shake his head in resignation. It seemed he had inadvertently unleashed the little devil within Meng Shiyao. He felt a twinge of regret. She was such a reserved and lovely girl. How had she transformed into this? The 3 shield warriors in front of them trembled in terror as they witnessed Meng Shiyao charging towards them. Having already experienced the power of the ghosts in this area, they knew they were no match. 2 of their comrades had been brutally dismembered right in front of them. Their courage shattered, they only sought escape. "Don't run, brothers. Come play with your little sister." Meng Shiyao cackled as she pursued them. Jiang Mingyi kicked at Lin Chen, and in a moment of distraction, he fell victim to her ploy. "What are you doing? I told you to keep Meng Shiyao in check. Isn't that your responsibility? Your share counts as mine. Curse you." They bickered as they hurried after Meng Shiyao, wary that she might inadvertently land herself in trouble. After scaring the 3 shield warriors into a stupor, Meng Shiyao remained unsatisfied and continued to lead the charge with enthusiasm. Navigating the labyrinth proved too complex. Lin Chen and his companions had lost all sense of direction, proceeding blindly. After traversing 2 intersections, Lin Chen realized they had not encountered any classmates for a full 10 minutes. This was highly unusual, considering the gathering of 4 classes in this place. In such a scenario, abnormality often signified danger. "Be cautious," Lin Chen whispered, prompting the 2 girls to nod in agreement. Though Meng Shiryao remained exuberant, clearly unperturbed. She likely believed her ghostly identity rendered her immune to fear. After all, why would a ghost fear another ghost? At that moment, not far ahead, a sinister laughter echoed through the air. A rotund figure with a distinct mustache grinned maliciously as he tossed an unconscious classmate into a side passage. The unfortunate soul was left clad in nothing but his undergarments, shivering as a gust of cold wind swept past. Behind him, over 30 other classmates shared a similar fate, both boys and girls. Though the girls' clothing remained intact, their valuables had mysteriously vanished. There is no profession better than that of a thief. The fat man chuckled as he tossed a rare material in his hand, unable to suppress his glee. With the ability to steal from other adventurers' space bags, he had pilfered this material from the unconscious student. Suddenly, his gaze shifted eastward. His traps had been triggered. Excited, he donned a ghost mask and hastily made his way in that direction. As Lin Chen pressed forward, he sensed an unshakable feeling of being watched, an ominous awareness lingering ominously around him. Quietly, he summoned the power of the fire element to scout his surroundings. At that instant, he detected a dagger stealthily approaching his vital area from behind. At this moment, the dagger was a mere 5 centimeters away from his vital point. Lin Chen's heart tightened. He was genuinely alarmed. Should this dagger find its mark, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished, casting an everlasting shadow over his life. Chapter 94. Being friends is truly exceptional. The wielder of the dagger also fell within Lin Chen's perception, and although the fire element's detection differed significantly from what the naked eye could perceive, the familiar physique, combined with the underhanded techniques employed, led Lin Chen to instantly recognize the rotund figure from the Thieves' Guild. Without even glancing back, he could envision the grotesquely fervent grin plastered across the fat man's face, likely with his eyes gleaming a sickly green, akin to a lecher gazing upon a scantily clad beauty. The rotund thief harbored an unusual obsession with striking low blows. "Damn you, you fat bastard," Lin Chen cursed, startling the two women beside him. Simultaneously, he dared not exhibit even a hint of negligence. As the threat loomed perilously close, Lin Chen concentrated, causing the fire element behind him to explode. The ferocious flames not only thwarted the fat man's advance, but also obscured his line of sight. In a fit of rage, Lin Chen whirled around and delivered a powerful kick aimed at the fat man's lower body. If he attempted a low blow, Lin Chen would retaliate with equal measure. "What the hell? Lin Chen, you shameless zombie impersonator." The fat man's derisive voice rang out amidst the flames, seemingly oblivious to his own farcical predicament. Lin Chen's kick met only air, as the fat man had evaded by transforming into a shadow. For no one could rival a thief in the arts of infiltration and evasion. "You deadweight. This time I'll make sure you're unrecognizable to your mother for attempting to sully my virtue." Lin Chen roared in indignation. The rotund thief remained unfazed. He conceded that dealing with Lin Chen was no easy feat, yet believed it was impossible for Lin Chen to capture him. After all, he was a thief. Who could possibly apprehend him apart from fellow thieves? "Lin Chen, you should be grateful to experience a different kind of pleasure that only a man can offer," the fat man mocked. "Damn you, by the decree of heaven, divine punishment," Lin Chen chanted, his hands weaving intricate signs. At that moment, he embodied the essence of a Taoist priest, more so than any celestial master. For the martial arts films of his past life had not been in vain. With a pointed finger towards the fat man, the fire element coalesced into a talisman that erupted with brilliant flames. Subsequently, a tempestuous blaze surged forth from the talisman, sweeping towards the rotund thief. Lin Chen intended to solidify his semblance of possessing celestial abilities, allowing him to showcase a fraction of his strength in various situations in the future. Naturally, he would conceal the majority of his powers, planning to surprise his adversaries like a mystery box. "Damn it, Lin Chen, you fake support," the fat man screeched. Just as the flames engulfed him, he vanished without a trace, evading the fiery onslaught. Strong stealth. Lin Chen frowned inwardly. Strong stealth was a second-tier skill for thieves, enabling them to forcibly enter a stealth state, even amidst an assault. Furthermore, during the first second of strong stealth, their evasion rate reached 100, allowing them to dodge all attacks. Lin Chen summoned the fire element to meticulously scan the surroundings, but the fat man seemed to have completely disappeared, as if he had cloaked himself from even the elemental detection. How on earth did this rotund thief accomplish such a feat? Lin Chen found himself in a quandary. Without fully revealing his prowess, capturing the fat man proved exceedingly difficult. Yet, the thought of not being able to pummel the fat man today would surely rob him of sleep. Just then, Meng Shiryao raised her staff, which blossomed with a milky white light, illuminating a 50-meter radius. The white mist began to dissipate under the glow, revealing the disreputable figure beneath. This was the priest's purification skill, capable of cleansing allies of abnormal states, while also dispelling beneficial effects from enemies. Stealth was classified as a beneficial state for thieves. Thus, the fat man's stealth was lifted. Upon witnessing this, Lin Chen was elated and could not help but praise Meng Shiryao. "Shiryao, you're incredible. Truly my lucky star," Lin Chen exclaimed, then once more formed intricate signs with his hands. A fiery red talisman materialized, followed by chains of flame converging from all directions towards the rotund thief. The fat man's expression turned grim. Both of his stealth skills were still on cooldown, and in this predicament, he could only fight back. He produced a pitch-black orb and smashed it onto the ground, releasing a thick cloud of black mist. The mist obscured everyone's vision, and once again, the fat man vanished. Lin Chen's eyes lit up with realization as he glanced at his own shadow, recalling the lesson he had learned not long ago. The fat man wielded the shadow swap skill, enabling him to instantaneously exchange positions with another shadow. However, his own shadow remained still. Just as Lin Chen concentrated, Meng Shiyao's shadow suddenly began to shift, rapidly transforming into the rotund figure. Lin Chen caught sight of this turn of events out of the corner of his eye and reflexively reacted, only to be met with a handful of sand. Lin Chen, exasperated, laughed in disbelief. Did the fat man truly think he would fall for the same trick twice? He raised his hand to shield his eyes from the sand. The fat man's demeanor did not falter. His dagger now rested against Meng Shiyao's throat, and he raised an eyebrow at Lin Chen with a smug expression. In truth, he held the upper hand. Yet had he truly been an enemy, Lin Chen would not have foolishly concealed his strength. Lin Chen, let us call it a draw. You go your way, and I'll go mine, the fat man proposed with an even more grotesque smile. Before Lin Chen could respond, Meng Shiao interjected urgently. No, I refuse to be a burden to my friends. I would rather die. She, usually so gentle and reserved, displayed a fierce determination. And Lin Chen could see the unwavering will to face death in her eyes. The fat man was at a loss for words, and Jiang Mengyi was taken aback. Was it really necessary to take this so seriously? However, Lin Chen understood Meng Shiao profoundly. She had never had friends growing up, and his group meant the world to her. Perhaps, in her heart, the value of friendship was as exalted as that of love in the hearts of some. Such a person makes for an exemplary friend, Lin Chen mused inwardly. Classmate, is it really necessary to be so serious? The fat man urged with a hint of exasperation. Meng Shiao remained resolute, her expression betraying a deep sense of guilt. She could not allow herself to become a pawn for the enemy to exploit against her friends. Go ahead and kill me, she declared, closing her eyes with unwavering resolve. The fat man was taken aback and turned his gaze toward Lin Chen. You wouldn't resort to dishonorable tactics, would you? Lin Chen scoffed. Firstly, I have no need to resort to such tactics. Secondly, I often do. Upon hearing this, the fat man's eyes held not disdain but a sense of camaraderie. He too relished in such trickery. He tightened his grip on the dagger, pressing it firmly against Meng Shiao's throat. Lin Chen, whether you play dirty or not, I don't believe you can rescue her unscathed. If you manage to do so, I, the fat man, will submit to your will, he declared confidently, shrugging his shoulders. Lin Chen stroked his chin, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. If he were to be subservient, he would have to take this matter a bit more seriously. Chapter 95. Can we go completely naked? Lin Chen suddenly gazed in horror at the fat man's rear, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as his complexion turned ashen. His breath quickened, and his body trembled as he pointed a trembling finger towards the fat man's back. There's a ghost. His voice quivered with fear, as if he had encountered a great terror. The fat man felt a slight unease. After all, Lin Chen was notoriously audacious, and if he could be frightened, then surely something truly terrifying lurked nearby. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. Lin Chen, don't play childish tricks like that. Are you trying to trick me into turning around so you can knock me out? He scoffed dismissively, his tone laced with scorn. Lin Chen's fear dissipated almost instantaneously, and he scratched his chin in confusion. Fat man, how did you see through my act? My performance was flawless, he asserted, brimming with confidence and defiance. To be honest, I was somewhat convinced by your performance alone, but the expressionless Jiang school beauty beside you really detracted from the scene, the chubby one remarked. Lin Chen smacked his forehead, a sudden realization dawning upon him as his gaze turned to Jiang Mengyi, filled with exasperation. It turned out that the pig teammate had revealed a flaw. I knew there was nothing wrong with my performance. You owe me the title of Best Actor. Jiang Mengyi's face darkened as she retorted, You're the pig. A sly grin reappeared on the chubby one's face. Lin Chen, if you can't do anything, we'll call it even. Wait. Lin Chen raised his hand to halt the conversation. The chubby one's smile remained plastered on his face, but his vigilance surged to an all-time high. Any slight disturbance would trigger his ruthless response. Jiang Mengyi looked on with curiosity, unable to fathom how Lin Chen could possibly rescue Meng Shiao in such a situation. Even the four instructors above were silently observing, equally intrigued by Lin Chen's audacity in attempting to save someone from a thief's grasp. Lin Chen wore an enigmatic smile, directing his gaze towards the chubby one's left chest. Do you know what the heart's fire is? He suddenly posed a perplexing question that left everyone present bewildered, just as the chubby one was about to respond with confusion. He felt as if his heart had been plunged into molten lava. The searing heat incinerated his heart, and excruciating pain struck without warning. It was an indescribable agony, one that rendered the chubby one powerless, collapsing to the ground in convulsions. That was a bit too harsh, Lin Chen thought to himself. It was his first attempt at igniting another's heart fire, and though it extinguished almost immediately, the consequences were still dire. Wielding the power of Zhu Rong, the sovereign of flames, he effortlessly controlled the heart fire within his domain. The dagger fell from Meng Shiyao's neck, but surprisingly, it did not touch the ground, despite her petite stature. Her heart was vast and magnificent. As she glanced at the dagger resting on her chest, she realized she had been saved. Turning around, she was astonished to see the chubby one convulsing and foaming at the mouth, utterly perplexed by how Lin Chen had accomplished this. Zhang Mingyi was equally dumbfounded. Unable to comprehend how Lin Chen had managed such a feat, how could a mere sentence wield such incredible power? Above them, the four instructors exchanged glances. Did you figure it out? No. The instructor from the thief class remained silent, prompting the other three to turn their gazes towards him. What is a synonym for no? He awkwardly inquired. The three instructors' expressions darkened in unison. He was acting up again. Can't you just say no directly? Instructor Jiang gritted her teeth. That won't do. Saying it like them would make me seem uncultured. The three instructors found themselves both exasperated and amused, their fists cracking as they prepared to take action against him. Below, Meng Shiyao employed her healing skills on the chubby one. Gradually, he began to recover, having experienced what felt like a living hell in those fleeting seconds. His eyes filled with terror as he looked at Lin Chen. He vowed never to provoke him again, not wanting to endure that sensation a second time. Lin Chen crouched down, a cheerful smile adorning his face. Chubby, it seems I've won. You haven't forgotten what you said earlier, have you? His gaze scrutinized the chubby one, struggling to comprehend how such a corpulent body could exhibit such agility. The chubby one shivered, instinctively covering his vital areas. Lin Chen, I, the chubby one, will not sell my body, he declared with righteous indignation. Lin Chen's forehead was lined with black marks as he delivered a swift slap to the chubby one's belly, causing it to ripple like turbulent waves. Who would even desire your flabby flesh? He retorted. The chubby one bristled. What do you know? I bet the number of times you heard cute as a child doesn't even compare to mine. You keep saying that was when we were kids. Exactly. Even as a mini version of myself, I had countless people calling me cute. Now, am I not just adorably gigantic? The chubby one's words made Lin Chen and Zhang Mingyi feel a wave of nausea. Yet, Meng Shiyao nearby erupted into a peal of laughter, finding the chubby one quite amusing. Lin Chen and Zhang Mingyi exchanged baffled glances. Was it truly that funny? The chubby one began to make exaggerated faces, causing Meng Shiyao to laugh even harder, her laughter spilling forth despite her attempts to cover her mouth. Lin Chen sighed deeply, feeling the need to take Meng Shiyao to get her head checked. However, the priority now was to have the chubby one assist him with a task. Chubby, you thieves excel at navigating mazes. Have you found the way out? He inquired. The chubby one nodded, prompting a peculiar smile from Lin Chen. Which path is the necessary route for our escape? He pressed further. The very path we are currently on, the chubby one replied. Lin Chen's smile broadened, and he patted the chubby one's shoulder, instructing him on a matter. You stay here and wait for Zhao Sheng when he arrives. Use the same tactics you have for me against him. Lin Chen grinned, not wanting to miss such a splendid opportunity. Zhao Sheng would either meet his end tonight or face severe repercussions. That was a statement Lin Chen firmly believed in. Zhao Sheng, rob him, the chubby one muttered, his expression growing increasingly lewd, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Rob? Lin Chen questioned, perplexed, as Lin Chen and the others were led by the chubby one into a narrow alley. They stood in stunned silence at the sight of over 30 classmates sprawled haphazardly on the ground. Zhang Mingyi spat in disdain before averting her gaze, while Meng Shiyao gasped, quickly covering her face with her hands, utterly embarrassed by the sight of several male classmates clad only in their underwear. Lin Chen looked at the male classmates and posed the most critical question to the chubby one. Can you strip them naked? The chubby one jolted, then performed a nimble backflip to a safe distance, adopting a defensive posture as he cautiously regarded Lin Chen. You won't get any ideas from me, Lin Chen, he angrily retorted. Zhang Mingyi and Meng Shiyao stared at Lin Chen in horror, incredulous that he would even contemplate such inappropriate actions in a public setting. Lin Chen's expression darkened. Damn it, I simply want to strip Zhao Sheng and throw him out. His words brought a collective sigh of relief from the three, having been momentarily startled. Chapter 96, The Crumbling Zhao Sheng. The four concealed themselves in the alley, occasionally ignoring passing classmates, leaving all the action to the chubby one. The alley was already crowded, and although the chubby one was quite sleazy, his strength was undeniable. Even fellow epic class individuals couldn't withstand his relentless combo attacks. However, he showed restraint when dealing with female classmates, merely applying light pressure to their necks, causing them to faint. This chubby one had even learned some acupoint techniques. The alley was now densely packed with bodies, a testament to the chubby one's prowess. His lewd grin never faltered, clearly indicating a bountiful harvest. Lin Chen felt a twinge of envy. He too wished to master the skill of pilfering items from others' spatial bags. After roughly 20 minutes of waiting, the chubby one dashed into the alley where Lin Chen and the others were resting, his face alight with excitement. Lin Chen, Zhao Sheng is here. Just those few words ignited a surge of exhilaration in Lin Chen. Finally, the moment had arrived, and he was glad he hadn't given up. Stick to the plan. Remember to scare him so thoroughly that he loses control, Lin Chen instructed. The three nodded, and the quartet exited the alley to commence their operation. Zhao Sheng and his two teammates advanced in a staggered formation, with Zhao Sheng, the privileged young master, rightfully occupying the center. The three scrutinized their surroundings, alert for any lurking spirits. They had initially been a group of 5, but the other two teammates had already been dragged away by the ghosts. The chilling screams of their fallen comrades still haunted them. Suddenly, a flickering will-o'-the-wisp before them transformed into a brilliant glow, capturing the attention of the trio. Exercise caution, Zhao Sheng admonished, bracing his shield. Understood, his teammate replied, yet the third companion remained ominously silent. A sense of foreboding washed over Zhao Sheng as he turned to glance back. Where once stood his ally, now there was only an unsettling void. Subo, Zhao Sheng called out, his voice tinged with a hint of panic. In this hellish domain, the eerie disappearance of a comrade was truly terrifying. Ah, help me. Subo's anguished cries echoed from behind, sending chills racing down Zhao Sheng's spine. His teammate, shield in hand, instinctively sought to rush back for the rescue, only to be halted by Zhao Sheng. He has already been eliminated. Our survival is paramount. Although he found Zhao Sheng's abandonment of their teammate distasteful, the reality of joining the War God Pavilion rendered him powerless. Thus, he followed Zhao Sheng's lead, the two advancing cautiously, ever wary of the lurking spirits. A haunting sobbing pierced the air ahead, causing the hairs on Zhao Sheng's arms to stand on end. In such a sinister place, the sound of weeping was a harbinger of disaster, as anyone familiar with horror tales would know. Before them, a figure clad in a long dress, hair cascading down, crouched on the ground, weeping. The tresses obscured her features, but the mere sight was enough to make the two men swallow nervously. Woe is me. I met a most tragic fate, the figure intoned, her words dripping with an unsettling malice. At that moment, Zhao Sheng felt a hand rest upon his left shoulder, rigidly freezing his body. His gaze snapped to his shoulder, where a plump, ghastly white hand lay, coldness seeping through his clothing and into his skin. Zhao Sheng's mind erupted in terror. This was beyond horrifying. Ah, die! Zhao Sheng roared, unleashing his fear through a primal scream, swinging his left hand backward with force, yet encountering only emptiness. Panic surged within him. Puzzlement gripped him as he noted the eerie silence from his teammates. When he turned his gaze, his pupils constricted in horror. His companions had vanished once more, slipping away without a trace, not even a whisper left in their wake. A cold dread enveloped Zhao Sheng. Even knowing that death was unlikely here, he could not quell the fear gnawing at his insides. It felt akin to watching a horror film. One understands that it is all fiction, yet fear still grips the heart. The atmosphere was reminiscent of a true hell. The immersive terror was palpable. He suddenly recalled the sobbing specter before him. Just then, the ghost abruptly lifted her head, revealing a face as pale as wax. With emerald eyes fixated upon him, streaked with crimson trails that cascaded down to her chin. Upon seeing Zhao Sheng, her expression twisted into a mask of rage. You are the one who harmed me. I shall feast upon your flesh and drink your blood. The specter fell into a frenzied state, lunging towards Zhao Sheng with all her limbs. For a fleeting moment, he could not discern whether she was a ghost or a zombie. Regardless, he dared not resist. He turned and fled, cursing the fates for not endowing him with additional legs. He fled in a blind panic, the ghastly howls drawing ever closer. A glance over his shoulder revealed a grotesque face mere inches from his own. His heart nearly ceased beating, veins bulging in his neck, temples throbbing, his eyes feeling as if they might burst from their sockets. In that instant, Zhao Sheng was nearly frightened to death. Thankfully, his robust physique as a professional allowed him to endure the onslaught of terror. He muttered a curse to vent his fear, then activated his charged skill, swiftly piercing through the mist, breaking free from the ghost's grasp. He dared not linger, twisting and turning until he was certain he had evaded the specter, finally pausing to rest against an elemental wall. Every inch of his skin was drenched in sweat, his face etched with profound fear. At that moment, Zhao Sheng harbored an intense loathing for everything related to Jiang University. Having sailed through life without opposition, here he encountered an orphan daring to challenge him. And that orphan was entangled with the school beauty he could never seem to conquer. He had been brutally beaten and had even been subjected to a sudden change in gender, yet he could not retaliate. Since the military training began, he had faced continuous humiliation, fostering a deep resentment for this place, a desire to obliterate it all. With a heavy thud, he slammed his shield against the ground, releasing his pent-up anger and frustration. At that moment, he noticed a pale little hand retrieving his shield. His pupils dilated once more, the fear that had just begun to subside flooding back into his heart. Brother, your shield is so beautiful. Could you give it to me? A sweet, innocent voice chimed in his ears. In any other setting, such a voice would have brought him joy, but here, he would have preferred to hear the wailing of the damned over this disquieting sound. In a world of horror, the more sweet and endearing the voice, the more terrifying it became, much like the spirits of infants or children. Zhao Sheng teetered on the brink of collapse. Could it be that she had come again?